I must apply for a trade immediately. Otherwise, Chris Paul will be dealt with. I cannot coexist with him." In the conference room of the Houston Rockets, the team's star player, James Harden, spoke with a grave demeanor. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. As the MVP of the NBA's 2017-18 regular season and the league's leading scorer, every action of James Harden bore immense significance for the fate of the team. It is no exaggeration to say that if Harden were to leave, the Rockets would swiftly descend into mediocrity. Calm down, calm down. Harden, everything is negotiable. Owner Tillman Fertitta wore a forced smile, though his heart was seething with anger. In Fertitta's capitalist mind, he was the owner, while Harden was merely an employee. "Your matters will be entirely handled by Jack Lin. He is our newly appointed interim general manager." Fertitta pointed to the young Chinese man beside him. Harden surveyed the young man, barely in his 20s, with astonishment. "What?" Both Harden and the other executives were taken aback. At this moment, Lin Feng, seated nearby, opened his eyes, feeling a sudden and intense headache. Memories flooded his mind like a deluge. "Hiss, have I crossed over? Is this the Rockets conference room?" After a brief moment of shock, Lin Feng began to reorganize the information in his mind. The 2017-18 season had just concluded, and the draft was approaching in the offseason. Despite the Rockets achieving commendable success last season, turmoil had erupted within the organization. General Manager Daryl Morey had made disparaging remarks about China, prompting owner Fertitta to dismiss him to preserve the Chinese market. In a bid to stabilize the situation, Fertitta sought out Lin Feng to assume the role of interim general manager for the Rockets. The Rockets boasted the backcourt duo of Harden and Paul, along with defensive stalwart P.J. Tucker, bench player Eric Gordon, and center Clint Capella. With some adjustments, they could certainly contend for the championship. Yet, at this moment, Harden demanded a trade or the expulsion of CP3. This predicament weighed heavily on Lin Feng. Harden's request was not unexpected. Earlier in the season, during a game, Harden had a fierce argument with fellow core player Chris Paul, even shoving him. Their conflict had not gone unnoticed. Despite the Rockets finishing first in the regular season, they ultimately fell short in the Western Conference Finals due to Paul's injury. This incident became the root of the discord between Harden and CP3. "I don't care who handles this, I just demand a resolution." Harden shrugged nonchalantly. "If the outcome does not satisfy me, I will choose to sit out. I hope the next team meeting will provide me with a perfect answer." James Harden's tone was light, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. After speaking, he stood up and left the conference room with his agent, Jason Rand. Fertitta's eyes flashed with displeasure. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lin, you know my singular objective. That is to make money. Regardless of your methods, you must ensure the arena is filled. As for everything else, you have the freedom to act." Fertitta was a quintessential businessman. To him, championships where secondary profit was paramount. This was also a key reason Fertitta had appointed Lin Feng as interim general manager. Of course, saving costs is essential as well. If we can win a championship, that would be even better. If we win, I will reward you handsomely, Lin." As he spoke, Fertitta winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt an even greater headache. This American was truly overstepping. To make money, not only must the regular season ticket sales be guaranteed, but also a playoff berth. The more games televised, the greater the revenue and ticket sales. If CP3 were lost, relying solely on James Harden could secure a playoff spot. However, the goal of winning a championship would drift further away. Snap! Fertitta snapped his fingers, not allowing Lin Feng a chance to respond. "This is all yours now. I have matters to attend to." Before Lin Feng could utter a word, he could only watch as Fertitta departed. Recalling his previous memories, Lin Feng knew that in 2 seasons, Harden would again seek a trade. That trade would see Harden successfully moving to the Brooklyn Nets, while the Rockets would falter, enduring a humiliating 15-game losing streak. Rather than wait passively, it would be prudent to take the initiative. With Harden freshly crowned as MVP at the age of 29, his trade value was at its peak. Now was the time to move him. But who to trade for? Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Trading for other superstars might yield little better than Harden's value. If considering potential rising stars, the 2018 draft was indeed a promising year. Yet, even with talents like Luka Doncic or Trae Young, or the highly regarded center Deandre Ayton, all would require time to develop. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! System detection successful. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! Legendary player creation system binding successful. Ding! Complete tasks to earn player creation cards. Cards such as Dream Shake, Unlimited Range, and Posterizer await. Creation cards are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, and Hall of Fame levels. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng's excitement surged. With this legendary player creation system, he could craft legendary players at will. The thought of creating one or even multiple legendary players ignited his passion. Ding! First task, trade James Harden to maintain locker room stability. Ding! Task successful, the host will receive a Hall of Fame level unlimited range creation card. The melodious voice filled Lin Feng with energy and determination. Since trading James Harden was imperative, a detailed plan was essential. After all, any slight disturbance could alter the course of a trade involving an MVP-level player. With the legendary player creation system in hand, Lin Feng had to secure this year's #1 draft pick. If possible, he also aimed to acquire either the second or third pick. Securing 2 superstars would ensure the Rockets' future and promise substantial returns, truly a dual triumph. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng braced himself against the conference table, stood up, and confidently strode to the computer in the conference room. With poise, he activated the projector, casting Harden's image onto the screen. Chapter 2. Trading Harden. He must be insane. Lin, what do you intend to do? Are you still trying to find a way to retain Harden? The executives of the Rockets inquired, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Despite their doubts about Lin Feng, a young man in his early 20s, they were eager to hear his strategy. Lin Feng picked up a laser pointer and flicked it over a photo of Harden displayed on the screen. There is only one course of action we must take. Lin Feng elongated his words deliberately, leading everyone to believe he would propose a plan to keep Harden while maintaining a championship-contending roster. However, to their astonishment, he boldly declared, "Trade Harden." The room erupted in uproar. Lin, have you lost your mind? Harden is not for sale. Brent Johnson, the head of scouting, exclaimed loudly. This is utterly insane. Lin, your idea is preposterous. Rat Lin, the head of marketing, clutched his head in disbelief. I've always thought you were unreliable, and I must oppose this. Voices of dissent echoed around the room. The notion of trading the core of the team, especially a player of Harden's caliber, was deemed foolish by all present. Who would consider trading a franchise cornerstone, especially an MVP-level player? It was the first time anyone had witnessed someone like Lin Feng actively seeking to trade an MVP-caliber star. The executives increasingly viewed Lin Feng as a source of amusement, if not outright madness. It was clear to anyone with a semblance of reason that a superstar of Harden and Oppo's stature was absolutely untouchable. With a smile, Lin Feng asserted, protests are in vain. Those who are dissatisfied may resign at once. The room fell silent as the executives realized the gravity of the situation. They were not foolish. Resigning over a disagreement with the interim general manager could jeopardize their future employment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly young and harmless acting general manager, Lin Feng, could possess such decisiveness. Observing the stunned silence of his colleagues, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The best course of action would be to clear CP3 instead of trading Harden, Thurston, the team and Oppo's, as president of operations, interjected. Considering their ages and current abilities, letting go of CP3 seems most prudent. Having served as the Rockets and Oppo's president for several years, Thurston hoped Lin Feng would reconsider. No. Lin Feng raised his right index finger, shaking it emphatically. Let us not forget the owner's objective, saving money. CP3 is in a contract year. If we can persuade him to take a slight pay cut, we can save a considerable amount. The issues extended beyond CP3, as key players like Ariza, Capella, and Tucker were also facing contract renewals. More critically, the Rockets and Oppo's salary structure was far from ideal, still burdened by the likes of Ryan Anderson and Oppo's onerous 2-year, $41 million contract. Thurston resignedly held his head in his hands, clearly disinclined to hear more from Lin Feng. If Lin Feng aimed to trade Harden for younger players, retaining the veteran CP3 was essential. CP3's on-court experience and unwavering desire to win could effectively guide the younger talents. As a seasoned fan, Lin Feng vividly recalled how, in his previous life, CP3 and the young players of the Suns had flourished together, reaching the finals. Media director Lin Feng addressed a tall, handsome middle-aged man. "Just call me Mike." With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng immediately reached out to ESPN and Oppo's renowned reporter, WJ. He intended to leak the rift between Harden and Paul, emphasizing the severity of the situation. Mike frowned, puzzled by Lin Feng and Oppo's approach. "Lin, if you intend to trade Harden, why not just release the news directly?" he queried, tapping the end of his pen against his forehead. "Why stir up trouble regarding the conflict between Harden and CP3? That would only cause chaos in the locker room." Lin Feng smiled, explaining, "Mike, it's called marketing. It can generate significant attention and draw interest from all teams. Once the time is right, we can reveal the news about trading Harden. This way, we maximize our gains." Lin Feng couldn't help but think of those unscrupulous celebrities in Huagua, who employed similar tactics to maintain high visibility. He was merely following suit. Furthermore, regarding the news of trading Harden, "I do not wish to see any mention of it until I give the order to disclose. Whether it's securing a prominent influencer on YouTube or Twitter to silence the rumors, or making appearances on ESPN, all information pertaining to Harden's trade must remain confidential. Understood?" Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he scanned the faces of everyone present. If even a whisper of this plan leaked, the next meeting would not be a pleasant one. Pleasant? The executives wore expressions of despair. With a decisive clap, Lin Feng concluded, "Today and Oppo's meeting is adjourned. The financial officer may stay. The rest of you are dismissed. Hello. I'm Amy Zhou, the financial officer." A stunning woman with long hair approached Lin Feng, extending her hand. Lin Feng was taken aback. This striking beauty bore an uncanny resemblance to Betty Zhou, the most beautiful bilingual basketball host from his previous life, who had starred in Hollywood films like Kung Fu Killer and Iron Fist. However, Amy Zhou appeared even younger and more captivating. "My Chinese name is Zhouan and Oppo's, and you may also call me Inan." Inan possessed a captivating figure and refined features, her open and cheerful demeanor instantly winning Lin Feng's favor. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I need the team and Oppo's financial reports, and if possible, please provide the salary framework for the Suns and Oppo's players as well." And Oppo's delicate brows furrowed. "General Manager, are you planning to trade the first overall pick?" Lin Feng and Oppo's eyes flashed with surprise. Yes. Having been guessed correctly, he readily admitted it. And Oppo's, and questioned if that and Oppo's the case. Why draw attention from other teams? You could simply approach the Suns for a trade. Trading an MVP-level player like Harden for the first overall pick should be relatively straightforward. The NBA draft process involves a lottery around May 20th each year, followed by the draft on the last Friday of June. With the lottery order already determined, Lin Feng could initiate a trade at any time. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. "Inan, if there is no competition from other teams, how would the Suns feel a sense of urgency? Without urgency, how can I elevate Harden and Oppo's value?" In the NBA, there were no teams solely focused on tanking. Even those opting for a down year did so to secure high draft picks for rebuilding. Victories in the regular season and playoff appearances could yield significant benefits for the organization. Even a team like the Suns, which has been in decline for several years, would seize the opportunity to acquire a player of James Harden's MVP caliber. Inan suddenly realized, feeling a newfound respect for Lin Feng. This young general manager indeed possesses considerable talent. Chapter 3. The Trade? Harden is furious according to renowned ESPN reporter WJ. The discord between James Harden and Chris Paul of the Houston Rockets has reached an irreconcilable impasse. Harden has asserted that the team can retain either him or CP3, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship, with both parties exchanging accusations and refraining from any communication. This news dominated the NBA headlines during the following days of the off-season, overshadowing even the anticipated draft, as the fallout from Harden and CP3's split captured widespread attention. The fervor surrounding this development surpassed even the buzz of the monumental 2018 draft year. In a surprising turn, A. Smith, known for his incisive commentary, began to elaborate on the compatibility issues between Harden and CP3 during his ESPN interview. "I have long maintained that while the Rockets experienced a sweet season, the defeat in the Western Conference Finals exposed the underlying issues between Harden and CP3. Both players desire to take the reins. Yet there can only be one leader on the court. I harbor doubts regarding their continued collaboration. We shall see. The Rockets will likely trade CP3 soon. Smith's observations garnered agreement from Shaquille O'Neal, who concurred with Smith's perspective. I wholeheartedly align with Smith's viewpoint. Two ball-dominant players striving for harmony can only succeed if they consistently win. Otherwise, they will find themselves embroiled in perpetual conflicts. As O'Neal spoke, he shared a clip from the previous season, showcasing Harden pushing Paul away. If I were in the management, I would swiftly put an end to this farce. In the office of the Rockets general manager, Lin Feng reclined in his chair, leisurely observing the ESPN broadcast on his computer screen, a triumphant smile gracing his face. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Lin Feng to call out, "Come in." Joe Ayton entered, clutching an iPad. Acting general manager. I have compiled the financial reports you requested. I have also clarified the team and Oppo's salary structure, including that of the Suns and their potential future salary configurations. As Joe approached Lin Feng, she noticed the ESPN broadcast. Manager, the programs on ESPN have been entirely focused on our Rockets and Oppo's management lately. I and Oppo's am nearly exhausted from watching them. Moreover, my phone, along with several colleagues and Oppo's, has been inundated with media inquiries. Lin Feng regarded Joe, finding amusement in her exasperated expression. Let them broadcast their narratives. We shall discuss our team's salary structure in relation to the Suns. Joe opened her iPad, detailing the current situation. At present, we have just over $22 million in salary cap space. However, we need to re-sign CP3, Ariza, Capella, and PJ Tucker, which tightens our financial flexibility. We can realistically only retain 3 out of these 4 players. Lin Feng nodded, recalling from memory. In a previous existence, the Rockets had successfully re-signed Paul while retaining Capella and PJ Tucker, only to watch Ariza depart to the Suns for $15 million a year. This year, however, the circumstances differ. If the team can offload Harden and Oppo's hefty contract exceeding $30 million, the Rockets and Oppo's salary cap would suddenly become ample enough to accommodate Paul, Capella, Ariza, and Tucker. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Additionally, we have Ryan Anderson, a negative asset that is quite challenging to trade unless we sell him at a loss. Joe and Oppo's exquisite features reflected her frustration. Once regarded as a valuable stretch four in the small ball era, Anderson and Oppo's decline in defensive performance and three-point shooting efficiency had relegated him to the role of a bench warmer. What about the Suns? Lin Feng inquired. Joe's slender fingers glided across the screen. The Suns currently possess over $30 million in salary cap space, sufficient to absorb Harden's contract. However, they face pressures with the impending re-signings of Devin Booker and Josh Jackson, and their owner is notoriously frugal, just like ours. Lin Feng chuckled. Let them be frugal. If you could trade Harden for the 1st and 16th draft picks, would you not be tempted? The Suns hold 2 first-round picks. If they were to use these alone to trade for Harden, it would be an incredible bargain. Joe shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Manager, I still believe we would be losing out on this trade. Lin Feng laughed, insisting, not at all, not at all. With the memories of his past life fresh in his mind, he knew that Luka Doncic's potential was immense and that he was among the elite from the onset of his career. Snap. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Ayton, inform our media director Mike to leak the news that we are shopping Harden. Meanwhile, Harden, relishing his holiday, was unfazed by the words of his agent, Jason Rand. What did you say? The Rockets are shopping me? Ha ha ha. That and Oppo's quite amusing. Surely, that must be a baseless rumor from some unscrupulous journalist. I can guarantee that the Rockets would never dare to trade me. Without me, they would become a laughingstock. Jason Rand, visibly anxious, implored, Harden, this is real. Just look at this. This ISN and Oppo's gossip, it and Oppo's a tweet from our media director Mike. In fact, he and Oppo's currently guesting on an ESPN live show discussing the matter. What? Harden exclaimed, disbelief washing over him as he snatched the phone from Rand. The screen displayed an ESPN interview where Mike confirmed that general manager Lin Feng had indeed acknowledged the team and Oppo's willingness to entertain offers for Harden. Bang. Shit. This is ridiculous. How dare Jack trade me? Who does he think he is? Harden seethed, angrily tossing his agent and Oppo's phone aside. Let and Oppo's go find him. I want to confront Jack about this. How dare he disrespect me like this? I am a superstar in this league. Chapter 4. The 3-team trade Jack Lin. I am willing to offer 2 first-round picks. You may select any players from our roster aside from Embiid and Simmons. The excited voice of Brett Brown, the interim general manager and head coach of the 76ers, resonated over the phone. The 76ers already boasted two prodigious talents in Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons. If they could bring in Harden, it would propel the team to new heights. Apologies, but I have no interest in trading with the 76ers. Lin Feng promptly rejected Brett Brown and Oppos as proposal. Since the news of James Harden's potential trade broke, this was already the 10th team that had reached out to inquire about a trade. Among them were several championship contenders, as well as teams holding high draft picks eager for a rapid rebuild. Just after ending the call, Lin Feng's phone rang again. This time, it was Ryan McDonough, the general manager of the Suns. A sly smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he deliberately paused for a few seconds before answering the call. Jack Lin, hello. This is McDonough. I am bearing a sincere trade proposal. Lin Feng rhythmically tapped his index finger on the table. State your terms, he replied. McDonough hurriedly continued. As you know, we possess the first overall pick in this year's draft. I am willing to offer that pick, along with the 16th pick in the first round and a future first-round selection. Any player aside from Devin Booker, McDonough and Oppos' sincerity was evident. The 2018 first overall pick could significantly aid the Rockets in their rebuilding phase. Additionally, the 16th pick and the future first-round selection would be invaluable assets. Lin Feng chuckled. It appeared that the Suns were genuinely committed to acquiring James Harden. With an MVP-caliber player like Harden joining the Suns, their floor would undoubtedly be a playoff team. For the Phoenix Suns, who had been rebuilding for years and lost their former glory, acquiring Harden represented a golden opportunity to return to the playoffs. McDonough was no fool. He calculated that Harden had just signed a 4-year contract extension with the Rockets. Trading for him now would be a savvy move. As for the compatibility between Harden and Booker, it was hardly a concern. What the Suns needed was a core figure like James Harden, capable of both orchestrating plays and scoring. Harden stepping into a facilitating role would allow Devin Booker to excel in his offensive endeavors. Lin Feng stroked his chin, intentionally maintaining silence. Unable to contain his excitement, McDonough exclaimed, Lin, you know this is the most sincere offer we can make. If you are still unsatisfied. McDonough bit down on his molars. We are willing to add another future first-round pick. For years. If they could form a backcourt duo of Harden and Booker, complemented by well-suited role players, the value of those first-round picks would be negligible for the Suns. Snapping his fingers, Lin Feng replied, Mr. McDonough, your sincerity has moved me. But I would prefer to explore a 3-team trade. A 3-team trade? Ryan McDonough was taken aback. Mr. McDonough, let us pause our discussion for now. I will seek a third party to facilitate Harden's trade, ensuring all 3 parties are satisfied with the outcome. McDonough immediately grew anxious. Lin, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? You won't reject my offer and turn to others for a trade, right? Lin Feng burst into laughter. Rest assured, Mr. McDonough, we shall first reach a verbal agreement. We will send Harden to the Suns in exchange for the 2018 first overall pick, the 16th pick, and 2 future first-round selections, along with Josh Jackson, an MVP-caliber player for 4 first-round picks and a relatively unremarkable young player, is not an excessive offer. When the Rockets traded CP3, they had given up a staggering 7 players for one. Moreover, they had also sent a protected first-round pick in 2018. Now, with the 29-year-old Harden, freshly crowned MVP and a hot commodity in the league, Lin Feng and Oppos' proposed terms were hardly unreasonable for the Suns. Once I secure the third party, we will promptly finalize the trade. Without a moment in Oppos' hesitation, McDonough agreed. Yet, he remained somewhat uneasy, but could not oppose Lin Feng and thus reached a temporary verbal accord. Before hanging up, he reminded Lin Feng not to forget their agreement. Lin Feng smiled as he ended the call and then dialed the number of Vlade Divac, the general manager of the Kings. After a brief ringing, the call connected. Before Lin Feng could speak, Divac's excited voice burst through the line. My God, Lin, do you know how many times I called you? Unfortunately, you were always on another call. I thought I had missed the opportunity for the Harden trade. Thank goodness I finally reached you. Divac's exclamations left Lin Feng both amused and bewildered. Mr. Divac, I called to discuss the second overall pick that the Kings possess. Divac's tone was particularly animated. Lin, we are willing to part with the second overall pick if it means acquiring Harden. Lin Feng shook his head. Mr. Divac, I only wish to discuss the second overall pick, not James Harden. Without allowing Divac to interject, Lin Feng laid out his proposal. To be candid, I have reached a verbal agreement with the Suns. I am prepared to offer this year's 16th pick, along with 2 future first-round picks from the Suns and 1 future first-round pick from our Rockets, along with Josh Jackson in exchange for the second overall pick. All of these future selections are unprotected first-round picks. Lin Feng's proposal was filled with sincerity and held significant value. The Kings would be acquiring 4 first-round picks and Josh Jackson for merely 1 second overall pick. Divac fell silent for a moment. Lin, this trade offer is simply too scant. If you wish to obtain the second overall pick, the Rockets must at least add another future first-round selection. Divac's mind raced with calculations. Losing James Harden would undoubtedly leave the Rockets in a precarious position. Even if they selected a talented player in this year's draft, they would struggle in the coming years, likely languishing as a bottom-tier team in the West. Securing 2 future first-round picks from the Rockets would be immensely beneficial for the Kings. Yet, Divac did not harbor much hope. It was apparent to anyone that Lin Feng was not foolish. But what Divac did not anticipate was that Lin Feng suddenly slammed his hand on the table. All right, it's a deal. The Rockets will provide the unprotected first-round picks for 2020 and 2021. Along with the unprotected first-round picks from the Suns for 2020 and 2021. And Josh Jackson. In exchange, the Kings will give us the 2018 second overall pick. Lin Feng spoke at an extraordinarily rapid pace, unable to suppress the excitement that surged within him. Chapter 5. The deal is sealed. Countdown to Harden's departure. Although the NBA is constrained by the Stepien rule, this regulation only prevents teams from trading consecutive first-round picks after losing a protected pick from the previous year. If the traded picks are unprotected, the Stepien rule does not apply. Lin Feng skillfully exploited this loophole, orchestrating a 3-way trade. Divac was equally exhilarated. Believing Lin Feng to be a fool for daring to trade 2 unprotected first-round picks after losing Harden. Was this not sheer folly? Mr. Divac, since we have reached an agreement, shall we expedite the execution of the trade? Lin Feng expressed his concern about potential delays. After all, those were the first and second overall picks. More importantly, Lin Feng was eager to secure 2 prodigious talents and mold them into superstars of the league. Absolutely, Divac concurred. I will have the finance department draft the agreement and fax it to you and Mr. Ryan immediately. After hanging up, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Ainen rested her chin on her hand, her dark, expressive eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Manager, it seems the 3-way trade has been finalized? Lin Feng replied with a smile, indeed. But are we not offering a rather hefty price? Zhou Ainen remained skeptical about the trade. Besides parting with James Harden, the Rockets were also required to surrender 2 additional unprotected first-round picks. This was a severe compromise of the team's future. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng confidently asserted, such a cost is hardly significant. Houston is on the verge of resurgence. Zhou Ainen found herself at a loss for words. At times, she regarded Lin Feng favorably, yet at other moments, she believed his actions were misguided. Ainen, please draft the contract and fax it to the general managers of the Suns and Kings. Reluctantly, Zhou Ainen departed to her office to prepare the contract. Clang. Just as Zhou Ainen left, Harden stormed into the general manager's office with his agent, Jason Rand. Jacqueline, what do you mean? You actually dared to trade me? Harden shouted, seething with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Leaving Houston was merely an expression of Harden and Apos' desperation. With a 4-year contract, he had not truly contemplated departure. He merely intended to pressure management to comprehend his resolve. Little did he expect that the Rockets' management would seek to trade him, leaving him feeling humiliated. Lin Feng shrugged, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. Dang good, I merely fulfilled your request. Harden rolled his eyes in exasperation. Now you can leave. You and Apos, LLB heading to Phoenix shortly. What? Phoenix? The Suns? Harden was instantly paralyzed with shock, only to erupt in rage moments later. I refuse to go. I and Apos, LL announced on social media that I will not play a single game for the Suns. Fuming, Harden fumbled with his phone, ready to take action. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed. Young man, I advise you not to act impulsively. You are bound by a 4-year contract, and you possess no leverage in this trade. Should you refuse to join the Suns, I could simply abandon the trade and keep you benched. Prolonged inactivity could prove detrimental to your career, do you not think? Lin Feng paused, his face displaying a cunning grin reminiscent of a scheming merchant. Once 4 years have passed, you will be 33. Which team would still desire you then? Your career could very well be in its twilight. A blatant threat. Harden and Apos, as hand froze above his phone, his expression a mix of shock and fury. Despicable. You are nothing but a coward. In a fit of rage, Harden slammed his phone down on Lin Feng and Apos' desk. Lin Feng spread his hands, smiling. In our culture, we call this strategy or wisdom. Bam. Harden clenched his fists and pounded the table. How dare you? Does the owner know about this? I will inform him of your actions. With no other recourse, Harden resorted to mentioning Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta. Lin Feng's smile widened. Of course he knows. ESPN has been covering the discord between you and CP3 for days. With such a commotion, Fertitta is undoubtedly aware. Lin Feng shrugged. Since he has not called, it implies his tacit approval. Otherwise, when our media director Mike announced your trade on ESPN, Fertitta would have called to stop me. Lin Feng had deliberately promoted the narrative of discord between Harden and CP3 while leaking the trade news to ESPN. His intention was twofold: to elevate Harden's value and to gauge Fertitta's response. Ultimately, Lin Feng was merely the acting general manager. He needed to heed the owner's stance. Fortunately, Fertitta's reaction reassured Lin Feng, allowing him to proceed boldly with Harden's trade. Harden stood in stunned silence, a tumult of unexpressed anger brewing within him. Fine. Since you are trading me, I shall witness how the Rockets fare without their core player. With an acting manager like you, the Rockets will surely become a laughingstock. And that foolish Fertitta. You two are absolute fools. Jason ran. Let's go. Harden could not bear to stay another moment. As Lin Feng had stated, Harden possessed no trading leverage with his 4-year contract. He had believed himself untouchable, only to be sold by Lin Feng. Even owner Fertitta seemed to have accepted this reality. Harden, your phone. Observing the furious Harden as he stormed out, Lin Feng casually picked up the phone from his desk, waving it in Harden's direction. Harden turned back in anger, snatching the phone from Lin Feng's grasp. Jack Lin, mark my words, the Rockets will surely falter. Harden glared intensely at Lin Feng, as though he wished to devour him whole. Lin Feng shrugged. Let us wait and see. The Rockets will not only avoid becoming a laughingstock but may soar to new heights. Perhaps we shall even meet again in the playoffs. With an air of pride and satisfaction, Lin Feng's expression only fueled Harden's rage further. Ignoring Lin Feng, Harden stormed out of the general manager's office. Chapter 6. The Second Round Gems, a shocking trade in the NBA in a groundbreaking announcement by the renowned ESPN insider WOJ. A monumental trade has transpired among the Houston Rockets, Phoenix Suns, and Sacramento Kings. The Rockets have relinquished their star player, the MVP and scoring champion James Harden, along with unprotected first-round picks for the years 2020 and 2021, in exchange for the first and second overall picks from 2018. The Suns have dispatched the first overall pick from 2018, the 16th pick, and the aforementioned unprotected first-round selections, along with the fourth overall pick from 2017, Josh Jackson, to acquire Harden. Meanwhile, the Kings have traded the second overall pick from 2018, receiving 4 unprotected first-round picks and Josh Jackson in return. This news has dominated NBA headlines for several consecutive days, creating a seismic shift within the league. I am certain that the Rockets will find themselves at the bottom of the standings in the upcoming season. The newly appointed interim general manager, Jack Lin, will soon face the repercussions of his actions. ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith did not hold back in his criticism of Lin's decisions during a live broadcast. It is indeed astonishing that anyone would willingly trade away their franchise player. Such a move is utterly ludicrous, akin to sheer folly. Charles Barkley was equally scathing in his remarks, even going so far as to label Lin as an imbecile. Shaquille O'Neal expressed his agreement with Barkley's sentiments. I wholeheartedly concur with Barkley. If I were Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta, I would confront Jack Lin and berate him before sending him home to weep. Despite being criticized on-screen by Smith and his colleagues, Lin remained unfazed, reveling in the successful trade of Harden, which had just earned him a system reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully traded Harden. Reward: Hall of Fame level unlimited shooting range. Equipping a player with Hall of Fame level unlimited shooting range will enable them to hit long-range three-pointers with greater ease than the average player. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin accepted the reward and turned off the ESPN broadcast. It would be futile to engage further with those who criticize him as a fool. They would soon be proven wrong. As Lin savored his reward, there came a knock at the door of the general manager's office. Come in. The head scout, Billy, entered, carrying a thick stack of documents. Interim general manager. Here's this year's draft report. Ever since securing the first and second overall picks, Billy had been inundated with work. Without waiting for Lin's directives, he commenced a detailed evaluation of the rookies. Interim manager, here are some of the standout talents in this year's draft. The prodigious Luka Doncic from Europe, the frontrunner Deandre Ayton, Marvin Bagley, Trae Young, and Jaren Jackson Jr. Before Billy could continue, Lin raised his hand to halt him. Billy, I appreciate your efforts, but that is not what I require. As a time traveler, Lin possessed an extraordinary foresight, already harboring specific targets in mind for the first and second picks. Billy was taken aback, gazing at Lin in confusion. If not these, then what do you seek? Lin smiled knowingly. I need to identify their flaws. He then presented a meticulously prepared list to Billy. Billy, perplexed, glanced at the list and was instantly taken aback. Jalen Brunson, Mitchell Robinson, and Landry Shamet? These are all second-round picks. Why are you particularly interested in them? Billy struggled to comprehend Lin's focus on second-round talents when he held such high draft positions. Gems are often overlooked, Lin stated. In his memory, Robinson was an exceptional defensive center, Shamet an outstanding shooter, and Brunson a vital contributor to the future Dallas Mavericks. All three players were indeed diamonds in the rough from the 2018 draft. Regrettably, the Rockets and Oppo's second-round pick was the 16th overall, and all three players had been selected prior to that. Thus, in order to secure one of them, Lin needed to amplify their shortcomings, instilling doubt in other teams regarding these players, thereby lowering their draft stock. Certainly, if any of them go undrafted, I shall not hesitate to sign them, Lin added. Billy blinked in disbelief. Is it really necessary to invest considerable time and effort for a second-round pick? Billy found Lin's approach bewildering. Of course. Follow my instructions. With only 3 days remaining until the draft, teams are already conducting workouts for their prospective draftees. You must uncover as many flaws as possible in those three players. The more detailed, the better. While Lin was aware of their weaknesses, he recognized that Billy, as a professional scout, would possess deeper insights. Reluctantly, Billy accepted this daunting task. After Billy departed, Lin heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Task assigned. In the second round of the draft, select one of the overlooked gems, Shamet, Brunson, or Robinson. Task success. The host will receive a bronze-level dreamlike step crafting card. The delightful voice invigorated Lin with excitement. The system was indeed considerate, aligning perfectly with his intentions to select one of these three players. He hoped Billy would rise to the occasion and uncover sufficient flaws to facilitate their acquisition through manipulation and rumor. Chapter 7. Negotiating Trades in Philadelphia. Landry Shamet, currently auditioning, took the final three-point shot of the tryout. Swish. The basketball swooshed through the net. His impressive three-point shooting percentage immediately caught the attention of the Philadelphia scouts. However, despite this remarkable statistic, Mr. AKS, the scout, displayed a look of confusion and hesitation. Mr. AKS, how would you assess my three-point shooting? It's quite commendable, wouldn't you say? Shamet approached AKS, a hint of pride on his face. Clearly, Shamet was brimming with confidence in his shooting ability. AKS put away the data board and shrugged. Hey, Shamet. Your three-point shooting is indeed astonishing, and you appear to have the potential to become an outstanding shooter. Yet, we must reconsider our evaluation of you. What? Hearing this news, Shamet felt a surge of frustration. But as a rookie yet to enter the NBA, he had to temper his temper. Mr. AKS, even if I'm not selected in the lottery, I believe the team will choose me at the end of the first round. My three-point shooting will undoubtedly benefit the team. As an exceptional three-point shooter and finisher in college, Landry Shamet was confident in his abilities. Who could resist selecting a player with a remarkable 59 shooting efficiency at the rim during his college career at the end of the first round? AKS chuckled. Shamet, you are indeed talented, but your defensive skills raise considerable concerns. He then showed Shamet a video. AKS displayed a compilation of Shamet and Oppo's defensive lapses during college. The footage magnified Shamet's defensive shortcomings, showcasing instances where he was easily beaten by opponents or outmuscled due to a lack of physicality. The scene shifted to Shamet being overwhelmed by players from other teams during his tryouts. Shit. Shamet couldn't help but curse. Mr. AKS, this is a deliberately crafted highlight reel. Don and Oppo's, TB misled. AKS put away the tablet and shrugged. I and Oppo's. I'm sorry, Shamet, but I cannot make any commitments at this time. You may proceed to your next tryout. Best of luck. With that, AKS departed from the court. Shamet, filled with frustration, buried his face in his hands. What an unappreciative jerk. He muttered bitterly before heading off to his next team's tryout. While Shamet grappled with defensive issues, Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson faced similar predicaments. During their tryouts, Brunson also experienced a lukewarm reception from several teams due to his individual defensive struggles. Robinson, on the other hand, was viewed skeptically because of his lack of basketball IQ, slender physique, and lackadaisical playing attitude, leading to rumors that he might go undrafted this year. Manager, here is a summary of the recent draft news. We have not auditioned these three players. Is this not a bit too risky? In a Houston Rockets internal meeting, Scout Director Billy questioned Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' decision once more. Leaning back in his chair with a genial smile, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Billy, do not doubt my decisions. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. Billy rolled his eyes, unable to agree with every decision Lin Feng made. Observing Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Enin felt a headache coming on. Lin Feng's enigmatic maneuvers could sometimes be dazzling. Yet at other times, they were perplexing. Enin, how are the teams I asked you to contact? Lin Feng shifted his focus away from Billy to Zhou Enin. Every encounter with Zhou Enin brightened Lin Feng's mood. With her alluring figure and striking looks, having such a stunning colleague served as a delightful respite during work hours. Today, Zhou Enin and Amp, Oppos, and donned a vividly colored dress with a deep V-neckline, accentuating her alluring curves. Manager, I have contacted several teams with salary cap space, including the Dallas Mavericks, Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks, and Orlando Magic. All 4 teams possess sufficient salary cap flexibility to absorb Ryan Anderson's contract. They also lack championship pressure, with the Hawks and Magic even needing to exceed the minimum salary threshold. The room buzzed with whispers as the Rockets and Oppos executives processed the implications of trading Anderson. Are we really trading Anderson? That's a notorious bad contract. How could Jack Lin possibly pull that off? Indeed, if Morey couldn't achieve it, it's unlikely Lin, who just took the helm, will succeed. Such murmurs reached Lin Feng's ears, yet he remained unfazed by others' assessments of him. Morey failed to trade Ryan Anderson because he was always seeking equal value assets in return. Thus, it was only natural he struggled to find a buyer. Lin Feng tapped his finger emphatically on the table, silencing the room. Enin, you did well. Zhou Enin furrowed her brows, her exquisite face marked with concern. Manager. With all due respect, it seems exceedingly difficult to swap Anderson for equivalent assets. Even these teams might be reluctant to take on his burdensome contract. Unlike the others and Oppos, whispers. Zhou Enin and Oppos, and voiced her apprehensions directly. Lin Feng smiled. Who said I sought equal assets? I merely wished to shed the burden of Anderson. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of New York Knicks general manager Scott Perry. After a brief ring, Scott Perry answered, Oh, dear Lin. What brings you to call? Lin Feng and Oppos' lips curled upward. I wish to discuss the trade of Ryan Anderson with you. Chapter 8. More foolish than an idiot. Who? Ryan Anderson? On the other end of the line, Scott Perry shook his head repeatedly. No. Lin, I sincerely apologize. But we have no interest in a deal involving Ryan Anderson. We certainly possess the capacity to absorb a hefty contract. Yet we prefer to utilize our salary space to sign players who can contribute immediately. The mere mention of Anderson's undesirable contract elicited an outright rejection from Scott Perry. As a seasoned general manager, he was no fool. While it was true that the New York Knicks were based in a wealthy city with affluent ownership, they were not naive or frivolous with their finances. Players like Ryan Anderson, who exhibited poor defense and declining offensive efficiency, were hardly sought after. Were they to bring Anderson on board, would they be spending $20 million annually merely for a water cooler attendant? Lin, unless there is anything else, I believe we should conclude our call, Scott Perry stated, ready to end the conversation. However, Lin Feng was in no rush. Instead, he smiled and said, Mr. Perry, please don't be so hasty to hang up. Don't you want to hear the conditions I am willing to offer and what I seek in return? I have invested significantly to offload Ryan Anderson. The Knicks were indifferent to their win-loss record, even if they were to languish year after year. They remained one of the most valuable franchises in the NBA. Moreover, their owner, James Dolan, was known for his wealth and capriciousness. Situated in the bustling metropolis of New York, the team was guaranteed to profit immensely each season. Lin Feng was determined not to let the opportunity to negotiate with the Knicks slip away. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Scott Perry's interest was piqued. Oh, Lin, I am quite eager to hear what you have in mind. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng declared, Mr. Perry, I am prepared to offer Ryan Anderson and the unprotected second-round picks from the Rockets for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. Is that all? Scott Perry shook his head in disappointment at such an offer. 3 second-round picks were hardly enticing. Not so fast, Mr. Perry. I have more to say. In addition, I am willing to include Eric Gordon from our roster as part of the trade. What? This revelation left not only Scott Perry, but also the other executives in the conference room utterly astonished. My God, has Lin Feng truly lost his mind? Lin Feng had already overextended the team's future by trading away 2 first-round picks in a 3-team deal with the Kings and Suns. Now, he was willing to part with Eric Gordon, the recipient of the Sixth Man of the Year award for the 2016 to 2017 season. This was simply unfathomable. After several moments of shock, Scott Perry finally regained his composure. Lin, what do you require in return? Perry sensed that this was an exceptional opportunity for a heist. If Lin Feng's demands were reasonable, swallowing Ryan Anderson's undesirable contract might not be out of the question. Lin Feng smiled confidently. My demand is simple, just the Knicks and Oppos, second-round pick, 36th overall, for this year. What? Lin Feng's audacity left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Initially surprised, Scott Perry and the Rockets executives were now utterly astonished. Their mouths hung open wide enough to fit an egg. They were all struck with disbelief. Was Lin Feng joking? He was offering so much in exchange for merely a second-round pick? This foolish individual. All the executives, including financial officer Zoe and scouting director Billy, berated Lin Feng internally. Lin, are you serious? Even Scott Perry could hardly believe his ears. After years in the NBA, he had never encountered such a daft general manager. No. Scott Perry felt that calling Lin Feng foolish was an insult to the very concept of foolishness. Not only was he jeopardizing the team's future, but he was also disposing of its core assets at such a low cost. Certainly, there were better ways to handle a bad contract. Of course not, Lin Feng replied, tapping his ear. Mr. Perry, I will only give you 3 seconds to consider. Once the time is up, the deal is off. Before Lin Feng could even begin to count down, Scott Perry, as if someone had stepped on his tail, shouted excitedly, I accept. I accept. He was beyond exhilarated. This was Lin Feng practically gifting him an opportunity. Why would he refuse? To do so would equate to being as foolish as Lin Feng himself. With another snap of his fingers, Lin Feng cheerfully stated, Excellent, Mr. Perry, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, exceedingly fruitful. Scott Perry was ecstatic, his hands trembling as he held the phone. For just one second-round pick, he had secured 3 future second-round picks and a 6th Man of the Year. As for Ryan Anderson's undesirable contract, well, let him play on. Who was to say Anderson wouldn't perform? It's settled then. I will have my financial officer prepare the contract details and fax them to you shortly. Once we both agree, we can submit it for league approval. Lin Feng hung up the phone and noticed the executives in the conference room staring at him as if he were a fool. What? Is there something on my face? Lin Feng instinctively touched his cheek. He even joked with them. I washed my face 3 or 4 times this morning before daring to leave the house. Zoe rolled her eyes in exasperation. The president of basketball operations, Artisan, could no longer contain himself and cursed loudly. Shit. Lin, I think you should wash your brain instead of your face. Is this really how you intend to dispose of Ryan Anderson? He pounded the table forcefully, displaying his profound disappointment. Lin Feng frowned. He could tolerate gossip, but he would not stand for being insulted directly to his face. With a swift motion, Lin Feng slammed his right hand on the conference table. Everyone jumped in surprise, including Artisan, who momentarily froze. Get out. You're fired as of today. Lin Feng's expression was as cold as ice as he addressed Artisan without mercy. After a brief moment of shock, Artisan erupted in anger. You dare to fire me? Fine. I didn't want to work here anyway. You foolish interim general manager. The Rockets will be doomed under your leadership. With that, Artisan ripped his name tag from his chest and stormed out of the room. Lin Feng's face remained stern. Zoe, you will temporarily assume Artisan's duties. Additionally, investigate Artisan's performance within the Rockets over the past few years and report back to me promptly. Chapter 9, The Unprecedented Triumphs. Let us delve into the latest astonishing maneuvers orchestrated by the Houston Rockets interim general manager. In the ESPN Live studio, the charismatic A. Smith, with a phone aimed at the screen, burst into laughter. Come one, come all, and witness Jack Lin and Oppos' latest trade revelations. He has relinquished 3 second-round draft picks, along with the esteemed 6th man Eric Gordon and Ryan Anderson, only to secure a meager 36th pick from the New York Knicks in the 2018 second round. Such baffling decisions could leave one speechless. The loquacious Charles Barkley joins in the hilarity, exclaiming, "Oh, what a foolish human. In all my years in the NBA, I have never encountered such a dim-witted soul to serve as an interim general manager for a team." Barkley's exaggerated expressions, his mouth agape, mimic a look of utter disbelief. Indeed, his mind appears to be utterly befuddled. If I were Tillman Fertitta, the owner of the Rockets, I would personally ensure Jack Lin's downfall. Shaquille O'Neal clenches his fist, swinging it down with fervor. Lin Feng's audacious antics once again send shockwaves through the league. Officials and players alike are left questioning Lin Feng's sanity. Now let us shift our focus to the draft conference today. Will the illustrious interim manager Jack Lin unveil any more extraordinary strategies? Shaquille O'Neal exchanges knowing glances with his companions before erupting into laughter. As the scene transitions, we find ourselves at the 2018 draft conference. Lin Feng, accompanied by the interim team president and financial chief Zhou, arrives at the venue. When the camera captures Lin Feng, he playfully forms a peace sign. Manager, how can you still be smiling? Zhou questions, bemused by Lin Feng's demeanor. Lin Feng chuckles, retorting, why shouldn't I smile? Are you aware of how the public perceives you? The Shaquille O'Neal has made your 2 off-season moves the top 5 blunders, garnering over 1 billion views across the nation. The mention of this incident infuriates Zhou and Amp, Oppo's, and who is nearly driven to madness by Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's enigmatic strategies. Many have approached Zhou, inquiring whether the interim general manager is truly of sound mind. Lin Feng shrugs, unconcerned, declaring, "Isn't it splendid? I've become an internet sensation. This influx of attention will surely lead to prosperity." Zhou rolls her eyes at Lin Feng's indifference. Manager, might you share who you intend to select at this year's draft? As the draft approaches, Zhou feels a sense of unease. Lin Feng leans closer, whispering softly, his breath brushing against Zhou's earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine, turning her fair cheeks a rosy hue. She instinctively distances herself, attempting to redirect her attention. However, in doing so, her lips nearly collide with Lin Feng's face. Startled, Zhou oppos and quickly steps back. Manager, why are you coming so close? She gazes at him, her cheeks ablaze. Lin Feng grins. To share whispers, one must draw near, no? Zhou can only sigh in exasperation. At that moment, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver begins to speak, and the music fades away. Welcome to the 2018 Draft Conference. Now, the Houston Rockets, holding the first overall pick, may make their selection. The spotlight shines upon Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he inscribes Luka Doncic's name on the draft board. In the 2018 Draft Conference, the Houston Rockets select. Silver elongates his voice, his gaze darting among the rookies below. This Jack Lin may very well deviate from the norm and choose some peculiar players. I fervently hope this fool does not select Luka Doncic. I wish he would spare Deandre Ayton. As Silver prolongs his announcement, several teams' general managers begin to murmur among themselves. The Houston Rockets select, from Slovenia, the 19-year-old Luka Doncic. Music swells, and the spotlight illuminates Doncic, who, clad in dapper attire, beams with excitement as he ascends the stage. He receives the cap emblazoned with the Rockets logo from Silver and poses for a photograph. Lin, you have actually chosen Luka Doncic? Zhou exclaims in astonishment. I perused the scouting reports from Brent John and another executive, Billy. They both noted that Doncic's three-point shooting is inconsistent and his shot selection is subpar. Furthermore, his explosiveness and speed are lacking and his defense is cumbersome. How could you select him as the first overall pick? It's utterly incredulous. Lin Feng turns to Zhou, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Do not doubt my choice. You will be left astonished. Zhou crosses her arms, her exquisite face betraying her skepticism. Simultaneously, Lin Feng jots down the name of his second intended rookie on the draft board. Shortly thereafter, Silver's voice resounds once more. In the 2018 Draft Conference, with the second overall pick, the Houston Rockets select. Silver extends his words, a mysterious smile adorning his face. The Houston Rockets choose. From Nassau, the Bahamas center Deandre Ayton, who played for the University of Arizona and was named the Pac-12 Player of the Year. Clad in a sleek black suit, the towering Ayton strides onto the stage, his dark visage radiating joy. Lin Feng strokes his chin, his gaze fixed upon Ayton. Finally, your choice seems to be sound. Zhou oppos and breathes a sigh of relief, her previously anxious heart now at ease. The scouting report indicates that Deandre Ayton's comparison is to the legendary David Robinson. This young man possesses a commendable three-point shot, a gentle touch, and excels defensively, making him an excellent selection. It is essential to note that he is a front-runner for the top pick. Lin Feng muses internally, acknowledging Ayton's potential while recognizing the need for further refinement. We now face a long wait ahead. You stay here while I step outside for some fresh air and perhaps have a word with CP3. Chapter 10 Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and was about to confront the Barclays Center parking lot. Chris Paul and Amp, Oppos' luxury vehicle was parked prominently, easily recognizable to Lin Feng. He approached, raised his hand, and tapped on the car window. With a swift motion, the window descended, revealing Chris Paul and Amp, Oppo's handsome visage. Lin, get in. CP3 gestured towards the interior of the opulent car with his left thumb raised. Lin Feng opened the door, crouched down, and slid inside. Lin, you urgently summoned me. What's on your mind? As soon as he settled in, Chris Paul inquired. Chris, I wish to discuss the renewal of your contract ahead of time, Lin Feng replied, flashing a broad smile that showcased his 8 pearly teeth. Chris Paul remained silent, clearly uninterested in Lin Feng and Oppo's proposal regarding the contract renewal. Undeterred, Lin Feng continued. You know the team has traded away James Harden and invested significantly in clearing Ryan Anderson and Oppo's contract. Just recently, we and Oppo's selected 2 exceptionally talented young players. The team and Oppo's future is promising. Therefore, I believe you can remain, serving as a mentor to the younger players while also signing better role players to bolster our championship aspirations. Lin Feng paused, then elaborated, you must understand, CP3, that there are few teams in the league capable of offering max contracts or near-max deals that are also competitive for a championship. Staying with the Rockets and striving for the title together is the optimal choice. Chris Paul turned his head, looking at Lin Feng with a mix of surprise and skepticism. He was uncertain whether to trust him, especially considering Lin Feng's recent off-season maneuvers had raised eyebrows. Lin, you know I'm already 33. My window for championship contention is narrowing, Chris Paul stated earnestly, gazing into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng smiled and replied, CP3, I am well aware. This season, we have ample salary cap space. If you choose to stay, I am willing to heed your suggestions regarding off-season acquisitions. If you prefer, we can sit down together and discuss which capable players to pursue. As long as the finances are in order, I believe no NBA player would refuse the Houston Rockets. While players undoubtedly play for championships, it is equally undeniable that most, aside from a select few superstars, also play to support their families. CP3 appeared taken aback, his expression softening. He hadn't anticipated Lin Feng would present such conditions, allowing him to play a pivotal role in off-season acquisitions at this stage of his career. This gesture undoubtedly conveyed immense respect and validation to Chris Paul, a seasoned point guard in the NBA. Lin Feng reached out and firmly patted CP3 on the shoulder. Chris, give it some thought. I'm always here for your call. Lin Feng had initially intended to offer Chris Paul a pay cut for the renewal. However, it seemed feasible to extend him a max contract instead. Before Chris Paul could respond, Lin Feng exited the car and made his way back to the Barclays Center. Manager, you're finally back. It's nearly our turn for the draft. Joan and Amp, Oppo's, and Amp, Oppo's beautiful face was etched with anxiety. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, she finally exhaled in relief. Lin Feng chuckled, where's the draft list? I'd like to see which players have already been selected. Joanin promptly handed the draft list to Lin Feng. After meticulously reviewing it, he discovered that his desired picks, Landry Shamet, Jalen Brunson, and Mitchell Robinson, had yet to be chosen. It appeared my strategy has borne fruit, Lin Feng thought, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Previously, he had directed the Rockets' scouting director, Billy, to amplify the shortcomings of these 3 players, resulting in their draft stock plummeting. Manager, are these 3 truly brimming with potential? Joanin inquired curiously. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation, jotting down his selections. At the 2018 NBA draft, in the second round, 36th overall pick, the Houston Rockets selected Jalen Brunson from New Brunswick, New Jersey, who played at Villanova University. Watching Jalen Brunson take the stage, Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction. Brunson was a dynamic point guard, and if he could develop alongside CP3, his growth would surely accelerate. During the subsequent selections, Lin Feng again inscribed his choice on the draft board. In the 2018 NBA draft, second round, 46th overall pick, the Houston Rockets selected Landry Shamet from Kansas City, Missouri, who played at Wichita State University. As Adam Silver announced the conclusion of the Rockets and Oppo's draft selections, Lin Feng's choices garnered widespread attention during the nationally televised event. Once Lin Feng selected Jalen Brunson and Landry Shamet, the ESPN studio erupted into a frenzy of commentary. Look at that. Lin Feng has squandered 2 excellent second-round picks. The hosts and guests exclaimed, incredulous. Previously, both Brunson and Shamet had fallen to the tail end of the second round, with some even suggesting they might go undrafted. Unbelievable. Does he not even read scouting reports? Charles Barkley ran it into the microphone. Sitting beside him, Smith and Shaquille O'Neal were doubled over with laughter. Perhaps Lin Feng is illiterate and can't comprehend scouting reports. Smith mocked mercilessly. Shaquille O'Neal joined in the laughter, mimicking a bewildered expression. In my view, it won't be long before Jalen Brunson and Landry Shamet exit the NBA. Let us see how many more disastrous decisions Lin Feng will make as the interim general manager of the Rockets. Watching the ESPN broadcast unfold, Lin Feng not only remained unfazed but smiled in amusement. Manager, how can you smile after being so ruthlessly criticized? Joanne asked, perplexed. She couldn't fathom Lin Feng's demeanor. Did he possess a penchant for masochism? Manager, I simply cannot endure this any longer. They are utterly outrageous. I am going to retaliate. I'll call ESPN and demand a spot on their broadcast to confront them. Joanne exclaimed, her sense of team pride igniting her determination to challenge Barkley, O'Neal, and A. Smith. Lin Feng hastily interjected, it's best for girls to remain composed. Leave the confrontation in the studio to me. Rest assured, I will ensure they pay for their words. With that, Lin Feng turned off the broadcast and promptly opened Twitter, swiftly posting his first tweet since becoming the interim general manager of the Rockets. Chapter 11. Confronting the Heavens and the Earth. This time, Lin Feng chose not to endure any longer. He boldly sent out his inaugural tweet, addressing the 3 ESPN anchors. If you're interested, let us make a wager. The Houston Rockets will start the new season with a 10-game winning streak. If I win, you 3 must kiss each other's backsides. If I lose, the terms are entirely up to you. With prior media hype surrounding Lin Feng's culinary antics, he had already amassed considerable popularity. It wasn't long before his tweet garnered millions of clicks and retweets. The 3 ESPN commentators soon caught wind of the tweet, with the legendary Shaquille O'Neal erupting into laughter during the broadcast. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely hilarious. You dare to propose a bet you know you'll lose? Jacqueline. I see you behind the screen. I promise, you don't need the Rockets to achieve 10 victories. If they can secure 5, I will honor the wager. Oh, and Amp, Neil, brimming with confidence, pointed at the camera and boldly declared, if the Rockets fail to achieve 5 wins, you must promptly exit the NBA. Rolling out the door of the Rockets' office. As he spoke, he dramatically mimed rolling with his hands. Charles Barkley, with his characteristic exuberance, chimed in, Shaquille, you're too merciful. But I completely agree. Let Jacqueline roll out. Watching the ESPN broadcast, Lin Feng unhesitatingly sent another tweet. This time, it was a simple yet powerful OK emoji, serving as his response to the 3 commentators. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng's wager with ESPN soared to the top of the trending topics in the United States, with his tweets engagement surpassing 10 million. Such fervor eclipsed even the notable rookies from the celebrated 2018 draft class. Joe Ayton, somewhat exasperated, looked at Lin Feng. Manager, are you truly confident? If you lose, your reputation will be in ruins, and no team will ever hire you again. Lin Feng tilted his head and chuckled. Ayton, are you worried about me? Joe Ayton's cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps. Lin Feng, radiating confidence, reassured her. Don't worry, Ayton. You will definitely witness the spectacle of O'Neal and the others kissing each other's backsides. As Lin Feng spoke, Adam Silver announced the conclusion of the 2018 draft. All selected rookies took to the stage for photographs. Meanwhile, a melodious voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully selected Jalen Brunson and Landry Shamet. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze-level Dream Step crafting card. Equipping the bronze-level Dream Step crafting card allows for enhanced execution of the Dream Step. Lin Feng gleefully accepted the system and Oppo's rewards. Having completed 2 tasks, he now possessed a Hall of Fame-level unlimited range card and a bronze-level Dream Step crafting card. With these 2 assets, he could develop even more exceptional players from suitable candidates. Manager, the draft is over. We need to escort the rookies to the press conference, Joe Ayton reminded him. I just received a call from a reporter urging us. Joe Ayton glanced at the time. We have only 5 minutes until the press conference begins. How about I go in your stead? I worry those unscrupulous reporters will conjure up some bizarre questions. After spending time together, Joe Ayton realized that despite Lin Feng's often comical antics and his unyielding self-assurance, he was indeed a remarkable person. His bold ideas and unconventional methods sometimes made Joe Ayton genuinely hope that Lin Feng's choices would decisively silence the skeptics. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Ayton, let me handle this myself. How's the investigation I asked you about coming along? Joe Ayton was taken aback. You mean about Atkinson? Precisely. What progress have you made? Joe Ayton retrieved a tablet from her bag. All the information you need is right here. Over the past few years, Atkinson, the team's operations president, has been involved in some embezzlement. He has also leaked critical secrets of the Rockets to other teams. Joe Ayton's efficiency was impressive. Within just a few days, she had uncovered Atkinson's entire background. Excellent work, Lin Feng praised. Whoever marries, you will have a wise partner. Joe Ayton's cheeks flushed crimson, and before she could respond, Lin Feng snatched the tablet from her hands and departed the draft venue. The press conference venue was already bustling with reporters. Luka Doncic and Deandre Ayton, the two young talents, stood nervously before a sea of media for the first time, their youthful faces betraying their inexperience. Guided by security personnel, Lin Feng arrived and seated himself between Doncic and Ayton. I am delighted to participate in today's press conference and equally thrilled that our team has selected the brilliant talents of Doncic and Ayton. As Lin Feng settled in, he initiated the conversation, but the reporters were less interested in the gifted young players and more focused on Lin Feng's controversial transactions during the offseason. Lin, your trade decisions have faced significant scrutiny. What are your thoughts on this? Lin Feng chuckled at the question. Of course, I observe with my eyes. Otherwise, should I use my nostrils? The reporter was left speechless. Another reporter pressed on. Lin, you recently tweeted a challenge to the three ESPN experts, Aaron and Oppos. Are you concerned about losing? Lin Feng shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Lose. That word does not exist in my vocabulary. As for O'Neal, A. Smith, and Barkley, Lin Feng stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. If those three can be deemed experts, then this world must be filled with fools. Lin Feng's message was crystal clear. O'Neal and his colleagues were hardly experts. Those who believed in them were simply naive. His audacity rendered the reporter speechless once more. Lin, with such arrogance and confidence, what is your basis for this? In the face of the reporter's aggressive questioning, Lin Feng smiled even brighter. Instead of answering directly, he extended his arms, resting them on Doncic and Ayton's shoulders. My foundation lies with them. With every player on this team. Doncic and Ayton exchanged astonished glances, feeling deeply touched by Lin Feng's trust in them as newcomers to the league. Lin Feng withdrew his arms and declared with a smile, if you've finished your questions, may I take a moment to speak? I have always been a partner to the media. Here, I wish to offer you a revelation, and it comes at no cost. Chapter 12. Houston at 4 in the morning bang. In a dimly lit room, former Houston Rockets president of basketball operations, Artiston, slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. Damn Lin Feng. That bastard. Just moments ago, during a press conference, Lin Feng had exposed the dirt that Joan and Oppos and had uncovered on Artiston to the media. This shocking revelation pierced through Artiston as he watched the conference from his seat in front of the screen. No, I must retaliate. I will go to ESPN, tarnish Lin Feng's reputation, and confront him head-on. Did he think my years in the league were for naught? Lin Feng, I will make you pay. Consumed by fury, Artiston swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the ESPN media department. Following the press conference, Lin Feng and his team took a private jet back to Houston. After a night of rest, Lin Feng led the team the next morning to sign rookie contracts with the four newly drafted players. Once the contracts were signed, Lin Feng instructed Luka Doncic to stay behind while the others attended team activities. Luka Doncic looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Manager, why do you want me to stay? Shouldn't we be attending the team's public event together? As the first overall pick from Slovenia, Doncic was expected to bask in the limelight. Yet, Lin Feng insisted he remain in the office, leaving Doncic perplexed. With a mysterious smile, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Young man, have you ever witnessed Houston at 4 in the morning? Luka Doncic stared blankly at Lin Feng. What is so special about Houston at 4 in the morning? As he spoke, Lin Feng placed a thick stack of books in front of Doncic. Manager, what is this? Doncic asked, increasingly bewildered. I'm not a child anymore. Why do I need all these books? Lin Feng chuckled. Doncic, these are the League's rules. More precisely, they pertain to the standards and regulations of officiating on the court. What you must do is familiarize yourself with these standards and rules during the off-season. Then, utilize them to make the wisest choices on the court. Do you understand? Doncic blinked his expressive eyes, then shook his head in confusion. Manager, what exactly do you want me to do? How can these rules help me make decisions on the court? Lin Feng couldn't and Oppos helped but grin inwardly. Luka, you are still too young. To put it simply, it's about drawing fouls. Drawing fouls? Doncic was even more perplexed, having no grasp of the concept. Lin Feng patiently elaborated. To draw a foul means to create situations where fouls are called on the opposing players. If you adeptly apply these standards and rules, you can generate more fouls. Drawing fouls equates to earning free throws, allowing you to score easily even when your offensive rhythm falters. You know James Harden, right? He is renowned as a master of drawing fouls. Lin Feng's words illuminated Doncic's understanding. He looked as if he had discovered a new world, his expression one of wonder. It can be done like this? Doncic, much like a gentle lamb, had successfully been led astray by Lin Feng, the cunning strategist. Absolutely, Lin Feng mused. Recognizing that before any changes to league rules, the prevalence of dubious officiating was rampant. Thus, teaching Luka Doncic this art was a superior method beyond merely utilizing development cards. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that despite Doncic and Oppo's exceptional talent, his free throw shooting was abysmal. Drawing from past experiences, Lin Feng resolved to implement rigorous training for Doncic's free throw shooting. Manager, you are incredibly insightful. Mastering these rules will undoubtedly aid in scoring when the offense struggles. Doncic exclaimed, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin, you truly are a genius. Lin Feng shook his head. Doncic, don't be too hasty in your praise. Do you recall what I asked you earlier? Doncic thought for a moment before replying. You asked if I had seen Houston at 4 in the morning. Snap. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Starting tomorrow, at 4 in the morning, you must be at the training facility to practice free throws. What? 4 in the morning? Doncic's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg. Manager, you can't be serious. 4 in the morning, that's rather early, isn't it? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Doncic, to become a top-tier superstar in the league, talent alone is insufficient. Extraordinary effort is also required. Consider the great superstars in the league, like Kobe Bryant. He was not only immensely gifted but also a paragon of hard work. You won't be alone in this. I will be there too. Ayton, Shamet, and Brunson will join as well. Seeing Lin Feng's newfound seriousness startled Doncic. He hadn't anticipated that the usually gentle Jack Lin could exhibit such authority. Take these back with you. Lin Feng gestured to the thick stack of books on the table. Remember, you must memorize these. I will bring in professional NBA referees for surprise checks. If you slack off, then it will no longer be Houston at 4 in the morning. Seeing Lin Feng's crafty demeanor sent a shiver down Doncic's spine. Manager, rest assured, I will diligently study these materials. Doncic dared not imagine the consequences if he failed to meet Lin Feng's expectations. Pleased with Doncic's reaction, Lin Feng smiled. Doncic, I'm not pressuring you. I merely seek to help you become the best version of yourself. Doncic felt touched by Lin Feng's words. He understood that Lin Feng's intentions were to ensure his success in the league, to help him evolve into the next superstar. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Chris Paul, he beamed with joy. It seemed Paul had reached a decision, and it was likely a favorable one. Otherwise, it would have been his agent calling instead. Lin Feng answered the phone, and Chris Paul's voice came through. Lin, I've made my decision. I will re-sign with the Rockets. Tomorrow is the first day of free agency. Shall we discuss the terms of the contract? Chapter 13. Renegotiating CP3 and Oppo's salary. Ding. System task released. Renegotiate Chris Paul's salary. Ding. Task successful. Host will receive a gold medal death grip crafting card. After finalizing the time and place to meet with CP3, Lin Feng's mind was filled with the system's voice. A sly smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Brother Powell. It's not that I am unwilling to offer you the maximum salary, it is the system that forbids it. Logically speaking, Chris Paul could have reached a super contract with the Rockets worth over $200 million for 5 years. In his previous life, CP3 secured a 4-year contract worth $160 million, which was later dubbed a poison pill contract after just 1 season. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that the veteran's talent warranted the $160 million deal. Unfortunately, injuries had undeniably hindered CP3's performance. After concluding team activities, Lin Feng, accompanied by James Harden, returned to the Rockets conference room. At that moment, CP3 was already present with his agent, Mark Allen. Apologies for keeping you waiting, CP3, Lin Feng greeted with a warm smile upon entering. CP3 shrugged, a grin on his face. No worries. I've heard that in your homeland, their essay saying, good food is worth the wait. Lin Feng chuckled. Indeed, CP3. Now, shall we discuss the renewal of our contract? As Lin Feng and James Harden took their seats, CP3's agent promptly presented an intention sheet before them. Lin, this is the intention sheet for my client, Mr. Chris Paul. His request is quite simple. a maximum renewal contract, specifically a 5-year deal worth $206 million. Lin Feng glanced at the intention sheet, which was essentially a preliminary draft of the contract, detailing CP3's asking price along with several of his stipulations. He gently pushed the document back towards the agent. CP3, I believe we can negotiate further. With that, Lin Feng extended his hand, and Zhou Anan, understanding the cue, placed the tablet in Lin Feng's grasp. Lin Feng opened the financial report that Zhou Anan had meticulously prepared. CP3. Our team has already traded Harden and cleared out Ryan Anderson and Eric Gordon. Following the signing of 4 new rookies, we have a salary cap space of $13 million. However, I believe if you could consider a salary reduction, it would allow us to create even more salary space, which is beneficial for our team's strengthening plans. It would greatly enhance our chances of contending for the championship. Before Paul could respond, Agent Mark Allen immediately dismissed Lin Feng's assertion. Lin, I doubt your pre-draft maneuvers will position the Rockets as championship contenders. Lin Feng merely smiled, disregarding the agent and Oppo's comments, his gaze firmly fixed on Paul. CP3. Do you share the same sentiment? If so, you would not be here discussing a renewal with me. CP3 shrugged. Indeed, I am willing to place my faith in you. After all, we do have ample salary space. With appropriate reinforcements and a strong team chemistry, we can achieve commendable results. Snapping his fingers, Lin Feng replied. Then why not consider a slight salary reduction? You know, even saving $5 million could enable us to sign a quality player. To pursue the championship, we must build on a foundation of unity. CP3, making a minor sacrifice for the sake of the championship shouldn't be too challenging, right? Chris Paul frowned slightly. Reducing my salary for a championship? If I were willing to do that, I would have already won one. The reality was that within the current league, few teams could absorb his hefty contract while remaining contenders. Hence, this was one of the reasons CP3 was contemplating staying. What if we don't win the championship? Chris Paul queried. Lin Feng smiled. If we fail to secure the championship, I will personally cover your salary reduction. Furthermore, in the following season, I can facilitate your transfer to any team you desire, as long as salary matching is feasible, even if it means a less favorable deal. All these could be documented as part of the contract details. CP3 was taken aback. The idea of Lin Feng absorbing the salary reduction was unprecedented in his extensive career in the league. Zhou Anan, watching from the side, looked worriedly at Lin Feng. She couldn't fathom whether Lin Feng was being reckless. Given the current roster of the Rockets, how could they possibly contend for a championship? How could a mere acting general manager afford to compensate CP3 so significantly? After a moment of contemplation, Chris Paul asked, Lin, how much are you suggesting I reduce my salary? Lin Feng responded with a smile. Actually, it's not much. Just a $5 million reduction per year. This means we could sign a 5-year contract worth $203 million. If you agree, a 5-year contract for $200 million is also negotiable. CP3 nodded. All right. Let us settle on the 5-year, $200 million contract. However, I have one condition that must be included in the contract. Lin Feng smiled. Feel free to state your requirement, and I shall certainly accommodate it. It's quite simple. I do not require you to compensate me for the salary reduction, nor do I want to be traded away. If we do not win the championship this year, you must agree to a buyout during the next offseason, and it must be a full buyout. Chris Paul was astute in his calculations. Securing a full buyout would mean he could profit from the hefty contract with the Houston Rockets over the remaining 4 years while regaining his freedom to join a competitive team in pursuit of a championship. It was a true win-win situation. Snapping his fingers, Lin Feng readily acquiesced. Zhou Anan gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. She discreetly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, signaling him to step aside. Manager, have you lost your mind? This decision could irrevocably jeopardize our team's future. If the owner finds out about your actions, he will never agree. Zhou Anan attempted to dissuade Lin Feng, unable to bear witnessing him risk his career, potentially jeopardizing his managerial future. Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Anan, rest assured, we will undoubtedly be contenders for the championship, and we shall emerge as the ultimate champions. Chapter 14 Encounter with the Dark Lord. With a flourish of his pen, CP3 affixed his signature to the renewal contract. In that very moment, Lin Feng promptly contacted media director Mike, instructing him to leak the news of CP3's verbal commitment to the Houston Rockets for a 5-year, $200 million extension. After all, the free agency market was set to open tomorrow. Signing the contract now, if discovered by the league, could lead to substantial fines. Congratulations, host. You have completed the salary reduction renewal task, and earned the Gold Medal Death Grip Creation card. The Gold Medal Death Grip Creation card significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of perimeter players. Lin Feng eagerly accepted the creation card, contemplating his next moves. At that moment, Chris Paul gestured for his agent, Mark Allen, to hand Lin Feng a printed list. Lin, didn't you say you wanted to seek my opinion? These are the free agents I believe are worth signing. I have studied them thoroughly. You may use this as a reference. The 2018 free agency market lacked significant stars. Several marquee players opted to stay put, leaving only a few commendable role players available. Lin Feng examined the list closely. There were not many names at center. Only Capella was mentioned. The forwards included Ariza, Kyle Anderson, and Avery Bradley. The backcourt featured only one name, KCP, who had played for the Lakers last season. All right, CP3. I will consider this carefully. Regarding the center position, I believe even if we sign someone, there is no need to keep Capella. Aside from Ayton, I have another pivotal player at the 5 position I wish to develop. CP3 frowned slightly, surprised. May I inquire who you intend to cultivate? Zhou Qi. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. At the Houston Rockets training facility, Zhou Qi, having received Lin Feng and Apos' call, arrived early to await further instruction. With time to spare, he picked up a basketball and began shooting three-pointers. Swish. The ball sailed through the hoop effortlessly. Observing the perfect shot, a silent sigh escaped Zhou Qi's heart. Having spent a season in the NBA, he had showcased his talents only in the G League, never truly making an impression on the NBA stage. This had caused him to contemplate returning to the CBA. Yet today, receiving Lin Feng's call from the Rockets seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope. He pondered the reason for his summons to the training facility. With the off-season in full swing, the gym was devoid of other players, leaving Zhou Qi feeling somewhat isolated and helpless. Hey, Zhou Qi. Hello, I am Lin Feng, the acting general manager of the Rockets. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared behind Zhou Qi, startling him from his reverie. He quickly turned. A hint of nervousness etched on his face as he greeted Lin Feng. Hello. As Zhou Qi spoke, he instinctively cradled the basketball with his left hand and extended his right. Lin Feng grasped Zhou Qi's large hand. I called you here to ask you one question. Zhou Qi looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What is it? Do you want to play in the NBA? Lin Feng's gaze was intense, fixated on Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's towering frame overshadowed Lin Feng entirely. A jolt of realization struck Zhou Qi. Was Lin Feng truly inquiring about his aspirations? The NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, was the dream of every player. Answer me, yes or no. Lin Feng's demeanor grew serious, his tone firm, exhibiting a certain sternness towards his compatriot. Yes. Zhou Qi replied decisively. Excellent. Since you wish to play in the NBA, I will inform you that next season you will serve as Deandre Ayton's backup. However, my sole requirement is that you must make that cursed three-pointer. Every spot beyond the arc must become your hot zone. At any time, in any place. If you receive the ball for a three-pointer, you must sink it. Lin Feng intended to develop Zhou Qi and even contemplated bestowing upon him the Hall of Fame caliber shooting card. After all, Chinese basketball had not achieved notable success for years. In the past, Zhou Qi and Apos' physique had posed challenges in terms of physicality in the NBA. Thus, Lin Feng envisioned Zhou Qi utilizing his strengths, opting not to battle under the basket, but rather floating outside to shoot threes and create space for the team. On the defensive front, Zhou Qi could emulate Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavericks, leveraging his height and wingspan to disrupt opponents' shots. In this era of scarce dominant centers, few possess the ability to effectively challenge Zhou Qi in the post. Zhou Qi gazed at Lin Feng with excitement. Are you serious? Acting general manager, no. General manager, you're not deceiving me, are you? His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Lin Feng smiled. I would never deceive you. However, if your three-point shooting percentage remains abysmal, I cannot guarantee your playing time. Thus, you have 2 tasks this off-season. First, engage in extensive three-point shooting practice. Second, enhance your speed training to the best of your abilities. Lin Feng raised 2 fingers, issuing a firm directive. If the Rockets aspired to contend for the championship this year, they must first emerge from the fiercely competitive Western Conference. Their most formidable adversary was none other than the Golden State Warriors, a team boasting Durant, Curry, and Thompson, an exceptionally powerful force. Therefore, Zhou Qi needed to possess a degree of switchability on defense. Zhou Qi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. All right. Acting. Oh, general manager, I will certainly practice my three-point shooting, and I will prioritize my physical and speed training. The prospect of securing consistent playing time was a golden opportunity for Zhou Qi, and he was fully prepared to dedicate himself this summer. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I hope you can fulfill this. Observing Zhou Qi and Apos' excitement, Lin Feng couldn't help but envision a future where Chinese basketball would rise once more. With Zhou Qi and Ayton occupying the center position, and Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, and Jalen Brunson in the backcourt, along with Luka Doncic, whom Lin Feng intended to position as a small forward at the season's start, the Rockets roster was shaping up nicely. With P.J. Tucker and veteran Nunn, the team now boasted 9 players. Only 5 more signings were needed to complete the 14-man roster, and Lin Feng had already devised his plans for the free agents. Chapter 15. The Roar of Schroeder. According to renowned journalist W.J., the Houston Rockets and Apos management has reached a preliminary agreement with center Clint Capella for a sign-and-trade deal, involving a contract with an initial salary of $17.25 million, totaling $100 million over 5 years. ESPN analysts indicate that Dennis Schroeder of the Atlanta Hawks is unwilling to continue playing for the team. Simultaneously, Oklahoma City Thunder star Carmelo Anthony had an unsatisfactory season and is likely to be traded during the offseason. In the office, Lin Feng calmly observed these developments. In addition to signing Clint Capella, the Rockets secured veteran defender Ariza with a 2-year, $20 million contract, featuring a $10 million salary in the first year and a team option for the second year. Furthermore, they acquired 3D player Avery Bradley with a 2-year, $25 million deal. After finalizing these 3 contracts, the Rockets utilized their only mid-level exception to sign the Cameroonian prince, Luke Richard Mbah, for 1 year at $5 million. Following these 4 signings, Lin Feng thoughtfully reached for his phone and dialed the number of Hawks general manager, Wes Wilcox. After a few rings, Wes finally answered, his voice accompanied by indistinct shouts. The cacophony included terms like trade and buyout. Once the noise subsided, Lin Feng politely inquired, Mr. Wes, I hope I'm not interrupting your work? Wes chuckled. Oh, Lin, not at all. Just dealing with a small issue. What can I assist you with today? Mr. Wes, I would like to discuss a potential trade, Lin Feng stated directly. Trade? Wes's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing the prospect of substantial wealth entering his coffers. For Lin Feng is known in the NBA as a master negotiator, bringing significant benefits to any team he trades with. Haha, Lin, what trade do you have in mind? If the terms are favorable, I believe we can negotiate. Wes was prepared to capitalize on the opportunity. Actually, I aim to facilitate a 3-way trade. Lin Feng had already devised his plan. It is a well-known fact that Schroeder seeks to depart from the Hawks. Although Lin Feng's arrival disrupted the original draft order, the Hawks successfully acquired Trae Young, who is destined to become the cornerstone of the franchise, overlapping with Schroeder's position. Thus, Schroeder would inevitably become expendable. However, Lin Feng and Apos' true target was not Schroeder, but rather the discontented Carmelo Anthony from last season with the Thunder. After the previous season, the once celebrated star was labeled a liability. Anthony and Apos' ball dominance led to conflicts with the Thunder and Apos' star, Russell Westbrook, rendering him ineffective as an off-ball player. The unstable locker room, compounded by Anthony and Apos' defensive shortcomings, prompted the Thunder to consider trading him. Drawing from his recollections, Lin Feng vividly remembered a 3-way trade involving the Philadelphia 76ers, Atlanta Hawks, and Oklahoma City Thunder. Hence, he intended to orchestrate a similar deal to bring Anthony to the Rockets. Oh, a 3-way trade. I'm intrigued, Wes said with interest. Lin Feng wasted no time and presented his proposal. Mr. Wes, I propose that the Rockets send Clint Capella, veteran Nene, and rookie Onwaka to the Hawks. In return, the Hawks would send Dennis Schroeder to the Thunder, while the Thunder would send Carmelo Anthony to the Rockets. This trade benefits all parties. The Hawks rid themselves of the troublesome Schroeder, solidifying Trae Young's position, while the Thunder offload Anthony. Lin Feng's suggestion piqued Wes's interest. Even if Lin Feng hadn't proposed it, Wes had been contemplating trading Schroeder, albeit hesitantly due to Schroeder's disruptive nature in the locker room. Many teams were wary of acquiring him. Nevertheless, Wes was unwilling to let Lin Feng benefit without a fight. Lin, you know Schroeder is a talented player. To secure a trade, I believe we need to discuss additional assets. I acknowledge that Clint Capella is indeed a commendable center. However, I doubt we can offer more. Lin Feng interjected. Mr. Wes, if you disagree, then we need not continue this discussion. We are not prepared to offer excessive assets. Perhaps you will find a more suitable buyer for Schroeder, Lin Feng concluded, hanging up the phone. Afterward, Lin Feng did not rush to dial another number. Instead, he silently began a countdown. 3, 2. Just before he could reach one, his phone rang again. Noting it was Wes, he promptly hung up. However, within moments, the phone rang once more. Without hesitation, he hung up again. When the phone rang yet again, he leisurely answered. Hello? Mr. Wes. Is there something else on your mind? Lin Feng and Appo's tone was brusque. Wes quickly responded, Lin, please don't hang up. I believe we can still negotiate. Negotiate what? Mr. Wes, if you seek more assets, I fear I cannot assist. Perhaps you should reach out to others and avoid wasting our time. Lin Feng replied, showing no mercy. Wes awkwardly laughed, abandoning his initial intentions to exploit Lin Feng. Lin, is there truly no room for additional assets? Apologies, but no. Lin Feng firmly declined. After a brief silence, Wes conceded, Fine, Lin, I accept your trade proposal. As long as you can convince the Thunder and Appo's general manager, we can proceed immediately. As Wes concluded, a resounding roar echoed from the other end. Wes, I advise you to finalize this trade swiftly, or I shall refuse to participate in any further games. This time, Lin Feng clearly recognized the voice. It was the unmistakable roar of Dennis Schroeder. Chapter 16. Preparations before the trade. After conversing with the Atlanta Hawks general manager, Wes Wilcox, Lin Feng did not rush to contact the Thunder. Although it was common knowledge that the Thunder sought to offload Carmelo Anthony's hefty contract, Lin Feng believed it prudent to leverage public opinion further by generating negative news regarding Anthony and the Thunder. Mike, allocate a substantial budget to engage influencers on YouTube and Twitter. Encourage them to amplify the narrative that Anthony is a detrimental force, undermining team chemistry. Additionally, we need to selectively quote Russell Westbrook from his interviews, suggesting that he and Anthony cannot coexist. Also, dig up previous interviews with Anthony, highlighting his need for ball dominance and framing his contract as a burden. Within the confines of the office, Lin Feng issued directives to Mike, the media manager. Mike was well acquainted with Lin Feng's tactics, which were not uncommon in the NBA for discrediting targeted players. Snapping his fingers, Lin Feng added, Oh, and Mike, beyond these strategies, covertly recruit executives from the Thunder to leak internal information, facilitating our trade. Bribing executives? Mike gasped, his expression one of astonishment. If the league discovers this, we could face significant penalties. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Mike, think critically. If the money is right, do you believe they would expose us? Or would we be the ones to reveal the situation? After contemplating, Mike recognized the validity of Lin Feng's argument. All right, manager, I'll proceed as instructed. As Mike departed the office, Lin Feng made his way to the training facility. Inside, Luka Doncic was diligently practicing free throws, headphones in place. At the opposite end, Shochi was drenched in sweat, diligently sinking three-pointers from beyond the arc. This marked the 5th consecutive day of their dedicated training regimen. While Shochi's three-point shooting remained inconsistent, there was a slight uptick in his success rate. Manager, this is the fruit of the young player's labor over the past few days, reported Billy King, the team's training supervisor, as he approached Lin Feng. Handing over a tablet, he presented a graph illustrating Doncic's free throw shooting percentage, which exhibited a promising upward trajectory, with daily attempts numbering in the thousands. Lin Feng smiled, pleased with the progress. Doncic is incredibly gifted. Free throws have been his only Achilles heel. If he can master them, combined with his exceptional ability to draw fouls, he will become a formidable scorer from the charity stripe. Indeed, his improvement is commendable. Our shooting coach is doing an excellent job, Lin Feng praised. Doncic's talent is indeed remarkable, especially in drawing fouls. He has truly mastered it. I and Appo's even brought in NBA referees, and they remarked that Doncic reminds them of James Harden, Billy King exclaimed. However, as he focused on Shochi, his demeanor shifted to one of concern. What's wrong, Billy? Is there an issue? Lin Feng inquired, having noticed the change in Billy's expression. Manager, do you really think Shochi has what it takes? Just look at his three-point shooting percentage. His success rate on uncontested attempts is improving at a painfully slow pace, Billy replied, scrolling through the tablet to display Shochi's shooting graph, which hovered around 30. The highest recorded percentage was merely 33. Manager, you know that for a big man, such a shooting percentage in practice is far from impressive. I recommend we cut Shochi to save salary space. Lin Feng shot Billy a scornful glance. You don't understand. Shochi possesses considerable potential. With effort, he can certainly elevate his shooting prowess. What we need is patience, not incessant criticism. With that, Lin Feng thrust the tablet back into Billy's hands, who could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng walked away. Approaching Shou-Chi, Lin Feng suddenly heard a notification from the system. Beep. System notification. The host has 3 unused star crafting cards. Beep. Player is currently shooting. Would the host like to equip Shou-Chi with a star crafting card? After some contemplation, Lin Feng declined the system's offer. While a Hall of Fame level shooting range would be enticing, it was not the most suitable for Shou-Chi. System, do you have crafting cards for sharpshooters or deep-range shooters that could enhance 3-point shooting accuracy? Beep. System notification, to enhance 3-point shooting accuracy. You may equip a sharpshooter crafting card or a 3-point specialist crafting card. Beep. System notification, the host has not yet acquired these 2 crafting cards. Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia for the system tasks. With no tasks available, he was unable to obtain star crafting cards. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. Noticing it was Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and he promptly answered. Hello, and Amp, Oppos, and what can I do for you? On the other end, Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' melodious voice reached his ears. Manager, I just saw the news. The Thunder and Anthony have officially parted ways. Furthermore, a Thunder executive, while guesting on ESPN, openly revealed that Anthony occupies ball dominance and disrupts locker room harmony. Lin Feng's spirits soared at this revelation. Oh, I didn't expect Mike to be so swift. This is quite a delightful surprise. Mike? Zhou exclaimed, astonished. Manager, could it be that you orchestrated all of this? Are you planning to trade for Anthony? That and Oppos' a contract over 20 million. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Indeed, and Oppos, and Anthony is my next target. Beep. Task triggered. Host to trade for Anthony. Beep. Upon success, the host will receive a Hall of Fame level 3-point specialist crafting card. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. What he had wished for was manifesting, and the system was proving to be exceptionally considerate. Just then, Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' voice turned cautious. Manager, I must advise you against trading for Anthony. The current head coach, Mike D. and Oppos, Antony, and defensive coach, Jeff Bzdelik, are at odds with him. Moreover, based on last season and Oppos' performance, Anthony and Oppos' offensive efficiency has dwindled, and his defense has become a liability. Bringing him on board could jeopardize our team's chemistry and locker room stability. Chapter 17. The final dignity. Zhou was not in favor of Lin Feng's plan to trade for Anthony. The toxic attributes associated with Anthony had not yielded any positive contributions during his tenure with the Thunder last season. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that it was not Anthony's inherent toxicity, but rather the Thunder's head coach's incompetence in utilizing him effectively. Although Anthony's offensive efficiency had declined, his catch-and-shoot three-pointers and post-up plays remained highly threatening. On the defensive front, Lin Feng possessed a gold medal card for relentless defense, which complemented Carmelo Anthony perfectly. Trust my judgment. The upcoming season will undoubtedly astonish you. As Lin Feng and Oppos' confident voice resonated, Zhou and Oppos, and found herself compelled to place her faith in him. Lin, I too am eager to witness the team's performance in the new season. Moreover, I sincerely hope you can emerge victorious and silence all critics. Despite her confusion regarding Lin Feng's decision, she continued to support him. After all, such audacious maneuvers indeed ignited a glimmer of hope for the new season. It was worth noting that this was the first time in history that the first and second overall picks were traded consecutively. I need your assistance with something. Please prepare the three-way trade contracts involving Schroeder, Anthony, Capella, Nene, and Onwaku. I believe the trade will transpire swiftly. In New York, the vacationing Carmelo Anthony caught wind of the latest news from ESPN. Thunder's training director, Mike Connor, had publicly berated Anthony as a cancer to the team during a live broadcast. Having received compensation from Mike, Connor was determined to support him, and moreover, his relationship with Anthony had been far from cordial. Last season, Anthony's lackadaisical attitude during training, characterized by frequent tardiness and absences, had infuriated Connor, who repeatedly reported this to management with little effect. With the Thunder's playoff elimination this season, Connor finally had his chance to vent his frustrations. Damn it, Anthony fumed as he watched Connor on ESPN. How dare this bastard label me a cancer and suggest that management wants to trade me? I must immediately call management for clarification. With a scowl, Anthony ended the live stream and dialed the number of Thunder's general manager, Presti. Oh, it's Anthony. What can I do for you? Presti, just returning from a meeting, answered upon seeing Anthony's name light up his phone. Manager, what is going on with the ESPN broadcast? Anthony's anger was palpable. Even through the phone, Presti could sense the intensity of his fury. Broadcast? What happened? Presti, perplexed, had been preoccupied with the meeting and had not been able to follow the live stream. Mike Connor revealed that management can no longer tolerate me and intends to trade me. He called me a cancer and accused me of being a ball hog who refuses to train. Anthony's rage had reached its zenith. I demand an explanation for this. Presti was taken aback. While management had indeed considered the incompatibility of the three stars and contemplated trading Anthony, this had only been mentioned in a recent upper management meeting. That damned Mike Connor. Who would have thought he would skip the meeting and air management and AMP, Oppos, decisions on ESPN? Even worse, he had leaked confidential discussions. Presti had no time to chastise Connor. He took a deep breath and calmly explained, Anthony, please allow me to clarify. Before Presti could finish, Anthony roared. Spare me the explanations. I refuse to listen to any excuses. I am a superstar in this league, and this is how the team treats me? I demand one of two things. Either Mike Connor goes, or I am traded. With that, Anthony decisively hung up the phone. As a leading figure of the illustrious 2003 draft class, Anthony was proud. Whether during his formative years with the Nuggets or later in the Big Apple with the Knicks, he had always been a core player, one of the league's elite stars capable of commanding attention. Last season, he believed he had already reduced his usage rate and shot attempts. Even more absurdly, the Thunder wanted him to come off the bench, a notion that Anthony found intolerable. The revelation of the Thunder's intentions to trade him only intensified his fury. Thus, he presented his ultimatum. On the other hand, Presti felt helpless. Although he harbored significant discontent toward training director Mike Connor, he had no intention of blaming him. He turned to his assistant and instructed, go ahead and disseminate the news of Anthony's trade availability and be open to offers from every team. A three-way trade is also acceptable. Rubbing his temples, Presti appeared somewhat fatigued. He shook his head in resignation. This Anthony truly is a cancer to the team. We must expedite his trade. Following the heated exchange between Anthony and Presti, Lin Feng found himself in a predicament of his own. Head coach D and Oppos, Anthony and lead assistant Jeff Bzdelik, upon learning of Lin Feng's interest in trading for Anthony, promptly arrived at the training facility. Both coaches wore grim expressions. Having coached Anthony in the past, they held deep-seated grievances against him. In fact, during their tenure with the Knicks, D'Antoni had lost his job due to pressure from Anthony, a lingering source of frustration for the esteemed coach. Lin, I hear you're planning to trade for Anthony. D'Antoni was the first to confront Lin Feng. As the head coach, I vehemently oppose this. You have already traded away an exceptional player like James Harden. The team should be focused on rebuilding, not acquiring a toxic player like Carmelo Anthony. His presence will only disrupt team chemistry and the harmony of the locker room. Bzdelik nodded in agreement, affirming D and Oppos, Anthony and Oppos' sentiments. Lin, while you are still young, you must understand that Anthony is not a good defensive player. If the team wishes to win and cultivate young talent, establishing a solid defensive framework is imperative. Otherwise, all efforts are in vain. Observing the two veteran coaches' aggressive stances, Lin Feng merely smiled in response. I comprehend your concerns, but Carmelo Anthony is integral to my plans. If you find this unacceptable, Lin Feng shrugged, then perhaps submitting your resignations is the only dignified course of action left for you. Chapter 18. Dismissal of the head coach, resignation? Both Mike D'Antoni and Jeff Bzdelik were left utterly bewildered by the term. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of shock and disbelief. While D and Oppos, Anthony may not hold the title of a championship coach. His accomplishments with the fast-paced Phoenix Suns and the Houston Rockets, who reached the Western Conference Finals last season, have earned him a prominent reputation within the league. Bzdelik, though not as renowned, had significantly elevated the Rockets' defensive prowess during his tenure as their defensive coach. It was therefore astounding that Lin Feng would demand their resignations. D'Antoni, known for his fiery temperament, was visibly agitated, his thick mustache quivering with rage. You want me to resign? Young man, you truly have no idea of your own limitations. If you remove me after losing James Harden, the Rockets will surely falter. In the coaching market, I challenge you to find someone more suited for the Rockets than I. His face flushed with anger. He pointed a finger at Lin Feng, shouting vehemently, Since you insist on my resignation, let me make it clear. I will leave right now. With a dramatic flourish, D and Oppos, Anthony stormed out. Bzdelik was not to be outdone. Jacqueline, the system of this team was crafted by D and Oppos, Anthony and me. Without us, you will lose the very foundation of the Rockets' offensive and defensive strategies. I am equally inclined to resign. allowing you and the Rockets to regret your decision. With that, Zdelic turned and followed D'Antoni out of the training facility. This scene of the head coach and lead assistant departing simultaneously was witnessed by Joanin, who had just returned with a three-way trade contract. Manager, they have left just like that. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Joan and Amp, oppose, and withheld the contract from Lin Feng, recognizing the unprecedented nature of dismissing both the head coach and the lead assistant. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I plan to lure Monty Williams, the assistant coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. The question is, what kind of compensation will the 76ers demand during the off-season? A team may secure a coach from another team in Amp, oppose, staff by offering financial compensation, as long as both parties are satisfied. The team losing the coach will agree to the arrangement. Joan tilted her head, contemplating thoughtfully. Monty Williams is indeed a commendable coach. However, given his position as the lead assistant for the 76ers, I suspect they will not easily part with him. Moreover, your arrival has caused the former Rockets general manager, Daryl Morey, to join the 76ers. I worry that he may hold a grudge and make things difficult for you. Joan and Amp, oppose, and Amp, oppose, earnest demeanor was quite charming, even garnering Lin Feng's admiration. What do you suggest? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. With her right index finger resting on her chin, Joan pondered for a moment. I do have a candidate in mind, though I am uncertain if you would be amenable to it. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Inan, do share. Joan flashed a mischievous smile, her dimples adding to her allure. My father is a good friend of Coach K at Duke University. Coach K, of course, refers to the illustrious Mike Krzyzewski, who has nurtured numerous NBA stars and led the national team to glory on the world stage. During a recent conversation, he mentioned a desire to coach in the NBA. If the timing is right, he would not refuse the opportunity to take on a team in the league as he approaches the twilight of his coaching career. I believe his coaching days are numbered. If you could personally invite Coach K, there might be a significant chance of success. As Joan oppose and spoke, she playfully winked at Lin Feng. Coach K. Lin Feng found the prospect enticing. Oppose. I have never interacted with Coach K. I will need your assistance in this matter. Joan oppose and tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. Helping you is no issue. But how do you intend to repay me? Her whimsical demeanor left Lin Feng quite taken. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, chuckling. Name your price. Whatever you ask, I will do my utmost to fulfill. With a snap of her fingers, Joan exclaimed, Excellent. There is a Fashion Week exhibition next week. Accompany me, and if I fancy any attire, you shall cover the expense. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Absolutely. Who would refuse an invitation to attend an exhibition with a stunning beauty? Oppose. And are you suggesting this is a date? Is it my charm that has captivated you? A blush crept onto Joan's cheeks as she shot him a playful glare. Enough with the flattery. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Her face flushed. She quickly retrieved her tablet, shifting the topic. I have drafted the three-way trade contract. Lin Feng, do you truly believe you can secure Carmelo Anthony? Lin Feng responded with confidence. Certainly. The Thunder's management just announced that Anthony is on the trading block. Mike just texted me with the latest news. Due to Anthony Oppose's problematic reputation, no team is willing to take him on. Moreover, his hefty contract has deterred potential suitors. Joan oppose and grinned slyly. Then you can take advantage of this situation? With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng replied, You are absolutely right. It seems you know me well. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from the Hawks general manager, Wes. Upon answering, Wes's voice came through the line with excitement. Lin, fantastic news. I just contacted the Thunder's GM, and he has agreed to our three-team trade. The proposal is for us to acquire Capella, Nene, and Onwaku, while the Rockets receive Anthony and the Thunder get Schroeder. Chapter 19, a visit to Coach K and recent developments. The Houston Rockets, Oklahoma City Thunder, and Atlanta Hawks have executed a three-team trade. The Rockets have sent Clint Capella, Nene, and Onwaka to acquire Carmelo Anthony. The Thunder have traded Carmelo Anthony for Dennis Schroeder. The Hawks, in turn, have dispatched Dennis Schroeder to receive Clint Capella, Nene, and Onwaku. In the ESPN studio, Stephen A. Smith expressed his thoughts loudly, unable to contain his laughter. This Lin Feng is truly foolish. We have witnessed the detrimental attributes of Anthony, who carries a hefty contract, a quintessential example of high salary and low ability. I never imagined Lin Feng would choose to take on Anthony. This latest blunder has truly opened our eyes. Shaquille O'Neal Neil joined in the laughter, dramatically wiping tears from his eyes. Ahaha. Lin Feng and Oppose, Antics are even more amusing than the top 5 comedy films. If I am guilty, let the law punish me. But please, do not let this fool Lin Feng be the cause of my demise from laughter. Oh, and Oppos, Neil and Smith collaborated to thrust Lin Feng once again into the spotlight. Upon exiting the live stream, Lin Feng received a notification on Twitter. Upon clicking, he found his solitary tweet inundated with furious Rockets fans expressing their discontent. Some fans even tagged Lin Feng directly on Twitter, demanding his departure. Unfazed by the barrage of criticism, Lin Feng turned off his phone. And the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a Hall of Fame level 3-point shooter creation card. Lin Feng accessed the system's creation card inventory. He now possessed 4 creation cards: Hall of Fame level Unlimited Range, Bronze level Dream Shake, Gold level Death Grip, and Hall of Fame level 3-point shooter. Ah, these foolish humans. With 4 creation cards in my possession, I eagerly await the new season to prove them wrong, Lin Feng mused with a sly grin. Ding. Task initiated. Hire Coach K. Ding. Task successful. The host will receive a gold-level step-back 3-point specialist creation card. Intrigued by the prospect of a step-back 3-point specialist card, Lin Feng recognized its potential as a formidable weapon, capable of leaving defenders bewildered. As he contemplated its use, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng. This is Coach K and Oppos' residence. I have already made arrangements. We just need to wait for the butler to come out. Lin Feng closed the system interface, and before him stood a luxurious villa. Coach K is a distinguished figure from Duke University, having achieved remarkable success in his coaching career, garnering both fame and fortune. The prospect of meeting such a legendary coach filled Lin Feng with a sense of apprehension. Unlike the free-spirited Mike D and Oppos, Anthony, Coach K had proven his coaching prowess at Duke and with the national team. The anticipation of meeting such a storied figure left Lin Feng feeling nervous. With a creak, the villa's door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform, his golden hair glistening in the light. You must be Mr. Jack Lin and Miss Amy Zhou. Please, follow me. Mr. Mike has been expecting you. The butler gestured invitingly and turned to lead the way. Lin Feng and Zhou followed the butler into the villa. Moments later, they entered a spacious room where Coach K, clad in athletic gear, was seated on a leather sofa. Upon seeing them, he immediately rose, warmly greeting the pair. Oh, Amy. You still look as beautiful as ever. The last time I saw your father, I inquired about you. How is your work in the NBA treating you? Coach K's face radiated warmth, resembling a kindly neighbor rather than a legendary coach. Zhou smiled brightly, replying, Thank you, Coach Mike, for your concern. My work is going quite well, especially after the new general manager took over. I've almost become a minor celebrity. Coach K chuckled and then turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Curiosity piqued. Although not currently in the NBA, he was well aware of the rising star Lin Feng, whose name had been trending across various media platforms. Often accompanied by the label of fool. He appears to be quite clever, Coach K mused softly, though Lin Feng heard him distinctly. Coach K. I hope you didn't think I was a fool before meeting me, Lin Feng joked, employing self-deprecating humor to bridge the gap between them. Coach K blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Lin, I meant no offense. I was merely curious about the general manager whose actions have stirred the league. You seem quite capable, not at all like the fool they described. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Perhaps some of my recent trades have left people incredulous. Coach K laughed and invited them to sit. The more outrageous the strategies, the more likely they might yield surprising results. I have observed your trades, and to be frank, no other general manager in the NBA would dare to make such moves. It is astonishingly bold, almost unbelievable. Yet, I must admit, I find your audacity quite admirable. Lin Feng smiled, but chose not to prolong the topic. Instead, he dove straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Mike, I am here today to invite you to join the Houston Rockets as the head coach. Coach K appeared slightly taken aback, realizing that this young man was straightforward and direct. Amy and Oppos' father mentioned this to me over the phone. I have indeed considered entering the NBA. However, I still have 2 years remaining on my contract with Duke. Additionally, I am uncertain what your team could offer that would entice me. Coach K's piercing gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Prepared for this moment, Lin Feng responded, Mr. Mike. The greatest advantage the Houston Rockets currently possess is the opportunity to showcase your coaching talents. Our team includes young, talented players, as well as veteran stars like Chris Paul and Carmelo Anthony. Moreover, I can grant you the utmost freedom in your coaching decisions, with no interference from me. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility and ensure you are not held accountable. I can even allow you to participate in team operations and decision-making. Becoming a part of the management team. These are opportunities that I doubt other teams can provide. Chapter 20. Inviting Tracy. The notion of enlisting a legendary college coach directly into the management of an NBA team is undeniably audacious on Lin Feng's part. The NBA and NCAA leagues are markedly distinct from one another. Affording Coach K such an opportunity is indeed a privilege that few other teams can match, signifying the profound respect Lin Feng has for him. Reclining against the plush sofa, Coach K remarked, "Lin, to be honest, you certainly exhibit a sincere intention. However, my interest lies not in joining the management, but rather in my potential success with the Rockets." Sitting upright, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "You see, I have achieved considerable success in the NCAA, and for years I have contemplated a role in the NBA. Yet, my primary concern has always been whether I can attain greater accolades within the NBA." Coach K's sincerity was palpable. For a coach of his stature, achieving greater glory in his career holds far more significance than monetary gain or decision-making power over a team. Lin Feng, radiating confidence, replied, "Mr. Mike, I can assure you that should you join the Rockets, your accomplishments will surpass anything you achieved in the NCAA." Coach K regarded Lin Feng with intrigue. "Oh, why should I place my trust in you? Many NBA teams have come to my home to extend invitations. What makes you different?" Unfazed by Coach K and Oppo's question, Lin Feng had meticulously prepared his persuasive argument. "You will undoubtedly believe me. While our team lacks a superstar, with seasoned veterans coupled with promising newcomers, I am certain you will soon take charge of the team. By leveraging your exceptional coaching abilities alongside our team's operations, it would be challenging for the Rockets not to succeed." Understanding the mindset of veteran coaches like Coach K and Popovich, Lin Feng emphasized the importance of control over a team. An abundance of high-profile players, particularly those with strong personalities, can hinder a coach and Oppo's authority. Moreover, we have Oppo's point guard God and Oppo's in Chris Paul. With him, your strategies can be executed flawlessly. As Lin Feng concluded, Coach K couldn't and Oppo's help but applaud. "Lin, you are indeed a clever individual, aware of what a coach like me requires." With a nod, Coach K extended his hand. "All right, I accept your invitation. I hope for a fruitful collaboration." Lin Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Coach K's hand firmly. A pleasant cooperation. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. With Coach K's inclusion, the Houston Rockets had successfully completed their off-season objectives. They merely needed to sign a few more players on veteran minimum contracts to finalize their off-season maneuvers. "Coach K, will you assemble the coaching staff yourself, or shall I take care of it?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Coach K stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You can handle the player development coach. The remaining positions, including the lead assistant and defensive coach, I will take care of." Lin Feng signaled an OK gesture to Coach K. Even without Coach K's input, Lin Feng intended to secure the player development coach position, as he already had a suitable candidate in mind. Leaving Coach K's residence, Lin Feng felt a tremendous sense of relief. "Inan, thank you for your help," he expressed sincerely. Without Zhou and Oppo's assistance, he would not have had the opportunity to connect with a legendary coach like Coach K. Zhou playfully winked. "No need to mention it, but don't forget about Fashion Week." Lin Feng smiled knowingly. "Agreed, it's a deal. By the way, who do you plan to hire as the player development coach?" Zhou asked curiously, her eyes glinting with interest. "You seem quite confident." Lin Feng nodded emphatically. "Indeed, I already have the perfect candidate in mind." "Who is it?" Zhou impressed eagerly. "Tracy McGrady, the Rockets and Oppo's illustrious T-Mac," Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. "Is it him?" Zhou's eyes widened with excitement. "I adore T-Mac. His style of play is captivating, and he is an idol for many young women." Zhou urged Lin Feng. "Hey, Lin Feng, you must keep your word and contact T-Mac now." With a resigned gesture, Lin Feng replied, "I wish to reach out to him too. I just don't know if he will accept my invitation." Zhou encouraged him. "Give it a try. It's better than not trying at all." Nodding, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed the number he had long saved for T-Mac. At that moment, T-Mac, lounging in his luxurious home while watching ESPN, quickly answered the call as it rang. "Hello? Who is this?" came a slightly languid voice from the other end. Lin Feng's heart raced with anticipation. In his previous life, he had been a devoted fan of McGrady, lamenting over his immense talent overshadowed by frequent injuries, which left a bittersweet ache in the hearts of fans. While he could not have McGrady actively play, having him serve as a player development coach would be invaluable. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the Rockets had not sufficiently honored McGrady and Oppo's legacy. "Mr. Tracy, I am Lin Feng, the acting general manager of the Rockets," he said, striving to maintain a calm tone despite his excitement. "Oh, it's you. You've become quite the internet sensation lately," T-Mac chuckled lightheartedly. "What can I do for you?" Lin Feng replied, "I would like to invite you to join the Rockets coaching staff as a player development coach. Additionally, I extend an invitation for you to serve as a team consultant, allowing you to participate in team affairs." Nervously, Lin Feng could hear his heart pounding. On the other end, T-Mac remained silent for a considerable time. "Lin, I appreciate your kind offer, but I don't Oppos. Do you believe I am suited for it?" he eventually said, confirming Lin Feng's fears. "You know, the Rockets have not shown me sufficient respect," T-Mac continued. "So I'm sorry, but I appreciate your invitation." Refusing to be disheartened, Lin Feng quickly interjected, "T-Mac, please hear me out. The era of Daryl Morey as the general manager is over. This time, I want to organize a retirement jersey ceremony to honor you for your contributions while playing through injuries in the playoffs. Therefore, I invite you once more to join the Rockets. Surely, you cannot refuse." Chapter 21. Setting sail. T-Mac embodies the essence of youth for many. His playing style is graceful, and his jump shots are mesmerizing. Lin Feng eagerly wishes to recruit McGrady to join the Houston Rockets as a member of the coaching staff and management. Were it not for Kobe being a Lakers legend, Lin Feng would have considered bringing Kobe on board as a player development coach. On the other end of the line, T-Mac chuckled heartily. "Lin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? The previous general manager of the Rockets wasn't so generous. The retirement of a jersey is, for an NBA player, second only to being inducted into the Hall of Fame. It signifies a team and Oppos, as acknowledgement of a player and Oppos, as contributions." To say McGrady wasn't excited would be a falsehood, yet amidst his exhilaration, he remained somewhat incredulous. Lin Feng spoke with unwavering conviction. "T-Mac, trust me, this is genuine. And I assure you, we will hold a retirement ceremony for you during our first home game of the season." Hearing Lin Feng's firm assurance, McGrady's anxious heart settled. "All right, Lin, I accept the invitation to join the Rockets coaching staff as a player development coach." McGrady's enthusiastic agreement filled Lin Feng with elation. "That's splendid, T-Mac. The prospect of collaborating with you is truly exhilarating." Lin Feng unabashedly expressed his admiration for McGrady. After concluding the call, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Announced to the media that we are restructuring the coaching staff. Furthermore, promote Coach K's legendary career extensively. Also, expedite the planning for T-Mac's jersey retirement ceremony. Immediately reach out to Lakers legend Kobe Bryant, as well as Yao Ming, Vince Carter, Grant Hill, and Coach Rivers. Invite them to attend T-Mac's jersey retirement ceremony, scheduling it during halftime of our team's first home game of the new season. Lin Feng outlined a series of arrangements. Joanan diligently noted everything and then inquired, "Should we invite Allen Iverson?" Gathering all four of the great shooting guards would be quite remarkable. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As they drove back to Houston, he took the opportunity to refine the player roster. The Rockets lineup was now taking shape. PG, Chris Paul and Jalen Brunson SG, Landry Shamet, Avery Bradley, Nick Young, and the versatile Luka Doncic SF, Luka Doncic, Trevor Ariza, and Carmelo Anthony PF, PJ Tucker and Luke Richard Mutsi, Deandre Ayton, and the formidable Shochi with 12 players already accounted for. Just 3 more signings would complete the roster. Lin Feng had no intention of offering two-way contracts to scour the free market for newcomers. He perused the free agent list, focusing on veterans Gerald Green and Jeff Green, both of whom were exceptional forwards. Acquiring them would further bolster the Rockets' front line. As Lin Feng had his sights set on the championship, he compiled information on the 3 players and handed it to Joanan. "Please secure these 3 individuals." Joanan looked at him with exasperation. "Hey, Lin Feng, isn't this a bit unfair? My workload is quite substantial." Lin Feng playfully raised a finger and replied, "How about a gourmet meal in addition to the Fashion Week duties?" Lin Feng harbored a fondness for Joanan, so he was more than willing to create opportunities for interaction. "All right, it's a deal." Joanan readily agreed and promptly dialed the numbers of the 3 players. After a few phone calls, she turned to Lin Feng with a triumphant smile. "All done. The 3 players you suggested have all agreed to join the Rockets at veteran minimum salaries. Of course, this is also thanks to CP3. CP3? Lin Feng asked, slightly bewildered. "What does this have to do with Paul?" Joanan beamed with pride. "My first call was to CP3. He has been in the league for many years, has extensive connections, and is the president of the Players Union. Currently, he can be considered the leader of the Rockets. So, I asked him to help persuade these three players, and then I called them, which led to their successful signings. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect. They say having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure, and it truly is the case. Joanan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once we return to Houston, we can finalize their contracts. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The new season of Lin Feng is about to commence. According to reports from renowned ESPN journalists, the Rockets have signed NCAA legendary coach Mike Krzyzewski and formed a coaching staff. This news has created a significant stir within the NBA. Prominent basketball personalities on Twitter, YouTube, and other platforms have updated their social media accounts, expressing disbelief that Coach K would join the Rockets. It's astounding. How could such a mediocre general manager like Lin Feng attract Coach K? The public speculated that Coach K had made the most unwise choice, predicting that his tenure with the Rockets would lead to disgrace. In an instant, the Rockets found themselves at the pinnacle of public discourse, once again becoming the focal point of national attention. With this surge of publicity, Lin Feng successfully drew attention and traffic for the Rockets. Even during the offseason, he initiated a live streaming sales model, leveraging the buzz generated by the media to sell merchandise, resulting in a substantial profit. Lin, you've done an outstanding job. The excited voice of Fertitta came through on the phone. Do you realize that just a few days of live streaming generated over $200,000 in revenue for our team? Lin, you are a sales genius. Fertitta felt that hiring Lin Feng as the acting general manager was an astute decision. Not only had he swiftly constructed the team, but he also capitalized on media trends to generate topics related to the Rockets, aiding in the sale of merchandise. Lin Feng was nothing short of a prodigy. Lin, I had considered whether to dismiss you. However, it appears you are indeed the right choice for acting general manager. Young man, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. After hanging up, Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. Fertitta was truly an enigma. Was he willing to tarnish the team's reputation as long as it meant making money? Lin Feng chose to disregard such thoughts, focusing entirely on the impending day. For tomorrow marks the commencement of a new journey in the 2018-19 NBA season. The Rockets embark on their journey. Chapter 22. The curtain rises October 18, 2018. Houston Rockets home ground, Toyota Center. The NBA 2018-2019 season officially commences with the Rockets game. Before the match begins, Lin Feng distributes all the crafting cards he possesses. The Hall of Fame level unlimited shooting range card and the gold medal death grip card are allocated to Carmelo Anthony. With a salary exceeding $20 million and criticism branding him a liability last season, Anthony is currently warming up on the sidelines. Lin Feng summons the system card pack and, with a mere thought, bestows the two crafting cards upon Anthony. Ding. Congratulations, host. Crafting card successfully utilized. Ding. Carmelo Anthony and Oppo's three-point shooting range and perimeter defense capabilities will be significantly enhanced as the crafting card takes effect. A visual representation of Anthony's three-point range manifests in Lin Feng's mind. Equipped with the Hall of Fame level unlimited shooting range, Anthony can now shoot from a distance of 3 steps beyond the three-point line. Splendid. Lin Feng snaps his fingers, his expression brimming with excitement. With the empowerment of these two crafting cards, Anthony and Oppo's three-point shooting and defense are poised to elevate to new heights. Once again, Lin Feng channels his thoughts to place another Hall of Fame level three-point shooter crafting card onto Shou-Chi. Ding. Congratulations, host. Crafting card successfully utilized. Ding. The three-point shooting percentage of the and Oppo's, Great Demon and Oppo's, Shou-Chi will see a substantial increase. During this off-season, Shou-Chi has relentlessly practiced his three-point shooting, achieving a shooting percentage of 40. This represents a significant improvement for him. After the crafting card's success, various statistics regarding Shou-Chi appear in Lin Feng's mind. Notably, his open three-point shooting percentage is indicated to be 70, and his contested three-point shooting percentage stands at 50. The enhancements from the crafting card are entirely based on Shou-Chi's off-season training results. In other words, Shou-Chi's high shooting percentage would be unattainable without his diligent practice. Even with the crafting card's benefits, Lin Feng feels pleased with Shou-Chi's efforts. He retrieves the gold-level step-back three-point shooter crafting card and places it upon Luka Doncic. Ding. Congratulations, host. Crafting card successfully utilized. Ding. Luka Doncic and Oppo's step-back three-point shooting ability significantly enhanced. As the system and Oppo's voice fades, Lin Feng visualizes Doncic's step-back three-point shooting percentage. Originally at 30, it skyrockets to 40 after the gold crafting card is applied. Oh, splendid! Lin Feng exclaims in astonishment. This step-back three-point shooting percentage places Doncic among the elite in the league, does it not? Lin Feng then retrieves the final crafting card, a bronze-level Dream Footwork card. And without hesitation, he places it on Deandre Ayton. Ding. Congratulations, host. Crafting card successfully utilized. Ding. Deandre Ayton and Oppos' footwork in the paint significantly enhanced. A phantom figure appears in Lin Feng's mind, executing dreamlike footwork beneath the basket. Simultaneously, a statistic blinks in his mind. Upon closer inspection, the success rate for Ayton's footwork is a mere 20. Aside from the 5 boost from the bronze Dream Footwork card, Ayton's base statistic is a dismal 15. Lin Feng feels a pang of disappointment. After all the off-season efforts, he has neglected Ayton. Once this game concludes, he must invite Rockets legend Hakeem Olajuwon to give Ayton some specialized training. After utilizing all 5 crafting cards, Lin Feng hears the system's voice once more. Ding. Task issued. Win the first game of the season. Ding. Task successful. Host will receive a gold-level blocking specialist crafting card. A blocking specialist? Upon hearing this reward, Lin Feng's heart races with anticipation. He dismisses the system and approaches Coach Old K at the sidelines. Lin, what brings you here? Coach Old K inquires with a smile. Lin Feng replies, I would like to know our lineup for tonight and Oppos' game. Specifically, who will be starting? Coach Old K presents the prepared lineup. Chris Paul, Avery Bradley, Luka Doncic, Carmelo Anthony, and Deandre Ayton. From the 1st to the 5th position, Coach Old K showcases his starting combination to Lin Feng. Coach Old K, I have a modest suggestion. The offensive arrangement appears sound. However, defensively, I propose that Carmelo Anthony guard the opposing team's key perimeter player, Jrue Holiday. Lin Feng's suggestion leaves Coach Old K taken aback. Lin, you must be jesting. I've reviewed the game footage from last season. At 34 years old, Anthony's defensive mobility has significantly diminished. Covering the 3 position is already a challenge. Asking him to chase the 1 position seems excessively risky. Coach Old K gazes at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng, brimming with confidence, responds, Trust me, Coach Old K. We must have Anthony shadow Jrue Holiday. Allow CP3 to defend their top shooter. This will alleviate some pressure on him defensively. Seeing Lin Feng and Oppos' unwavering conviction, Coach Old K relents. If the strategy falters, I and Oppos' make adjustments on the fly. I hope you understand. Coach Old K shrugs, his expression one of resignation. Lin Feng pats Coach Old K on the shoulder. Coach K, trust me, you won't be disappointed. With a look of confusion, Coach Old K watches Lin Feng depart. Since the acting general manager has spoken, he has no choice but to comply. After warm-ups conclude, Coach Old K gathers the players to discuss the upcoming strategy. When informed that Carmelo Anthony would be guarding the opposing point guard, even Anthony himself is astonished. Coach, I doubt that will work. While I may be tall with long arms, my foot speed is unlikely to keep pace with Holiday. Anthony shakes his head vigorously. Coach Old K responds firmly. This is the request of acting general manager Jacqueline. You must give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will adjust our approach. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Anthony acknowledges the situation. Despite his pride, he is acutely aware of his own limitations. His age has taken a toll on his speed. Guarding Jrue Holiday would mean he could only give it his best effort. As the music blares in the Toyota Center, the explosive DJ's voice reverberates through the arena. The highly anticipated matchup between the Houston Rockets and the New Orleans Pelicans is about to commence, broadcast live across the nation. In the ESPN studio, Shaquille O and Oppos' Neil pounds the table and bursts into laughter. Finally, the first game of the Rockets and Oppos' new season has arrived. Let us see how the Oppos' Brow and Oppos' will handle them. Chuck Barkley chimes in enthusiastically, absolutely. According to statistics, millions are tuning into this match. I fear that everyone is here to witness Lin Feng's performance and the dismal display of the Rockets. By the way, let us not forget about his wager with us. After losing the first game, Lin Feng must exit the NBA. Chapter 23, Igniting the Arena with a Step-Back 3. Welcome to Penguin Sports and the Penguin Live broadcast. Greetings to all, I am your host, Wang Ming. Today, alongside the esteemed Yang Yi and Guogua, we shall witness the live match between the Houston Rockets and the New Orleans Pelicans. Following the off-season maneuvers, the Rockets have traded away their star player, James Harden, acquired the first and second overall picks, and brought in Carmelo Anthony. Additionally, they have appointed the legendary coach, Old K, We are all eager to see what the Houston Rockets will present in this new season. Wang Ming nudged his round glasses. Yang, what are your thoughts on the Rockets' off-season moves? Yang Yi wore his signature mischievous grin. Well, I believe that when a team hires a Chinese individual, particularly a newcomer as the acting general manager, one must consider the consequences. Trading away James Harden while retaining Paul raises questions about such a strategy. This is certainly a topic worth discussing. As he spoke, Yang gestured with his right hand. Take Jack Lin, the acting general manager of the Rockets, for instance. He has a wager with some veterans at ESPN, which is quite intriguing. I think we should watch closely to see what remarkable feats the Rockets might achieve. Wang Ming nodded. Very well, let us await the spectacle the Rockets will deliver today. Now, let us shift our focus to the court. As the game is about to commence, let us observe the starting lineups for both teams. The large screen at the Toyota Center displayed the starting lineups for tonight's match. The Rockets lineup from positions 1 to 5 includes Chris Paul, Avery Bradley, Luka Doncic, Carmelo Anthony, and DeAndre Ayton. The Pelicans lineup from positions 1 to 5 features Jrue Holiday, Etwan Moore, Darius Miller, Julius Randle, and Anthony Davis. Observing the less prominent players in the 2 and 3 positions of the opponent's lineup, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk, using Melo to contain Jrue Holiday. Alongside the still developing Randle and the formidable Davis in the paint, is unlikely to yield any significant impact. The DJ and Amp, Oppo's voice grew increasingly electrifying as the arena lights illuminated the court and the players took the stage. DeAndre Ayton, originally meant to wear the number 22 jersey, donned the number 33 jersey due to the retirement of the Rockets, 22. Under the spotlight, both Ayton and Doncic appeared quite youthful. Hey, Ayton, tonight I'll dominate you. Davis grinned at Ayton as they met on the court. Ayton shrugged dismissively, his face betraying a hint of disdain. Rookie, tonight you'll discover what real NBA basketball is like. It's nothing like college. Davis wore a wicked smile, casting a mischievous glance at Ayton. Don't buzz around my ears like a fly. Speak only when you've truly outplayed me. Ayton shrugged, unimpressed, as the two exchanged banter. The referee signaled for the jump ball at center court. Ayton and Davis prepared themselves. The head referee raised the ball overhead and tossed it into the air. Quick as a flash, Ayton leapt and tapped the ball to his team's backcourt player. Great. The Rockets have won the jump ball. Now Chris Paul holds the ball. Let us see how the Rockets initiate their first offense. In the Penguin Live broadcast, Wang Ming narrated excitedly. CP3 brings the ball up court, signaling to his teammates as he initiates the Rockets' first play. CP3 stood at the left side, above the 45-degree angle. Anthony and Bradley occupied the corners on either side. Ayton moved up to set a screen for CP3, closely followed by Doncic. After Ayton set the pick, he quickly rolled towards the basket. Switch. More. You guard Ayton, Holiday, and I will handle Doncic and Paul. Davis immediately raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb behind him. Hearing Davis, Moore dashed toward Ayton to impede his roll. With considerable experience, CP3 seized the moment of the switch, accelerating past the defenders. As CP3 broke through, Doncic swiftly drifted to the three-point line. CP3's drive drew the attention of both Davis and Holiday, leaving Doncic wide open beyond the arc. Luka, it's your turn. Chris Paul twisted his body, sending the ball back to Doncic, who awaited it at the three-point line. Luka, believe in your three-point shot. As CP3 passed, he encouraged Doncic vocally. As Doncic received the pass, the seasoned defender Jrue Holiday instantly recognized the danger. He sprinted back to challenge Doncic. Doncic raised his hand, faking a shot, causing Holiday to leap in surprise. With remarkable composure, Doncic executed a step-back dribble, evading Holiday's airborne attempt. Then, he launched a three-pointer. From the VIP section, Lin Feng witnessed an extraordinary moment that others missed. A golden emblem of a step-back three-point maestro appeared over Doncic's head. Swish. The three-pointer rippled through the net. The arena erupted with excitement. A splendid Spanish pick-and-roll strategy culminated in an exquisite step-back three. Oh, simply astonishing, exclaimed Shaquille O'Neal on ESPN. This young man exhibits such poise. It's truly remarkable. Indeed. Particularly with that step-back three, it echoes the essence of James Harden. Barkley expressed his astonishment at Doncic and Oppo's skill. On the court, after sinking the three-pointer, Doncic celebrated with a bow and arrow gesture, which drew cheers from the crowd. Hey, let us not get carried away. It's merely a three-pointer. Davis, the team's leader, reminded his teammates to stay focused. As possession shifted, it was now the Pelicans' turn to initiate their first offensive play. Jrue, pass me the ball. I'm going to post up Ayton. After Davis threw the ball in from the baseline, he commanded Holiday. As the absolute core of the team, Davis wielded the ultimate authority to score. Holiday nodded, acknowledging his directive, and swiftly advanced the ball up court. Chapter 24. Davis scores 4 consecutive points. Jugu Holiday advanced the ball past half-court, positioning himself at the left 45-degree angle. Carmelo Anthony extended his long arms, blocking Holiday's path. This defensive matchup took everyone by surprise. Look at that, using Anthony to guard Holiday. Can this veteran keep up with Holiday's footwork? I wonder what Coach K is thinking. Matching Anthony against Holiday seems like an invitation for disaster. In the Penguin livestream, Yang sported a characteristic grin as he analyzed the unfolding events on the court. Wang Ming expressed his confusion. Indeed, this situation was perplexing. Logically, with Anthony's defensive prowess, he should have been tasked with guarding the opposing power forward. Let us observe how the Pelicans initiate their offense this time. On the court, Anthony Davis, exploiting a screen on the weak side, circled around the baseline to receive the ball at the left elbow. As per the plan, Holiday lofted the ball high into the paint, landing it in Davis's hands. Davis, with his back to the basket, faced Ayton's one-on-one defense. "Hey, rookie, I'm going to power through you," Davis declared confidently. Ayton retorted with a scoff, "You cannot score on me one-on-one. Go ahead, prove me wrong." Davis smirked, dribbling the ball as he backed into Ayton. Though Davis was not typically known for physical confrontations, he felt compelled to teach Ayton a lesson. "Rookie, watch closely as I perform a pivot to the baseline," Davis announced, aggressively backing into Ayton. However, Ayton's aversion to contact prompted him to sidestep, attempting to minimize any physical engagement with Davis. As expected, after a few moments of resistance, Davis executed a pivot and turned toward the baseline. Ayton instinctively took a step back, trying to block Davis's path to the basket. "Hey, rookie, I'm going to score," Davis shouted, colliding into Ayton. The forceful contact caused Ayton to lose his defensive stance. Davis leaped and completed a layup. In the VIP box, Lin Feng could not help but twitch his lips at the sight. In his previous life, Deandre Ayton was notorious for his aversion to physicality, preferring to avoid contact on both ends of the court. This tendency earned him the label of being soft among fans. "Hey, rookie, how do you like that? You may be strong, but to me, you are insignificant." After easily scoring, Davis continued to taunt Ayton. His words struck Ayton like a dagger, igniting a fierce desire for retribution. "Just wait, I will retaliate. I will show you my true capabilities." With the baseline inbounds, it was now the Rockets' turn to initiate their offense. CP3 pushed the ball up the court, yet Holiday maintained relentless pressure, providing a sense of urgency. "Come on, Holiday. Is it necessary to cling to me like this? Even with your tight defense, it's futile," CP3 chuckled, passing the ball to Doncic. Doncic signaled for Ayton to set a screen, but Ayton insisted on establishing position in the post. "Luka, pass me the ball. I will dominate Davis down low." Ayton raised his left arm, forcefully blocking Davis behind him while his right arm reached high for the ball. Doncic glanced instinctively at Chris Paul, aware that the tactical play was not intended to unfold this way. After receiving a nod from CP3, Doncic lofted the ball into Ayton's waiting hands. Upon catching it, Ayton and Oppos' confidence surged. "Watch me. I will obliterate you here." Now and Oppos' my chance. Fueled by anger, Ayton attempted to back down Davis. Yet, Davis stood firm, using his core strength to resist, arms crossed in defiance. Davis's robust defense made Ayton feel as though he had collided with a stone pillar after several unsuccessful attempts to push him back. "Rookie, is that all you've got? Put some effort into it," Davis mocked, casting a disdainful glance at Ayton. After failing to move Davis, Ayton abandoned his backing strategy. He clasped the ball with both hands, spun, and launched a fadeaway shot. Clang. Unsurprisingly, the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, landing in the hands of the Pelicans and Oppos, Randall. Lin Feng in the VIP box sighed in disbelief. It was evident that Ayton needed to amend his aversion to physicality. Had he exerted himself in the post, even if he failed to score, he might have drawn a foul. Instead, Ayton's fadeaway resulted in a rebound for the opposing team, igniting a fast break opportunity. "Randall, give me the ball for the counterattack." Holiday waved his arms as he sprinted toward the front court. "Here, push it." Randall tossed the ball to Holiday, who had crossed half-court and accelerated toward the Rockets and Oppos' basket. Holiday and Oppos' speed was impressive, yet as he approached the three-point line, a shadow swiftly appeared beside him. It was Carmelo Anthony. Goodness, how could he recover so quickly? The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Anthony spread his arms wide, effectively blocking Hugoladi and Apos' path. Don and Apos, T worry, you want and Apos, T score on my watch. Anthony wore a devilish grin. In the VIP box, Lin Feng smugly noted the golden death grip sign illuminating above Anthony's head. Clearly, it had taken effect. On the court, Hugoladi, observing Anthony's perfect positioning, felt a surge of surprise. Don't get cocky. We will convert this into points. With quick reflexes, Hugoladi tossed the ball into the air. Davis, trailing closely behind, leaped high and emphatically dunked the basketball into the hoop. Beautiful. A flawless alley-oop. The commentators erupted, laughter spilling forth. After landing from his dunk, Davis vigorously waved his right arm, unleashing a primal roar. Come on, he bellowed before quickly retreating to defend as the Rockets prepared for a new offensive possession. Chapter 25, The Melon Offensive and Defensive Strategies. CP3 advanced the ball past half-court before passing it to Doncic. Ayton, who had failed to score in the previous play, once again positioned himself in the paint. Luka, pass me the ball, he exclaimed, arms outstretched, eager for another opportunity to go one-on-one. However, Luka Doncic shook his head and signaled for Ayton to set a screen for Anthony on the weak side. Quick, initiate the play, Doncic called out to Ayton. Recognizing the situation, Ayton relinquished his intent to back down Davis and moved along the baseline to provide a screen for Anthony. The Pelicans' defensive strategy was straightforward. Whenever a screen was set by the Rockets, they would immediately switch defenders. Randall, you take Ayton, and I'll pursue Anthony, commanded Anthony Davis, the unequivocal core of the Pelicans' offense and defense, wielding absolute authority on the court. Okay, I'll guard Ayton, Randall replied, opting to stay close to Ayton instead of chasing Anthony. Davis positioned himself behind the screener, waiting for Carmelo Anthony. Utilizing Ayton's screen, Carmelo Anthony maneuvered to the strong side. The strong side refers to the side where the ball handler is located, facing greater defensive pressure, while the weak side is its opposite. Rather than immediately seeking a scoring opportunity in the elbow area, Anthony quickly elevated his game to set a screen for Doncic. Seizing the moment, Doncic, with the ball in his left hand, shifted right, using Anthony's screen to feint a drive. The Pelicans' switching strategy allowed Davis to seamlessly switch onto Doncic. With his height, long wingspan, and agile footwork, Davis enveloped Luka Doncic, obstructing his path to the basket. Hey, I heard you were the first overall pick, but you want to break through my defense, Davis taunted Doncic. The best way to deal with rookies, he thought, was to provoke them verbally. These young stars were full of pride. Once angered, they often made ill-advised decisions on the court. Davis intended to exploit this weakness to dismantle the Rockets. Your trash talk is pathetic, Doncic retorted, disdainfully regarding Davis while calmly assessing the situation on the court. Instead of attempting to force his way past Davis, Doncic wisely dribbled backward, pulling Davis beyond the three-point line. Anthony, it's your turn. Doncic flicked his wrist, sending the ball just past Davis and Apos' fingertips into the hands of Carmelo Anthony, who had secured his position in the elbow. This was a tactic devised by Coach K of the Rockets, specifically aimed at punishing the opposing team's players through one-on-one situations after a switch. Holding the ball firmly with both hands, Anthony faced Darius Miller, the Pelican small forward. You can't guard me. I'll be right here, sinking this shot, he declared with his signature smile. As he pivoted to face the basket, he swiftly faked a drive to the right, lowering his center of gravity. With a graceful spin and a hesitation step, Anthony caused Darius Miller to falter, momentarily losing his defensive position. You fell for it, Anthony grinned, executing a fake shot. Miller exclaimed, oh no, and leaped up, attempting to block Anthony's shot. Anthony's fluid three-threat move sent Miller soaring, eliciting gasps from the crowd. You still fell for it. I'm driving now. Anthony swiftly gathered the ball, pushing off with his left foot while dribbling with his right hand to simulate a drive. Miller, flustered and frustrated, adjusted his balance, hastily retreating to obstruct Anthony's path. Unbeknownst to Miller, Anthony was a master of deception. As Miller fell into the trap, Anthony executed a sudden stop, causing Miller to stumble and collapse to the floor. I'm shooting, Anthony beamed, effortlessly leaping and releasing the ball. Swish. The ball swished through the net, earning Anthony 2 easy points. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley erupted in laughter. Oh, ha ha ha. Darius is so lost, he doesn't know which way is up, O'Neal remarked, mimicking Anthony's recent moves. Barkley chimed in with a hearty laugh. Shaq, congratulations. You've found more material for the top bloopers. Darius and Apos' performance made him appear as a pitiful jester in front of Anthony. Such defensive choices were utterly inadequate to contain Anthony. As the two commentators continued their banter, the Pelicans executed an offensive play, with Jrue Holiday attempting to exploit his speed and rhythm to force his way past Anthony. However, Holiday soon discovered he could not penetrate Anthony's defensive wall, leading to a turnover as Anthony effectively forced him out of bounds. Coach K observed this unfolding drama with an air of astonishment. Anthony's defensive prowess had transformed remarkably. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice in assigning Anthony to guard Holiday. In the VIP box, Lin Feng watched closely as Anthony staunchly defended Holiday, forcing him out of bounds and causing the turnover, a scene that brought a satisfied smile to his face. The golden death grip sign illuminated around Anthony, a testament to his unexpected agility. Little did anyone expect Anthony to keep pace with Holiday. Last season, when Anthony had switched to guard the opposing guards, his defensive efficiency had been quite low. In the box, Zhou Ainen appeared equally astonished, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue. "I told you to trust me, and you were right to," Lin Feng declared with a grin, snapping his fingers. Just as they spoke, Anthony successfully isolated Holiday in the left elbow area, executing his signature three-threat move before effortlessly sinking a turnaround jumper for yet another 2 points. Chapter 26. The Rise of the Dark Lord. As time progressed, only 5 minutes remained in the first quarter. Pelicans point guard Jrue Holiday stood at the top of the arc, facing the aggressive defense of Carmelo Anthony, which rendered Holiday unable to penetrate. Even his vision for orchestrating the offense was significantly hindered by Anthony and Apos' height and wingspan. "Quick, pass me the ball. I want to take him one-on-one." Once again, Anthony Davis positioned himself advantageously in the paint. This marked the 5th time he had attempted to single out Deandre Ayton this quarter. In the previous 4 attempts, Davis had achieved an impressive shooting percentage of 75, also drawing a shooting foul from Ayton. With 2 successful free throws and a previous alley-oop, Davis had already amassed 10 points and 4 rebounds. In contrast, the second overall pick, Deandre Ayton, found himself utterly lost on the defensive end when matched against Davis. His aversion to physical confrontation left him hesitant and defensively. He struggled to make any meaningful impact against Davis in the low post. Now, Davis had the ball once more. In the streaming room, Wang Ming adjusted his glasses. Davis has made 3 out of 4 attempts against Ayton. Let us watch this play closely. Yang Yi, seated nearby, sported his trademark smirk. "Ah, Ayton. We see you avoiding contact on both ends of the court, showing a lack of aggression. Although his upper body strength appears substantial, he seems a tad soft." As Yang spoke, Davis initiated his one-on-one attack. "Hey, rookie, I've already hit 3 shots. Today, I'm going to utterly dismantle you and show everyone that you're nothing but a softie." Davis backed down Ayton, forcefully creating contact. Frantic, Ayton opted for a tactical retreat, trying to minimize physical engagement with Davis. "Dream on. I'm about to show you what I can do." Frustrated by being repeatedly outplayed, Ayton's anger bubbled beneath the surface. Davis, with a sudden pivot, forced contact with Ayton. Ayton instinctively flinched backward, only to realize that Davis' attempt at contact was a feint as he proceeded to shoot. Just as Ayton retreated half a step, Davis seized the moment, executing a turnaround jumper that provided him with ample shooting space. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, bringing Anthony Davis' score to 2 more points, making the score 17-16, with the Rockets momentarily ahead by 1 point. On the sidelines, Coach K shook his head in resignation. Despite Ayton's exceptional physical attributes, his playing habits left much to be desired. Coach K called for a timeout, and the referee blew the whistle to signal the Rockets and Apos pause. The players made their way to the bench for a brief respite. "Next, we'll substitute Zhou Qi in for Ayton to give him a breather." Coach K's gaze was profound, his tone serious. Ayton raised his hands in exasperation. "Coach, I still have energy. I can stay on the court." Coach K shook his head. "No, your defense has been lackluster. Sit and reflect for a moment." Known for his defensive prowess, Coach K was not pleased with Ayton and Apos' tendency to shy away from confrontation. He turned to Zhou Qi. "When you enter the game, you must contain Davis defensively. If you fail, I will pull you out immediately." The formidable Zhou Qi nodded vigorously. "Coach, don't worry. I will give my all to defend against Davis." Coach K nodded and made further personnel adjustments. "CP3, you take a break. Let Jalen Brunson step in for you. The responsibility of orchestrating the offense will now fall to Luka." CP3 offered no objections, understanding the rationale behind the decision. After all, as one of the team's core players and the engine of their offense, Overexertion in the first quarter could hinder his performance in crucial moments. All right, coach. I suggest we exploit their switches, allowing Luka or Carmelo to engage in one-on-one punishment. Chi, Brunson, and Bradley can spread the floor, despite not taking the court. CP3 remained actively engaged, strategizing with Coach K. The coach nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, our primary task is to exploit their switches. Luka, it's your time to make them pay. Don't let us down. Observing the youthful and handsome visage of Luka Doncic, Coach K felt a twinge of concern. This European prodigy had started strong with a beautiful step-back three-pointer and 2 assists, yet had since faded from prominence, often relegated to a shooting role. Watching Anthony and CP3 punish the opposition, Luka Doncic smiled confidently. Don't worry, coach, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. Having endured multiple taunts from Davis, Luka was determined to seize this opportunity to shine. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The formidable Chi donned the number 9 jersey, eliciting cheers from the Chinese fans in the Toyota Center. In the streaming room, Wang Ming and Yang Yi shared in the joy. I heard that the Rockets' acting general manager, Lin Feng, has actively sought to include Chi in the rotation this season. Yang, do you think this is a splendid opportunity for Chi to showcase his talents? Wang Ming glanced at Yang Yi. Absolutely, Yang Yi replied, adjusting his glasses. I have always emphasized that aside from honing his skills in the development league, Chi needs time on the court to display and learn. Once he absorbs what he can on the court, I am confident he will better integrate into the NBA. While Wang Ming and Yang Yi were deep in conversation, Bradley of the Rockets was at the sideline ready to inbound the ball. Avery, come set a screen for me. Then slipped to the corner, Luka whispered to Avery Bradley. Bradley nodded, don't worry, I've got this. Luka dribbled past half court, and Bradley swiftly moved up to set the screen. As anticipated, the Pelicans players immediately switched, leaving the smaller and lighter Etwan more exposed before Luka. Luka Doncic wore a mischievous grin. It's time to showcase my skills. Chapter 27, The Fiery Hot Pot. Doncic, with the ball in hand, stood at the right 45 angle beyond the three-point line. Faced with the defensive more from the Pelicans, Doncic appeared remarkably at ease. He began with a series of deft changes in direction, skillfully manipulating Moore's defensive balance. Hey, watch this. I'm going to break through on your right and then charge down the middle toward the basket. A confident smile adorned Doncic's face. As soon as he finished speaking, Doncic executed a change of direction, transferring the ball to his left hand, then explosively pushed off with his right foot, propelling himself toward the basket with the ball in his left hand. Dream on, I will lock you down. Moore quickly adjusted his defensive stance, shifting his body laterally to the right. Observing Moore's shifting center of gravity, Doncic swiftly pulled the ball back with his left hand, followed by a crossover dribble, transferring the ball to his right hand. See, it and Appos. That effortless. Doncic and Appos. Sudden change of direction forced Moore to skid to a halt, lunging toward Doncic once more. No way. I will not let you score easily, Moore shouted, swinging his arms while tightening his footwork in an attempt to thwart Doncic and Appos' advance. Yet, Doncic executed another change of direction, this time breaking through on the left side. I'm about to score. This maneuver sent Moore tumbling to the ground as he could no longer keep pace with Doncic, who charged toward the basket. Just then, a shadow dashed in front of Doncic. It was none other than Davis, who had been guarding the weak side corner, rushing in to help defend the rim after seeing Moore easily beaten by Doncic. Want to score? First, ask for my permission, Davis roared, raising his arms like a massive net to block Doncic and Appos' path. Attempting to stop me? That is utterly impossible. Doncic immediately decelerated, opting not to shoot. Instead, with the ball in his right hand, he maneuvered around Davis's body, flicking his wrist to pass the ball to Chi, who was lurking in the corner. Joe, sink that three, Doncic shouted as he delivered the pass. The timing was impeccable, allowing Chi to receive the ball comfortably, almost ready to shoot upon catching it. Chi lifted his long arms above his head, applying just the right amount of force to send the basketball soaring. Swish. The corner three-pointer found nothing but net. The Rockets added 3 more points. This was Chi's first three-point attempt since coming off the bench, and he nailed it instantly. In the VIP box, Lin Feng observed the Hall of Fame-level three-point shooter sign illuminate above Chi's head. That was an impressive three-pointer, Zhou Anan remarked, her face expressing astonishment. However, we must see if Chi can prove himself as a reliable and steady three-point shooter. If he can establish himself as a consistent offensive threat, then we have certainly struck gold, Lin Feng chuckled. Rest assured, Anan, Zhou Qi will undoubtedly become a dependable three-point asset. I only engage in profitable ventures, never in losing endeavors. Seeing Lin Feng's smug demeanor, Zhou Ayton couldn't help but join in his laughter. Hey, you really are a bit narcissistic. However, if these players can demonstrate their worth, it will validate your off-season signings and trades. I wonder how many people will be proven wrong then. Zhou Ayton's expression brimmed with anticipation, as if she too hoped Lin Feng's maneuvers would serve as a resounding rebuttal to those who doubted the Rockets. As Zhou Ayton conversed with Lin Feng, the Pelicans initiated another offensive play. At that moment, the players on the court for the Pelicans were Drew Holiday, at one more, Solomon Hill, Nikola Mirotic, and Anthony Davis. Confronted with the defense of Carmelo Anthony, Drew Holiday opted to pass the ball to Moore and swiftly executed a tactical movement. However, the Rockets and Oppo's defensive strategy did not involve switching. Upon encountering a screen, they immediately applied pressure. This left the Pelicans with limited shooting opportunities, hindering their ability to execute their plays effectively. With just 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Davis positioned himself in the low post. Holding the ball, Solomon Hill lofted it toward Davis. Hey, even Ayton can't guard me. You, a player who's been in the G League for so long, are no match for me. While holding the ball, Davis engaged in psychological warfare. Enough chatter. Give it your best shot. I'll reward you with a grand rejection. Zhou Qi retorted defiantly, refusing to back down in the verbal exchange. Quite the bravado. Let me see if you can back it up. As soon as he finished speaking, Davis launched an aggressive attack on Zhou Qi. Davis and Oppo's footwork was nimble, constantly adjusting Zhou Qi and Oppo's defensive focus. Zhou Qi stood his ground, though the tension made him susceptible to Davis and Oppo's movements. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to maintain his defensive position. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi raised his arms high, standing at 17 meters. His outstretched arms effectively obscured any potential shooting space for Davis. Frustrated, Davis attempted to shove past Zhou Qi. However, Zhou Qi was well prepared, bracing himself against Davis's forceful charge. As time in the key dwindled to nearly 3 seconds, Davis was left with no choice but to pivot and shoot under duress. Rookie. I'm taking the shot, an incredibly difficult one, Davis declared, executing a jump step before leaping into the air. Boom. Just as Davis released the ball, Zhou Qi leaped, his hand crashing down onto the basketball. A resounding rejection. Zhou Qi utilized all his strength to send Davis and Oppo's shot crashing to the ground. Magnificent. Zhou Qi delivered a flawless defensive play. In the Penghua live broadcast room, Wang Ming erupted with excitement. This offensive and defensive exchange showcased Zhou Qi's true value. Everyone claims Zhou Qi is too slender, but he just demonstrated immense effort in holding his ground against Davis. Yang Yi chimed in with a smile. Davis certainly possesses talent, but let him witness the mysterious power from the East. Zhou Qi's emphatic rejection ignited the Toyota Center. The Chinese fans in the arena waved their banners in support of Zhou Qi. Look, Teacher Yang, the Chinese fans are in a frenzy. This was Zhou Qi's first encounter with an all-star caliber opponent since entering the NBA, and he had performed remarkably. Now, let us await the next surprise Zhou Qi has in store for us. Chapter 28 Dunbao. Can you be a bit tougher? Zhou Qi's impressive performances on both ends of the court sent waves of excitement through the Chinese fans at the Toyota Center. Amidst the cheers, Doncic once again switched defensive assignments with Bradley, facing off against Moore yet again. You again, the Pelicans and Oppo's defensive stalwart, Doncic said with a teasing smile. Hearing the term defensive stalwart, Moore and Oppo's face flushed with embarrassment. The memory of being effortlessly bypassed by Doncic earlier ignited a mix of anger and frustration within him. What did Doncic mean by this? Was he mocking him? Moore wished he could pin Doncic to the ground. Kid, don't get too confident. This time I will steal the ball from you, Moore retorted. Unrestrained in his verbal sparring with Doncic, Doncic flashed his signature smile. He then held the ball in his right hand, suddenly accelerating to attempt a breakthrough against Moore. Alarmed, Moore quickly slid to his left rear, attempting to obstruct Doncic's path to the basket. But in the next moment, Moore was once again astonished. Seeing Moore's defensive weight shift, Doncic promptly halted and skillfully executed a dribble move. The term dribble refers to forcefully bouncing the ball on the ground and then catching it again. As he dribbled, Doncic effortlessly stepped back. Look, I'm about to shoot. This shot is guaranteed to go in. Doncic created distance between himself and Moore, securing an excellent angle for a shot. He raised both arms and launched a three-pointer while stepping back. Look, Doncic is shooting a step-back three. The basketball sailed through the air with a perfect arc, a truly magnificent shot. The commentator at the Toyota Center erupted with excitement. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. In a moment unseen by others, Lin Feng noticed the golden step-back three-point specialist badge illuminate above Doncic and Oppo's head. On the court, Doncic spread his arms in a gesture of nonchalance, his expression still relaxed. This utterly infuriated Moore. "You jerk. Just wait. Next time I 1T let you succeed." Following Doncic's successful step-back three-pointer, the Rockets fans grew even more ecstatic, vocally supporting their team. The Rockets and Pelicans exchanged thrilling plays. Before long, halftime arrived. And with Jalen Brunson missing a long-range three, both teams retreated for a break. The Rockets held a 59-50 lead over the Pelicans, a 9-point advantage. Throughout the first half, the formidable Shochi excelled, recording 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block, with a flawless three-point shooting record of 3 for 3. Among the Rockets' other players, Anthony posted a well-rounded stat line of 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Chris Paul contributed with 7 points, 1 rebound, 5 assists, and 1 steal, thanks to his reliable mid-range shooting and a three-pointer. Luka Doncic stood out, achieving a team high of 16 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists in just one half. In stark contrast, the highly anticipated second overall pick, Deandre Ayton, struggled significantly. On the offensive end, he managed only 2 points and 5 rebounds from 4 attempts, and on defense, he failed to contain Anthony Davis, showing reluctance for any physical confrontation. "Hey Luka, you're doing well," CP3 remarked, giving Doncic a thumbs up with an expression of admiration as they walked through the player tunnel. Anthony clapped Doncic on the shoulder. "Kid, you're impressive. You've mastered receiving the ball, step-back threes, and floaters. Your assists are great too. Receiving the ball from you is a pleasure." Doncic smiled, slightly bashful. "I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Coach K always says to focus on what you're good at." CP3 and Melo grew increasingly fond of Doncic, while Ayton, as the second overall pick, appeared rather forlorn. No one approached him, and there were no words of encouragement or praise directed his way. "Ayton, you're actually performing decently. You just need to be tougher," Coach K said patiently as he approached Ayton. "You have great physical gifts. You need to be willing to engage." Ayton lowered his head, remaining silent. When everyone returned to the locker room, they found Lin Feng and Joe Anan already waiting there. "Huh, Lin, what brings you to the locker room?" CP3 greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng chuckled. "I'm here to find Ayton. Looking for him." The other players turned their gazes to Ayton. The last to enter the locker room, Ayton stood at the door, appearing somewhat lost. Manager. What do you need to see me about?" Ayton asked, showing signs of nervousness. Clearly, for a rookie just entering the NBA, despite being a prodigy, it was natural to feel anxious in such moments, especially being called out by the team manager right after the first half of the season opener. "Of course, there is something," Lin Feng said with a serious expression. The other players watched with concern for Ayton. "Lin, there is no need to make the atmosphere so tense. He is still a young man. Let us take our time with this," CP3 interjected. Lin Feng nodded. He addressed Ayton. "Dunbao, I just want to tell you one thing." Ayton blinked. "Dunbao?" The nickname irritated him, but he held back his retort. Indeed, his weak performance in the first half resembled that of a baby. "Manager, go ahead," Ayton said, lowering his head, appearing dejected. "Clap, clap, clap." Lin Feng clapped his hands loudly. He roared at Ayton. "Dunbao, can you be tougher? Be tougher." Hearing Lin Feng's roar, Ayton abruptly raised his head. His teammates looked astonished at Lin Feng. Was the manager being too blunt? Everyone could see that Ayton was somewhat soft. No one wanted to address it to avoid embarrassing him. But now, the manager had called him out directly. A deep flush spread across Ayton and Oppo's coffee-colored cheeks. Ayton, like a bewildered schoolboy, hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "Your upper body is muscular. Even if your lower body lacks strength, you need to push back firmly. On offense, I want you to drive hard. Draw fouls, be aggressive. Dunbao, toughen up. If all else fails, just go for his thighs. Can you do that?" Lin Feng's emotions were running high. His words left the surrounding players in shock. Goodness, the manager is teaching Ayton how to foul. "Lin, I actually think." Before CP3 could finish, Lin Feng interrupted him. "Paul, don't speak on his behalf. Dunbao, can you be tougher? If not, can you at least go for his thighs? Answer me." Faced with Lin Feng and Oppo's loud questioning, Ayton nodded vigorously. "I can. Since you are capable, then in the second half, focus on breaking his thigh. Do you understand?" unless you wish to carry the name of Baby Ayton forever. Chapter 29. The resolute Ayton. The second half of the game between the Rockets and the Pelicans commenced, with both teams reinstating their starting players. Deandre Ayton returned to the court, his demeanor markedly different from the beginning of the match. A resolute glint sparkled in his eyes. The moniker Baby Ayton bestowed upon him by Lin Feng ignited a simmering anger within. The particularly irksome remark made by Lin Feng just before halftime further fueled his frustration, as Lin had warned Ayton that continued lackluster performance would lead to his demotion to the development league. Shit, Ayton muttered silently to himself. As the second overall pick, he had no desire to face such humiliation and ridicule throughout the league. As the second half began, the Pelican star point guard, Jrue Holiday, effortlessly dribbled past half court and lobbed the ball to the dominant Anthony Davis in the paint. This was a tactic the Pelicans had employed successfully in the first half. Davis had already amassed 10 points against Ayton alone. In fact, he had scored the highest in the first half with a total of 19 points. "Hey, little brother. I'm about to go one-on-one with you again," Davis taunted. 10 points already scored while I was matched up against you. Can you imagine how the headlines will read after tonight? Davis, with his back turned to Ayton, relished in the psychological warfare. The superstar Davis crushes the rookie Ayton, and you'll be branded as a softie. Ayton glared fiercely. "Hey, just try me. I will definitely defend against you." Davis chuckled derisively, finding Ayton's bravado utterly laughable. Prior to the first quarter, Ayton had boasted similarly. "Such a joke. Look, I'm about to break through." The moment he finished speaking, Davis feigned a drive toward the arc, drawing Ayton's defensive focus. "Gotcha." Davis sneered, swiftly pivoting and charging towards the baseline. "Not so fast," Ayton roared, quickly shifting his weight, bracing himself against Davis while extending his long arms to block Davis and Oppo's path to the basket. "Huh, you think you can stop me?" Davis scoffed, putting all his weight into a push to create space for an easy shot. This tactic had worked well for him in the first quarter, but this time, he found himself colliding with an immovable wall. Ayton stood firm, bracing against the onslaught. "Surprising. You can use your body?" Davis remarked with a smirk. "Watch closely. This shot is going in." Davis leaned into Ayton, leaping to attempt a reverse layup from the opposite side. "Ridiculous. I won't let you score," Ayton roared, springing upward and slapping the ball fiercely away. "Even if it meant breaking your leg," Ayton silently added. Boom. With exceptional athleticism and reach, Ayton sent the ball flying out of bounds. "Oh, block shot," Ayton bellowed at the fallen Davis. As Davis rose from the floor, he shot back. "Hey, rookie. Don't get too cocky. It was just one block. Don't celebrate too soon." Davis' expression soured. Ayton's block had incited a fervor among the fans at the Toyota Center. "Manager, it seems your motivational tactics are quite effective," Joe Ayton observed earnestly, watching Ayton's performance. Such a powerful defense and block had been absent in the first half. Joe's admiration for Lin Feng grew. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a satisfied grin. "If you were the second overall pick, you wouldn't want to be demoted to the development league, would you?" Joe Ayton turned, astonished. "What? Are you implying?" Her shock was palpable, despite Lin Feng's previous surprising actions. Indeed, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. "There's an old saying in Huagua, a striking drum needs a firm hit. Unfortunately, Ayton's drum requires considerable force to resonate." Lin Feng's smile faded as he stood and approached the glass window of the VIP box. Only by doing so can Ayton become the superstar center we envision, rather than merely a high-level blue-collar player. Lin Feng recalled vividly that in his past life, while Ayton had displayed commendable performances, media and fans alike credited much of his success to CP3's influence. Ultimately, Ayton was perceived as just a high-level blue-collar player. But Lin Feng desired more. He sought a premier center who commanded the court and dominated the paint. As Lin Feng conversed with Joe Ayton, the Pelicans had already inbound the ball, initiating another offensive play. "Hey, Jrue, pass me the ball," Holiday called from the left corner as Davis secured an excellent position in the paint. Despite having just been blocked by Ayton moments ago, the trust in Davis remained unshaken. In the first half, he had consistently outmaneuvered Ayton, so Holiday wasted no time delivering the ball to Davis and repositioning himself to create space. "What's this? You want to come back for more? Didn't you enjoy the last block party enough?" With newfound confidence from his successful defense, Ayton initiated physical contact with Davis even before he closed the gap. "Care for another taste?" Ayton's pent-up frustration from the first half finally found its outlet. "If you're not satisfied, I'll keep blocking you until you are." Thrilled, Ayton reveled in the exhilaration of trash-talking his opponent. "Stop chattering incessantly. Watch as I pivot and dunk right over you. Davis, still taunting, charged towards Ayton, attempting to break through with a powerful drive. But unlike the first half, Ayton held his ground, refusing to yield an inch. Davis quickly employed a low post move, trying to leverage his body against Ayton for a layup. Yet, Ayton stood resolute against the assault, granting no room for a score. Dream on. As Davis went for the layup, Ayton leaped high, ready to deliver yet another emphatic rejection. Chapter 30. The alley-oop dunk from the free throw line. Ayton soared high, creating an imposing barrier in midair. At that moment, a smirk of cunning triumph graced Davis's lips. Hey, rookie, you've fallen for it. That was merely a feint. Seeing Ayton momentarily deceived, Davis sprang into action, altering his shot's trajectory. The rookie's defensive skills were utterly unimpressive. As Davis leaped for the basket, he couldn't resist taunting Ayton. Bang! Just as Davis reveled in his moment of glory, Ayton's left arm swung, and as his body descended, he snatched Davis's shot out of the air. A spectacular block. The crowd erupted once more. Cheers echoed throughout the arena. What a magnificent rejection. Ayton's physical prowess, combined with his height and wingspan, was indeed remarkable. In the Penguin live broadcast, Wang Ming excitedly narrated, while Yang Yi concurred, absolutely, Ayton, with his athleticism, is a formidable presence. He waits for you to jump, while he remains airborne. That's quite disheartening for Davis. Wang Ming chuckled, indeed, Mr. Yang is right. Although Davis possesses considerable natural talent, Ayton is clearly taller. Look, after his impressive block, Ayton did not roar in triumph, but instead passed the ball to Paul. Paul initiated a swift counterattack. Following his lead were Bradley and Luka Doncic. Get back. Quick. Davis shouted at his teammates following the rejection. The Pelicans players hastily pursued the Rockets and Oppo's offensive players. With the ball in hand, CP3 advanced past half-court, diligently searching for his teammates' positions and opportunities. Noticing the Pelicans' defensive retreat was swift, Bradley and Doncic's lanes were effectively blocked. CP3 remained patient, showcasing his mastery of game control. Hold on, Luka, Bradley, spread out to the corners. CP3 commanded with his left hand, while holding the ball with his right. Luka Doncic and Bradley quickly maneuvered to the corners, and at that moment, Carmelo Anthony positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle of the three-point line, outstretched arms signaling for the ball. Hey, Chris, I'm wide open, Anthony called out to CP3. CP3 acknowledged this but noticed an obstruction in the passing lane. The returning Anthony Davis could intercept the ball intended for Anthony. A flash of inspiration struck CP3. He forcefully pushed the ball towards Melo, simulating a pass. Sure enough, the returning Davis appeared in the passing lane, pausing to extend his long arm, aiming to disrupt CP3's pass. You're still too green. CP3 was not passing, rather, he added a spin to the ball, which bounced off the floor and returned to his hands. This brief pause allowed the sprinting Ayton a chance to circumvent Davis's defense. Ayton, take flight. Seizing the moment, CP3 recognized the opportunity. With all Rockets players outside the three-point line, the Pelicans' interior defense was wide open. At that moment, Ayton maneuvered past Davis, raising his right hand towards the sky. With no defenders in the middle, CP3 flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring. Ayton tilted his head back, tracking the basketball as he approached the free throw line, leaping high. Oh well, an alley-oop from the free throw line? Wang Ming gasped in astonishment. Yang Yi was equally incredulous. Could Ayton actually score this? Crash. Under the watchful eyes of millions in the live stream, Ayton leapt from the free throw line, catching the ball from CP3 midair and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. An alley-oop dunk. A highlight reel moment. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of today's top 10 plays. Wang Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Yi erupted in laughter. Who would have thought Ayton could pull that off? After watching the first half, Ayton had seemed somewhat soft. If it were Griffin, I would believe he could make it. But Ayton truly surprised me. Ayton's spectacular dunk sent the crowd into a frenzy. Even the Rockets bench players leaped up, wildly waving their towels and cheering for Ayton. Well done. Great job, Ayton. CP3 approached Ayton, offering loud encouragement. Ayton, brimming with excitement, let out a few triumphant roars. In the VIP box, Lin Feng took note of the play. Ayton is performing splendidly. It seems he will be rewarded with a chicken leg tonight. Joanne, her cheeks flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "That was incredible. That dunk is surely the highlight of the day. No, I must immediately tweet about this," adding special effects to Ayton's dunk. Joanne busily manipulated her phone screen. Lin Feng also picked up his phone, casually browsing Twitter. In less than a minute, Ayton's dunk from the free throw line had gone viral on Twitter. Witness the visible talent. Sir, hi, Deandre Ayton. Today's delivery has arrived. Users tweeted, accompanied by a gif of Ayton's dunk. Ayton's offensive and defensive prowess left Davis feeling frustrated. Not only had he been blocked twice, but now Ayton had executed a stunning dunk, disregarding Davis entirely. The more Davis thought about it, the angrier he became. Upon reaching the front court, he demanded the ball again. Hurry, Holiday, get the ball to me, Davis shouted. However, this time, Holiday did not comply with Davis and Oppo's demands. After two failed attempts that resulted in blocks, the Pelicans coach was loudly calling for a change in strategy. Holiday had no choice but to heed the coach's instructions. He gestured for Davis to set a screen, initiating a tactical play. Yet, Davis stubbornly insisted on receiving the ball, eager to reclaim his pride against Ayton. Quick, pass me the ball. Davis was becoming increasingly agitated. Reluctantly, Holiday passed the ball back to Davis. Hey, rookie, this time I'm going to dunk over you, Davis growled softly, preparing to back down Ayton once more. Chapter 31, a half-court alley-oop dunk. Anthony Davis, known as the Brow, held the ball in the low post on the left side, attempting to back down Deandre Ayton once more. However, this time, as Davis began to dribble, Carmelo Anthony, defending Drew Holiday at the top of the arc, chose to provide help defense. Open space. I have an opening here, Holiday exclaimed, arms wide open, calling out to Davis. Davis remained composed, not rushing to pass. While backing down Ayton, he discreetly observed Anthony and Oppo's positioning out of the corner of his eye. Just as Anthony was preoccupied and unable to return to defend Holiday, Davis swiftly passed the ball. Drew punished them with a three. Davis flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring through the air in a perfect arc toward Holiday. He envisioned the ball swishing through the net. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shadow darted across the path of Davis's pass. What a beautiful assist. An exceptional display of passing awareness, Wang Ming exclaimed in the live broadcast. But in the next moment, he shouted, Paul has emerged. Indeed, the shadow on the court belonged to CP3. A steal. Magnificent. The anticipation of St. Paul was astounding. Wang Ming's commentary quickened, synchronizing with the unfolding action. CP3 had intercepted Davis's possession. Shit, Davis roared, swinging his long arms downward in frustration. Yet, CP3 had no time to relish Davis's expression. He immediately advanced with the ball, initiating a counterattack. Go, go, go. CP3, with the ball in his left hand, propelled himself forward while directing his teammates with his right. Bradley, sprint ahead. A rare fast break opportunity. As CP3 pushed forward, he keenly observed his teammates' positions. Simultaneously, Bradley and Anthony managed to shake off their defenders and rushed toward the front court. At that moment, Luka Doncic had already reached the opponent's three-point line. Although Doncic lacked explosive athleticism and wasn't particularly speedy, his quick reflexes and high basketball IQ allowed him to predict CP3's steal. Before his defender could react, he was already sprinting toward the front court. As a master of control and a premier playmaker, CP3 keenly sensed this. Hey, Luka, let Oppo's go for a full-court alley-oop, he shouted to Doncic up ahead. Upon hearing CP3's call, Doncic immediately understood the cue. He raised his right arm, pointing to the sky, signaling CP3 to pass the ball. CP3 clasped the ball with both hands, feigning a three-step layup, then flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring into the air. The spectators were left in awe. Wow, old Paul is pulling off some tricks. He's going for a half-court alley-oop, Yang Yi exclaimed in the broadcast. Not just Yang Yi. Even Lin Feng and Zhou Enin in the VIP box were visibly excited. This play not only traversed half the court, but also marked the inaugural game of the season for CP3 and Doncic, the veteran and the newcomer. This play would test CP3's passing prowess, as well as Luka Doncic's athleticism. Most importantly, it would gauge their synergy. Heavens, will Luka be able to catch that? Zhou Enin anxiously clenched her hands, her beautiful face reflecting a mix of excitement and tension. Lin Feng squinted, contemplating the potential of this moment. If it succeeded, it could undoubtedly be one of the season's highlight plays. On the Rockets bench, the players wore exaggerated expressions, wide-eyed and astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Ariza, responsible for vigorously waving towels, had his fists clenched in excitement, poised to shake his towel. Under the watchful eyes of all, Luka Doncic began his leap. This is my moment, he silently declared. He pushed off the ground with all his might, held his breath, and soared high, catching the basketball midair. Boom. With both hands, he executed a powerful dunk. Luka Doncic had completed the half-court alley-oop. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers. Dunbao fiercely pulled down the rim, landing with an exultant roar. Oh, what a perfect aerial relay. An extraordinary shot. Simply magnificent. The sequence from the pass to the dunk was breathtaking. The Rockets bench exploded with jubilation. Everyone cheered and waved their towels vigorously. Zhou Qi dramatically extended his long arms, shielding his ecstatic teammates behind him, while he himself celebrated with exuberance. Incredible! This play is sheer artistry. Of course, Donai and Oppo's final dunk was nothing short of commanding. The half-court pass and dunk were simply perfect. Yang Yi excitedly commented. Within the VIP box, Zhou and Oppo's and also erupted in joy. Oh yes, that shot went in. Amazing. Lin Feng, this is absolutely fantastic. Zhou and Oppo's and danced with glee, waving her arms, bouncing in excitement. Lin Feng, did you see that? It was even more thrilling than Ayton and Oppo's dunk from the free throw line earlier. In her excitement, she jumped onto Lin Feng, who instinctively caught her. Amidst the crowd and Oppo's cheers, their eyes met, and Zhou's cheeks flushed bright red, prompting her to hastily jump down. Ahem, that was indeed an exquisite play, Lin Feng said, brushing his nose to ease the awkward atmosphere in the box. Zhou and Oppo's, and her face still flushed, turned away, ignoring him. On the court, Pelicans coach Alvin Gentry shook his head in resignation. Following this awe-inspiring half-court alley-oop, the Rockets' morale soared, and the home crowd's energy peaked once more. In stark contrast, the Pelicans players hung their heads, visibly disheartened. Indeed, consecutive powerful and nearly flawless alley-oop dunks had severely impacted their team and Oppo's spirit. Gentry quickly signaled to the referees, requesting a timeout. A pause was essential to temper the Rockets' soaring momentum and the electrifying atmosphere in the arena. Otherwise, continuing the game would be extremely detrimental to the Pelicans. Davis shook his head, visibly dejected, as he walked toward the bench. On the way back, Holiday remarked to Davis, "You can't keep playing like this in isolation. Clearly, your individual play was effective in the first half. However, Ayton has noticeably intensified his defense in the second half. Continuing to play solo will not benefit our team." Upon hearing Holiday's words, Davis, already filled with frustration, erupted. "What did you say? Drew, let me tell you, without me, we would have been blown out long ago. You need not doubt my contributions. You are not permitted to question me." Chapter 32, a fierce quarrel. Davis, with his prominent eyebrows furrowed in anger, felt his authority as the team's star player was severely challenged. "Zhu, just look at the scoreboard. Your stats are pitiful. The best option is to pass the ball to me," Davis roared vehemently. Holiday, equally incensed, replied, "Hey, Davis, you are indeed the star of the team. But you cannot play selfishly. The team is a collective, requiring the effort of every player. Even if you score 80 or 90 points yourself, can the team truly win?" Their quarrel continued unabated as they approached the bench, culminating in Davis shoving Holiday forcefully. "Shut up. I understand the essence of basketball better than you. Just do as I say." The intensity of their confrontation escalated, capturing the attention of the media cameras. In the ESPN studio, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal voiced his skepticism. It seems the Pelicans are experiencing an internal conflict. Davis just pushed Holiday. This is not a good omen. The outspoken Barkley spread his arms, chuckling, "Aha." It appears that the Rockets and Oppo's, two alley-oop dunks and Ayton and Oppo's successful defense against Davis have led the Pelicans and Oppo's players to question him. After all, as the star player, failing to capitalize on two consecutive isolation opportunities is unacceptable. I, for one, would not tolerate such a situation. Barkley unreservedly criticized Davis, stating, "Such actions towards a teammate on the court clearly indicate that Davis is not a mature leader. I believe he needs to cool off on the sidelines, or risk damaging the team's chemistry." Renowned commentator A. Smith concurred with Barkley's remarks. "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Look, their argument is far from over. Quick, look. It seems they are about to come to blows." On the court, Holiday, usually of a mild temperament, could no longer restrain himself after being shoved by Davis. With fury etched across his face, he charged toward Davis. "You jerk. What gives you the right to push me? Am I not speaking the truth? Just because you are the boss of the team doesn't mean you can dismiss other suggestions and criticisms." Holiday shouted vehemently, feeling his position as the team leader threatened. Davis grew even more agitated. "Come on. If you have the guts, step over here. Let us see who can flatten whose head. You have no right to lecture me." As the confrontation escalated, other Pelicans players hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Coach Gentry bellowed, "Enough, both of you. This is merely the first game of the new season. We are just encountering a few minor difficulties and setbacks. Is this how you want to conduct yourselves, risking suspensions? Gentry's expression was stern. As the head coach of a team with superstars, he usually maintained a benevolent demeanor towards his players. However, confronted with the conflict between Davis and Holiday, he had no choice but to issue a strong reprimand. Under the urging of their teammates and coach, both Davis and Holiday eventually calmed their tempers. With just over 30 seconds remaining before the timeout concluded, Gentry swiftly devised a simple tactical arrangement. As the timeout ended, the players returned to the court. Holiday initiated an offensive play, but unexpectedly, the Rockets, who had initially employed man-to-man defense, switched to a zone defense after the break. This sudden change left Holiday momentarily bewildered. Yet he endeavored to direct his teammates according to their pre-planned strategy. Moore, come over and continue the play. Holiday beckoned Moore. However, against the Rockets' zone defense, the Pelicans' tactical movements appeared ineffective, ultimately resulting in the ball landing in Solomon Hill's hands. Hey, Hill, if I were you, I'd pass the ball to Davis for the attack. Standing opposite Hill was Bradley, who flashed his signature smile. Hill felt a twitch in his cheek, recalling the earlier altercation between Davis and Holiday, momentarily losing focus. Perhaps Bradley was right. Passing the ball to Davis to attempt a score would shield him from blame in the event of failure. Conversely, if he failed to score, Davis would undoubtedly direct his ire toward him. Although Holiday had been an all-star, possessing the confidence and skill to challenge Davis, Hill recognized his own minor role and knew he could not confront Davis without risking being benched, a fate he wished to avoid. If you don't pass, I want to hold back. In an instant of distraction, Bradley swiftly intercepted the ball from Hill's grasp. Oh no! Hill gasped as he realized the ball was now in Bradley and Oppo's possession. Cursing himself for losing concentration, he attempted to reclaim the ball. However, Bradley was quicker, swiftly passing it to CP3. Hey, Chris, it's yours. Upon receiving the ball, CP3 immediately launched a fast break. The other Rockets players understood the cue and bolted toward the front court. CP3 dashed past half-court, charging straight towards the opponent and Oppo's basket. Yet, apart from Holiday, who was desperately sprinting back on defense, the rest of the Pelicans seemed disheartened by the recent turmoil, neglecting their defensive responsibilities. For against one, my goodness, the Pelicans players aren't even trying to defend. Will the Rockets opt for an alley-oop or another scoring method? Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. On the court, CP3 chose not to pass for an alley-oop, but instead delivered the ball to the waiting Carmelo Anthony beyond the three-point line. Carmelo, this one's for you. CP3 flicked his wrist, sending the ball comfortably into Anthony's hands. Not rushing to shoot, Anthony held the ball, taking ample time to adjust and aim for the basket. The opportunity seemed effortless. I want to hold back either. If I can't make the shot, that would be truly inexcusable. With that thought, Anthony lifted his hand and released the ball, which soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc toward the hoop. Chapter 33, Jersey Retirement Ceremony. The open three-point shot launched by Anthony arched elegantly through the air. After a brief glide, the ball swished through the net. Swish. The three-pointer extended the Rockets' lead once more, delivering a significant blow to the Pelicans' morale. Players on the court hung their heads, and those on the bench appeared somber. Following his three-pointer, Anthony emphatically poked his three fingers against his temple, a signature gesture that reignited the fervor among the fans. The cheers at the Toyota Center surged like waves. Amidst the fans' exuberance, the game continued. In the ensuing play, the Rockets dominated, while the Pelicans, severely demoralized, conceded the match early. Ultimately, the Rockets secured a comfortable victory in their season opener at home, triumphing 110-98. Though the game had concluded, the fans at the Toyota Center lingered, for the Rockets had organized a jersey retirement ceremony for the legendary Tracy McGrady. Acting General Manager Lin Feng and Acting President of Team Operations Joe Ayton were also present. The lights dimmed in the arena. As the Acting General Manager of the Rockets, Lin Feng took the wireless microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the jersey retirement ceremony for our esteemed alumnus, Tracy McGrady. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the venue. The large screen displayed highlights of McGrady donning the Rockets' #1 jersey during his tenure. As both the acting general manager and a devoted fan of Tracy, he expressed gratitude on behalf of the Rockets for McGrady and Oppo's contributions. Although Tracy and Oppo's collaboration with the Great Wall of China, Yao Ming, did not yield significant accolades, it left an indelible mark and unforgettable memories. As Lin Feng spoke, the spotlight shifted to McGrady. Furthermore, for this momentous occasion, we have invited Tracy and Apos as close friends. Lakers legend Kobe Bryant, as well as his exceptional teammate, Yao Ming. Additionally, we are honored to have Tracy's distant cousin, the illustrious Vince Carter, and former Philadelphia 76ers star Allen Iverson. Lin Feng had gathered the 4 prominent shooting guards of the league to ensure a spectacular jersey retirement ceremony for McGrady. The audience erupted in applause. Among the 4, only Vince Carter remained active on the court, while the others had retired. The atmosphere was electric, with cheers resonating throughout the venue. Now, let us welcome our guest of honor, Tracy McGrady, to share his thoughts. As the host, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement upon seeing McGrady, impeccably dressed in a suit, approach him. T-Mac, the floor is yours. Lin Feng gazed at his idol, his heart racing with nostalgia. The presence of the 4 shooting guards symbolized not just his own youth, but the shared memories of many. Thank you, McGrady began, his voice tinged with emotion as he accepted the microphone. Lin Feng stepped aside, allowing McGrady to take center stage. Under the spotlight, one could still catch a glimpse of the young prodigy he once was. Thank you all for attending my jersey retirement ceremony. I must also express my gratitude to the Rockets for hosting this event. Moreover, my heartfelt thanks go to my dear friends who have come to celebrate with me. McGrady turned to deeply bow to his 4 friends present, with his gaze fixed on the screen, which replayed scenes of his battles with the Rockets. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing these images is so familiar. As a player, one naturally regards winning the championship trophy as the highest honor. Yet, during my time with Yao and the Rockets, we did not achieve significant breakthroughs. Injuries, adjustments, acquisitions, these topics have faded into the past. Nevertheless, I want to express my gratitude to my teammates, especially to Yao. McGrady spoke passionately, his eyes locking onto Yao Ming. Yao not only inspired me on the court, but also introduced me to the delectable cuisine of China. Those years as his teammate were truly joyous. McGrady and Apos' words elicited a smile from Yao. He then turned his attention to Kobe. And of course, I cannot overlook my dear brother and formidable opponent, Kobe Bryant. This guy was always so competitive, so full of spirit. Every time I faced him, I had to bring my absolute best. McGrady chuckled, recalling a game where he had momentarily lost focus, allowing Kobe to execute a thunderous dunk without hesitation. I thought, how could he do that? So, in the next play, I had to respond in kind. Both McGrady and Kobe erupted in laughter. I owe a debt of gratitude to Kobe for pushing me to improve through our matchups. And I must also thank AI. Every time I defended against him, I felt utterly exhausted, never knowing where his next move would take him, perhaps even to outer space. McGrady's just drew hearty laughter from Iverson, who playfully waved his hands. At one point, I wondered if there was some adhesive on AI's hands because his dribbling was so mesmerizingly stable. Iverson raised his hands in mock surrender, assuring everyone he had no such substances. Finally, McGrady's gaze landed on Carter. And last but not least, my cousin, Vince Carter. I remember the dunk contest champion title you snatched from me. Indeed, I thought my dunk was impressive. Yet you outdid me with an even more spectacular one to claim the crown. Regardless, I am deeply thankful to all of you. Thank you to my teammates for helping me become better, and to my opponents for challenging me to improve. Also, my heartfelt thanks to the fans. Your support has been my driving force. Thank you all. But after tonight, the NBA courts will no longer witness the fiery presence of the number 1 T-Mac clad in red. Chapter 34. Inviting Kobe after T-Mac and Apos' speech concluded. He handed the microphone to Yao Ming, the towering figure of the Great Wall of China. As the most illustrious Chinese athlete in the NBA, Yao embodies the former splendor of Chinese basketball, inspiring countless future generations. Holding the microphone, Yao's excitement was palpable, his face adorned with a warm smile. Well, it's my turn to say a few words. The spotlight illuminated the man who once reigned as the league's premier center. As for the most remarkable teammate throughout my NBA journey, I must confess that upon first encountering T-Mac, I was often under the impression that he could never fully awaken. I questioned whether he could genuinely score. Was this truly the scoring champion of the league? Yao and Apos' jest elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, conjuring the image of a drowsy McGrady, seemingly perpetually in a state of lethargy. However, after witnessing his miraculous 13 points in 35 seconds, I realized he merely appeared to be in a perpetual slumber. On the court, he transformed into a fierce lion, ready to dismantle his adversaries. Without hesitation, I declare T-Mac as the finest teammate of my career and my staunchest ally. His jersey retirement is a well-deserved honor, I also hope he can indulge in more slumber henceforth, so he may no longer appear as if he has just awakened. Upon concluding his remarks, Yao embraced McGrady tightly before passing the microphone to Kobe. As McGrady's close friend and rival, Kobe radiated joy. Honestly, I believe I could still outplay T-Mac today. Haha. The two shared a knowing laugh, their camaraderie evident. Having been friends for years, both are immensely talented players, appreciating one another's skills. In truth, T-Mac and Oppo's prowess on the court is undoubtedly formidable. As a competitor, he has spurred my growth and fueled my ambition to surpass him. As friends, we have inspired each other, achieving our respective successes on the court. While T-Mac may lack a championship ring, I possess 5. Kobe quipped, playfully extending his hand to tease McGrady. Now that you've retired, I can and Oppo's help but wonder, what if we teamed up to chase that elusive 6th championship? What do you think? Have you considered a comeback? Kobe's words sent McGrady into fits of laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. Following them were Carter and Iverson, who reminisced about their days competing against one another on the court, expressing deep nostalgia for the cherished moments of the past. Once all speeches concluded, the microphone returned to McGrady. What more can be said? He gazed at the screen displaying countless memories, his eyes glistening with tears. The tough exterior softened, revealing a heart filled with emotion. Standing on the court, he felt as though the young man in the jersey, racing across the hardwood, had never truly departed. Thank you. I am profoundly grateful to everyone for attending my jersey retirement ceremony, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to the fans for their unwavering support. McGrady bowed deeply to the fans along the sidelines. With those words, his number 1 jersey slowly ascended, finding its place at the Toyota Center, forever etched in the memories of a generation. After the ceremony, Lin Feng awaited in the players' tunnel alongside Joe Anon. Hey, Kobe. Upon encountering one of his childhood idols, Lin rushed forward. Kobe smiled. Hey, Lin, what brings you here? You're not actually hoping for my comeback, are you? You know I and Oppo's am a loyal man. If I were to return, it would have to be with the Lakers. Of course not. Lin chuckled, feeling both bashful and anxious. Actually, I was wondering if you would consider joining the Rockets coaching staff as a player development coach, much like T-Mac. You know, the young players in the league hold you in high regard. The Mamba mentality has greatly influenced the new generation. If you were to join the coaching staff, it would provide immense motivation for the players. Lin fervently articulated. Imagine if both T-Mac and Kobe were part of the Rockets coaching team. What a dream. Especially for a rising star like Luka Doncic, it would be an incredible opportunity. Kobe stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is indeed an intriguing proposition. However, I'm not quite ready to work just yet. I prefer to spend time with my family. Lin smiled. Kobe, I have a bold idea. What if I retired both your number 8 and number 24 jerseys? Historically, only Michael Jordan has had his jerseys retired by multiple teams. Kobe's interest was piqued. He had always sought to follow in Jordan's footsteps, emulating his playing style and tenacity. If I were to have my jerseys retired, it would indeed bring me closer to Jordan's legacy. Even if you choose not to join, I plan to retire your jerseys regardless. Lin spoke earnestly, believing that a player of Kobe and Oppo's caliber deserves the honor of multiple jersey retirements. Kobe beamed. Lin, I must admit, you have a way with words. Your offer is hard to refuse. All right, I accept. Chapter 35. Press conference. Upon hearing Kobe's affirmation, Lin Feng erupted in joyous exclamation. He extended his arms and embraced Kobe tightly. This is extraordinary. I feel as though I am in a dream. Lin Feng was utterly exhilarated. Kobe, infected by Lin Feng's enthusiasm, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin, ease up a bit. I can hardly breathe. Lin Feng hastily released his grip, awkwardly rubbing his nose. I was just too excited. As a longtime fan of Kobe, how could I not be thrilled to work alongside my idol? Especially when I get to collaborate with both T-Mac and Kobe, my heart is beyond elated. Then it and Oppo's settled. After the next game, I will immediately arrange for your number 8 and 24 jerseys to be retired. Lin Feng said earnestly, gazing into Kobe and Oppo's eyes. Kobe smiled and agreed. After they parted ways, the system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning the first game and acquiring the gold medal shot blocking Mastercraft card. Lin Feng beamed as he held the crafting card, then made his way to the media conference alongside Joe and Oppo's. This was the press conference following the Rockets' inaugural game of the new season, and Lin Feng was determined to attend personally. The team's star players, CP3, Luka Doncic, Carmelo Anthony, and Deandre Ayton, were already seated in their respective spots. Upon Lin Feng and Apos' entrance, the cameras of numerous reporters swiftly turned towards him. As the acting general manager, Lin Feng confidently took his place between CP3 and Melo. No sooner had he seated himself than a reporter eagerly posed a question. "Hey, Lin, first of all, congratulations on the Rockets' victory in the season opener. I would like to ask if this win was part of your plan?" Lin Feng chuckled at the question. "Such a query seems rather foolish. We strive for victory in every game, and our only plan is to win." His response was assertive, exuding immense confidence. "Hey, Lin. The general consensus is that many are puzzled by your off-season maneuvers. ESPN even labeled your actions as the most foolish trades in history. What are your thoughts on this?" Another journalist inquired sharply. Lin Feng shrugged. "Of course, I have seen it. To the journalists and commentators at ESPN, I have but one thing to say. The players of the Houston Rockets are the finest athletes. We shall silence all doubters with our actions. And let us not forget, I have a wager with Shaq, Barkley, and A. Smith at ESPN, 10 consecutive wins. The Houston Rockets will demonstrate our worth with a 10-game winning streak. And I hope you all won't be left slack-jawed." Lin Feng spoke with unwavering determination, radiating confidence. "Now, regarding tonight's performance, what are your thoughts on the players' displays?" A reporter raised a hand to ask. Lin Feng smiled. "Each player performed remarkably well. They executed their roles on the court superbly. Every one of them is a hero and a warrior on the court." His commendation of the Rockets players drew smiles from the other 4 athletes present at the conference. "Some say Anthony is a defensive liability. What is your take on this?" A reporter pressed, directing the inquiry towards Melo. "That's utter nonsense," Lin Feng retorted without hesitation, disregarding any semblance of decorum. "Who said that? Step forward and see if I don't crush their arrogance." Anyone with eyes could see that under Melo's stringent defense, the Pelicans' backcourt sharpshooter Drew Holiday managed only 10 points on a 12 for shooting percentage. Though it was but one game, I am confident that Melo's performance will improve, dispelling any external doubts. Lin Feng would staunchly defend the players he recruited, ensuring that anyone who disparaged his team would face his rebuttal. "All right. My players are quite fatigued and require rest. Please refrain from bombarding them with any more unproductive questions." Lin Feng stood up, signaling his intention to depart. The other 4 players followed suit, standing in unison. As security intervened, Lin Feng led the group out. "Hey, everyone, you all performed splendidly tonight. To celebrate, let's head to EP Bar for some leisure. Tonight's expenses are on me." Back in the locker room, Lin Feng gathered all the players and coaches, inviting them to unwind at the bar. "I think that's a splendid idea," Anthony exclaimed, the first to respond. Even CP3, known for his strict self-discipline, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It was a resounding victory. We need to bond more. Let us go, but we mustn't neglect tomorrow's training," CP3 reminded, ever diligent regarding basketball and his teammates. With the 2 star players expressing their support, the rest of the athletes eagerly followed suit. As the players joyfully exited the locker room, Lin Feng intentionally lingered behind with Joanin. "And then, please arrange for the jersey retirement ceremony for Kobe on October 24th when we return to our home court." Lin Feng whispered to Joan and Apos. The Rockets were set to face 2 Los Angeles teams back-to-back, and by the time they returned to their home court, it would indeed be October 24th. Joan and Apos, somewhat surprised, nodded in agreement. "Is there anything else?" she inquired softly. "I almost forgot." Lin Feng snapped his fingers, a smile gracing his face. "Please also contact the general manager of the Timberwolves to inquire about the potential trade for Derrick Rose." Joanin was taken aback. "Rose?" "Lin Feng, I must remind you that Rose and Apos' recent performance has not been stellar. Last season, he averaged only 8 for points, with both his shooting and 3-point percentages lacking. Are we truly pursuing a trade for him?" Joanin expressed concern, noting that the team was currently finding its rhythm, and the players had just signed contracts. It seemed premature to consider trades. Moreover, given Rose and Apos' performance, was it wise to explore this avenue? Rest assured, do not forget that a lean camel is larger than a horse. Rose is a former #1 pick and the youngest MVP. While there may be busts among first-round picks, MVPs are not to be taken lightly. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. "Currently, we do not have any players available for trade. However, I would like to first hear the offer from the Timberwolves." Chapter 36, The Bar Incident. EP Bar. Houston and Apos' nightlife remains vibrant, bustling with numerous handsome men and beautiful women. Some are blonde and blue-eyed, while others possess yellow skin and dark eyes. Under the exuberant influence of the DJ, everyone indulges in revelry. Hey, Chris, come join me. Let us dance. The new prince of the nightclub scene, Ayton, drags CP3 toward the dance floor. CP3 chuckles and waves his hand. Never mind, Ayton, you might as well go with Luka. Just look at him, surrounded by so many lovely ladies. He can hardly keep up. Puffing on a cigar, CP3 exudes an air of leisure. Even amidst the pulsating atmosphere of the bar, he remains composed, following CP3 and Oppo's gesture. The youthful, affluent, and striking Luka Doncic is already encircled by a bevy of stunning women, each vying for his attention with flirtatious poses. Oh, the charming young lad certainly outshines us old-timers, muses Carmelo Anthony, reclining on a plush sofa with a cigar in hand, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. I say, Melo, remember when you first entered the league? You were quite the dashing young man yourself, with that sweet, innocent smile that could captivate thousands. Lin Feng nudges Anthony and Oppo's shoulder playfully. Upon hearing this, Anthony beams with pride. Of course, I was quite the heartthrob back then. Who didn't he know the name Anthony in the nightclubs of Denver? He winks at Lin Feng, adding, what do you think won over Lala? It was undoubtedly my irresistible charm. Speaking of Lala, Anthony's expression grows even more delighted. Lin Feng joins in the laughter, relishing the camaraderie shared among players in such an environment. Yet, Anthony speaks the truth. Lala is a renowned host, actress, writer, and singer in America, possessing both beauty and talent. Only someone as youthful, wealthy, and charismatic as Melo could win her heart. If it were diminutive Nate Robinson, Lala wouldn't spare him even a glance. Hey, Lin, I sense there might be something brewing between you and Amy, Anthony remarks, draping an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, suggesting a closeness. Lin Feng shivers. Melo, you mustn't say such things. My relationship with Anin is purely platonic. Anthony smirks knowingly. What do you mean by pure? The way you affectionately call her Anin is quite telling. I understand women as hearts. Should I play matchmaker for you? His teasing grin sends a chill down Lin Feng's spine. Just then, before Lin Feng could respond, two muscular young men, sporting shaved heads and adorned with earrings and lip piercings, swagger over to him with mischievous expressions. You must be Jack Lin, one of the taller ones. With striking red hair, quips in a mocking tone. That's me, Lin Feng replies, his voice clear even amidst the clamor. Excellent. Our brothers need to speak with you. Step outside with us. The red-haired ruffian gestures toward the exit with his thumb. Hey, why should I? Before Lin Feng could protest, Anthony stood up, his demeanor shifting from jovial to serious. Where are you from? What business do you have with Lin Feng? A stark contrast to their previous banter. Anthony's face is now stern. What is it to you? Retorts the other thug, with yellow hair and dark skin, dismissively glancing at Anthony. Watch your tone, Anthony sneers. Of course, it concerns me. P.S. my brother. What do you intend to do? He positions himself protectively in front of Lin Feng, undeterred by the two troublemakers. CP3, noticing the commotion, approaches and inquires loudly. Hey, what is going on? As he surveys the two unruly youths, Anthony remarks coldly. These two miscreants want to drag Jack out. CP3 frowns. I advise you two to back off. This is a matter of law. I suggest you refrain from causing trouble, or I'll call the police. Unfazed, the yellow-haired thug scoffs. What are you going to do? I'm taking Lin Feng with me. Go ahead, call the cops. The thug lunges forward, shoving Anthony aside. Anthony, not one to be trifled with, retaliates, landing a powerful punch to the yellow-haired thug's face. Bam! The force of the blow sends the thug crashing to the ground, howling in pain. Help! An NBA star is attacking me. The yell pierces through the bar, drowning out the DJ's music. Good grief. Melo is taken aback. When did I become capable of such force? He stares, bewildered, before delivering a kick to the fallen thug. Get up. Stop playing dead. CP3 quickly intervenes. Enough, brother. This isn't right. Lin Feng also steps in. Melo, there is something amiss. We've fallen into a trap. In that moment of peril, Anthony had bravely defended Lin Feng, for which Lin Feng felt grateful. Yet, the situation had escalated absurdly. One punch couldn't possibly have resulted in death. Damn it. What a mess. Anthony laments, frustration evident on his face. Lin Feng decisively turns to the gathering Rockets players. Brothers, find the bar's power source and cut it off. Ayton, Zhou Qi, keep an eye on the yellow-haired one. Luka, watch the red-haired one. Someone's scheming against us, and this isn't over. Fuming, Lin Feng clenches his teeth, anger boiling within. A night out had turned into a setup. This indignation could not go unaddressed. And then, when the lights go out, Quickly search for any signs of light within the bar. I suspect someone may be secretly filming us. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhouan grows anxious. What? You mean someone orchestrated this? Indeed. Lin Feng affirms with unwavering resolve. Now hurry, do as I say. Chapter 37. Stirring the Waters. The bar, often frequented by CP3 and the nightclub Prince Harden, held its secrets tightly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, CP3 dashed out to switch off the main power. Suddenly, the once chaotic bar was engulfed in darkness. A piercing scream echoed, sending the patrons into a frenzy. In the brief seconds of darkness, the customers scrambled to illuminate their surroundings with their phones, granting Lin Feng a crucial opportunity. Wagoo, there's light over there. It must be the paparazzi capturing us, Lin Feng exclaimed, leading Anthony towards the glimmering beacon. From the onset, Lin Feng had been on high alert when some thugs approached. Moreover, after Anthony clashed with the blonde-haired thug, the latter fell to the ground instantaneously, an anomaly. As an NBA star, Lin Feng was well acquainted with Anthony's capabilities. While he could indeed knock out the thug with a single punch, the reality was that Anthony had not exerted any force. Thus, Lin Feng concluded that this was all premeditated. By instructing CP3 to cut the power, Lin Feng anticipated that any lurking paparazzi would be caught off guard. What are you doing? Lin Feng and Anthony maneuvered through the crowd, apprehending the individual wielding a camera. They held him firmly, while Lin Feng swiftly retrieved his phone to call CP3. Chris, you can restore the power now. We and Oppos, VE caught someone. Understood. CP3 and Oppos. S voice echoed back. And the bar was soon illuminated once again. Security personnel rushed in to restore order. What are you doing? Let me go. Otherwise, I will call the police. The lights revealed a pale-skinned young man with long hair, who appeared particularly flustered upon seeing Lin Feng and Anthony. Hand it over. Anthony seized the camera from the young man's grasp. Lin, look, this guy was indeed filming us. Anthony seethed, glaring at the young man with an intense demeanor. Realizing his cover was blown, the young man panicked. Lin Feng seized the moment to declare, filming without consent infringes upon our right to privacy, and we will report you to the authorities. No, you can't do this. There's footage of Anthony hitting someone. The young man protested desperately. For NBA stars, any off-court news could have significant repercussions. As public figures, they faced not only potential damage to their reputations but also severe penalties from the league. The new season had barely commenced, and already, one of the Houston Rockets and Oppos star players, Carmelo Anthony, was embroiled in a bar scandal, clearly an unwise predicament. Anthony and Oppos' face darkened, his expression grim as he grasped the gravity of the situation. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. Assault? What a joke. We will seek medical examination. You and your two accomplices will be accused of defamation. Do you realize the consequences you face? Besides unemployment, you could also face imprisonment. As the acting general manager of the Rockets, Lin Feng was determined to suppress this incident. Not only for the sake of the players, but also to leverage the situation for publicity for both the team and Anthony. The young man grew increasingly agitated. What do you mean? Lin Feng's voice was grave. You have only two options before you. First, you and your friends can take the fall for this. Second, you can reveal your mastermind and become a whistleblower. Lin Feng and Oppos' frustration over the bar incident was palpable. They had just celebrated a resounding victory in their season opener, only to have their joy marred by troublemakers. The delightful evening had been utterly spoiled. I will tell you. It was the former team president of the Rockets, Atherton. He was dissatisfied with your termination and commissioned us to create discord and film it. The young man confessed without hesitation, revealing the orchestrator behind the scheme. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. That scoundrel Atherton must face ruin for his actions. After ensuring the players returned home to rest, Lin Feng noticed Luka Doncic and Deandre Ayton were reluctant to leave. Lin, let us stay. Perhaps we can be of assistance. These scoundrels used underhanded tactics against us, and I cannot let it go. Doncic, a passionate youth, was visibly disturbed by the events. Ayton concurred. Yes, Lin, we could be witnesses. It was those guys who provoked us first. But Lin Feng shook his head. Hey, you two, listen. Go home and rest well tonight. I will handle this matter. It concerns the image of the players and the team. These trivial issues should not affect you, understood? Lin Feng took his responsibilities seriously. The players only needed to focus on their games, while he would bear the burden of the rest. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Doncic and Ayton departed, leaving only Lin Feng, Zhouan and Oppos, and Anthony and CP3. Once the police arrived, they took the three thugs to the station. Besides reporting the incident, Lin Feng had Zhou In and Oppos and contact the media late at night, gathering several esteemed outlets, including ESPN and YouTube, for an impromptu press conference. I am infuriated by this incident. Here are the testimonies provided by the police as well as footage from the bar. Lin Feng, well prepared, presented the police's statements and real-time footage during the media briefing. The room erupted in astonishment. Lin, aside from the testimonies, do you have any other evidence? A senior ESPN reporter inquired. This was a sensational incident. The NBA had not seen such a scandal in years. Lin Feng replied with unwavering conviction, of course. There are transaction records, call logs, and recorded conversations, all pointing to one individual, the former operating president of the Rockets and current development consultant for the New Orleans Pelicans, Atherton. Without hesitation, Lin Feng named Atherton. Regardless of his intentions, this situation has severely tarnished the reputation of both the Rockets and Anthony himself. I demand an apology. The Rockets demand an apology, and most importantly, Anthony deserves an apology. Chapter 38. The Predicament of the Pelicans, a press conference, thrust to Thurston. The former president of basketball operations for the Houston Rockets and now a development consultant for the New Orleans Pelicans, into the spotlight. The sordid act of bribing reporters to frame someone is a disgrace that, once exposed, would not only devastate Thurston personally, but also tarnish the image of the Pelicans. In the span of a single night, the scandal surrounding Rockets star Anthony captured the attention of the nation's sports media. The Rockets reveled in the publicity, while the Pelicans convened an emergency meeting, promptly terminating Thurston and Oppos' employment and declaring him permanently ineligible for future hiring. Furthermore, all NBA teams, excluding the Rockets, took to Twitter to announce that Thurston would be forever removed from their hiring lists. According to the latest reports from ESPN, Pelicans general manager Demps publicly stated that this incident had no ties to the Pelicans and confirmed Thurston's permanent dismissal. In the ESPN studio, Shaquille O'Neal appeared solemn, declaring that such malicious acts warranted legal repercussions for a scoundrel like Thurston. Charles Barkley chimed in, acknowledging that the Rockets and Oppos, interim GM, Lin Feng, had been the one to uncover the issue and promptly mitigate the damage to both the players and the team. From this perspective, Lin had proven himself a competent interim GM. Barkley, who had been critical of Lin throughout the offseason, surprisingly praised him for his swift handling of the slanderous incident. This was a rare commendation from someone known for his stringent standards. O'Neal humorously remarked on Lin and Oppos' newfound competence, noting that he had finally demonstrated his acumen. Oh. And according to our sources, police have apprehended Thurston, and the matter is currently under investigation. Anthony, the aggrieved party, stated in an interview that he would not let Thurston off easily. Meanwhile, Lin Feng calmly observed the unfolding live broadcast from his office within the Rockets management, realizing that the media coverage was amplifying the Rockets' visibility. The time seems ripe. I believe we can release some explosive information, Lin remarked. For the past 2 days, Lin and Zhou In had been gathering details about Thurston's dubious past. Shortly after Lin assumed the role of interim GM, he had already leaked a plethora of damaging information about Thurston, but it had gone largely unnoticed. This time, however, Lin was determined to ensure that Thurston faced dire consequences and to deter any lingering threats to the Rockets. All right, I'll call a few journalists with whom I have good rapport. I trust they will be intrigued by the scandalous tales surrounding Thurston and his concealed history. Zhou In said with a mischievous smile, swiftly dialing several numbers. After a brief exchange, she tucked her phone away. All set. She winked at Lin Feng. Lin gave a thumbs up in appreciation. It wasn't too long before Zhou and Anne's revelations about Thurston ignited yet another media frenzy across social media and online platforms. Discussions about the incident spread not only through American media, but also reached outlets in China. Lin had downloaded several Chinese social and media applications, such as Douyin and Weibo. And as he observed the fervent backlash against Thurston from fans, he couldn't help but smile. In the Pelicans office, General Manager Demps wore a grim expression as he monitored the rising fervor surrounding Thurston. I have exerted all efforts in public relations. Yet the media continues to insinuate that we, the Pelicans, orchestrated this smear against the Rockets following our season-opening loss, lamented Lena, the media director. She had attempted various strategies to engage the media, but the public was enamored with conspiracy theories, and the escalating interest only fueled further attention. Demps acknowledged the precariousness of the situation. Even the Pelican star players, Davis and Holiday, had expressed their dissatisfaction. Lina, try to persuade a few media personnel to come forward and speak on our behalf, Demps suggested, realizing that any effort to mitigate the scrutiny could only yield positive outcomes for the Pelicans, who were currently ensnared in a calamity. I'm afraid I lack the capability. General Manager, Lina replied apologetically. I have already exhausted numerous strategies. The media operates like sharks sensing blood. They won't relent easily. She hesitated, as if contemplating further suggestions. Demps, desperate for solutions, pressed. Do you have any ideas? Lina shrugged her shoulders helplessly. General Manager, I've been studying Chinese wisdom recently. There's an old saying, to untie a bell, one must find the one who tied it. Perhaps you should reach out to Jack Lin. He might have a solution. Jack Lin? Demps furrowed his brow deeper. Would he assist the Pelicans? He shook his head in disbelief. This situation was entirely advantageous for the Rockets. After all, Lin had garnered significant attention and revenue for the Rockets through his off-season exploits. Would he truly forsake such a lucrative opportunity? Rubbing his temples, Demps felt utterly cornered. Yet he resolved to give it a try. I'll reach out, but I wonder what his demands might be. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Chapter 39. Rekindling the heat. Lin Feng was preparing to accompany the team to Los Angeles for the inaugural away game of the new season. As he heard his phone ring, he picked it up to find it was a call from Dunbao, prompting a sly smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Hello? Mr. Dunbao, what brings you to call me? Lin Feng's tone was remarkably casual, contrasting sharply with Dunbao's evident caution. Hey, Lin. I actually called to discuss some matters with you. Do you have a moment? Dunbao inquired, his tone laced with trepidation, as if he feared offending Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned, imagining the complex emotions swirling within Dunbao, even if he could not see his face. He had been anticipating this call. Of course, Mr. Dunbao. What would you like to discuss? Lin Feng made his way onto the team bus, taking a seat at the front. It's quite straightforward. Could you persuade the Rockets to clarify that the situation regarding Artson has nothing to do with the Pelicans? Dunbao wasted no time. The recent negative press surrounding Artson and the Pelicans had placed immense pressure on the team and Oppos's owner, star players, and fans, leaving him utterly exhausted. If the Rockets could step forward to assert that the incident was solely related to Artson's personal actions, then Dunbao's issues with the Pelicans would be resolved. Otherwise, the ongoing turmoil could very well cost Dunbao his position as the Pelicans and Oppos's general manager. So that's the crux of the matter, Lin Feng chuckled. Mr. Dunbao, this can be quite simple. If we want the Rockets to clarify, the Pelicans must hold a press conference to formally apologize to the Rockets and their players. Furthermore, the Pelicans would need to create 2,000 commemorative jerseys for the Rockets and Oppos's star, Carmelo Anthony, as compensation. Since the bar incident, the Pelicans had only reiterated that they bore no responsibility for the situation without ever offering a direct apology to the Rockets or their players. Lin Feng was intent on keeping the spotlight on this issue, compelling the Pelicans to take a stance while ensuring Artson's fall from grace was absolute. The 2,000 commemorative jerseys would also provide the Rockets with a significant revenue boost. Lin Feng was fully aware that Tillman Fertitta, the owner, was solely motivated by profit. As long as there was money to be made, everything else was negotiable. After listening to Lin Feng's demands, Dunbao hesitated. While the 2,000 jerseys were manageable, the prospect of a public apology seemed daunting. After all, Dunbao was merely the general manager and could not act with the same impunity as Lin Feng did with the Rockets. Lin, I need to think this over. Please await my call. Lin Feng acknowledged with a simple all right, before hanging up. The bus arrived at the airport, where the Rockets' entourage boarded a chartered flight to Los Angeles. After several hours of travel, they checked into a hotel conveniently located near the Staples Center. Upon reaching his room, Lin Feng opened his phone to find numerous missed calls from Dunbao. He chose not to return the calls immediately, instead opting to rest for a moment before joining the team at the training facility. With the game just a day away, the players would engage in some light training to regain their rhythm and feel ahead of the match. Manager, my phone is about to burst from all the calls. As soon as they entered the Staples training facility, the vibrant Zhou Anin approached Lin Feng, venting her frustrations. Most of the calls were from the Pelicans' upper management, and they had been incessant since their arrival. Surely they're trying to persuade you? Lin Feng teased. Zhou Anin nodded, her ponytail bobbing in agreement. Yes. My head is about to explode, but I've been deflecting them, saying I need to consult with you first. Lin Feng chuckled. Just as Dunbao's call came through again. Hello, Jack. You finally answered. Thank goodness. After our discussions, we have agreed to your requests. Dunbao spoke rapidly, as if fearing Lin Feng might hang up. Excellent, Mr. Dunbao. I await your press conference. Remember, the apology must be sincere, ideally. Arrange for a live connection to gain Anthony's understanding, Lin Feng replied. His intention was to keep the Rockets' popularity soaring, utilizing every opportunity to make them the darlings of media and public attention. This strategy would not only enhance the Rockets' market presence but also yield increased economic benefits. Not long after hanging up, Lin Feng saw on social media that the Pelicans had convened an emergency press conference to apologize to the Rockets and Carmelo Anthony. He watched intently as the event unfolded, pleased with the outcome. Dunbao managed to convey sincerity and successfully gained Anthony's forgiveness during a live connection. The press conference lasted about 20 minutes, a result that left Lin Feng quite satisfied. Manager, the Pelicans have apologized. Should we issue a statement via our official Twitter? Joanne inquired with a tilt of her head. Lin Feng stretched leisurely. Not yet, innit? We can still ride this wave of attention. There's a live broadcast from Houston tonight, right? Joanne checked the team's schedule on her tablet. Yes, indeed, there's a live broadcast tonight. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Let us title the broadcast, The Pelicans' Apology. What are your thoughts? Joanne and Oppos, and paused, then broke into a mischievous grin. Hey, manager. You're quite devious. Dunbao has apologized, yet you still want to exploit this last wave of publicity. I wonder how Dunbao will feel about that. Lin Feng smiled softly, saying nothing further. As the team's acting general manager, all decisions must be made with the team's interests in mind. And Oppos, it's about time. Inform the players they can return to rest, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the clock. The training session had lasted over 30 minutes. Given the players' long journey, a brief practice to maintain their condition sufficed. There was no need for intense training. Although the upcoming back-to-back games were against teams of moderate strength in Los Angeles, playing 2 consecutive matches would still significantly tax the players' stamina. Chapter 40. Visiting Staples Center, the first game. October 21st. Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Lakers. Within the brilliantly illuminated arena, local Lakers fans had arrived well in advance. There were also Chinese fans adorned in the Rockets' number 9 jersey, supporting the formidable Shou Chi, who had purchased tickets to witness the event. With merely 5 minutes remaining before tip-off, the Staples Center was already filled to capacity. Despite the retirement of the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, Lakers fans remained passionately devoted to this legendary team. As one of the storied franchises in the NBA, the Lakers supporters are predominantly loyal, harboring a deep emotional connection to the team. This game certainly holds considerable intrigue. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, host Wang Zixing adjusted his glasses, revealing his signature smile. Mr. Su Kun, what do you believe is the key to victory for both the Rockets and the Lakers in today and Oppos' match? Wang Zixing inquired earnestly, gazing at Su Kun. Without hesitation, guest analyst Su Kun began. Let us first discuss the Lakers. The current Lakers team is characterized by its youth, complemented by a superstar like LeBron James. The roster includes talents such as Ingram, Kuzma, and Ball brother Lonzo Ball. Kuzma had an impressive season last year, standing out as a late first-round rookie, averaging 16.6 points with a commendable three-point shooting percentage of 36.6. Su Kun adjusted his glasses. Additionally, there are Ingram and Ball, both high draft picks who performed reasonably well last year. With LeBron joining the team, I believe he can elevate their game during this offseason. LeBron and Oppos' presence has positively impacted players like KCP, Josh Hart, and Kuzma. His ball handling and defensive prowess create ample opportunities for these young players to excel in their three-point shooting. Su Kun articulated his analysis with fervor, gesturing animatedly with his hands. Indeed, Mr. Su is absolutely correct. The team also boasts Rondo and Ball, who can assist LeBron in alleviating the playmaking burden. Wang Zixing concurred. Su Kun nodded affirmatively. Thus, I believe the key to the Lakers' success lies primarily with LeBron. If he can unlock his potential, he will create better opportunities for his teammates. Additionally, it hinges on whether these young players can convert their three-point attempts. Wang Zixing adjusted his glasses again, nodding in agreement. Mr. Su, what about the Rockets? What do you see as their key to victory? Su Kun perused the materials on the table before speaking confidently. This year, the Rockets traded James Harden, a decision that perplexes many. He chuckled at this point, acknowledging the bewilderment it caused. However, in their first game against the Pelicans, Anthony's defense was commendable, while Paul continued to showcase his brilliance. As for the young talent, Luka Doncic has undoubtedly impressed, displaying a remarkable skill set. His step-back threes and ability to draw fouls demonstrate a maturity reminiscent of Harden. Sukun illustrated a few shooting motions with his hands. Moreover, there's Ayton. While he possesses great physical gifts, his performance against the Pelicans varied greatly between halves, indicating significant inconsistency. Therefore, for the Rockets to triumph today, Anthony must enhance his defense, Paul needs to control the game, and Doncic must deliver. Wang Zixing chuckled upon hearing this. You've outlined 2 keys for the Lakers and 3 for the Rockets, suggesting a lack of confidence in the Rockets? His question was pointed. Yet Sukun did not shy away. Indeed, I harbor reservations regarding the Rockets. Despite having Paul and Anthony last season, Anthony contributed little defensively and his offensive efficiency was lacking. While Paul is reliable, closing out games remains a challenge. Expecting a few young players to outshine LeBron seems rather unrealistic. Sukun chuckled lightly. As their conversation unfolded, the game was on the verge of commencing. The players from both teams had taken the court and gathered near the center circle. Let us observe whether the keys to victory articulated by Mr. Su will manifest on the court. With Wang Zixing and Amp. Oppos. S words, the game officially began. The Lakers and Amp. Oppos. Starting lineup from positions 1 through 5 included Lonzo Ball, KCP, Ingram, LeBron James, and the ever-enthusiastic JaVale McGee. The Rockets matched them with their own lineup, featuring Chris Paul, Avery Bradley, Luka Doncic, Carmelo Anthony, and Deandre Ayton. The jump ball was initiated, with McGee deftly directing the ball to his team's backcourt. Ball, with poise, advanced the ball rapidly into the half-court. Today and Amp. Oppos. S defensive strategy from Coach K was particularly intriguing. He assigned Bradley to guard Ball, while CP3, who typically would defend Ball, was tasked with covering KCP. This approach not only optimized the Rockets' defensive resources but also minimized CP3's exertion on that end of the floor. Facing the defensive stalwart Bradley, Ball remained unperturbed. He observed LeBron signaling for a play, dribbling near the center circle. As LeBron utilized McGee's screen to maneuver, Ball seamlessly delivered the ball into LeBron's hands. Conversely, the Rockets did not switch on the screen, allowing Anthony to navigate through McGee's screen and confront LeBron directly. The Titans of the 2003 draft class were now engaged in a duel. Could Anthony contain LeBron? In the VIP box, Joanne exhibited a hint of concern, her lovely face betraying a flicker of anxiety. Lin Feng, however, wore a confident smile. Of course, he can, he assured. Anthony proved himself in the previous game. Yet Joanne and Oppos, and remained unconvinced. But Holiday cannot be compared to LeBron. Holiday is merely an average star, while LeBron is the #1 player in the league, a bona fide superstar. Just as Joanne spoke, LeBron had begun his isolation against Anthony. Chapter 41. The 03 Platinum Generation, a clash on the court. As the match unfolded, the voice of the system resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. System task issued. Ding. Control James's scoring to under 20 points in this match to obtain the gold medal mid-range shooter crafting card. Ding. Control James's scoring to under 25 points in this match to obtain the silver medal mid-range shooter crafting card. Ding. Control James and Oppos. S scoring to under 30 points in this match to obtain the bronze medal mid-range shooter crafting card. Ding. If James exceeds 30 points in this match, the system will revoke 1 crafting card. Listening to the system and Oppos S tasks, Lin Feng remained unfazed. The game had only just commenced, and Anthony had already equipped the gold medal death grip crafting card. Lin Feng held unwavering confidence in Anthony's prowess. Should Anthony's individual defense falter, they could easily employ double-teaming strategies. As the system announced the tasks, James initiated his offensive maneuvers. Hey, Carmelo, I'm going to break through your left side. Watch closely, James declared, brimming with confidence. This was not their first encounter. On the court, adversaries, yet off it, friends. James had an intimate understanding of Anthony's current defensive capabilities, which had notably diminished, prompting him to attempt a direct breakthrough. LeBron, don't underestimate me. If you manage to get past me, I'll owe you 10,000. But if you fail, you'll owe me the same. Anthony, a former prodigy and a man renowned alongside James, would never shy away from a challenge presented by a friend. He spread his arms wide, focusing intently on every movement of James. In an instant, as Anthony finished speaking, James surged forward, executing a sharp change of direction to break through Anthony's left side. James anticipated catching Anthony off guard, yet with the gold medal death grip crafting card, Anthony and Amp. Oppos S footwork was remarkably swift, effectively blocking James and Amp. Oppos S path of attack. Seeing this, James immediately halted, pivoted, and aimed for Anthony and Amp, Oppo's right side. He sought to shift Anthony and Amp, Oppo's defensive focus, hoping to create a gap for a successful breakthrough. However, Anthony stayed closely attached, once again foiling James's advance. Yet this time, James did not retreat. He utilized his robust physique to drive into the paint, pushing against Anthony. Although Anthony was also strong, he was somewhat outmatched in strength by James. Especially when James had already launched his charge, he was nearly unstoppable on the court. With his left arm cradling the ball, James engaged in physical contact, pushing Anthony aside and lofting the ball with his left hand directly into the basket. From the outset, James and Oppo's aggressive play earned the Lakers 2 points. "Hey, Carmelo, I just scored that S10-0-0-0. James exclaimed, shrugging nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease as the crowd erupted in cheers. Despite being 34 years old, his physical prowess remained astonishing. Annoyed, Anthony said little, simply positioning himself for a free throw. "Hey, Chris, let us run an elbow play next. I want to respond to LeBron in my own way." As a fellow representative of the 0-3 Platinum generation and a once celebrated star, Anthony was proud and unyielding. While his career accomplishments could not compare to James's, he would never concede defeat on the court. CP3 nodded in understanding. He cautioned Anthony, "Opportunities are rare. If you miss this one, we will need to adjust our strategies for the next." CP3 was the voice of reason, always assessing the game with a calm demeanor. "Don't worry, I can make this shot," Anthony replied, filled with confidence. CP3 advanced the ball to the front court, dribbling with his left hand while signaling a play with his right, a tactical code for the Rockets. The players understood, setting up an elbow isolation for Anthony. Shortly after, Luka Doncic approached to receive the ball, taking over for Paul at the arc. Meanwhile, Anthony maneuvered along the baseline, using Ayton's screen to position himself in the right elbow area, effectively blocking James behind him and extending his arms to receive the ball. The other players naturally shifted to the opposite side, clearing space for Anthony to seize a favorable one-on-one opportunity. "Hey, Melo, here's your ball." Doncic delivered the ball to Anthony with a bounce pass. At that moment, only Anthony and James occupied the right elbow area, but this time, it was Anthony initiating the offense. "Hey, LeBron, let us wager again. I'll make this shot right over your head." The stakes are still 10-0-0-0. As he spoke, Anthony swiftly executed a threatening three-step move, attempting to draw James's defensive attention. But James, as a defensive elite, merely shifted his weight, maintaining his position without losing his defensive stance. "No problem. It seems I'm about to win again." James firmly defended against Anthony, denying him any space for a clean shot. Anthony took a tentative step, trying to further manipulate James's defensive balance. James mirrored the movement, ready to defend, yet ensuring he did not relinquish his position. Just then, Anthony suddenly sprang into action, the ball in his right hand, dribbling it swiftly as if about to break from the baseline. James recognized the play and quickly pursued Anthony. Elated, Anthony sensed the opportunity had arrived. In a flash, he pulled the ball back with his right hand, executing a dazzling spin reminiscent of a washing machine, shaking off James's defense. "Is that how you plan to evade me? You underestimate me too much." James exerted his strength, launching himself into a defensive move. As an elite defender, such a minor challenge was insufficient to deter him. After completing his turn, Anthony prepared to shoot. However, upon seeing James closing in, he shifted his strategy. Buddha bless. Anthony feigned his shot with both hands, resembling a gesture of reverence, deceiving James entirely. James, caught off guard, leapt to contest the shot. Yet at that precise moment, Anthony abandoned the attempt, taking a small step back to create ample space for his shot. With assurance, Anthony released the ball, sending it soaring towards the hoop. Chapter 42. Sudden stop for three. After executing a fluid sequence of three threats, Anthony successfully shifted LeBron James's defensive focus. He stepped back slightly, creating just enough space for a shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Swish. The ball found nothing but net, emulating LeBron and Oppo's earlier demeanor. Anthony shrugged nonchalantly. "Hey, brother, we and Amp, Oppo's, re-even now." A radiant smile illuminated Anthony and Amp, Oppo's face, exuding warmth and positivity. LeBron said little in response, merely handing the ball to the referee on the baseline. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Now it was the Lakers' turn to inbound the ball, and LeBron took possession, advancing towards midcourt. Anthony had already established his defensive position, seemingly waiting for LeBron's approach. Dribbling with his right hand, LeBron gestured with his left. The Lakers initiated a new round of tactical movement. McGee set a screen for Josh Hart on the weak side. "Hart, come past me," McGee called out while executing the pick. Ayton, who had been closely guarding Hart, quickly communicated with CP3. "Hey, Ayton, switch now. You go out and closely guard Hart," preventing any off-ball three-point opportunities. Rather than navigating around the screen to pursue Hart, CP3 opted for a direct switch with Ayton. Hart, utilizing McGee's screen, slipped out from the right corner to the 45-degree angle, anticipating a pass from LeBron. However, Ayton extended his long arms early, obstructing the passing lane. As the court's orchestrator, LeBron calmly assessed the unfolding situation. It was unrealistic to expect Hart to score over Ayton, as LeBron well understood that Hart lacked that capability. Meanwhile, CP3 faced a significant disadvantage in height and weight while defending McGee under the basket. "Hey, McGee," LeBron shouted, signaling for him to establish position in the paint and demand the ball. Matched against CP3, McGee knew that if he secured deep positioning, scoring would be practically effortless. Understanding the cue, McGee backed into CP3, relentlessly pushing towards the basket. Ayton quickly assists Paul on defense. Luka Doncic, stationed at the opposite corner, noticed this and shouted a warning to Ayton. In response to Hart, Ayton shifted from a back-to-basket stance to a side-on position, ready to assist on defense at any moment. Yet, due to Hart's three-point shooting prowess, Ayton was hesitant to fully commit to double-teaming CP3. LeBron, the ball handler, meticulously analyzed the circumstances. At the moment Ayton turned sideways to the basket, Hart found a sliver of shooting space. This prompted LeBron to abandon his original plan. He clasped the ball firmly, flicking his left wrist with force, sending the basketball flying towards Hart. Hart seized the opportunity. "It and Oppos, yours," LeBron silently thought as he released the ball. "Hey, Ayton, rush in for help." While CP3 defended McGee, he remained alert to the situation. Just as LeBron made the pass, CP3 loudly urged Ayton to react. Hart received the ball and, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer. Simultaneously, Ayton extended his right arm, propelling himself towards Hart with vigor. As Hart released the basketball, Ayton and Oppos' athleticism and reach came into play. Just as Hart shot, Ayton executed a perfect block. The arena erupted in astonishment at Ayton and Oppos' unexpected rejection. However, only Lin Feng in the VIP box wore a sly grin. Prior to the game, Lin Feng had equipped Ayton with a gold-level shot-blocking skill card earned from the previous task. This meant Ayton now possessed a bronze-level dream footwork card and a gold-level shot-blocking card. The combination of Ayton's height, wingspan, and remarkable athleticism allowed him to excel at blocking both inside and outside shots. Oh yeah, Ayton is magnificent. As Ayton's long arms thwarted the opponent's three-point attempt, Joanna leaped in excitement, cheering jubilantly. With joy comes sorrow. Seeing Ayton successfully block Hart, LeBron was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no," he exclaimed, swiftly retreating to his team's backcourt. Meanwhile, Anthony accelerated towards the front court. Ayton snatched the basketball in midair and forcefully tossed it towards Anthony. "Catch it, quoi?" Ayton's powerful arms propelled the ball in an elegant arc, landing perfectly in Anthony's hands. 1v1. On the Lakers side of the half-court, the legendary duel of the 0-3 Platinum generation was about to unfold once more. Fantastic fast break opportunity. I wonder if Anthony can seize it. In the Penguin livestream, Wang Zixing and Su Kun appeared visibly excited. Haha, this is a showdown between the two superstars of Oppos, 0-3. I can Oppos, wait to see the outcome. As they narrated, Anthony swiftly advanced to the three-point line. LeBron, having retreated earlier, established his defensive stance just in front of the 3-second arc. This meant that if Anthony failed to halt in time and barreled towards the basket for a dunk or layup, LeBron could easily draw an offensive foul. As one of the elite defenders in the NBA, drawing offensive fouls was one of LeBron's specialties. From the side, it was evident that Anthony and Oppos' athleticism and speed paled in comparison to LeBron and Oppos' attempting to draw an offensive foul. "You underestimate me." Anthony was well aware of LeBron's prowess in this regard. He abruptly halted at the top of the arc beyond the three-point line. "Oh, what's Anthony up to? Is he going to shoot a three-pointer on this fast break?" Su Kun questioned in disbelief during the Penguin livestream. "It seems that way. Look, Gua has raised his hand. He's about to shoot." Wang Zixing chimed in. "This might not be the wisest decision," Su Kun cautioned. Perhaps Squish should wait for his teammates to set up a half-court offense. Typically, driving to the basket during a fast break is the most prudent course of action. However, due to his slower speed compared to LeBron, Anthony had lost the optimal opportunity to penetrate the paint. Thus, he opted for a three-pointer instead. With a sudden stop, he released the shot. The motion was fluid and seamless. Anthony Dunbao's signature three-pointer soared through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Chapter 43. A clash of titans. Anthony received a pass from Ayton and launched a fast break into the opponent and Dunbao's backcourt. However, the Lakers and Dunbao's star, LeBron James, had already established his defensive position ahead of time. Realizing he had lost the opportunity to penetrate to the basket, Anthony opted for a three-point shot from the arc. Whoosh. With a sudden stop, he released the ball, which sliced through the air towards the hoop. Swish. A crisp sound echoed as the ball cleanly swished through the net. Magnificent. Anthony Dunbao's shot was truly a stroke of genius. He remained remarkably steady. In the Penguin livestream, Wang Zixing cheered loudly. Su Kun expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "I never expected Anthony could make that shot." Indeed, it seems Anthony still has some fuel left in the tank. Wang Zixing marveled. After sinking the three-pointer, Anthony brought his right hand to his temple, poking his fingers against the side of his head in his signature celebration, igniting the Rockets bench. Anthony is incredible. Anthony is formidable. The players on the bench waved their towels energetically, rallying the players on the court. LeBron James could only shake his head in resignation, admiring his friend and Dunbao's remarkable ability. "Hey, brother, well done. That three-pointer was beautiful. Now at Dunbao's my turn." This time, James chose not to organize the offense with the ball, but awaited ball and Dunbao's advance into the front court before participating in the tactical movements. Don and Dunbao's worry. "I won't let you score easily." Anthony closely shadowed James, extending his arms to disrupt his reception. James glided from the strong side corner along the baseline to the weak side corner. Meanwhile, Lakers center JaVale McGee rushed over to set a screen for James. This tactic bore resemblance to their previous play, but this time, the off-ball player had shifted from Hart to James. "Brother, watch closely. I and Dunbao's am going to break free for a three-pointer," James declared, swiftly initiating his run to receive the ball at the 45-degree angle with McGee and Dunbao's screen. "I and Dunbao's LL stick right with you." In a place unseen by others, Lin Feng observed Anthony's golden metal shimmer as he maneuvered. A sly smile crept onto James's lips. At that moment, just as he was moving towards the three-point line, James unexpectedly reversed his run, darting past McGee on the opposite side. "Watch out." Ayton quickly blocked James. He is about to slip along the baseline. Anthony had just pushed through the screen to catch up with James, but the defensive balance had shifted entirely. To pursue again, he would need to maneuver through the screen once more, leaving him no time. Before Ayton could react, James had already accelerated past the baseline. In that instant, Ingram, who had dashed from the strong side corner to the arc to receive the ball, keenly spotted James's position. "Hey, Ingram." James pointed skyward with his right hand. And the ball-holding Ingram understood immediately, delivering the pass. James leaped into the air, catching the perfectly timed pass from Ingram. With both hands on the ball, he forcefully slammed it into the basket. Clang. A stunning alley-oop. This dunk was a powerful response to Anthony's recent three-pointer. The two icons of the 0-3 Platinum generation had begun their rivalry right from the game's onset. James is indeed remarkable. At the age of 34, he can still soar so high, leaving one in awe. Wang Zixing from the Penguin livestream couldn't help but express his admiration. For a veteran who has battled in the league for over a decade, such physical prowess is undeniably exceptional. This alley-oop ignited the enthusiasm of the Staples Center crowd. "Oh yeah. LeBron, the number one in the NBA. King, take flight." The emphatic slam shattered the Rockets' spirit, following James's impressive alley-oop. Both the Lakers and their fans took to Twitter. Anthony was undeterred. When it was the Rockets' turn to inbound from the baseline, he approached CP3. "Hey, Chris. Give me another chance. This time, I absolutely cannot lose." James and Dunbao's dazzling display had reignited Anthony and Dunbao's competitive fire. CP3 nodded in understanding and advanced the ball into the half-court. This time, Anthony did not immediately position himself in the elbow area. Instead, he stationed himself at the left corner, then, utilizing Ayton's screen, moved from the corner to the top of the arc to receive the ball. The Lakers did not employ a switch defense. It was James who pursued him. Anthony took his time, holding the ball at his waist with his right hand while directing his teammates to spread out with his left. "These two are really going at it today," Su Kun remarked. watching the game unfold with a knowing smile. It had been a long time since he had witnessed the clash between Anthony and James, especially when many believed they were no longer on the same level. What surprises might Anthony bring us this time? Wang Zixing pondered. Since Anthony departed from the New York Knicks and endured the tumultuous last season with the Thunder, he had been excluded from discussions of elite players. Yet, with the game as commencement, Anthony and James faced off on the court, thrilling the fans in attendance. The arena resonated with deafening DJ beats, reminiscent of the rhythm before a great battle. "Come on, I await your challenge." James spread his arms wide, lowering his center of gravity in a posture of readiness, while he emphatically pounded the floor twice, seeking to provoke Anthony. "I will shoot right over your head." LeBron. I Haven and Appos. T felt this exhilarated in ages. Anthony and Appos. SI sparkled with fierce determination. This time, he aimed to prove on the court that he remains a standout among the 0-3 generation, although his accolades may pale in comparison to LeBron James. His performance on the court would certainly match or exceed that of James. Anthony began to dribble. With only 14 seconds left on the shot clock, he had ample time to execute his offense. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. This was a duel between the two icons of the 0-3 Platinum generation. A showdown between Anthony and James. Chapter 44. Fast break. The offensive clock dwindled to 14 seconds. The Houston Rockets star, Carmelo Anthony, held the ball at the top of the three-point arc. LeBron James, the Lakers' quintessential leader of the 2003 generation, extended his arms to closely guard Anthony. With a series of hesitation dribbles, Anthony quickly launched himself towards the basket. Due to the passage of time, his initial burst of speed was not as formidable as it once had been. James swiftly shifted his footing, effectively obstructing Anthony's path to the hoop. Rather than forcing his way through, Anthony executed a sudden stop, followed by a deft change of direction, switching to his left hand to break towards the opposite direction. As an elite defender, such rhythm changes posed no challenge for James. He shifted his weight and moved laterally with remarkable agility, once again blocking Anthony's advance. "Brother, give it up. This ball is mine," James declared as he reached out with his long arm, attempting to intercept the ball. His intuition was spot on. Should Anthony attempt to dribble again, James would undoubtedly snatch it away. "No way, this shot is mine." At the precise moment James reached for the ball, Anthony executed another sudden stop, dribbling to his side with his left hand, while pushing off with his left foot and retreating with his right foot. Melo takes the shot. A step-back mid-range jumper. "Let an Appos. See how this one fares," exclaimed Wang Zixing from the Penguin Live broadcast. Under the watchful eyes of all, Anthony leapt high, flicking his fingers to release the ball towards the basket. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. The Rockets scored another 2 points. Though Anthony and Appos' physique had slightly softened, his form on the step-back jumper echoed that of his younger days. "Melo is indeed formidable," Wang Zixing marveled. "It's been ages since I've witnessed such fluidity in his play." Sukun adjusted his glasses and concurred. Indeed, last season with the Thunder, Anthony primarily played as a catch-and-shoot player. Such plays have become quite rare. Hee. Even Anthony himself mentioned that this is an art form gradually fading away, Wang Zixing added. The game between the Rockets and the Lakers continued, and the matchup between the icons of the 2003 generation added considerable intrigue to the contest. The fans in the Staples Center were particularly electrified. With 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the game entered an official timeout. At this juncture, the Rockets led with a score of 16-10. A 6-point advantage. The players retreated to the bench as Coach K applauded them enthusiastically. "Well done in the first half of the opening quarter, especially you, Anthony. Your duels with James have been spectacular and have truly set our tone," he praised. "Moreover, our offensive strategies have been executed excellently, and our defensive footwork has been commendable. However, we must emphasize the importance of timely switches." Coach K gestured emphatically as he spoke. "Our defense has been solid, but there were instances where our timing on switches was lacking, such as allowing James an easy cut to the basket." Although Coach K did not name names, Ayton and Anthony both wore expressions of regret. "Let us stay focused, everyone. I always say that communication on the court is essential. We must not grant the opponent easy scoring opportunities." As he spoke, Coach K instructed his assistant to make personnel adjustments. "When Zhou Qi enters the game, I suspect he may be targeted defensively, but that's not a concern. We will implement a 2-3 zone defense to mitigate the scrutiny Zhou Qi faces on that end." Coach K possessed a thorough understanding of his players' capabilities. In the previous game against the Pelicans, Zhou Qi was not exploited defensively, as the Pelicans lacked players who could effectively exploit mismatches. However, in this contest, facing a superstar like James, proficient in exploiting such strategies, Coach K prepared accordingly. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets substituted Bradley for the defensive stalwart Ariza while also replacing Ayton, who had previously made a notable defensive impact, with the formidable Zhou Qi. In the last game against the Pelicans, Zhou Qi had showcased exceptional shooting, hitting all 4 of his three-point attempts. This maneuver would enhance the Rockets' offensive spacing. For the Lakers, Ball was replaced by Rajon Rondo, and center McGee was substituted for Kuzma. This lineup adjustment allowed the Lakers to adopt a smaller, more agile approach. Positioning James at the center, Kuzma, entering as a power forward, prepared for the ensuing free throw from a position closer to the midcourt line. James received the ball, initiating the Lakers' first offensive play following the timeout. Zhou Qi had entered the fray. In the previous game against the Pelicans, Zhou Qi had excelled, and the audience wondered if he could maintain that momentum. Indeed, Zhou Qi performed exceptionally well last game, Su Kun acknowledged. I heard that during the off-season, the Rockets and Oppos, acting general manager Lin Feng, had Zhou Qi practice his three-point shooting. This is the fruit of hard work, and Zhou Qi seized the opportunity. Wang Zixing nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us now observe the Lakers' offensive strategy." Following the reception of the ball, James promptly began orchestrating the play. The Rockets deployed a 2-to-3 zone defense, catching the Lakers somewhat unprepared. However, as the maestro of the court, James continuously directed his teammates' movements. Soon, he passed to Ingram, who emerged from the corner, positioned at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line. Subsequently, James moved to the left corner, utilizing Kuzma's screen to cut into the vulnerable center of the 2-to-3 zone. With the aid of the screen, James executed a reverse cut, successfully evading Anthony's defense. Dubbed the Mini Durant, Ingram seized the moment, preparing to deliver a pass. Yet Ariza, stationed defensively, was quick to react, intercepting the pass with precision. Meanwhile, Luka Doncic, ever alert, dashed forward to secure the ball, propelling it up the court for a counterattack. Chapter 45, the warning of the cannon fist. Ingram's passing error led to an exhilarating moment as Luka Doncic of the Rockets seized the opportunity for a swift counterattack. The Lakers and Oppos backcourt found itself devoid of defenders, prompting both teams and Oppos players to merely jog a few steps, bracing themselves for a spectacular dunk by Doncic following a potential steal. Realizing his blunder, Ingram felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he sprinted desperately back towards the defensive end. As Doncic advanced, he occasionally glanced over his shoulder to ascertain whether any defenders were in pursuit. Noticing that only Ingram was trailing, and at a considerable distance, he felt reassured enough to proceed. Doncic surged forward, swiftly penetrating the Lakers' three-point line. With a powerful leap, he executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Upon landing, he triumphantly raised his right arm and let out a roar. "Did you see that?" he bellowed, exhilarated. Ingram, who had been struggling with his shooting in the first quarter, felt a surge of anger as he witnessed Doncic's exuberant celebration. Overwhelmed by emotion, he charged towards Doncic, shoving him forcefully from behind. "Get out of my way," Ingram exclaimed, his strength catching Doncic off guard and sending him sprawling to the floor. "This is the Lakers' home court. It's not your place to show off," Ingram shouted at the fallen Doncic. "You can act wild when you and Oppos re-back in Houston." Despite being the second overall pick in the 2016 draft, Ingram felt overshadowed by the younger Doncic, who had already established himself as a star. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Ingram's sneak attack unfolded, igniting a commotion on the Rockets bench. "What the hell? That's cowardly. You think sneaking up on my brother is impressive? Ref, give him a technical foul," shouted the Rockets bench, their tempers flaring as coaches struggled to restrain the players from intervening. Fueled by youthful exuberance, Doncic sprang to his feet, his anger boiling over as he confronted Ingram. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to lecture me? You're shooting 1 for 5, and you're acting tough?" With emotions running high, both players exchanged heated words until the baseline referee rushed in to separate them. Players from both teams quickly converged to the scene of the altercation. "Who are you calling trash? Rookie. This is the NBA, the Lakers' home court. You have no right to act out," Ingram retorted fiercely. "You can't take the heat, can you? Resorting to cheap shots when you're behind? What are you even worth?" Doncic fired back, equally unyielding. Amidst the chaos, LeBron James intervened, attempting to calm Ingram. "Let it go, brother. You were in the wrong. Escalating this won't help us win." Anthony also endeavored to pacify Doncic, urging him to maintain composure. "This isn't and Oppos, TA place for fighting. The referees will handle it, and we will benefit in the end. Just stay calm. Having witnessed numerous high-pressure situations throughout his career, Anthony viewed this minor skirmish as trivial. Meanwhile, an unexpected pairing emerged between Chris Paul and Rajon Rondo. Hey, it and Oppos. It's just a minor incident. No need to get tense. Paul shrugged nonchalantly. Rondo, rolling his eyes, responded, spare me the nonsense. Your teammate is just as crafty as you are. Paul frowned. What did you say? Crafty? I didn't do anything. It was Ingram who initiated the foul. Rondo dismissed Paul's argument. At least Ingram was straightforward about it, unlike some who resort to sneaky tactics. Their mutual disdain for each other became palpable, and tensions escalated. Watch your mouth, Paul warned, pointing an accusatory finger at Rondo. Rondo scoffed. What is it to you? I'll speak my mind. As Rondo spoke, he inadvertently spat on Paul, igniting a furious reaction. Are you kidding me? Paul exclaimed, his anger surging as he jabbed a finger into Rondo's face. Rondo, infuriated by the provocation, retaliated with a punch. Damn you. As chaos erupted, players from both teams scrambled to separate the brawling duo. Chris, stay calm. Rondo, cool it. Ingram, who had initially moved away, suddenly turned back, launching a surprise attack on Paul. Touch my brother, and you're done for. Ingram's long reach caught Paul off guard, delivering a solid blow. In that instant, Anthony rushed in from behind, wrapping his arms around Ingram to restrain him. Hey, kid, are you really resorting to sneak attacks? Have some honor. Consider this your warning. Don't go overboard. With his considerable strength, Anthony held Ingram firmly in place, preventing any further escalation. Chapter 46. Shaping public opinion. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly descended into chaos. If it weren't for the coaching staff desperately intervening, the players on both benches would have rushed to join the fray. Inside the VIP box, witnessing the turmoil on the court, Joannen's face was etched with concern. She turned to seek Lin Feng's opinion, but he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding a sense of calm indifference. Hey, manager, don't you see they're fighting out there? Joannen anxiously glanced at Lin Feng. He nodded leisurely, acknowledging the situation. Yes, I see it, he replied nonchalantly. Joannen's anxiety only intensified at his nonchalant demeanor. Manager, we need a solution quickly. This kind of spectacle could tarnish the team's reputation. Players could face suspensions. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. And then, don't fret. This might not be a bad thing. Besides, we and Amp, Oppos, in the VIP box, and there's not much we can do from here. Not a bad thing. Joannen and Oppos, and rolled her eyes at his words. Manager, how can this not be a bad thing? Players fighting could severely impact their standing and the team and Oppos' honor. Lin Feng chuckled. And Oppos, as certainly not a bad thing. Although some players may face suspensions, it also reflects the unity among our team. As the situation on the court spiraled further out of control, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He understood that this brawl was trivial compared to the infamous malice at the Palace incident. Stay calm. We need immediate public relations intervention. Not only can we protect our team and players from suffering losses, but we could also compel the opposing team and players to apologize. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, exuding confidence. Joannen blinked her beautiful eyes. Manager, what should we do? With a smile, Lin Feng proposed. Call Mike immediately and have him post the clips of Ingram's 2 sneak attacks on the Rockets' official Twitter. Additionally, accompany it with a caption about the young man's unsportsmanlike conduct, complete with a vomiting emoji. Lin Feng intended to thrust the matter into the public spotlight, making the Lakers and Ingram the targets of criticism. Youthful impulsiveness must bear consequences, he remarked slyly. Also, I recall that Ingram used to practice with CP3, correct? Joannen sensed mischief in Lin Feng's expression. Yes, but so what? Snap. Lin Feng snapped his fingers again. You need to contact some friends right now and find videos of Ingram training with CP3 before he entered the league. Once you have them, send them immediately to ESPN. Simultaneously, enlist some paparazzi to spread those videos. Joannen suddenly understood and grinned wickedly. I see. You intend to leverage this public relations storm to put Ingram and the Lakers at a disadvantage. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Precisely. This illustrates Ingram's lack of gratitude. As the acting general manager of the Rockets, I want to extend goodwill to other teams and players. Future collaborations may arise, but for now, I must prioritize the interests of the Rockets and its players. As long as I adhere to this principle, I will disregard the merits or faults of other players and teams. Upon hearing Lin Feng's strategic plan, Joannen promptly took action with her phone. Meanwhile, the chaos on the court began to subside. The referee issued technical fouls to Lakers players Ingram and Rajon Rondo, ejecting them from the game. The Rockets and Oppos, Chris Paul also received a technical foul and was expelled from the arena. Furthermore, due to Ingram and Oppos' foul on Doncic, the Rockets were awarded 2 free throws. The Lakers fans in attendance booed loudly as Doncic stepped to the free throw line, their disdain palpable. The tension in the match was escalating. The Lakers, now down 2 players, faced a precarious situation. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, commentator Wang Zixing began to analyze the developments. Sukun nodded in agreement. Losing Rondo isn't catastrophic for the Lakers, as Ball can still assist LeBron in orchestrating the offense. However, without Ingram, their offensive firepower may dwindle. Despite Ingram's poor shooting performance, the game has just begun. He might regain his rhythm as it progresses, Sukun assessed astutely. Wang Zixing concurred. Indeed, Su's insights are on point. The Rockets will likely encounter difficulties in their offensive strategy now that they've lost Paul, who serves as their organizational core. It seems this game will test Doncic's capabilities. Sukun echoed, absolutely, that and Oppos, that's correct. The Rockets, aside from Paul, lack a particularly reliable facilitator. While everyone acknowledged Doncic's European talent in both organizing and scoring, they also recognized the challenges he faced as a newcomer to the league. Let us observe the unfolding events. The Rockets had now brought in P.J. Tucker, effectively heightening their frontcourt strength. It would be intriguing to see how the Rockets would execute their first offensive play without Paul. Following 2 free throws awarded to Doncic due to the technical fouls, the Rockets' Ariza inbound the ball from the frontcourt. Doncic took possession and initiated the first offense. Coach Old K stood up on the sidelines, shouting encouragement to Doncic. Hey, Luka, trust yourself. Utilize the pick and roll to launch the strategy. Showcase your abilities, Don and Oppos. Worry. Old K didn't specify a particular tactic for Doncic, much like when CP3 was on the court, as he didn't need to instruct players on every single play. He merely reminded Doncic and entrusted him with the decision-making authority on the court. Luka, you can do this. I believe in your judgment and decisions. Coach Old K continued to rally support for Luka Doncic. Taking a deep breath, Doncic called for a standard pick-and-roll play. At that moment, the European prodigy and NBA's first overall pick, Luka Doncic, was set to undertake the responsibility of orchestrating the offense in the absence of CP3. Hey, Joe, set a screen for Doncic. Anthony prompted before swiftly slipping to the corner to position himself. Zhou Qi, understanding the cue, promptly ran up to establish a solid pick for Doncic. Chapter 47. Fluid team coordination. Doncic initiated a pick-and-roll strategy. Zhou Qi emerged from the paint to set a high screen for Doncic. However, the Lakers swiftly countered the screen with a rapid switch. James, positioned in the corner, vocally instructed Kuzma and Hart, who were defending the pick-and-roll. Heeding James' command, Hart and Kuzma immediately sprang into action. Kuzma abandoned his coverage of Zhou Qi, circumnavigating the screen to confront Doncic directly, while Hart firmly maintained his position next to Zhou Qi. Confident in their defensive alignment, Doncic opted not to drive to the basket, recognizing the presence of defenders in the unfavorable opportunity. Hey, Joe, position yourself in the paint. Doncic dribbled with his right hand, gesturing towards the basket. Zhou Qi instantly understood. Moving towards the Lakers and Oppos paint. They aim to attack our interior. We must tighten our defense. Be mindful of your positioning. As the linchpin of the Lakers' offense and defense, James accurately discerned Doncic's intentions. He vocally directed his teammates, orchestrating their defensive strategies. Indeed, at James' prompting, the Lakers players consciously stepped inward, poised to assist in the paint. Hart, quickly rotate to disrupt Zhou Qi's reception. James continued to direct from the corner. By this time, Zhou Qi was already in the Lakers' paint, with Hart firmly blocking his path, leaning heavily against him, nearly sitting on Zhou Qi's thigh. Observing the situation, Doncic refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead shifted towards the corner where Anthony was stationed. This maneuver ensured that James, guarding the strong side corner, would not easily abandon Anthony to assist Zhou Qi. Hey, Zhou, high pass. Doncic seized the moment, exerting force with both arms to loft the ball into the opponent and Oppos' paint. Simultaneously, Hart's aggressive defense rendered Zhou Qi unable to leap effectively. Nevertheless, Zhou Qi, with his height and reach, managed to catch the ball. But due to Hart's close proximity, he struggled to secure it properly. At that instant, on the opposite corner, Pope, who was defending Tucker, swiftly closed in, creating a double team against Zhou Qi. Here, Joe, pass me the ball. Tucker, wide open in the corner. raised his hands and called out to Shou-Chi in the paint. Without hesitation, Shou-Chi leveraged his height to lift the ball above his head and quickly passed it to Tucker. The pass was executed beautifully. In the streaming room, Wang Zixing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Pope's timing for the double team was impeccable. Shou-Chi had just struggled to secure the ball, and the subsequent pass was impressive. After passing the ball to Tucker, Shou-Chi swiftly retreated from the 3-second area. With Tucker unguarded in the corner, Ball, who had been defending Ariza, darted towards Tucker. Tucker was fully prepared. Upon seeing Ball approach, he promptly passed to Ariza, opting against a hasty 3-point attempt. Ariza received the ball, finding himself in an excellent position. However, Hart had anticipated this and abandoned his defense of Shou-Chi, swiftly positioning himself in front of Ariza as he received the ball. Ariza could have attempted a 3-pointer, but he astutely noticed Doncic, who had evaded Kuzma's defense and was cutting through the middle. Moreover, Pope, initially focused on double-teaming Shou-Chi, was now obstructed behind him. This opened a significant gap in the Lakers' interior defense. If the ball was delivered accurately, Doncic could execute a stunning dunk. Luka, it's your moment. Ariza opted against a bounce pass, aware that it could be intercepted by Kuzma, who would not hesitate to disrupt the play. Instead, Ariza lifted the ball high, directing it into Doncic's path. Doncic smoothly caught the ball and leapt high, completing a resounding dunk. Magnificent. The Rockets executed an outstanding display of teamwork. In the streaming room, Sukun was equally impressed. Who would have thought? This offensive play showcased remarkable fluidity and was a splendid demonstration of team coordination. Aside from Anthony, who was closely guarded by James, the other 4 Rockets players executed a beautifully orchestrated series of passes and cuts. Sukun did not hold back his praise for the Rockets, while Wang Zixing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Rockets completed 4 passes in this sequence. Just when it seemed Ariza was poised to shoot, he managed to pass to Doncic for a dunk. Truly spectacular. The excitement was palpable not only among the hosts and guests in the streaming room, but also among the Rockets fans at the Staples Center, who erupted in cheers. In the VIP box, Zhou Ainen waved her arms in jubilation. Hooray! What a splendid passing collaboration. This is the essence of team basketball, teamwork above all. Zhou Ainen's face radiated excitement. Yes, it's time to let our play speak for itself and decisively respond to the Lakers. Let everyone witness how absurd Ingram's earlier behavior was. It was evident that Zhou Ainen remained displeased with Ingram for his earlier reckless push against Doncic during a fast break, which had incited a conflict between the players. Lin Feng smiled softly. That play was indeed remarkable. However, the discussions on Twitter are even more riveting. Lin Feng gestured towards his phone, indicating for Zhou Ainen to take a look. What is going on? Has there been a response already? Zhou Ainen expressed disbelief. I just posted those videos moments ago. As she spoke, she picked up her phone, opening Twitter to find a deluge of news reports covering the Lakers vs. Rockets game, particularly highlighting Ingram's unprovoked shove against Doncic, alongside reports of Ingram's earlier practice with CP3. The online discourse was overwhelmingly critical of Ingram, condemning his lack of respect for NBA veterans and labeling him as ungrateful. Even some seasoned Lakers fans felt Ingram was tarnishing the team's reputation and negatively impacting LeBron James. Wow, it's only been a few minutes, and the power of the internet is truly astounding. Zhou Ainen relished the moment as she set her phone down. Ainen, contact the doctor immediately and arrange for CP3 to undergo an injury assessment. This time, I will ensure Ingram pays dearly for his actions. Chapter 48. Defensive Strategy. Lin Feng's principle was straightforward. I don't interfere when you bully others. However, targeting the Rockets and their players is entirely unacceptable. This time, Lin Feng intended to teach Ingram a lesson. By the way, do you have any other instructions? Zhou Ainen asked, her large eyes twinkling mischievously as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's find a few small media outlets, preferably those known for leaking gossip. Have them spread rumors about Ingram's discontent with LeBron's arrival. Whether it's true or false, we need to stir up some trouble for Ingram and his team. Zhou Ainen chuckled slyly. I knew you had a few tricks up your sleeve, manager. After just having pulled a fast one on the Pelicans. Now Ingram's in for a rough time. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I'm not being malicious. If Ingram played fairly and didn't resort to such underhanded tactics, would I need to target him? As Lin Feng conversed with Zhou Ainen, the first quarter of the game between the Lakers and the Rockets concluded, with the Rockets leading by 27-22. During the break, Lin Feng left the VIP box and entered the locker room. Ingram truly was insidious. The next time I'm on the court, I must teach him a lesson. Luka Doncic, still nursing the sting of the ambush, wore a frown in the locker room. Ayton clenched his fists, his face a mask of anger. If it weren't and Oppos, T for Coach K and the others holding me back, I and Oppos. Do you want to confront Ingram myself? The Rockets players were evidently still aggrieved over Ingram's sneak attack on Doncic and Paul. Hey, let's ambush that scoundrel Ingram. Doncic, youthful and fiery, could hardly contain his indignation. As soon as he spoke, Carmelo Anthony chuckled. Young man, Don and Oppos, TB too hot-headed. Before he could finish, Lin Feng interjected, Carmelo, that and Oppos, that's not quite right. If you don't have fire, how can you be called young? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the players turned their attention to him. Manager, you're here. I just saw a torrent of negative news about Ingram on Twitter. Although his reputation is tarnished, his ambush on us still leaves a sour taste. Doncic was the first to rise, pouring out his grievances to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Being passionate is a good thing. Luka, you can express your dissatisfaction on the court. Use a resounding victory and stellar stats to silence Ingram. However, outside the court, I hope you refrain from stirring up trouble. Lin Feng was clear. Matters on the court should be resolved on the court. If one possesses the skill, they should defeat their opponent with it. Incidents outside the court would only lead to unnecessary complications for the players. Understood. I hope everyone will support me in the upcoming game. Let's create more opportunities. Thank you all. Though Doncic was prideful, he remained courteous to his teammates, aware that he could not yet assume the mantle of leadership in the team. Sure. As long as I'm on the court, we can execute the pick-and-roll strategy. Ayton, another emerging star, was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Absolutely. We and Oppos, all willing to cooperate. Ariza quickly echoed. Tucker chimed in. If we can utterly rout the Lakers, I have no objections. The other players also expressed their willingness to support Doncic in achieving impressive statistics. Anthony shot a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, then leisurely added, I have no problem with that. In this game, I'm happy to play the supporting role for Luka. Their conflict demanded a powerful rebuttal. Anthony, a seasoned veteran in the NBA, was well aware of Lin Feng's intentions. Luka Doncic was a gifted star, the future core of the Rockets. Lin Feng and Oppos' actions could help Doncic establish authority while unifying the team and strengthening its core cohesion. With your words, I am reassured, Carmelo. As the elder statesman on the court, you must set a good example. Anthony smiled. Don't worry, Lin. We don't need to be so formal between us. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Feng. Had it not been for Lin Feng capturing the paparazzo who had been secretly photographing him at the bar, Anthony would undoubtedly be embroiled in trouble now. Therefore, he would not refuse Lin Feng's request. Carmelo, I have one more favor to ask. Lin Feng approached Anthony and casually sat down beside him. What is it? Don't look at me with that sly grin. It makes me uneasy. Anthony feigned a retreat from Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously. Carmelo, how many points did LeBron score in the first quarter? Anthony tilted his head, pondering. Around 10 points, I suppose. LeBron had indeed performed well in the first quarter, accumulating 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. This was partly why the Lakers managed to keep pace with the Rockets despite the absence of Rondo and Ingram. Here's the thing. Could you do your utmost to keep LeBron's score below 20 points? Lin Feng's smile was wide, although he suspected it might be a tall order. He wanted to see Anthony give it a shot. What? Upon hearing this, Anthony was taken aback. Lin, are you feeling all right? He even reached out to check Lin Feng's forehead. Keeping LeBron under 20 points? Unless he has an off night, it's impossible. Anthony spread his hands, sincerity dripping from his words. LeBron's scoring ability and overall prowess were widely acknowledged among other players in the league. For someone of LeBron's caliber, holding him to under 20 points was not merely improbable, it was exceedingly challenging. It's simple. Just make him score in ways that are uncomfortable. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, his mind already racing with strategies. LeBron's mid-range shooting was not particularly stellar. You need to cut off his drives and force him to take mid-range shots. If you can't contain him, have the other players assist you in defense. Even if others score, we must minimize LeBron's points. Lin Feng's objective was clear, to fulfill the system's task. That was the card for crafting a gold-tier mid-range sharpshooter, and it was hard to resist. All right, I'll do my part. As for the rest, you'll need to discuss it with Coach K. Anthony shrugged his shoulders, resigned. Lin Feng then sought out Coach K, advising him to maintain a strict defense against LeBron. Coach K readily agreed. As the break concluded, both teams returned to the court, ready to resume the game. Chapter 49, Classic David vs. Goliath. Greetings, comrades. Our defensive focus in the second quarter is to employ a strategy of delay and double teaming against James. In the final half minute before the quarter commences, Coach K gathers all the players around him, clutching a tactical board, diligently sketching and writing. We shall adopt a 1-on-4 formation, aiming to disrupt and obstruct James's passing and offensive initiations. As Coach K articulates his plan, he annotates the tactical board with a marker. The 1-on-4 strategy has been practiced before, yet this marks its inaugural application on the court. As the second quarter begins, Ariza will take on the role of shadowing James, while the others implement a zone defense, striving to force James into isolation plays or to obstruct his passes. Coach K vociferously outlines the defensive tactics. The Rockets do not immediately place Anthony on the court. Instead, they field a lineup consisting of Bradley, Luka Doncic, Ariza, Tucker, and Ayton, spanning positions 1 through 5. Although Bradley stands at a modest height of 1.9 meters, he is an exemplary defensive specialist. The remaining 4 players, tall and agile, leverage their physical advantages to effectively challenge James's passes. Once Coach K completes his instructions, the whistle signaling the game's start reverberates. The Lakers' second quarter lineup consists of Caruso, Pope, James, Kuzma, and McGee, as they are cautious following the ejection of Ingram and Rondo. James is brought onto the court promptly to prevent the Rockets from gaining a substantial lead. After all, the indomitable James is the linchpin for the Lakers' aspirations of victory, and as a renowned superstar in the league, his endurance is unparalleled. The game commences with the Rockets initiating their first offensive play. Doncic advances the ball across half-court, orchestrating the first offense. He passes to Brunson and swiftly positions himself at the right corner to set a screen for Ariza. Utilizing Doncic and Appo's screen, Ariza emerges from the corner to receive the ball. "You cover Ariza, I'll take Doncic," commands James, directing Pope, who is tasked with defending Doncic, to switch on the screen. "All right, no problem," Pope responds, positioning himself in Ariza's path. Ariza runs to the designated spot at the right side of the three-point line to receive the pass. However, Brunson opts not to pass to Ariza. Instead, he uses his left hand to signal for Ariza to return to the right corner. Understanding the cue, Ariza retreats to the corner. Meanwhile, Doncic, previously stationed in the corner, has now slipped along the baseline, using Ayton's screen to sprint towards the left corner. "Hey, McGee, you take Doncic. I'll guard Ayton," James calls out, positioning himself next to the screener, Ayton, and commanding his teammates. "All right." McGee promptly complies, closely shadowing Doncic. While James focuses on Ayton, "Hey, LeBron, you and Appo's, my idol," Ayton smiles at James. "Really? Even so, I want and Appo's to go easy on you. Youngster, don't think you can back me down. You simply cannot." James asserts his defensive stance behind Ayton, undeterred by the height disparity, as his formidable lower body strength renders him impervious to Ayton and Appo's post moves. "Don and Appo's, worry, you and Appo's, the veteran, how could I possibly try to back you down?" Ayton replies, darting towards the right side of the three-point line. At that moment, Doncic, aided by Ayton and Appo's screen, receives the ball from Brunson. Small versus big. This is a clear mismatch. Doncic smirks, clearly pleased with the situation. "Hey, big guy, it's evident our objective has been achieved." With the shot clock at 12 seconds. Doncic initially intended to exploit Ayton and Appo's screen for an advantageous isolation play. However, considering that the Lakers might not switch defenses, he decides to hand the ball to Brunson and position himself off the ball to assess the Lakers' defensive strategy. "Rest assured, you won't score over me." McGee scoffs at Doncic. Earlier in the first quarter, with 8 minutes remaining, McGee had been exploited by Paul, who utilized a mismatch to score consecutively. But that was merely due to facing the seasoned CP3. The renowned small ball tactic, with its unpredictable dribble variations, leaves defenders at a loss. McGee is confident. He may have faltered against CP3, but he believes he can contain a rookie. "Then give it a shot. Let's see if you can truly defend me," Doncic retorts, immediately dribbling to his left to break past McGee. McGee, on high alert, finds himself drawn into Doncic's feint. But then, a cunning smile spreads across Doncic's face. "Hey, you fell for it. I'm taking a step-back three." He swiftly pulls the ball to his side, executing a subtle step back. "Damn it, I fell for it." McGee hastily lunges to contest, attempting to use his long arms to block Doncic's shot. Yet, Doncic does not shoot. Instead, he pivots, transferring the ball to his left hand and feigning a drive to McGee's right side. McGee, caught off guard, quickly halts and attempts to pursue Doncic. But everything is within Doncic's control. "Hey, big guy, you've lost your defensive position," Doncic announces, preparing for another step-back three. He pulls the ball back with his left hand while executing a step back, leaving McGee spinning in confusion. After this deceptive maneuver, Doncic finds McGee's side open to him. "Hey, big guy, I and Oppos am shooting." Doncic grins mischievously, deliberately slowing his motion. "You little punk. You dare toy with me?" McGee, filled with indignation, quickly adjusts his stance, raising his arms as he lunges towards Doncic, who has now assumed a shooting posture. In a moment of desperation, McGee leaps high, aiming to block the shot. Chapter 50, Luka's Showtime. With a series of deft crossovers, Doncic masterfully manipulated the dribbling rhythm, drawing the defensive focus of the Lakers center, McGee. Frustrated and enraged, McGee lunged at Doncic as he executed a step-back shot. "Hey, you're far too late now." Doncic smirked, his lips curling into a sly grin. He left McGee in the dust, and as McGee flew towards him, Doncic cleverly leaned into him, intentionally creating contact. In that instant, Doncic launched a three-point shot. Swish. The referee's whistle pierced through the air just as Doncic released the ball. A foul on the three-point attempt. The referee signaled that McGee had infringed upon the cylinder of the offensive player while Doncic took a shot, resulting in a foul. Although the referee's whistle echoed, the basketball soared through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Aha! McGee was left spinning in confusion, having completely lost his defensive position. In the ESPN studio, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal erupted into laughter while watching the game unfold. "That defense is atrocious. It's utterly pathetic," O'Neal mercilessly criticized McGee. Just then, the live broadcast showcased Doncic's three-point shot, which swished cleanly through the net. "Oh my goodness," O'Neal exclaimed, dramatically clutching his head in astonishment. "He has just pulled off a three-point play. Aha! What an unexpected turn. McGee is paying the price for his foolishness." As O'Neal expressed his astonishment, the crowd erupted into gasps. "This can't be real. What? A three-point play?" Lakers fans were left in disbelief, voicing their discontent over McGee's blunder. "Oh no. No one can stop me," Doncic exclaimed, his face beaming with pride and exhilaration as he shouted towards the fans. McGee, on the other hand, stood with his hands on his head, visibly disheartened. At that moment, the Lakers and Oppos star, LeBron James, approached McGee. "Hey, McGee, my brother, cheer up. It and Oppos. It's just one three-point play. We still have time to close the gap. And next time, don't let them draw you out of position. Be more discerning." James continued to comfort McGee while offering guidance on defense. Doncic stepped to the free throw line, gripping the ball with both hands, taking a deep breath. He shook his shoulders and confidently sank the free throw. The Rockets had scored 4 points in a single offensive possession, leading the Lakers 31-22 with a 9-point advantage. As the Lakers regained possession, James swiftly initiated the offense. He advanced the ball into the half court, signaling for a pick-and-roll play. "Hey, McGee," James waved to McGee, who promptly rushed over to set the screen. At the moment of the screen, Rockets and Oppos defensive stalwart Ariza communicated with Ayton. "Don't double-team, and no switches. Just collapse back to prevent James from passing." Ariza quickly assessed the situation. The Rockets employed a 1-on-4 defense, isolating James or denying him a clean catch. "All right, I'll delay him a bit." Ayton moved up to disrupt James's passing lane. However, in that instant, McGee, who had initially set the screen, swiftly changed direction and bolted towards the basket. "Oh, McGee's faking the screen. Ayton, hurry back." Ariza, as the defensive ace, quickly discerned the intentions of McGee and James. Ayton reacted promptly, pursuing McGee. Just then, James delivered a high pass to McGee, who had slipped into the Rockets' paint. "Hey, McGee, this one's for you." James deftly dished the ball to him. But as McGee caught the ball, both Tucker and Doncic, stationed in the corner, collapsed towards the paint, creating a double team against him. With limited passing options, McGee raised the ball high, attempting to leverage his height to score. "You two think you can stop me? This shot is going in," McGee exclaimed, gathering his strength as he leapt high, aiming to lay the ball into the basket. Although Doncic and Tucker impeded McGee and Oppos' path, they were unable to intercept his shot as he soared. "Hey, McGee, you're going to hit the rim with that," Tucker shouted. Just as McGee released the ball, a shadow darted in from behind. It was Ayton. Under the watchful eyes of fans and commentators alike, Ayton soared into the air. In an unseen moment, Lin Feng noticed the golden badge of a shot-blocking expert glowing above Ayton's head. With a powerful swing of his arm, Ayton executed a volleyball-style block, sending McGee's shot flying. "Oh ho, here's a taste of rejection," Ayton boomed, sending the ball crashing into the backboard. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard, landing perfectly in Doncic's hands. "See that? That has power." Ayton flexed his muscles, showcasing his strength while shouting towards the audience. Doncic seized the opportunity and initiated a fast break. Quickly, Ayton, let us push. Ayton, flexing his muscles, sprinted ahead. Doncic advanced the ball into the half-court, only to find McGee once more defending him. Without hesitation, Doncic executed a series of swift crossovers, effortlessly leaving McGee behind. This time, Doncic's dribbling was more fluid and expansive, causing McGee to tumble to the ground. "Hey, big guy, you can't guard me," Doncic taunted, immediately stepping back to find himself unchallenged. "Look how easy this is." Prior to shooting, Doncic shrugged his shoulders, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Whoosh. Doncic released the ball, the golden insignia of a step-back three-pointer shining above him. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, adding 3 more points for the Rockets. Following this play, the Lakers head coach immediately called a timeout. In less than 2 minutes since the game began, the Rockets had unleashed a 7-0 run, leaving the Lakers coach infuriated and the team's morale in tatters. A timeout was essential to recalibrate both their offense and defense. Chapter 51. Timeout. Luka Doncic executed a remarkable three-point play, complemented by a shoulder shimmy that left JaVale McGee in his wake, prompting an immediate timeout from the Los Angeles Lakers. The young head coach, Luke Walton, wore an expression of exasperation. "Hey, I implore you, gentlemen, to elevate your spirits. From now on, our defense shall not involve switches. We will employ a man-to-man strategy, navigating screens as best we can by squeezing through." With a tactical board in hand, Walton busily scribbled his thoughts. LeBron James shook his head. "It's not merely a defensive issue. On the offensive end, we must ensure the ball is distributed effectively. When I pass the ball to you, as I did moments ago, focus on sharing it rather than shooting indiscriminately." James was evidently displeased with McGee's previous offensive possession. McGee raised his hands in surrender. "That was my mistake. I didn't anticipate Ayton's ability to close in." Walton nodded. "We must initiate change. Though we trail by 12 points, time remains on our side. The opponent employs a 1-4 defense. We must target the gaps in their zone. LeBron, this responsibility falls to you." "I trust in your playmaking prowess," Walton stated respectfully, refraining from raising his voice at James. James nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, if they persist with the 1-4, I will create opportunities." His tone was resolute, indicating his preparedness. Walton returned a satisfied nod. "Now that we are without Ingram, Kuzma must step up to alleviate some pressure from the end. Amp, Oppos, King and Amp, Oppos. We and Amp, Oppos, LL initiate our offense with a pick and roll as before. They will likely collapse defensively, and McGee must be ready to pass out. As shooters, the others must capitalize on their shots." Walton planned to catch the opposition off guard, despite the previous play and Amp, Oppos' failure. Deploying the same strategy could force the opponent to pay dearly. On the other side, Coach K of the Rockets was diligently strategizing for his players. "We've successfully defended with the 1-4. Once the timeout concludes, we will switch to man-to-man. If there are screens, there is no need to delay. Ayton will drop back to defend against James' mid-range shots." In contrast to Walton and Oppos' anxious demeanor, Coach K appeared composed, even in his inaugural NBA season. His years of experience in NCAA and international competitions had equipped him to adeptly handle the on-court dynamics. "All right, I will tighten our defense." Positioning myself at the arc of the key, Ayton nodded obediently. "Excellent. The others must do the same, should James receive a screen from other positions. We will promptly implement a switch." With that, Bradley exited the game, making way for Carmelo Anthony. This substitution significantly bolstered the Rockets' height on the court, with Doncic included. 4 forwards along with Ayton provided the Rockets with a substantial advantage in defensive switching. Aside from Ayton, few could contend with James without facing a disadvantage. "Gentlemen, let us remain vigilant. We currently lead by 12 points. We must not let our guard down. I expect us to be ahead by 21 points at halftime." Coach K's expression grew serious. Furthermore, on the offensive end, with Anthony's entry, we need to expand our spacing. Create opportunities for Doncic and Ayton at the top of the arc for screens. Ayton, remain alert for rolls and opportunities for outside shots. And maintain your composure on the court. Coach K and Oppos' utilization of Ayton was astute. Despite Ayton and Oppos' inconsistency from three-point range, his mid-range shooting was notably smooth. "Understood, Coach." Ayton replied promptly. Coach K continued, addressing Anthony. "Additionally, Melo, aim to position yourself at the elbow or low post to attack. Showcase your skills. Do not disappoint us." Anthony grinned widely. "This is where I shine. but let Doncic take a few possessions first. He's on fire with consecutive threes. After last season's challenges with the Thunder, Anthony had made significant adjustments and embraced a new mindset. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Lakers made no changes, maintaining the lineup of Caruso, Pope, James, Kuzma, and McGee. Meanwhile, the Rockets substituted Bradley for Carmelo Anthony, with Doncic, Ariza, Anthony, Tucker, and Ayton on the floor. Upon receiving an inbounds pass from a teammate, James swiftly advanced the ball up court. He soon realized that the Rockets had abandoned their 1-4 defense in favor of man-to-man coverage. Standing before James was not Ariza, but rather Anthony. "Hey, brother, it seems we are matched up again. You might find it difficult to contain me this quarter." As James dribbled, he addressed Anthony, who responded with a provocative clap, challenging, "Come on. Show me if you can breach my defense." James signaled to McGee for a screen, which McGee promptly executed. At the moment of the screen, James accelerated. "I'm going to drive. This is going to be a dunk," James declared, charging toward the basket. Ayton chose to remain in the paint. After setting the screen, McGee rolled to the basket. The other Rockets players did not collapse defensively, leaving James with two options, a mid-range shot or a pass to McGee for an easy finish. Without hesitation, James flicked his right wrist, delivering a bounce pass to McGee with remarkable stealth. McGee caught the ball, leaped high, and executed a powerful dunk towards the rim. Chapter 52. Perfect coordination. As McGee received James's pass, he immediately grasped the ball with both hands and leapt into the air, intending to dunk the basketball with a powerful side maneuver. McGee summoned all his strength, eager to unleash a thunderous slam dunk as a means of catharsis. However, at that moment, Ayton also soared high, aiming to block McGee and Oppo's dunk. "Get out of my way. I must score," McGee roared in midair, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yet Ayton leapt even higher, exerting all his might, and with a swift motion, he swatted the ball out of McGee's hands. A magnificent block. Ayton once again thwarted McGee, forcefully denying his dunk attempt with a single arm. "Come on," Ayton shouted at McGee. "No one can challenge my no-fly zone." With his arms flexed, he showcased his impressive upper body musculature, while above him, the emblem of a gold medal blocking master shimmered. After being blocked, McGee retrieved the basketball and promptly passed it to Kuzma on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Kuzma faced Tucker and Oppo's defense and swiftly opted for a drive. He dribbled, came to a sudden halt, and then launched a mid-range jumper. Under Tucker's robust defense, Kuzma's shot clanged off the front of the rim, and Ayton secured the rebound. "Gallo, it's your turn," Ayton said as he handed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. Without delay, Anthony seized the ball and initiated a fast break, advancing to the half-court line. He faced James's defense without hesitation, choosing to take James one-on-one. The legendary duel of the 2003 generation was about to unfold once more. "LeBron, I'm going for a three-pointer." Anthony executed a series of quick crossovers, coupled with a hesitation dribble, creating a bit of space between himself and James. However, James swiftly closed in, denying Anthony any room for a shot. "Impossible. I will not allow you to score." James fixated on Anthony, arms outstretched in stringent defense. Anthony continued to manipulate James's defensive balance, employing various fakes in an attempt to exploit any cracks in James's guard. Soon enough, Anthony executed a crossover dribble, then drove towards the paint with the ball in his right hand, forcing James to retreat to block his path. Seizing the opportunity, Anthony pulled the ball back with his right hand while adopting a shooting posture. "Brother, I'm about to shoot." Anthony feigned a shot, his left hand also rising to chest height. "Pray." Anthony faked the shot and drove past James. "Damn it." James growled as he was momentarily thrown off by Anthony's deceptive move. As Anthony transitioned the ball to his left hand, he swiftly surged towards the basket. At this moment, with Ayton stationed away from the rim, McGee had to guard Ayton, leaving the lane open. As Anthony outmaneuvered James and charged towards the basket, McGee quickly opted to help defend. U1 and Oppo's succeed this time. McGee, utilizing his footwork, raced over to block Anthony and Oppo's path. Yet, McGee's decision to help left Ayton unmarked behind him. A sly smile crept onto Anthony's face. "You fell for it. I never intended to score." With a hearty laugh, Anthony passed the ball to Ayton, who was trailing behind McGee. Ayton caught the ball effortlessly and leapt, easily slamming it into the hoop. "Beautiful," exclaimed Wang Zixing in the live stream. The Rockets' teamwork is truly seamless. The sequence executed by Anthony evoked nostalgia for the past, prompting Wang Zixing to reflect on the game. Sukun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, The Rockets have opened up their offense. Did you see those 2 3-pointers from Doncic? They really dampened the Lakers and Oppo's morale. Walton called for a timeout, though it seemed ineffective. Wang Zixing nodded in response. Yes, Teacher Sue, what do you think the Lakers need to do to regain control? Without hesitation, Sue Kuhn replied, it's obviously James. Once he finds his rhythm, the Lakers shooters will have their chances. He suggested that Walton consider pulling McGee from the game, as McGee was being targeted by Doncic. While Sue Kuhn and Wang Zixing conversed, James executed a driving layup. This time, he faced Anthony's defense head-on, choosing to assert his individual prowess to score 2 points for the Lakers. See, that's the essence of James and Oppo's personal ability, Sue Kuhn commented as he analyzed the match. This is how it needs to be played. Next, the Lakers and Oppo's defensive strategy unfolded with Doncic and Ayton executing a pick-and-roll. As the play developed, James quickly made a decisive move. McGee, no need to switch. Stick with Ayton, prevent him from rolling to the basket. As James spoke, he leveraged his imposing physicality to push through Ayton and Oppo's screen, firmly positioning himself in front of Doncic. This time, James took the primary assignment against Doncic, opting not to switch defensive responsibilities with his teammates. Facing his idol, Doncic appeared slightly anxious. Nevertheless, he accelerated towards the basket as soon as James squeezed through the screen. Delay. James commanded loudly to McGee. Upon hearing this, McGee swiftly slid to impede Doncic's progress. At that moment, Ayton did not roll towards the basket but instead moved to the mid-range area to receive the ball. James successfully navigated the screen and positioned himself in front of Doncic. But at the instant James obstructed Doncic's path, Doncic flashed a sly smile, delivering an unexpected bounce pass with his left hand, sending the ball to the awaiting Ayton, who had drifted to the perimeter. Dunbao, mid-range, show off your soft touch, shouted Anthony from the corner. Ayton received Doncic's pass in an absolute open position. He raised his arms high, poised to shoot. Unfortunately, due to the delay in defending Doncic, McGee found himself 2 steps away from Ayton. He immediately rushed forward, arms raised, attempting to interfere with Ayton's shot. But at that moment, Ayton made a decision that took everyone by surprise. Chapter 53. The moment of truth after a pick and roll by Ayton. The ball was passed to the right side of the free throw line. Upon receiving Doncic's bounce pass, Ayton found himself in a completely open position. Just as he was about to elevate for the shot, Lakers center McGee lunged at him with all his might. Hey, McGee, you've been fooled. A mischievous grin spread across Ayton's face. He executed a feint, leaving McGee completely off balance. At that moment, Ayton drove towards the basket, completing a thunderous dunk with both hands. The rim shook from the sheer force of his slam. Hey, strong move, Ayton, exclaimed the exuberant Carmelo Anthony. Well done, brother. As they transitioned back on defense, Doncic and Ayton exchanged a powerful high five, both reveling in the excitement of their newfound synergy. That fake shot into a drive was spectacular. Doncic praised Ayton. It was your timely pass that made it feel so effortless. Now, let us focus on our defense. We must not let our guard down. Following the departure of Chris Paul, the Rockets had shifted their offensive strategy with Doncic orchestrating the plays, while Anthony and Ayton served as the primary offensive threats. By the first official timeout of the second quarter, the trio had propelled the Rockets to a commanding 50-38 lead over the Lakers, a 12-point advantage. The Lakers appeared somewhat dejected, their morale visibly low. Meanwhile, the star of the Lakers, LeBron James, had still managed to score 18 points. The entire Lakers offense revolved around James, and if his shots were not falling, the team quickly fell into a reactive state. Come on, guys, let us lift our spirits. During the timeout, James clapped vigorously, encouraging his teammates. Now is not the time to give up. If I'm open for a 3-pointer, let us make them pay for their defensive pressure. James vocally inspired his teammates, hoping to rejuvenate their energy. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. As one of the league's premier superstars, LeBron James refused to relent. Upon resuming, he seized the opportunity presented by a lapse in the Rockets' defense, leading the Lakers on an 8-2 run, narrowing the point gap. Although James didn't score during this stretch, he consistently assisted his teammates with 3-point attempts. The Rockets, unwilling to be outdone, promptly ramped up their defensive intensity, abandoning their previous strategy of collapsing the defense. The contest remained fiercely contested. And as the clock wound down to just 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the Rockets called a timeout. The score was tied at 100-100. In the previous possession, James had forced a 2+1, drawing a foul on Anthony, and calmly sank the free throw to equalize the score. At this point, James had accumulated an impressive 28 points. 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 blocks. It was precisely this all-around excellence that enabled the Lakers to contend with the Rockets until the final moments. In the ESPN studio, the jovial Shaquille O'Neal shared a hearty laugh. Now it's the Rockets' final chance. Let us see if they can execute a game-winning shot. If they falter, the interim general manager Lin Feng will have to face the music. O'Neal made a comical face, reveling in the prospect. Charles Barkley, with a mischievous grin, chimed in. I can hardly wait to see Lin Feng being ousted from the league. It might be even more disastrous than Artest's exit. While Artest merely faced jail time, Lin Feng might suffer a scandalous downfall and pay a hefty price. The duo of O'Neal and Barkley began to imagine Lin Feng being publicly ridiculed, even pelted with rotten eggs. At the Staples Center, the audience was on their feet, the atmosphere thick with tension. Players gathered around their coaches on the bench, absorbing instructions for the final play. All right, gentlemen, we have just 10 seconds left for our last possession. Luka will utilize a screen from the weak side to pop out and find an opportunity to receive the ball. Coach K, holding the tactical board, addressed the players emphatically. His eyes fixed on Doncic, who nodded in understanding. This is our primary option, Coach K reminded them. If Luka isn't entirely open, don't pass. Quickly create space and clear one side for Carmelo. Coach K pointed to Anthony. You'll be positioned at the 45-degree angle for the catch. And you must sink the crucial game winner. Coach K placed high hopes on Anthony. If Doncic's open three-pointer didn't seal the game, it would fall to the league and Oppo's finest clutch shooter, Carmelo Anthony. All right, Coach, thank you for your faith. I will do my utmost to make this shot. Anthony inhaled deeply, his expression betraying a hint of gravity. Executing the game winner seemed a distant challenge for him. The last time he had been entrusted with such a responsibility was during his tenure in New York. All right, team, pay attention. If these two options fail, we still have a timeout to devise our next strategy. Let us go, boys. Rockets, ascend. Coach K raised his arms high, and all the players lifted theirs in unison. Rockets, ascend. With a roar, the game resumed. The Rockets lineup featured Doncic, Jochi, Ariza, Anthony, and Shamet, all capable of shooting threes, particularly Jochi, who had demonstrated a remarkable 6 of 3 shooting accuracy today. The imposing Jochi had transformed into a formidable long-range threat, one that opponents deeply feared. Standing at the sideline, Jochi utilized his height and wingspan to initiate the play. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, all Rockets players swiftly maneuvered into position. In the weak side corner, Ariza and Shamet set screens for Doncic. Upon seeing the screens, the Lakers opted for a switch defense, determined to deny Doncic any opportunity to receive the ball. Quick, switch. Stay with him. Don't let him shoot a 3. The Lakers players shouted, closely trailing Doncic. Jochi wore a look of apprehension, his hands raised high, employing deceptive moves to outmaneuver the defense. Doncic navigated from the corner to the top of the arc, but the Lakers' defenders clung to him like gum, thwarting any chance for a clean catch. Realizing the predicament, Jochi instantly decided to pass the ball to Anthony. However, at that precise moment, James surged from Anthony's side, extending his long arms towards the basketball Jochi had just passed. Chapter 54, the final showdown. Will this ball be intercepted? In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Wang Zixing exclaimed with excitement. James and Oppo's long arms disrupted Jochi and Oppo's sideline throw. Now both sides began to scramble for the ball, with Wang Zixing and Oppo's enthusiastic shouts. Anthony positioned himself with determination, fiercely contesting the loose ball against James. Only 7 seconds remain. 6 seconds. Now Anthony has the ball. The Rockets are in a precarious situation, but time is running out. Only 4, 5 seconds left. As the commentator and Oppo's voice rose with excitement, Anthony held the ball just outside the three-point line in the corner. Everyone in the Staples Center stood up. The hearts of both teams' fans raced. Carmelo Anthony's expression was serious and resolute. He quickly dribbled the ball with his right hand. Driving towards the baseline, James spread his arms wide, tightly guarding Anthony. The moment of reckoning between the two titans of the Platinum generation has arrived. 3 seconds left. Anthony made a sudden stop, then followed with a step back. 2 seconds. Anthony shoots. Amid the commentator and Oppo's thrilling shout, Carmelo Anthony executed a mid-range jumper. LeBron James shadowed him closely, defending fiercely. Just as Anthony released the shot, James leaped into action, extending his long arm to contest. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. All eyes were fixed on the ball. This shot could determine the fate of both teams. The ball sliced through the air, perfectly swishing through the net. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball brushing the net ignited the Rockets players. Oh, a game winner. Melo is a forever legend. Wow, nice. The Rockets bench erupted in jubilation. Meanwhile, the Staples Center fell into a profound silence. Lakers fans in the stands were left astonished, disbelief written across their faces as they watched the players on the court. Carmelo Anthony raised his arms in triumph, his face brimming with exhilaration. You can't stop me. This is the game winner. The Rockets players rushed over, celebrating with Anthony. Melo. That was incredible. I admire you. Carmelo, the shot sent the Lakers home. In stark contrast, the Lakers players appeared dejected, like wilted vegetables. James pounded his chest with both hands in frustration. Carmelo Anthony's near game winner left the Lakers with just 0.5 seconds remaining, with one timeout still available. The Lakers decisively called for a pause. The excitement among the Rockets players was palpable. Melo, you are the GOAT. In the VIP box, Joanne was jumping with joy. Her small face was flushed with excitement. She rushed to Lin Feng's side, shaking his arm vigorously. Did you see that? The near-game winner. Anthony did it. Oh yeah. This hard-fought victory. Joanne was overjoyed. Lin Feng, I am increasingly impressed by you. I now believe trading for Anthony was brilliant. Lin Feng laughed heartily. The last-minute near turnover had made his heart race, but upon seeing Anthony's game winner, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Haha, it was a must. Lin Feng flicked his head with pride. Anthony is a renowned clutch player, with countless game winners to his name. Now do you see Melo and Oppos as significance? Lin Feng looked at Joanne with satisfaction. Joanne nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Lin Feng, your insight is truly sharp. Everyone thought Anthony was finished. But it seems your decision was spot on. Snap. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Let's go, and we can prepare for the press conference. Joanne and Oppos, and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. There are still 0.5 seconds left. Shuden and Oppos, we wait until it's over? What if the Lakers pull off a counter-winner? Lin Feng shook his head confidently. It absolutely won't happen. Trust me on this. As Lin Feng spoke to Joanne, the timeout ended. The Lakers players took the court. With the lineup featuring KCP, Hart, James, Kuzma, and McGee, determination was etched on their faces as they prepared for a final desperate attempt. The Rockets replaced Chi with Deandre Ayton. Their lineup consisted of Doncic, Ariza, Anthony, Tucker, and Ayton. This formidable arrangement averaged around 2 meters in height, making them exceptionally strong in both switching defense and aerial interceptions. James stood at the sideline to inbound the ball. With only 0.5 seconds left, a quick shot was imperative, whether a three-pointer or a two-pointer. An exceptional passer was crucial. Hey, follow the play. Watch my signals. James raised the ball high above his head, loudly directing his teammates. On the court, the 4 Lakers players began to move rapidly. Kuzma used McGee and Oppos' screen, drifting towards the three-point line. Tucker stuck closely to Kuzma, denying him any shooting opportunity. Just then, McGee made a sudden cut, while KCP ran over to set a screen for him. This screen effectively blocked Ayton. At that moment, James deftly tossed the ball towards McGee's direction. The Lakers opted for an alley-oop. My goodness, can McGee finish this? In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Sue Kuhn exclaimed in awe. Even though Ayton was screened by KCP, Ariza was guarding KCP. Ariza, with his height and reach, leapt high to deflect the ball away. Buzz. The final whistle blew. The Rockets triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 102-100, thanks to Anthony and Oppos' last-second game winner. Oh yeah, we won. We are the ultimate victors. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. The Rockets players celebrated exuberantly. In contrast, James walked off with a dejected expression, retreating to the locker room early. Anthony greeted his opponents amicably in the crowd, but was disappointed not to see James. After the post-match interviews, Anthony and Paul from the Rockets arrived at the press conference venue. Lin Feng and Joanne and Oppos, and had been waiting there, and upon seeing Anthony approach, Lin Feng rushed over and playfully punched Anthony on the shoulder. Chapter 55, Nothing of Importance, adjourned. Carmelo, you were magnificent. That final near buzzer beater shone brightly throughout the arena. Lin Feng beamed with excitement. Today, you are the true hero. A celebratory banquet is in order. Anthony was equally elated. It's settled then. Only a 5-star hotel will suffice. Haha. The two shared a hearty laugh. As a close friend of Anthony and one of the Banana Boat brothers, CP3 also extended his congratulations. Carmelo, first and foremost, congratulations on that near buzzer beater. Good fortune should be shared. I demand my share at the 5-star hotel. CP3 jested with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, The trio took their seats as the reporters filed in. Right away, a prominent ESPN journalist directed a question at Anthony. "Hey, Anthony, could you share your feelings about tonight's decisive shot?" Anthony chuckled. It was a marvelous sensation. You see, it has been quite a while since I executed a game winner. That moment ignited my passion and rekindled the feelings of my past." He shrugged slightly, adding earnestly, "I must, however, express my gratitude to Coach K and my teammates. Their faith and encouragement enabled me to have this splendid evening." Compared to his younger self, Anthony displayed greater composure and maturity. Another journalist probed, "Hey, Melo, during the game today, you had numerous direct matchups with LeBron. The two of you were fiercely competitive. Many view this as a showdown between the titans of the 2003 draft class. Yet, a considerable number believe that your abilities no longer match LeBron's. What is your take?" The question was pointed. Their matchups had indeed been thrilling, and some were eager to stir controversy between the two. Anthony smiled. "LeBron is undeniably strong. I've recognized that for quite some time. As for the rest, I have no comment." His response was skillfully crafted, affirming his opponent while leaving no room for misinterpretation. The journalists then shifted their focus to Paul. "Chris, on this night, could you explain the altercation with Rondo? Is there a long-standing grudge between you two?" Each question aimed to provoke conflict among the players, seeking to create narratives beyond basketball within the NBA. CP3 adjusted his posture. "This isn't about our personal differences. Rondo spat at me. That was a sign of disrespect, and I cannot tolerate such behavior." His warning on the court had delivered a significant blow to Rondo. Moreover, "I believe some players should elevate their standards. Spitting is utterly repugnant." Another journalist chimed in, "By the way, CP3, there's a torrent of online vitriol directed at Ingram. Additionally, a video of you instructing him has surfaced. Was this intentional on your part?" CP3 shrugged. "I am disappointed in Ingram. We knew each other prior. I never anticipated he would launch an attack. As for the rest, I cannot comment." The journalist pressed on, "Do you have any insights into the video's circulation?" Clearly, the reporter was unwilling to let the matter rest. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected, "I shall answer that. The video was deliberately retrieved by me and shared online by our team's operations president, Amy Zhou. I wanted to show that Ingram's temper exceeds his talent and that he disrespects his elders. Such underhanded tactics are despicable and shameful. I demand an apology from Ingram, along with severe repercussions from the league." Lin Feng's demeanor was serious. It was his duty to uphold the interests of the Rockets and its players. "Lin, have you considered that this could ruin a young player's career?" Another journalist inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. "What does that have to do with me?" "That's a foolish question. My sole concern lies with the Rockets and its players. The affairs of other teams are not my responsibility." He adjusted his posture once more. "Furthermore, I wish to emphasize that every action carries consequences. Isn't it beneficial for more people to see Ingram's true nature?" Lin Feng had no particular fondness for Ingram. As we understand, Ingram has already issued a statement on Twitter apologizing to CP3. Will he receive CP3's forgiveness? The reporter's inquiry elicited laughter from Lin Feng. "What did you say? A tweet?" Lin Feng scoffed. "Indeed, he apologized on Twitter." He beckoned the journalist closer. "What?" The journalist appeared bewildered. "You'll understand once you come here." Lin Feng wore a mischievous grin. "What do you intend to do?" The journalist asked, puzzled. "I'll give you a slap and then apologize to you on Twitter. How about that?" Lin Feng's words left the journalist momentarily speechless. "What? You don't want that?" He continued. "Then why ask such a foolish question? If a tweet of apology is effective, why would you want me to slap you and then tweet an apology?" The journalist was left dumbfounded by Lin Feng's retort, wearing a discontented expression. Lin Feng's demeanor remained serious. "I now wish to convey to Ingram that he must personally apologize to CP3. We have a game in Los Angeles tomorrow. I hope to witness Ingram's sincerity before we depart. Otherwise, this matter will continue to escalate. Not just this issue, but potentially others as well." Lin Feng's tone was resolute, sounding almost like a threat. "Is this a threat?" a journalist queried. Lin Feng shrugged. "Call it what you will. After all, your words are your own. Isn't it the media that thrives on fabrication?" Lin Feng and Oppo's unyielding stance left two journalists thwarted. "That will conclude today's interview. I hope you convey my words faithfully. Of course, if you choose to distort the facts, that's fine too. I have everything recorded." Lin Feng brandished a recorder before the journalists. "Anyone who spreads falsehoods will face defamation charges." Lin Feng scoffed, looking disdainfully at the journalists. "Nothing of importance." Adjourned. Chapter 56. A doorstep apology, what? You want me to apologize in person? Jack Lin must be out of his mind. In the Lakers and Oppos conference room, Ingram let out an incredulous roar. His face flushed, and his previously sleepy eyes now widened in disbelief. No way, absolutely not. Ingram shook his head vehemently. I've already apologized on Twitter. Asking me to apologize in person is simply a dream. Young and impetuous, Ingram did not believe he had done anything wrong. If it weren't for the persuasion of the team management and his agent, he wouldn't have even posted a tweet. Listen to me, the situation has escalated significantly. Jeff Schwartz, Ingram's agent, wore a serious expression. Jack Lin is a master of publicity. Within just a few hours, apart from the training videos of you and Paul, all sorts of dirt from your past, even from your college days, have been exposed. The public sentiment is turning against you. If this continues, it could ruin your career. Schwartz was evidently concerned that this media frenzy could marginalize the promising young star Ingram from the league. So what? It's just baseless gossip. Ingram shrugged dismissively. Brandon, you must understand that public opinion can drown a person, Schwartz patiently urged. The online backlash is overwhelming. Even Lakers fans feel that your actions on the court are tarnishing the team and Oppos' reputation. And let us not forget LeBron James' fans. They believe your presence beside him is a disgrace. You should know that many rising stars have been ruined by public scrutiny. Schwartz, a seasoned player agent, had witnessed numerous athletes become distracted by media pressure and subsequently falter in their careers. At that moment, Magic Johnson, the Lakers and Oppos' president of basketball operations, who had been silent until now, spoke up slowly. Brandon, it seems you must apologize in person. Look at these videos. He handed his phone to Ingram, displaying footage of him drunkenly cavorting in a Los Angeles bar, even engaging in intimate encounters with women. Fuck. Ingram exploded in fury. How did this video surface? His expression was one of disbelief. Magic Johnson shrugged helplessly. This was posted by the Rockets' official Twitter account. They have begun to gather your dirt. I suspect this is just the beginning. If more undisclosed information comes to light, the team might consider benching you for the sake of its image. Johnson appeared somewhat resigned. To protect the Lakers' reputation, they could not allow Ingram to play without consequence. Otherwise, it would only bring negative repercussions to the team. So, now is the time for you to make a choice. He left the decision in Ingram and Oppos' hands. Ingram took a deep breath, his face grave and troubled. Fine, I'll go. At a 5-star hotel in Los Angeles, the entire Rockets team celebrated Carmelo Anthony's near-game winner. After the festivities, Lin Feng returned to his room and opened the system with delight. Ding. Congratulations, host. By limiting LeBron James's score to below 30 points in this game, you have received the bronze mid-range sharpshooter crafting card. Ding. The host can equip the crafting card on a player in the next game or training session. As soon as Lin Feng opened the system, a reward screen popped up in his mind. Although he had only received the bronze mid-range sharpshooter crafting card, he was quite satisfied. After all, LeBron James was one of the league's top superstars. It was no small feat to hold him to just 28 points in such a match. Just then, there was a knock at the hotel room door. Lin Feng walked over to open it, revealing Zhou Enin, clad in a fiery red dress that accentuated her curves. Enin, you look. Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhou Enin's figure was stunning, her S-shaped silhouette captivating. Lin Feng, you are amazing. Ingram has already apologized in person. Zhou Enin's face beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It seems your predictions were spot on. Ingram and the Lakers couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion. You truly have a knack for this. Lin Feng grinned. That essay given. Have the reporters I asked you to prepare ready? After the press conference, Lin Feng had instructed the Rockets and Oppos' media director, Mike, to dig up dirt on Ingram and had Zhou Enin and Oppos' and arrange for reporters in advance. Initially, Zhou Enin doubted that Ingram would actually apologize in person, but now it seemed Lin Feng's foresight had not failed him. Don't worry, everything is ready. The reporters are already gathered outside CP3's room, Zhou Enin said, increasingly impressed by Lin Feng. The media buzz, publicity, and the attention Lin Feng had garnered had significantly boosted the Rockets' profile and revenue. Even the live stream that night had sold numerous products. Let's go see, Lin Feng said, eagerly leading Zhou Enin towards CP3's room. At that moment, the room was surrounded by reporters. Please forgive me for my actions on the court. Ingram apologized to CP3 before the myriad of cameras. I was impulsive, and I hope you can understand. Such a public apology for his underhanded play on the court satisfied CP3. It and Oppos' nothing Young man, we all do impulsive things. I understand. And I hope you can let your performance on the court speak for itself. Ingram nodded earnestly. Thank you for your forgiveness. I will remember your words. Is there any chance you could delete those videos? You know they could have a negative impact on me and the team. Before CP3 could respond, Lin Feng interjected. Of course, that's not a problem. Since you've acknowledged your mistake, we are not the type to nitpick. Lin Feng approached with a smile. The objective of having Ingram apologize had been achieved, and he would not press further. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Ingram forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. No need to thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to CP3. Let this evening's matters come to a close. I hope that in the future, you will uphold the values of respect for your mentors and show greater reverence towards the veterans of the court. Chapter 57. An encounter with Vince Carter after a night in Oppos. Rest, Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhou and Oppos, attended the team in Oppos' training the following morning. Following Ingram's apology and the previous bar incident, the Rockets managed to sell nearly $2 million worth of merchandise overnight in the live broadcast. This included various Rockets-themed products and especially customized Anthony jerseys from the Pelicans, commemorating the bar incident. Truly impressive. To earn such a sum in a single night must have the owner waking up with a smile in his dreams. Glancing at the live sales results sent by the team assistant on her phone, Zhou and Oppos, and beamed with excitement. That and Oppos, that's just a small matter. Lin Feng replied with a proud smile. By the way, has the league's punishment been announced? The previous brawl with the Lakers had placed the Rockets in a reactive position, but Chris Paul had also thrown punches and would inevitably face disciplinary action. The decision came. CP3 was suspended for 5 games and fined $30,000. Rondo received a similar punishment of 5 games and a $30,000 fine. Ingram, however, bore the brunt of the punishment, facing a 10-game suspension and a $50,000 fine. Zhou informed Lin Feng of the league's verdict. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. And Oppos, could you capture the image of CP3 hitting Rondo? Then, let us create 500 limited edition and Oppos, Cannon Punch Warning and Oppos, jerseys. Of course. Rondo and Oppos, image and the Lakers and Oppos, uniform should be sufficiently blurred to avoid unnecessary controversy. Lin Feng aimed to capitalize on this wave of publicity to generate further profits for the Rockets. After all, with such buzz, it should be well utilized. Zhou chuckled mischievously. You certainly have a lot of clever ideas. Cannon Punch Warning is a delightful name. I know exactly what to do. She promptly contacted the Rockets and Oppos sales department to arrange for the customization of the limited edition jerseys. Once completed, Zhou and Oppos grinned and said, Oh, by the way, there's a fashion gala tonight. Don't forget your promise. Lin Feng smiled warmly and nodded. All right, I'll accompany you tonight. Facing the Clippers should pose no significant threat. After the morning training, Lin Feng and Zhou and Oppos returned to the hotel with the team to rest. At exactly 8 p.m., as the Houston Rockets faced off against the Los Angeles Clippers, a fashion gala commenced simultaneously in Los Angeles. Entry to this fashion show required a special invitation. And Zhou and Oppos had secured 2 passes in advance, allowing her and Lin Feng to enter effortlessly. This evening, Lin Feng donned a pristine white suit paired with deep brown leather shoes, his neatly styled side part lending him an air of polished professionalism. Zhou and Oppos, in contrast, wore a black evening gown with a daring slit that nearly reached her thigh, capturing the attention of many men as her long legs tantalizingly peeked through. Zhou linked her arm with Lin Feng's, and they appeared as a perfect couple, radiant together. Let us sit over there. We have front row seats. Zhou exclaimed cheerfully, pulling Lin Feng along. As they approached their seats, Lin Feng noticed a familiar figure nearby. Oh, he is here too? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who? Zhou and Oppos, inquired. Puzzled. Vince Carter, Lin Feng replied. And didn't Vince sign with the Hawks? Even if they don't have a game. He shouldn't be so far away attending a fashion show. Lin Feng stroked his chin, puzzled. Zhou shot him a look of exasperation. Hey. You promised to accompany me to the fashion show tonight, not to discuss work. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. It's a professional habit. Besides, if Carter isn't signed, I'd like to have a word with him. Previously, during McGrady's jersey retirement ceremony, Lin Feng had been too engrossed in conversation with Kobe to notice Carter. Zhou, with a sigh of resignation, pulled out her phone to check relevant details. As it turned out, Carter had not signed with any team yet. He had initially intended to join the Hawks, but they had changed their minds and signed other players, leaving Carter without a contract. Aha. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. That's fantastic. I'm going over to chat with Carter. Wait for me here. After saying that, Lin Feng headed towards Carter. Zhou gazed at Lin Feng's departing figure with a sulky expression, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she made a face at him. Lin Feng approached Carter from behind, gently tapping him on the right shoulder before quickly sidestepping to his left. Carter turned in surprise, realizing no one was on his right, and instinctively looked to his left. Haha, Lin. What a surprise to see you here. Carter extended his hand, a smile gracing his face. The two had previously met in Houston. While they weren't close, they were certainly familiar. With a hearty clap, Lin Feng shook Carter's hand firmly, embracing him warmly. Hey, brother Carter, what a stroke of luck to see you here. Lin Feng chuckled. Indeed. I'm here accompanying my wife to the fashion gala. What about you? Surely you didn't come alone? Carter teased Lin Feng. A handsome young man like you must have a date, right? If not, I could introduce you to someone. Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively, pointing to Zhou and not far away. Carter turned to look, and Zhou waved back at him. Oh, so you do have a beauty by your side. Amy Zhou is one of the few stunning women in the circle. My friend, you're quite fortunate. Lin Feng smiled, and then steered the conversation. Brother, I just learned that you haven't signed with any team yet. At the mention of this, Carter's expression turned somewhat melancholic. I may still have the ability to play, but no one is willing to give me a chance. I refuse to be relegated to the role of water cooler attendant. Lin Feng clapped his hands excitedly. Brother Carter, would you be interested in joining the Rockets? We happen to have one spot available, allowing us to complete a 15-man roster. Really? Carter regarded Lin Feng with disbelief. But I refuse to be a water cooler attendant. If that's the case, I'd rather not join the Rockets. Carter was quick to assert his stance. Lin Feng chuckled. Of course it's true. I can assure you'll get 5 to 8 minutes of playing time in every game. What do you think? Would you consider it? Chapter 58. Signing Carter. Acquiring the Star Development Card. Upon receiving Lin Feng's proposal, Carter tilted his head, pondering. Could we perhaps increase the playing time a bit? Maybe 10 minutes per game? Carter felt a flicker of excitement. However, he was not entirely satisfied with the allotted time. Despite being 41 years old, he believed he still had much to contribute. Lin Feng shook his head. 5 to 8 minutes is the maximum I can offer you. Any more, and I fear the coaching staff and players might not be pleased. Of course, if you can impress the coaches and players with your performance, you may earn additional playing time. The NBA has always been a ruthless environment. Even if one was once a celebrated superstar, age and injuries inevitably reduce one to a marginal figure within the league. However, Lin Feng's intention in signing Carter was not to relegate him to the role of a water boy. With the Star Development Card in his possession, Lin Feng was confident he could help Carter become a shining example of longevity in the league at the age of 41. I am genuinely sincere. If you perform well, I believe the coaching staff, management, and even the players will place their trust in you. Isn't that preferable to being a water boy for another team? Lin Feng gazed at Carter with sincere intent. After a brief contemplation, Carter relented. All right, 8 minutes should suffice. This final concession was sufficient for Carter to showcase his vitality on the court. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng eagerly agreed. It's settled then. After the fashion gala tonight, we'll sign the contract and submit it for league approval first thing tomorrow morning. If all goes as planned, you will make your debut in the upcoming home game against the Jazz. Carter extended his hand. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Lin Feng grasped Carter's right hand firmly. A pleasant partnership. Overjoyed, Lin Feng returned to his seat beside Zhou. He had not anticipated that attending a fashion gala would lead to signing the former dunk champion. Vince Carter. Lin Feng began contemplating which development cards to utilize to integrate Carter into the team and Oppo's rotation. Unfortunately, he only possessed a bronze mid-range sharpshooter development card, which was not particularly suited for Vince Carter. What he truly needed was a card that would restore Carter's stamina and athleticism. The fashion gala lasted over 2 hours. And after fulfilling his promise, Lin Feng extravagantly purchased several outfits that Zhou admired. After making the purchase, he intended to return to the hotel with Carter to finalize the contract. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Rockets have achieved 3 consecutive victories. Ding. The Rockets celebrate their 3-game winning streak, granting the host a Hall of Fame-level Stamina Master development card. A Stamina Master? Upon hearing this phrase, Lin Feng was immediately filled with excitement. System, does the Stamina Master enhance a player's endurance? Ding. Not only does it replenish stamina, but it also significantly boosts athleticism and reduces injury susceptibility. Ding. For instance, if a player's stamina and athleticism are rated at sea level, the system detailed further, forming a tiered chart in Lin Feng's mind, ranging from F to A. Only one player, the Greek freak Giannis Antetokounmpo, occupied the A tier, a unique talent. At 41, Carter's stamina and athleticism had diminished to a C level. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. A rise from C to A would mean a substantial improvement. If Carter equipped the Hall of Fame Stamina Master card, his attributes could reach a B level. That would be more than adequate for Carter. Lin Feng joyfully accepted the development card. It seemed that the once revered shooting guard could once again dazzle with his aerial prowess. Zhouanin, observing Lin Feng's foolish grin, was puzzled. What are you grinning about? You haven't stopped since we left. Zhouanin felt exasperated. If one did not know better, they might think Lin Feng had won a lottery. Surely, signing Carter wasn't cause for such exuberance? Lin Feng, with a mysterious smile, responded, and then, do not question me. Those who doubt me often find themselves with bruised faces. Seeing Lin Feng's proud demeanor, Zhouanin felt an urge to slap him back to reality. However, recalling Lin Feng's strategic moves, signing Anthony, retaining Paul, and selecting Brunson and Shamed in the second round, she recognized that, given the Rockets' current 3-game winning streak, he had indeed proven many wrong. By the way, we've achieved 2 consecutive wins on the road. Shall we celebrate? Zhouanin decided to change the subject, placing her trust in Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. Not right now. After we finalize the contract with Carter, we'll fly straight back to Houston so the players can rest. Back-to-back games can be taxing, and we need our players fresh for the next match against the Utah Jazz, whose backcourt duo of Mitchell and Gobert poses a formidable challenge. As the acting general manager, Lin Feng was not only responsible for daily operations and player development, but also for managing player fatigue. Not everyone possessed a Hall of Fame-level Stamina Master card. It was unrealistic to expect players to celebrate after 2 consecutive away games. By the way, how has Zhou Qi been performing? Please pull up his stats from the last 3 games. Lin Feng had keen interest in Zhou Qi, Luka Doncic, and Deandre Ayton, particularly Zhou Qi, who represented the future of Chinese basketball. Zhou Qi has been impressive. In 3 games, he hit 10 out of 15 3-point attempts. Zhouanin exclaimed, astonished by Zhou Qi's shooting percentage. His growth and performance on the court were indeed remarkable. In addition to his 3-point shooting, Zhou Qi also contributed 5 blocks, 3 steals, and 8 assists. Lin Feng, it seems your talent scouting has once again proven accurate. With a satisfied smile, Lin Feng replied, of course. Zhou Qi possesses both talent and potential. With focused training, he will undoubtedly become one of the Rockets' finest sharpshooters. Lin Feng equipped Zhou Qi with a Hall of Fame-level 3-point specialist development card. With a playmaker like Doncic facilitating his shots, the open 3-pointers would surely be a breeze. As they conversed, the car arrived at the hotel. Lin Feng and Zhouanin quickly escorted Carter to their room to finalize the contract. Carter eagerly anticipates the next match against the Utah Jazz, ready to don the Houston Rockets jersey. Chapter 59. The showdown with the Jazz. Let the spectacle begin. Prior to the match against the Utah Jazz, Lin Feng returned to the general manager's office in Houston. At this moment, the beleaguered owner, Tillman Fertitta, was seated in the executive chair, cigar in hand, awaiting Lin Feng and Apos' arrival. Upon opening the door, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by Fertitta and Apos' presence. Boss? What brings you here at this late hour? He inquired. A look of surprise etched on his face. Since the off-season, Fertitta had been preoccupied with various business ventures and had seldom attended meetings with the team's upper management. This marked the first occasion Fertitta had visited Lin Feng's office since he assumed the role of interim general manager. Ah, Lin, I came specifically to see you. Fertitta exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the sight of Lin Feng. Do you know? Our merchandise sales have been soaring in the past few days. Particularly, the special edition Cannon Punch warning jerseys have been flying off the shelves. The mention of financial success caused Fertitta's eyes to sparkle with glee. I reviewed Amy Zhou's financial report. In just a matter of days, merchandise including jerseys, memorabilia, and other related products has raked in over $1 million. Fertitta was thoroughly enamored with Lin Feng, not only for his ability to assemble a winning roster that had secured 3 consecutive victories since the season's commencement, but also for his knack for generating revenue for the team. Lin Feng smiled casually. Boss, you came to the office before the game just to share this news? If you think I've done a commendable job, shouldn't there be a reward? Fertitta nodded with a grin. Of course. I'm here to grant you a special reward, an additional bonus of $1 million as a monthly incentive, given the financial gains Lin Feng had brought to the Rockets. The $1 million reward seemed modest by comparison. Only $1 million? Boss, that's rather stingy, Lin Feng remarked with a smirk, though he added. But better something than nothing, so I'll gladly accept. After receiving the transfer of $1 million from Fertitta, Lin Feng made his way back to the VIP box at the Toyota Center. At this point, the players from both the Rockets and the Jazz had completed their warm-ups. In the arena and amp, Oppo's DJ had introduced the starting lineups. So, with CP3 suspended, who was Coach K assigned as the starter? Lin Feng inquired as he settled into the VIP box, keen to catch up on the game's developments. The Jazz had secured 2 consecutive victories prior to this matchup, boasting star guard Donovan Mitchell, who, despite being only a sophomore, had led his team to the playoffs in his rookie year against the previously formidable Rockets. Mitchell's scoring prowess, combined with the defensive strength of center Rudy Gobert, ensured the Jazz remained a competitive force. The Jazz had maintained their lineup, with Ricky Rubio, Donovan Mitchell, Joe Ingles, Jay Crowder, and Rudy Gobert taking the court. Annan opened her tablet, revealing the starting lineup for the Rockets. Luka Doncic would start at the point guard position, Bradley at shooting guard, Ariza elevated to small forward, and Gua as power forward, with Ayton at center. Lin Feng nodded in approval. Coach K's decision to promote Ariza to the small forward position bolstered the Rockets' perimeter defense. As the players took their positions on the court, the referee tossed the ball high into the air for the tip-off, with the Jazz gaining possession first. Welcome to 10-Cent Video and 10-Cent Sports, presenting the 2018 to 2019 regular season matchup between the Houston Rockets and the Utah Jazz. The host, Duan Ran, announced in a voice imbued with charisma. Joining me is the esteemed Ma Jian. As Duan introduced the matchup, the Jazz executed a play, passing the ball to Mitchell, who emerged from the baseline. Positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Mitchell saw Bradley closing in and quickly faked a shot. Bradley, fully focused, leaped to contest, only to be outmaneuvered by Mitchell, who, with a cunning smile, switched the ball to his left hand and drove toward the basket. Quick, block his right hand. Delay Mitchell and amp. Oppo's advance. Force him to break from the left. Coach K shouted from the sidelines, prompting Ariza, who was guarding Ingles at the top of the arc, to compress inward and apply pressure on Mitchell. Without hesitation, Mitchell pivoted, executing a smooth pull-up jumper that swished through the net, giving the Jazz the early lead. No one can stop me, Mitchell shouted at Bradley after scoring. Unfazed, Bradley moved to the baseline, passing the ball to Doncic to initiate the Rockets' first defensive play. Doncic advanced the ball with Rubio defending him. Seeing Rubio brought a smile to Doncic's face, as memories of their playoff encounter the previous season flooded back. With a spark of inspiration, Doncic decided to replicate a step-back three-pointer to teach Rubio a lesson. He gestured for the rest of the team to spread out, signaling his intent to isolate against the defender. The other 4 Rockets players complied, creating space for Doncic to operate. So, you want to take me on one-on-one? Rubio quickly turned, realizing the court had cleared for a direct confrontation. While not an elite defender, Rubio was confident in his ability to contain the European newcomer. Hey, the last guy who thought that was swiftly left behind, Doncic quipped, dribbling rhythmically to unsettle Rubio's defensive stance. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in Rubio's defense and exploited the opportunity, driving past him. As Rubio stepped back to regroup, Doncic declared, "I'm about to step back," executing a sudden halt before seamlessly transitioning into a step-back jumper reminiscent of Harden's signature move. In that instant, he created enough space to launch a three-pointer, sending the ball soaring toward the hoop. Chapter 60. Consecutive singles. Dunbao stood poised as DNGQC executed a step-back three-pointer, the basketball spinning gracefully through the air, tracing an exquisite arc swish. The resounding sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. The fans at the Toyota Center erupted in exuberant cheers. DNGUC extended his hands towards Dunbao, wearing an expression of nonchalance. "See? It's that smooth." He couldn't resist the urge to boast. Dunbao's cheek felt as if it had been slapped, a fiery sensation coursing through him. Nevertheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset and reorganized the Jazz's offense. After a brief tactical maneuver, Dunbao distributed the ball to Ingles, stationed at the right 45-degree angle. Facing Ariza's defense, Ingles elevated the ball high above his head. As one of Australia's premier 3-and-D players, Ingles excelled not only in shooting and defense but also in playmaking and organization. Observing the action in the paint, Jazz center Gobert set a screen for Mitchell. using his imposing frame to shield Bradley. Switch. Unblocked. You go chase Mitchell. Bradley, unable to navigate the pick, opted to switch with Ayton. Ayton nodded and quickly pursued. Mitchell received Ingles' pass at the top of the arc, creating a one-on-one opportunity. With 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, there was ample time for Mitchell to take on Ayton. Hey, big guy, care to guess where I'm driving this time? Mitchell cradled the ball, a teasing smile playing at his lips. No matter which way you go, you won't breach my defense. Ayton's expression was serious as he lowered his center of gravity, ready to thwart Mitchell's drive. Is that so? Then I'll go left, the side I'm least proficient at. As Mitchell spoke, he swiftly initiated his drive towards the basket. However, his body betrayed him, veering right instead. In an instant, he had gained half a step on Ayton. Ayton scrambled to catch up, but at that moment, Mitchell executed a sudden stop and go, shifting direction to drive left. Hey, big guy, your reactions are rather sluggish. Mitchell taunted after his deceptive maneuver. Frustrated, Ayton lunged forward. But then Mitchell feigned a jump shot, attempting to make Ayton leap in vain. Fly for me, Mitchell exclaimed confidently, waiting for Ayton to leap, then planning to pivot right for a layup. Yet Ayton's defensive instincts were sharp. He merely raised his arms, refusing to bite on Mitchell's feint. Oh, not jumping. Mitchell was taken aback. Nonetheless, he reverted to his previous strategy, continuing his dribble to drive right. He pushed the ball into his right hand and accelerated towards the paint. Just as Ayton closed in, Mitchell attempted a soft floater, aiming to drop the ball into the hoop. Yet, Ayton, positioned at an angle, extended his long arms like a colossal net, effectively swatting the ball away. Block. What a play! Exclaimed host Duan in the streaming room. Ayton soared, snatching Mitchell's floated shot right out of the air. Simultaneously, a badge of gold medal shot blocker lit up above Ayton's head. Oh wow, what a swift rebuttal. Ayton relished his impressive block, not hesitating to taunt Mitchell. The Toyota Center erupted once more, ignited by Ayton's sensational rejection. He promptly passed the ball to DNGUC and flexed his muscles in triumph. That play was pure talent, praised Ma Jian in the streaming room. I vividly recall Ayton's performance in the first half against the Pelicans. He played rather softly. I wonder what the Rockets did to harden his style so significantly. His aggression on both ends has been commendable. Duan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ayton had exhibited remarkable toughness in his previous 2 games, whether defending or attacking against the Lakers or Clippers interiors. Now, let us observe as DNGQC faces Dunbao once again. Watch how DNGQC approaches this play. By the looks of it, he is set for a one-on-one. On the court, wearing the white jersey, DNGQC resumed his solitary duel against Dunbao. Hey, why is it always you defending me? Doesn't the Jazz have anyone else? DNGQC dribbled, mocking Dunbao. I could score against you with ease. It's hardly a challenge. He continued to dribble, varying his pace, in search of an opening. Dunbao, lowering his center of gravity, remained glued to DNGQC. Youngster, don't get too cocky. This time, I will stop you. Your last step back 3 was merely a stroke of luck. DNGQC flashed a mischievous grin. Is that so? Let us put it to the test. With that, DNGUC, ball in right hand, suddenly charged towards the paint. This time, Dunbao, having learned from their previous encounter, did not exert all his energy to chase DNGQC. Instead, he stayed close, attempting to slow DNGQC's progress. Don't blink. I'm about to step back. DNGUC came to a sudden halt, executing a swift step back while feigning a jump shot. Dunbao gasped, quickly hitting the brakes and rushing towards DNGUC. Seeing Dunbao commit, DNGUC altered his offensive approach, continuing his drive towards the basket with the ball in his right hand. However, Dunbao had wised up. He refrained from leaping to disrupt DNGUC's shot, instead maintaining his defensive position with arms raised. Observing DNGUC's drive, Dunbao quickly pivoted to pursue him from the opposite direction. You're not scoring this time, Dunbao shouted, fixating on DNGUC. You're celebrating too soon. This shot is beyond your reach. DNGQC had gathered momentum for a 3-step layup, barreling towards the basket. With greater weight and speed, he swiftly overpowered Dunbao, leaping with bent arms, poised to deliver a thunderous dunk. Chapter 61. Little brother, put some effort into it. Donai leveraged his height and weight advantage, completely pinning Rubio behind him. With both hands clasped around the ball, he leaped into the air. As Donai aimed to execute a powerful slam dunk, Rubio, unwilling to concede, summoned all his strength to swat the ball from Donai's grasp. However, Donai's sheer power was unyielding. He ignored Rubio and Apos' attempt at a block and forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. The rim reverberated with a resounding boom. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Oh my goodness, what a poster dunk. An and-one play. The commentators at the Toyota Center erupted in astonishment. The fans responded with a thunderous cheer, filling the arena with palpable excitement within just a few plays. Come on. I told you, you can't stop me. Upon landing, Donai swung his right arm downward with vigor, taunting Rubio. The expression on Rubio's face was one of dejection, clearly surprised by Donai's explosive athleticism. Wow. Donai is truly remarkable. Such a dunk over a defender is not something one would typically expect from him. In the VIP box, Joe Ayton wore an expression of exhilaration. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Despite Donai's seemingly moderate speed, his strength allowed him to overpower Rubio effortlessly. Moreover, given Donai's youth, executing a dunk was entirely within reason. As Lin Feng conversed with Joe Ayton, Donai completed the free throw, and the Jazz prepared to resume their offense. This time, the Jazz opted for Mitchell to bring the ball across half-court instead of Rubio. After crossing the halfway line, Mitchell positioned himself at the top of the three-point arc. Hey, Gobert. Rather than blindly attacking, Mitchell called for Gobert to set a high screen. Gobert understood immediately and dashed up to set the pick. Switch. Ayton, go chase Mitchell and use your wingspan to disrupt his shot. The responsibility of guarding Mitchell fell to Anthony. Since Anthony successfully contained the opposing team's perimeter star, Holiday, and LeBron James in previous games, Coach K had consistently assigned him to defend the top ball handlers. Hearing Anthony and Apos' command, Ayton swiftly maneuvered around the defense, raising his long arms to interfere with Mitchell and Apos' shot. Due to the switch, Mitchell found himself with limited shooting space and had to hold the ball outside the three-point line, searching for a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Gobert, having completed the screen, began to roll toward the free throw line, extending his long arms to seal off Anthony behind him. Mitchell, I'm open here. Feed me the ball. I have a mismatch advantage. Gobert shouted loudly to Mitchell, signaling him to pass the ball into the paint. Mitchell initially raised the ball above his head, feigning a high pass. Just as Ayton reached to contest, Mitchell swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Gobert. Standing at 7 feet 1 inch and weighing 245 pounds, Gobert towered over Anthony, who, at 6 feet 7 inches, weighed in at 238 pounds. Despite being 6 inches shorter, Anthony held his ground against Gobert due to his formidable weight. Hey Rudy, just give up. You lack the strength to back me down. At the moment Gobert received the ball, Anthony taunted him. Gobert let out a cold chuckle. Nonsense. I'm a center. Backing you down is a piece of cake. Gobert leaned into Anthony, holding the ball in his right hand, quickly initiating contact. Lacking shooting ability, he knew he had to back down close to the basket for a scoring chance. However, after 2 physical confrontations, Gobert realized he couldn't move Anthony at all. Although Anthony was shorter, he resembled an immovable hill against Gobert. No matter how hard Gobert pushed, Anthony remained steadfast. Come on, little brother, put in some effort. If I haven't exerted myself yet, how can you get through? Anthony ruthlessly mocked Gobert. At this, Gobert and Apos' anger flared. Shut up. How could I not back you down? Infuriated, Gobert exerted all his strength and charged at Anthony. Anthony braced himself, but this time Gobert still couldn't budge him. Little brother, try harder. Did you not eat dinner? Once the game ends, I'll treat you to the finest French restaurant in Houston. Anthony's taunts ignited a fire within Gobert. Gobert summoned all his might, crashing into Anthony, swinging his arm in an attempt to shove Anthony aside. Seeing Gobert unleash his strength, Anthony smirked slyly. Just what I was hoping for. At the moment Gobert collided with Anthony, Anthony leaned back with the momentum. Beep. At that instant, the referee's whistle rang out. Offense foul on number 27. The head referee called Gobert for an offensive foul. This call only fueled Gobert's rage. He slammed the ball to the floor, bellowing. Are you blind? Blowing your whistle recklessly? You ought to get your eyes checked. Already irked by Anthony's taunts, Gobert lost control upon hearing the referee's decision, unleashing a tirade against the official. Beep. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle again, issuing Gobert a technical foul. A technical foul, or T, had been assessed to Gobert after just a few plays into the game. F. Are you out of your mind? Gobert continued to vent his frustration at the referee, while teammates rushed to pull him away. Mitchell also approached the referee, advocating for Gobert. Otherwise, Gobert risked receiving a second technical foul, which would lead to his ejection. Witnessing the scene, Anthony wore a triumphant grin. Hey, Melo, you did great. Ayton couldn't help but give Anthony a thumbs up. I never expected you to provoke Gobert so effectively. How did you do it? Can you share your secret? Ayton asked, his demeanor humble and eager to learn. Anthony laughed heartily. It's simple. I just told him, little brother, put some effort into it. Hearing this, Ayton joined in the laughter. Mello, your tenacity is truly impressive. Anthony replied proudly, of course, a man must have a strong core. Chapter 62. The UFO still soars after the comforting words of his teammates. Gobert could only stand dejectedly to the side, watching as Anthony sank the free throws awarded for his technical foul. The players on both teams engaged in a battle of wits, yet the Rockets consistently maintained a firm grip on the rhythm of the game. In addition to the pick-and-roll plays between Doncic and Ayton, Anthony and Appos' isolation plays and Doncic and Appos' outside shooting left the Jazz somewhat disoriented. However, the Jazz managed to keep pace with Mitchell and Appos' aggressive scoring and Ingles and Appos' three-point counterattacks, tightly contesting the score. By the end of the first quarter, the Rockets held a temporary lead of 30-20, 10 points ahead. As the second quarter commenced, Rockets and Appos' veteran coach K immediately substituted in Carter, who wore the number 15 jersey. The fans at Toyota Center erupted in cheers upon seeing Carter take the court. Look, it's the old UFO, my youth, they exclaimed. At long last, he had returned to the arena. They wondered if he could still deliver some breathtaking dunks. The fans fervently expressed their admiration and respect for Carter. Carter is on the floor, exclaimed commentator Ma Jin in the Penguin livestream. He had previously heard that the Rockets' interim general manager had signed Carter, but he never expected him to see action during the regular season. Next to him, Duan Ran nodded in agreement. According to earlier interviews, reporters had indicated that when Lin Feng signed Carter, they agreed on a playtime of 5 to 8 minutes per game. If Carter performed well and earned the trust of the coaching staff and players, he could potentially see more time on the court. That and Appos' quite a daring decision, Ma Jian remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. While Carter can still play, I doubt he'll perform exceptionally well given his age. Hearing this, Duan Ran deftly shifted the topic. It's not impossible. Let's take a look at the rosters for the second quarter. As the Rockets initiated their first attack of the quarter, the lineup featured Jalen Brunson as the point guard, Vince Carter as the shooting guard, Ariza as the small forward, Tucker as the power forward, and Zhou Qi as the center. Let us see how the Rockets will strategize their offense. Duan Ran paused before introducing the Jazz's lineup, which included Exum, Burks, Ingles, Cephalosha, and Favors. With the game footage shifting, the Rockets advanced the ball to half-court. Brunson called for a screen from Zhou Qi, swiftly penetrating towards the basket to compress the Jazz's defense. As Jazz players approached to help defend, Brunson released the ball at lightning speed to the lurking Carter in the corner. Brother, the rest is up to you, Brunson exclaimed as he passed the ball. Standing in the corner, Carter was quickly confronted by Cephalosha, the Jazz defender assigned to him. Carter executed a brilliant shot fake, leaving Cephalosha momentarily off balance. Magnificent. Duan Ran's voice rose in excitement. Instead of opting for a three-pointer, Carter charged straight to the basket. He's driving to the hoop. Ma Jin gasped. Carter surged towards the basket, with Zhou Qi stationed beyond the three-point arc on the opposite side. Favors, tasked with guarding Zhou Qi, was well aware of Zhou's shooting range and was reluctant to leave him open. Thus, Carter faced no defenders. He leaped. Not only did the commentators in the Penguin live stream become electrified, but even the on-site announcers were swept up in exhilaration. Carter, one of the most renowned dunkers in NBA history, was about to showcase his talent once more. He soared into the air with a magnificent windmill dunk. Vince Carter slammed the basketball into the hoop with tremendous force. The resounding thud echoed through the arena, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Incredible! Who would have thought that 41-year-old Carter could still soar? The atmosphere in the stadium reached a new zenith as Carter's stunning dunk invigorated the spectators. The Rockets bench erupted, players fervently waving their towels and cheering for Carter. Fantastic! Brother, you're the best. The UFO still flies, they shouted. Even the Jazz bench, unable to contain themselves, instinctively rose to applaud Carter's performance. After nearly 2 decades of dominance in the league, witnessing a former superstar deliver such a spectacular dunk at 41 years of age thrilled everyone present. I'm back. The feeling of dunking is simply exhilarating, Carter exclaimed as he landed, unable to suppress a triumphant roar. In a VIP box, hidden from the public eye, Lin Feng distinctly observed the Hall of Fame-level athleticism emblem shining above Carter's head. Prior to the game, Lin Feng had equipped Carter with Hall of Fame-level athletic gear. Wow, that dunk was utterly sensational, Lin Feng mused, realizing he had unearthed a gem once more. Old Carter can still soar. What a surprise. Zhou in and Apos, and beamed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she looked at Lin Feng. Of course, Carter can still play, and who knows? He might even secure a 6th Man of the Year award this season. Lin Feng replied with a smug smile. What? Zhouanen. Though acknowledging Lin Feng's knack for scouting talent, found it hard to believe that the 41-year-old Carter could clinch the 6th Man award. Lin Feng, you must be joking, she said skeptically. Lin Feng chuckled, and then, just wait and see. This game is merely the beginning. He grinned mischievously. In addition to the Hall of Fame-level athletic gear, Lin Feng had also equipped Carter with a bronze-level mid-range shooter badge. With any opportunity to handle the ball, Carter could score using his mid-range prowess. Coupled with Carter and Apos' already impressive three-point shooting, if he received ample playing time, winning the 6th Man award would not be a mere fantasy. While Lin Feng and Zhouanen conversed, the Jazz managed to score 2 points through Ingles' drive. The Rockets were now set to mount another offensive. And this time, the ball was in the hands of the recently electrifying Vince Carter. Chapter 63, Solo Play Mid-Range Success. Carter advanced the ball across half-court, swiftly passing it to Jalen Brunson, who stood at a 45-degree angle on the left side of the three-point line. Utilizing Ariza's screen, Carter maneuvered to the corner of the right three-point line and then quickly dashed along the baseline, aided by Tucker's pick, heading toward the left corner. Switch. Quick switch, shouted Seferlosa, who was guarding Carter, while Ingles, responsible for defending Tucker, communicated assertively. You pursue Carter, I and Apos, LL take Tucker. After their brief exchange, Seferlosa and Ingles made their decisions. At this moment, Zhou Qi also positioned himself at the left corner, moving up along the baseline to set a screen for Carter. Chase him down, Favors. You need to guard Carter, Seferlosa exclaimed. Carter and Apos' past his prime and lacks the athleticism to exploit mismatches. As a stalwart defender for the Jazz, Ingles made a precise judgment. In his mind, although Carter possessed solid skills, his age had significantly diminished his ability to finish plays, making it nearly impossible for him to penetrate Favors' defense. All right, no problem. Zhou Qi is on you. Watch out for their inside mismatch. After a brief exchange, Favors and Ingles quickly pursued Vince Carter. Following this series of plays, Carter found himself devoid of a favorable shooting opportunity. Hey, Brunson, give me the ball. This is a prime mismatch opportunity. Despite his opponent's perceptions of his age, Carter remained ambitious and confident in his abilities. Without hesitation, Brunson delivered the ball to the seasoned Carter. Carter, holding the ball outside the arc at the top of the key, noted that only 14 seconds remained on the shot clock. Facing Favors, his expression turned serious, eyes brimming with determination. Hey, old buddy, your time has passed. If you doubt it, go ahead and try to break through my defense. Favors spread his arms wide, taunting Carter audibly. Carter pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze resolute. With a swift dribble, Carter executed a series of crossovers. Then, with his left hand, he initiated a drive toward the basket. At that moment, a symbol of a Hall of Fame-level athlete illuminated above him. Although Carter's initial speed was not remarkable, the Hall of Fame-level boost had significantly enhanced his athletic prowess. His agility now ranked among the league's perimeter players, while it may not be a return to his peak. Surpassing Favors' defense was well within his capabilities. Realizing Carter's rapid advancement, Favors was taken aback. He rushed to block Carter's path but soon discovered he could not match Carter's pace. Hey, old pal, look how easily I've left you behind. Carter flashed a mischievous grin, delivering a powerful retort to Favors. Favors exerted every ounce of his strength to catch up to Carter, yet Carter kept a watchful eye on him. Just as he reached the 3-second area, Carter executed a sudden stop. The abrupt halt caught Favors off guard, leaving him unable to adjust his defensive stance in time to contest Carter's shot. Carter stepped back slightly, finding himself unguarded. He rose up for a mid-range jumper, the basketball slicing through the air, swishing through the net. The fluidity of his movements was as smooth and rich as fine chocolate. The crowd erupted in cheers. A moment of jubilation that had not been witnessed for quite some time as Carter scored so effortlessly. At that instant, a bronze badge, signifying mid-range sharpshooter, appeared above his head. Although it was merely a bronze badge, if Carter utilized it effectively, he could effortlessly activate its benefits. He shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Hey, old buddy, what do you think? Am I still capable? Carter did not hesitate to inquire loudly of Favors. Favors, his face reddening, fell silent. The commentator Duan Ran in the Penguin Live broadcast was full of praise for Carter. Impressive. I never anticipated that the veteran Carter possessed such speed. The recent dunk, coupled with that quick mid-range pull-up, clearly demonstrates that he still has considerable skill. Beside him, Ma Jian agreed, indeed. Those two plays suggest that Carter retains a degree of capability. Initially, when the Rockets signed Carter, there were doubts about filling the last roster spot. However, in this matchup against the Jazz, he had performed admirably in 2 sequences. It would be interesting to see how he continued to fare. As Duan Ran and Ma Jian discussed Carter, the Jazz's Ingles once again targeted Carter, successfully driving past him for 2 points. While Carter's offensive contributions were commendable, his defensive efforts seemed lacking. Having observed the previous offensive sequence, Duan Ran expressed concern for Carter's defense. At his age, Ingles can easily exploit Carter's weaknesses. If Carter cannot contribute offensively, he may become a liability on defense. Not only the commentators, but also Shoen and Apos, and seated in the VIP box, began to question Carter's defensive capabilities after witnessing those 2 plays. While the offensive sequences appeared satisfactory, the defensive performance seemed questionable. Joan furrowed her elegant brows. Getting exposed by Ingles twice in a row suggests that Carter might be struggling on defense. Despite being equipped with Hall of Fame-level stamina, Carter could keep pace with Ingles but found himself challenged in defending against him. Ingles was taller, stronger, and more agile than Carter. Therefore, Carter appeared somewhat outmatched in his defensive efforts against Ingles. This was merely Ingles. Should Mitchell be on the court, Carter would likely be targeted. Joan and Apos and pondered, her gaze fixed on the unfolding action. Lin Feng, however, shrugged nonchalantly. This is not a significant issue. I have faith in Coach K's ability to adapt. He will make the necessary adjustments. As for Carter's defense, it should not be a major concern. He simply needs time to acclimate to the game's rhythm. I am confident he will soon find his footing. Lin Feng held a strong belief in Carter's potential. More importantly, if the team secured a victory, Lin Feng would complete the system's win task, thereby earning the bronze-level death grip ability. Equipping this on Carter would undoubtedly enhance his perimeter defense. Chapter 64. Aerial confrontation. The first half of the game concluded swiftly. The Jazz, buoyed by the commendable performances of Mitchell and Ingles, managed to equalize the score. The Rockets returned to a level playing field at 62-62. Hey, gentlemen, that was quite a performance in the first half, Lin Feng remarked. Having arrived early outside the locker room, the Rockets players displayed a commendable effort throughout the first half. Their star player, Doncic, delivered a well-rounded performance with 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, while Ayton contributed with 10 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists. Carmelo Anthony excelled with a combination of inside and outside shooting, tallying 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. The towering Shochi made his mark with 2 successful three-pointers, scoring 6 points. Veteran Carter added 7 points through a dunk, a mid-range shot, and a three-pointer. The remaining players contributed a modest total of 10 points. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, the faces of the Rockets players lit up with relief. However, Lin Feng's expression shifted as he pondered their defensive performance. Isn't the defense a bit lacking? He mused, glancing at the halftime statistics. It seemed that aside from Carmelo and Doncic, others were not performing defensively as expected. Waving the halftime stats in his hand, Lin Feng's smile faded. Although the Rockets had amassed an impressive 64 points in the first half, they had allowed the same number to their opponents. A defensive showing that left much to be desired. The statistics revealed that only Ayton and the gold medal-winning Anthony had excelled on the defensive end. The usually proud defensive stalwarts, Ariza, P.J. Tucker, and Bradley had not performed to their standards today. This is on me, Coach Old K stepped forward, acknowledging the situation. I implemented various defensive strategies in the first half, yet none effectively stymied the opponent's offense, especially during Carter's time on the court. He became a focal point for the opposing team's attacks. I failed to mitigate the damage, and that is not the players' fault. Their offensive contributions have been commendable. As the head coach, Old K swiftly defended his players against Lin Feng's implied criticism, garnering their respect and trust, which in turn reshaped Lin Feng's perception of him. In truth, this is not solely the coach's fault, Carter admitted candidly. I was targeted on defense, as my plus-minus of -5 indicates. Observing the unity in the locker room, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need for tension, my friends. I'm not here to chastise you. I have witnessed your efforts on the court. The coach and players appeared puzzled. If Lin Feng wasn't there to hold them accountable, then what was his purpose? I merely wish to remind everyone that the Jazz are a formidable team in the league. We must remain vigilant and ensure they pay for every offensive move. Even fouls are acceptable, But they must be decisive, no half measures that grant them an and one opportunity. Lin Feng paused before continuing, though we have achieved a 3-game winning streak. We cannot afford to be complacent. Any oversight could prove fatal. He infused the team with motivational words. But the brief intermission soon ended as the second half was about to commence. The Rockets lineup featured Luka Doncic, Carter, Ariza, P.J. Tucker, and Zhou Qi. This arrangement effectively allowed Doncic to lead the second unit into battle, while Ariza and P.J. Tucker, as defensive specialists, could match up against the opponents and oppos, key players. Conversely, the Jazz's lineup included Exum, Mitchell, Burks, Cephalosha, and Favors, with Mitchell guiding the second unit to engage in the third quarter's contest. As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets initiated the ball, with Doncic advancing it into the opponent's half. "Hey, old friend, here we meet again. Do you think I will still isolate you this time?" Doncic grinned, leaving Rubio speechless. "Not speaking? That reveals your insecurity," Doncic teased. "But fret not, I shall be gentler this time." As he spoke, Carter maneuvered from the corner, utilizing screens from Zhou Qi and P.J. Tucker to position himself for the pass. Cephalosha, tasked with defending Carter, remained glued to him. The Jazz's defensive strategy involved aggressively switching on screens, with Cephalosha, a 3D player, closely tailing Carter. "Hey, buddy, save your energy. I want to let you receive the ball," Cephalosha remarked as he pursued Carter. Carter chuckled coldly. After breaking free, he executed a sudden cut towards the basket, catching Cephalosha off guard. Cephalosha scrambled to recover. Yet Carter darted towards the three-point line, effectively shifting Cephalosha and Oppos' defensive focus. "This is futile," Cephalosha groaned, hastily giving chase again. But suddenly, Carter made another cut towards the basket, evading Cephalosha's defense entirely. "Hey, Luka, up in the sky," Carter called out, pointing towards Doncic, who had positioned himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Standing significantly taller than Rubio, Doncic had a clear view for passing. With everyone crowding the three-point line, the paint was left unguarded. An opportune moment for an alley-oop. "All right." Doncic flicked his wrist, lofting the ball high into the air. Meanwhile, Favors, responsible for guarding Zhou Qi at the corner, rapidly shifted back to the paint. "An alley-oop? Don't be ridiculous." Favors sprinted towards the basket, gathering all his strength to contest Carter. At that moment, Carter soared into the air, catching Doncic's pass. The rim loomed before him. Yet Favors was already at the basket, leaping high to intercept Carter and Oppos' aerial attempt. "Get out of my way." Carter exerted all his might, rising to slam the ball down. Favors, undeterred, leaped as well, extending his long arms to block Carter and Oppos' alley-oop. The two collided mid-air, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Chapter 65, a daring dunk. Carter, with both hands gripping the ball, propelled it forcefully toward the hoop. Favors leapt high, attempting to swat the ball away. Their bodies clashed powerfully in mid-air. As one of the legendary shooting guards of his time, Carter's ability to contend had notably improved, augmented by the prowess of a Hall of Fame-level athletic enhancement card. "You cannot stop me," Carter roared, and with a fierce thrust of his arms, he slammed the ball through the hoop, soaring over Favors. The resounding thud of the dunk echoed through the arena. An aerial connection, a stunning dunk over an opponent. Carter exhibited his extraordinary aerial combat skills and unparalleled dunking ability. My heavens, this is utterly domineering. The UFO can still soar. This dunk is reminiscent of his peak days. In the ESPN studio, the former rival, Shaquille O'Neal, gasped in astonishment. He spread his arms wide, pretending to glide in his seat. What an explosive moment. Carter's dunk was simply dazzling. Unmatched, it was nothing short of perfection. Even the ever-enthusiastic Charles Barkley could not help but applaud. Not only in the ESPN studio, but the fans at the Toyota Center erupted in a wave of thunderous cheers. Wow, I would call this the dunk of the year. Look, there's a UFO flying in the sky. An unstoppable aerial connection. Perfect. The fans and Oppos' cheers rose to a crescendo. Amidst the roars, Carter bent his arms forward, mimicking the action of riding a motorcycle. This was Carter's signature celebration post-dunk. Unstoppable. The sky is my racetrack. While executing his iconic dunking gesture, Carter shouted jubilantly. Just as he completed the dunk, the referee's whistle blew. 2-1. In addition to the spectacular aerial connection and dunk over an opponent, he would be awarded an extra free throw. Come on, dude, that was so cool. Doncic rushed over and embraced Carter tightly. Ariza also leapt in excitement. Perfect. That play was simply spectacular. On the Rockets bench, players were equally elated. fervently waving towels and jumping in celebration for Carter. The large screen in the arena repeatedly replayed the breathtaking aerial connection and dunk from Carter. In the VIP box, Joanin squealed with excitement. "Oh yeah, Carter is the GOAT. The UFO is simply amazing. Lin Feng, this dunk surely deserves a spot among the year's best. I never imagined old Carter could still dunk like this." Joan and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, eyes sparkled with admiration. Although Carter and Amp, Oppos, defensive abilities had seriously declined, his offensive prowess remained formidable. Joanin grew increasingly impressed with Lin Feng's knack for scouting talent, admiring him even more. Lin Feng chuckled, brushing his nose. "That was inevitable. Half man, half god. That's no exaggeration. And then, tweet about this dunk and hype it up. Also, get a custom jersey for Carter's dunk. I believe it won and Oppos, TB long before his jersey sells out." Watching Carter and Oppos' performance on the court, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. With a Hall of Fame-level athletic enhancement card, old Carter was still so formidable. If we could trade for Rose and equip him with a superstar enhancement card, wouldn't he just take off? While Lin Feng spoke with Joanin, Carter had already completed his free throw, and the Jazz were beginning their offensive play. At the start of the second half, Coach K of the Rockets implemented a defensive strategy against James, a man-to-man defense with a four-man focus. Utilizing Ariza's height and wingspan, he was tasked with closely guarding Mitchell. Regardless of whether Mitchell had the ball or not, Ariza was glued to him. The other four players formed a zone defense, applying pressure to stifle the opposing offense. "Here, pass me the ball." Mitchell deftly maneuvered, successfully receiving a pass from Rubio. As Mitchell caught the ball, Ariza maintained his tight defense. To avoid fouling Mitchell, Ariza spread his arms wide, using his long reach to shield Mitchell's path. Mitchell held the ball against his waist with his right hand, while directing his teammates with his left. "Quick, Ingles, cut through. Yes, create space. Give me some room." Mitchell continued to orchestrate as the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds. He glanced at the time and then swiftly launched into action, using an explosive first step to try to shake off Ariza's defense. Ariza was relentless, sticking closely to Mitchell. Standing 2 steps beyond the three-point line, Mitchell initiated his drive, nearing the arc when he suddenly halted, attempting to lose Ariza. But Ariza clung to him like an adhesive bandage. "What? You think you can break through?" Ariza taunted Mitchell. Mitchell smirked. "Who said I was going for a drive?" After the abrupt stop, Mitchell immediately rose for a shot. He aimed to open the scoring with a quick stop and pop three-pointer. However, just as he launched a shot, Ariza lunged forward, swatting the ball from Mitchell's hands. "Brilliant." Ariza just denied Mitchell's shot. In the ESPN studio, Shaquille O'Neal burst into laughter. That looked like a fast break opportunity. Ariza seized the ball and swiftly transitioned to offense. Infuriated after losing the ball, Mitchell sprinted back in a desperate attempt to catch up to Ariza. Upon reaching the opposing half, Ariza launched into a two-handed dunk. But at that moment, Mitchell leapt from behind, delivering a solid block. Bam! With all his might, Mitchell sent the basketball soaring, causing it to smack against the backboard. Yet, the force of Mitchell's action sent Ariza sprawling. Despite the dramatic play, the referee did not blow the whistle. The game continued. As the basketball rebounded off the backboard, a dark figure surged forward. It was Vince Carter. Equipped with a Hall of Fame-level athletic enhancement card, Carter rushed in as Ariza advanced. He leapt high, firmly seizing the ball mid-air. "Look, it's Carter again. This time, he is going for an aerial putback." "Oh no, it's a putback dunk." O'Neal's eyes widened as he shouted. Under the gaze of everyone, Vince Carter held the basketball in his grasp, executing a spectacular windmill motion in midair. This was no ordinary putback dunk. It was an aerial windmill putback. Chapter 66. The final assault. Vince Carter leapt high into the air, cradling the ball with both hands as he executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. The rim reverberated with a resounding thud. In that moment, the Toyota Center was once again ignited with fervor. "I'm not old. I can still fly," Carter shouted towards the stands upon landing. In merely 8 minutes of playtime during his debut with the Rockets, he captivated the hearts of the fans with his impressive performance. The crowd roared in unison, celebrating Carter's exceptional display with exuberant cheers. Mitchell, on the other hand, bore an expression of frustration, his demeanor replete with resignation. Although his recent block was commendable, it paled in comparison to Carter's spectacular windmill follow-up dunk. The other members of the Jazz team shook their heads in agreement, equally disheartened. Following Carter's dunk, the game resumed, and his actions had evidently impressed the coaching staff, earning him additional playing time. The Rockets and the Jazz exchanged blows, with Houston's offensive onslaught being met by Utah's resolute defense, which maintained the suspense of the game until the very end. With only 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the Rockets held possession, both teams having one timeout remaining. The Rockets led by a mere point, 108-107. In the Penguin Live broadcast, Duan Ran and Apos' voice emerged, noting the intense competition between the two teams. Initially, it was presumed that after trading away Harden and with Paul suspended, the Rockets would falter, unable to contend with the Jazz. However, it appeared that the Rockets displayed commendable resilience, showcasing a strong performance from both players and coaching staff. Duan Ran examined the statistics and continued, Luka Doncic has achieved a career high of 45 points, along with 10 rebounds and 11 assists, an impressive triple-double. With 30 seconds remaining, the outcome of the game remained uncertain. What do you think, Coach Ma? Ma Jin chuckled slyly. Doncic is indeed a revelation. From a rebuilding perspective, the Rockets are faring well. However, I doubt they can secure the win today. Despite the Rockets and Apos' slight lead, Ma Jian remained skeptical. As Duan Ran and Ma Jian analyzed the game, the Rockets successfully executed an inbounds play. On the court, the Rockets lineup consisted of Doncic, Bradley, Ariza, Anthony, and Ayton. The Jazz countered with Rubio, Mitchell, Ingles, O and Apos, Neal, and Gobert. Following a timeout, the Jazz and Apos' coach assigned the defensive stalwart O and Apos, Neal to guard Doncic while Ingles matched up against Anthony, maximizing their defensive resources. Hey, brother, even though you and Apos re-leading by a point, the game isn't and Apos over yet. I will guard you closely. You won and Apos have a chance to score. O'Neal declared, arms spread wide, eyes fixed on Doncic. Unfazed, Doncic calmly orchestrated the offense. Over here. Bradley, come here. Despite the defensive pressure, Doncic and Apos' height allowed him an expansive view of the court. Bradley maneuvered around Ayton and Apos' screen, preparing for a catch-and-shoot three-pointer. However, Rubio clung tightly to Bradley, providing no opportunity for him to receive the ball. With time dwindling and no viable passing options, Doncic signaled for space, inviting Ayton to set a screen. Hey, Ayton. Come up. Ayton complied, using his substantial frame to effectively block O'Neal. Switch or not? O'Neal inquired of Gobert. No switch. Fight through the screen. I'll delay at the top. Gobert, the Jazz's defensive anchor, swiftly assessed the situation. A switch would allow Doncic to exploit a mismatch. While Ayton's presence in the paint posed a significant threat, Ayton was having a solid game, already scoring 18 points. Allowing O'Neal to defend Ayton would be tantamount to gifting points to the opponent. O'Neal forcefully navigated around Ayton, with Gobert providing a delay, utilizing Gobert's height and wingspan. He obstructed Doncic's driving lane while simultaneously disrupting Ayton's cut. As the clock ticked down, the shot clock dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. Doncic, unable to shake off O'Neal despite several dribble moves, found himself in a precarious position with only 0.5 seconds left. In a moment of urgency, he opted for a step-back shot. However, the hurried release disrupted his rhythm, preventing him from activating his signature step-back three-point ability. Clang. The shot clanked off the rim, and Gobert soared to secure the rebound, clinching the defensive board. Beep. The Jazz called their final timeout, with 5.8 seconds left on the shot clock. Both teams returned to their benches, and Coach K, the Rockets' veteran coach, immediately offered words of encouragement. Guys, you've played remarkably well. We are still leading by a point. So don't feel too much pressure. Just focus on doing your jobs. Stay composed, avoid fouls, and control your bodies. We need to play this possession smartly. Don't act impulsively. Coach K refrained from outlining specific defensive tactics, instead emphasizing the key points for maintaining defensive discipline. Let Doncic come down, and we'll bring PJ Tucker in. He deployed all his defensive resources. All right, let us strategize our defensive approach. Switch on screens. Our height and mobility will be crucial in thwarting their offense. Remember, don't commit unnecessary fouls. Control your bodies. As the timeout concluded, the arena erupted, every spectator rising to their feet. This was the Jazz's final offensive opportunity, a moment that could determine the outcome of the game. Tension filled the air as all eyes were fixed on the court. The players returned to the floor, and a tense DJ beat echoed throughout the arena. Thud, thud, thud. The Jazz players positioned themselves in the front court, with Anthony closely shadowing Mitchell. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the Jazz began their inbounds play. Mitchell utilized Gobert's screen, darting behind it to receive the ball just beyond the three-point line. Anthony swiftly pursued, extending his arms to contest Mitchell's shot. "Hey, buddy, I'm driving to the hoop. Ready to finish this game at the free throw line," Mitchell exclaimed, accelerating towards the basket with the ball in hand. Anthony's head illuminated with the emblem of a golden medal, steadfastly guarding Mitchell. Just near the free throw line, Mitchell executed a sudden stop, and Anthony mirrored his movement. Mitchell soared high into the air, the basketball gliding from his fingertips. Chapter 67. Mitchell's near-game winner. With a mere 5.8 seconds remaining, the star of the Jazz, Donovan Mitchell, faced the defensive prowess of the Rockets' Anthony. With the ball in his right hand, he skillfully maneuvered towards the free throw line. Employing his left hand discreetly, Mitchell forcefully pushed against Anthony's hip, causing him to lose his balance and defensive stance. Simultaneously, Mitchell soared high into the air and executed a flawless mid-range shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc from his fingertips, slicing through the air before swishing into the net. With this critical mid-range shot, Mitchell propelled the Jazz ahead, leading 109-108 against the Rockets with only 1.9 seconds on the clock. The Toyota Center fell into an eerie silence. As despair and disappointment etched the faces of Rockets fans, their hands clasped atop their heads. Mitchell, having secured the near-game winner, roared triumphantly, "Come on. No one can guard me. No one." His vocal exuberance was accompanied by a dramatic throat-slashing gesture, exuding an air of dominance. That should have been an offensive foul. Why didn't the referee blow the whistle? In the VIP box, Zhou Ainen fumed, her fists clenched, her face a canvas of anxiety and discontent. This is clearly a corrupt officiating. At that moment, Lin Feng also felt a twinge of nervousness. However, with the referee's silence and the Rockets having already challenged once, they could only call for a timeout. "Ainen, don't fret. With 1.9 seconds left, I believe our players will make the best choice to secure victory." Lin Feng exuded confidence. Though the time was short, 1.9 seconds was ample for various plays, a three-pointer, an alley-oop, or even a wide-open mid-range shot. Yet, what if they failed to score? According to your wager with ESPN, you would have to leave, Zhou Ainen thought, her eyes slightly reddening. Truth be told, she was reluctant to part with Lin Feng. His infuriating charm and confidence had ensnared her heart. Over their time together, Zhou Ainen had grown increasingly fond of Lin Feng and Appo's assured demeanor. The more others scorned him, the more Lin Feng managed to slap their doubts back in their faces. "What's this? Are you going to miss me?" Lin Feng teased. Zhou Ainen scoffed. "At a time like this, you still have the nerve to joke?" Lin Feng stretched leisurely, unfazed. "Oh, Ainen, you're too naive. If I win, of course, the ESPN folks will honor the bet. If I lose, I'll just refuse to leave. What can they do about it?" Zhou Ainen paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "You truly are a shameless rogue." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "But I like it." As they exchanged banter, the timeout was coming to an end, and the Rockets were poised to inbound the ball. This play was critical, determining the fate of the game. In the live broadcast, Duan Ran's voice chimed in. "Teacher Ma, based on your observations, what strategy do you think the Rockets will employ?" Ma Jian chuckled softly. "With 1.9 seconds, if it were me, I would opt for an alley-oop or a mid-range shot. A three-pointer would be too risky. For mid-range, look to Carmelo or Doncic." As Duan Ran and Ma Jian analyzed, the court and Appo's officials handed the ball to Luka Doncic. "Huh? Doncic is taking the inbound?" The Rockets lineup featured Doncic, Shamet, Anthony, Shochi, and Ayton, almost all their sharpshooters gathered. Duan Ran commented once more. As the whistle blew, tension enveloped the arena. Doncic stood at the sideline, raising the ball high above his head. The Rockets players swiftly initiated their movements. Shochi, initially stationed in the corner, set a screen for Shamet at the 45-degree mark beyond the arc. Shamet quickly tossed the ball towards the corner, his hands positioned to receive it. However, the Jazz defenders relentlessly pursued, denying Shamet any opportunity to shoot. Concurrently, Shochi, who had set the screen, advanced to the top of the arc. Shochi and Anthony positioned themselves on either side, executing a high screen for Ayton, who seized the moment to cut towards the rim. The double screen drew the Jazz defenders' attention. "Switch. Quick. Switch." Gobert barked orders. "Ingles, chase Ayton. Don't let him cut." Gobert orchestrated the Jazz defense, while Anthony moved closer to Shochi, offering another screen. "Hey, Joe, over here," Anthony called out. Shochi understood immediately. He utilized Anthony's first screen to shake off his defender. Just as Gobert squeezed through the screen to catch up, Shochi executed a sudden back cut, catching Gobert off guard. "Damn it, he back cut." Gobert cursed, hastily pursuing Shochi. Yet, Anthony set another solid screen, effectively blocking Gobert's chase. Realizing the impending danger, Gobert shouted to Royce O and Oppos, "Neil, quick, go guard Zhou Qi. He has the finisher." O and Oppos, Neil was taken aback. No one expected the Rockets would entrust the final shot to Zhou Qi. But now, Zhou Qi had created an open look thanks to Anthony and Oppos, as two high-quality screens and his back cut. Positioned at the 45-degree mark beyond the arc, Zhou Qi faced no defender. More importantly, Zhou Qi had shown brightly in this game, making 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc. With such formidable shooting ability, any Jazz player could not ensure that Zhou Qi would miss in an open situation. "Zhou, it's on you. Don't let everyone down." Doncic, standing at the sideline, seized the opportunity and passed the ball early. Zhou Qi caught the ball with both hands, pivoting his body. Before him lay an empty expanse, the hoop appearing as vast as the ocean. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Zhou Qi barely had time to catch his breath before leaping to shoot. The moment the basketball left Zhou Qi's fingertips, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. All eyes fixated on the ball soaring towards the hoop, and in that instant, the previously tense atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze. Chapter 68, Zhou Qi, the counterkill. As Zhou Qi released his final shot, the final whistle echoed through the arena. Every spectator held their breath, their eyes fixated on the trajectory of his shot. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Whether it was the commentators on ESPN or those in the Penguin livestream, they momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Swish. The basketball found its way into the net, producing a crisp sound. A counterkill. Zhou Qi had executed a stunning counterkill. The announcers from both ESPN and Penguin, along with those present at the venue, erupted into frenzied shouts. The player from Huaxia, Zhou Qi, had just hit a game-winning three-pointer. With the shouts of the live commentators piercing the air, the previously tense atmosphere of the Toyota Center was instantly shattered. Fans waved their arms, jumping with exuberant cheers. "Oh yeah, a counterkill. Zhou Qi is incredible. The mysterious force from the east. Zhou Qi is eternal. What a splendid counterkill." In that moment, the atmosphere at the Toyota Center reached a fever pitch, with everyone ignited into a collective fervor. Players from the Rockets bench rushed onto the court, surrounding Zhou Qi in a jubilant celebration. "Hey Zhou, you did wonderfully. What a brave heart. Young man, you handled the pressure well. I have high hopes for you. Zhou, you executed a counterkill. This is undoubtedly one of today's top 5 plays." "Hey, Zhou, fantastic. Please share your thoughts." The Rockets players encircled Zhou Qi, with Shamet excitedly hanging on to him. In this moment of adoration, Zhou Qi appeared both thrilled and slightly bashful. "Hey, guys, could you ease up a bit? I can hardly breathe here." "Hey, Shamet, get down. I don't need a pendant on my thigh." A couple of lighthearted jests immediately bridged the camaraderie between Zhou Qi and his teammates. While the Rockets celebrated jubilantly, the players from the Jazz stood disheartened, hands clasped over their heads, gazing mournfully at the final score on the court. "Damn it." Mitchell slammed the towel onto the ground in frustration. What was meant to be his night had been utterly ruined by Zhou Qi's counterkill three-pointer. Mitchell was filled with a mix of anger and grievance, yet found no outlet for his emotions. The Jazz players departed in gloom. This place did not belong to them, nor was it one of jubilant celebration. In the VIP box, Zhou Ayton was jubilantly hopping with excitement. "Oh yeah, we won. What a thrilling experience." Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She appeared even more enchanting in her professional attire. Lin Feng chuckled in response. "Honestly, it felt like riding a roller coaster." Lin Feng rubbed his nose, prepared for a relentless exchange with ESPN. However, Zhou Qi's counterkill three-pointer allowed Lin Feng to finally relax. "Looks like I'll be treating Zhou Qi to some chicken legs tonight," he jested. Zhou Ayton grinned mischievously. "One chicken leg might not suffice. You'll need to add a few more." After this thrilling victory, Lin Feng felt inexplicably at ease. "Let us go, Ayton. We need to prepare for the retirement ceremony of Kobe and Oppos, S number 8 and 24 jerseys." Lin Feng rose to leave the VIP box. To recruit a legendary player like Kobe, Lin Feng had arranged for a jersey retirement ceremony, even for a team where Kobe had never played. In the annals of NBA history, only Michael Jordan had achieved such a feat, just 2 jerseys. Yet the Rockets would gain a legendary player as a development advisor, an opportunity to refine players' skills and train their craft. This was a rare chance for the young players of the Rockets. Meanwhile, on the court, a reporter from Penguin Sports was interviewing Zhou Qi. "Zhou Qi, how do you feel executing the final game-winning shot today?" The lovely reporter, Shenyang, held the microphone with a sweet and melodious voice. Standing beside Zhou Qi, she appeared diminutive, Zhou Qi smiled bashfully. Honestly, when Coach K first asked me to take the last shot, I was a bit taken aback. After all, there are many players on this team who are more suited for such a moment, like Anthony or Doncic, who have exceptional shooting skills. I never expected to be the one to take the final shot. I suspect the opponents didn't see it coming either. He scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly. Xinyang chuckled in response. Did you feel a tremendous amount of pressure at that moment? Zhou Qi nodded, acknowledging the weight of the moment. Indeed. The pressure was quite significant, as this was my first time executing a game-winning shot in the NBA. Fortunately, my teammates placed their trust in me. Veterans like Anthony, Carter, and others encouraged me, which gave me the confidence to make such a decisive shot. Zhou Qi's demeanor was sincere, and with his humble character, he did not take all the credit for himself. Xinyang inquired further, so it sounds like your three-point shooting has improved significantly. Is there a secret to it? Zhou Qi responded, there is really no secret. It's just about practicing and shooting more. During this off-season, when I returned to Houston for training, the team's acting general manager, Lin Feng, gave me ample trust and time to practice my three-point shooting. So I believe hard work will eventually yield rewards. Xinyang continued, many fans back home have been amazed by your performance this season. We've broadcasted several Rockets games, and everyone has noticed your substantial progress. However, many fans are still curious. Why don't you play in the low post or inside more often? Xinyang, somewhat puzzled, voiced the questions from numerous fans. Zhou Qi scratched the back of his head again. I still follow the coaching staff's instructions. The current trend in basketball emphasizes spacing. If the team needs me to work in the low post, I can certainly try my hand at it. Xinyang smiled sweetly. Well, today we've received your candid response. Congratulations once again on your game-winning three-pointer. You brought us an exciting match. We will continue to follow your progress and hope you can provide the fans back home with even more surprises. Zhou Qi nodded with a smile. I will keep working hard. I need to head to the locker room now to prepare for Kobe's jersey retirement ceremony. Chapter 69. The Rockets retire Kobe's jersey. As everyone prepared, the lights of the Toyota Center gradually dimmed. Standing at the center court was the undeniable star of the evening. The Lakers' legendary player, the world-class basketball icon, and NBA's legendary figure, Kobe Bryant. The spotlight illuminated Kobe, accentuating his upright posture. Observing his physique and demeanor, one could hardly doubt his capability to compete in the NBA once more. Now, let us welcome our main guest of the evening, Kobe Bryant. Let us extend the warmest applause to this global basketball star. The DJ's voice boomed, calling out Kobe's name, and the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Fans rose to their feet, showering Kobe with waves of cheers and applause. Next, we invite Kobe Bryant to share his thoughts. The DJ's voice rang out loudly, and the audience ceased their clapping and cheering, granting this moment to Kobe. Unlike Tracy McGrady's jersey retirement ceremony, as Kobe had never played for the Rockets, Lin Feng did not invite other players associated with Kobe to attend. The audience present, along with the Rockets and Oppo's management, served as the finest witnesses to this occasion. Standing in the Toyota Center, having two of my jerseys retired is something I could hardly have imagined when I first entered the league, and even after my retirement. Kobe's speech was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. It is well known that a player can retire jerseys for a team they have never played for, let alone two. Such an occurrence has never transpired in the annals of NBA history. Thus, I am immensely grateful to the Rockets and to Jack Len. Kobe spoke sincerely, infused with emotion. While I have never played for the Rockets, I have always held a special fondness for the team. This is because it boasts one of my favorite players, Yao Ming, and my good friend, T-Mac. Therefore, having my jerseys displayed alongside theirs is a thrilling prospect. So, I thank the Rockets, I thank Lin Feng, and I especially thank the fans in Houston and this league for their acknowledgement of me. As Kobe concluded his speech, another spotlight gradually illuminated Lin Feng, the Rockets and Oppo's acting general manager, who donned a crisp white suit, contrasting sharply with Kobe and Oppo's black ensemble. Kobe, these two jerseys are for you, Lin Feng announced loudly. As his words resonated, Kobe's jerseys, number 24 and 8, slowly ascended to join the retired jersey of McGrady. At that moment, the arena erupted once again in fervent applause, with fans cheering and screaming. The enthusiasm of the fans was the greatest recognition for Kobe Bryant. A legend of the NBA had his jerseys retired by the Rockets. Amidst the cheers and applause, Kobe expressed his gratitude once more. The ceremony proceeded swiftly, concluding in about half an hour. As Lin Feng and Kobe walked together through the exit corridor, Lin Feng mischievously remarked, "Now that your jerseys are retired, How about taking on a little sacrifice? It was no simple matter to have Kobe serve as a player development coach. His playing style and skills are among the best in the NBA. Just imagine if he were to mentor Luka Doncic. His development would surely skyrocket. Seeing Lin Feng's mischievous grin, Kobe shook his head in mock resignation. I knew you would propose conditions. Just tell me, and if I can help, I will. Having agreed to become the Rockets' player development consultant, Kobe would undoubtedly contribute his utmost. Furthermore, being a person who demands perfection in all endeavors and possessing a fierce competitive spirit, he would feel uncomfortable merely holding the title without genuine involvement. Actually, it's quite simple. Can you teach Doncic your signature fadeaway jump shot? Lin Feng said with a sly smile. If we're going to learn, let us learn from the best. Kobe's offensive repertoire was vast, and he was known for his ability to score from every angle on the court. However, his most iconic move remained the aesthetically pleasing fadeaway jump shot, highly accurate and undeniably stylish. If Doncic mastered this, coupled with Lin Feng's guidance, he could undeniably become one of the top players in the NBA. Is it really that straightforward? Kobe asked, incredulously gazing at Lin Feng. Yes, is it not? Lin Feng countered. Kobe chuckled. I actually have more than just that in my arsenal. But that is indeed the strongest. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Once he masters that, he can gradually learn the rest. A meal is eaten one bite at a time. Isn't that right, old friend? Kobe stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. At that moment, T-Mac strolled by, and Kobe seized him. Whoa, you startled me. What is going on? T-Mac, being a close friend of Kobe, spoke candidly. Kobe glanced at T-Mac and pulled him over to Doncic. I'm willing to teach, but he must also share something. Kobe grinned at T-Mac. As good friends, we share both joys and burdens. If we possess valuable skills, we ought to share them with everyone. What? Come on, that's not fair. Isn't it Lin who asked you to coach the players? Can't you think of me for the good stuff? You certainly won in Oppos. Forget me when it comes to the hardships. T-Mac feigned exasperation. Kobe shrugged. Brother, that's not quite right. I'm doing this for your benefit. Look at your belly. You should consider shedding a few pounds. Lin Feng could not help but laugh at this remark. Indeed, if T-Mac didn't lose weight soon, he would truly earn the title of Fat Mac. While playfully teasing T-Mac, Lin Feng patted his belly. T-Mac chuckled helplessly. All right then, what am I supposed to teach? And whom? Knowing he could not escape, T-Mac responded with a grin. Lin Feng smiled and suggested, how about you teach Ayton? His pull-up jump shot is stunning. With Ayton's height and wingspan, if you can enhance his dribbling and coordination, the pull-up shot would be effortless. Chapter 70, Post-Match Training. Houston Rockets Training Facility. Following a thrilling victory over the Utah Jazz, the Rockets celebrated their fourth consecutive win. Just last night, they triumphed over the visiting Los Angeles Clippers with a commanding score of 126-100. Luka Doncic once again delivered an impressive triple-double, accumulating 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. The third overall pick, Deandre Ayton, also shone with 23 points, 15 rebounds, and 2 assists. Another core player, Carmelo Anthony, contributed significantly with 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. The formidable Shochi showcased his shooting prowess, hitting all 3 of his three-point attempts along with 2 free throws, totaling 11 points. With 5 consecutive victories under their belt, the atmosphere within the Rockets was notably relaxed. Standing at the sidelines, observing the players engaged in intra-squad scrimmages, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sense of contentment. This was not solely due to the joy of victory. More importantly, after overcoming both the Jazz and the Clippers, Lin Feng had received rewards from the system, acquiring 2 player development cards. One was a Hall of Fame-level fadeaway master card, while the other was a Hall of Fame-level pull-up jumper card. The acquisition of these cards filled Lin Feng with uncontainable excitement. Lin Feng, there you are. I've been searching for you, came Zhou voice. Anin, what do you need? Lin Feng turned, smiling warmly at her. Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and was clad in a sleek black dress that accentuated her perfect figure, complemented by a pair of classic red high heels. I just received an invitation from Adidas for NBA managers to attend a charity gala. The event will take place in New York tomorrow night. Upon hearing Zhou words, Lin Feng tilted his head thoughtfully. Will the Minnesota Timberwolves and Amp, Oppos, manager be attending? Lin Feng had been keeping an eye on Derrick Rose, who had seen limited playing time and lackluster performance in recent games. He mused that if the Timberwolves general manager were to attend, it might present an opportunity to engage him. Absolutely, Zhou confirmed. To my knowledge, over 20 teams' general managers have agreed to attend. This is not merely a charity event. It also offers teams a chance to enhance their visibility and popularity, so no one would pass up the opportunity. Lin Feng nodded slowly. Very well. We shall accept the invitation. You will accompany me. Zhou and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' face lit up with joy. Great. We have a 3-day break after the game against the Clippers. It's been ages since I visited New York. How about we set off tonight? Zhou eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Feng, unwilling to dampen her enthusiasm, readily agreed. After all, the team's affairs could be managed by other personnel, and Lin Feng's primary responsibilities were to adjust the lineup, maintain communication with the players and coaching staff, and ensure team stability. A trip to New York for relaxation seemed harmless. Oh right. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Once the players finish training, I'll ask them if they want to join us for some leisure time. After all, shared joys and challenges strengthen team cohesion. He chuckled mischievously, recognizing that a team-building outing could enhance camaraderie. As the two conversed, the intra-squad scrimmage concluded, but training was not yet over. Dunbao and Ayton were called over by the Rockets player development advisors, Kobe and Tracy McGrady, to a nearby hoop. Noticing this, Lin Feng approached with a smile. Hey, Kobe. Tracy, are you planning to start a class? Lin Feng teased. Kobe shrugged. Of course. We're going to work in sync. I can't let him outshine me. While saying this, he glanced at McGrady. Despite their brotherly bond, a friendly rivalry persisted both on and off the court. Kobe had undoubtedly enjoyed a successful career, leaving McGrady in his wake. McGrady retorted, Hey, Kobe, I want to be outdone. The young talent I developed might just surpass yours. Kobe shook his head. That's impossible. We'll see about that. Watching the two compete in their mentorship, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This dynamic would surely motivate them to impart their fullest knowledge to Dunbao and Ayton. Lin Feng chose to remain and observe rather than leave. Kobe began by teaching Dunbao how to establish position rather than focusing on shooting techniques right away. Mastering positioning is crucial for success in the low post. If one fails to achieve a strong position, even the most cunning offensive strategies may falter. As Kobe demonstrated, he used his body to block Dunbao while opening his arms to illustrate what to consider when establishing position. Dunbao was attentive, his large eyes fixed on every movement, his innocent expression revealing a thirst for knowledge. With his solid frame, Dunbao found the positioning drills surprisingly easy. Lin Feng then shifted his gaze to McGrady and Ayton. Unlike Dunbao, Ayton's initial focus needed to be on dribbling to manipulate defensive attention. Lin Feng had tasked McGrady with mentoring Ayton not just to enhance his pull-up shooting skills, but to develop him into a well-rounded player. Ayton, a talented center, could elevate the Rockets and Amp, Oppos' prowess immensely if he evolved into an all-around player like Nikola Jokic, capable of facilitating, scoring, and defending. Thus, mastering the rhythm of pull-up shooting was essential, which necessitated learning to dribble. This was a small goal Lin Feng had set for Ayton. McGrady diligently guided Ayton, encouraging him to experiment with various dribbling techniques to improve his ball control. However, Ayton's struggles with ball handling became apparent, as he frequently fumbled the ball. McGrady remained patient, providing repeated guidance to help Ayton overcome his difficulties. Observing the training sessions of both groups, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With two Hall of Fame legends as player development advisors, the future of the Rockets players looked exceedingly bright. Chapter 71. The Deceptive Alliance. Following the conclusion of their training, Lin Feng summoned all the players to board the flight to New York. With 3 days of respite ahead, it would be unwise to remain cooped up in the training facility. A balance of work and leisure is the most prudent approach. Upon their arrival in New York that evening, Lin Feng took the players to a bar to unwind and celebrate the team's remarkable 4-game winning streak. After a night of revelry, the next day, Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhou and Oppos, attended a charity gala. At the gala, Lin Feng encountered Scott Layden, the general manager of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Lin Feng had little interest in the charity event itself and decided to engage Layden directly. Good sir, would you care for a drink? He inquired, lifting his wine glass with a cheerful smile. It was then that Layden noticed Lin Feng, his surprise evident. Jack Lin. Huh. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. What an honor. Layden, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a neat haircut, bore a keen and astute demeanor. He was particularly intrigued by Lin Feng, the current hotshot acting general manager in the league. Especially after executing a series of remarkable moves that led the Rockets to their impressive winning streak, Lin Feng had certainly garnered attention. You are too kind. Lin Feng replied with a smile. As a veteran, I still have much to learn from you. His humility, however, left Layton somewhat taken aback. "Oh, you flatter me. Everyone in the league knows that Jack Lin possesses an extraordinary vision for talent. You managed to revive a player like Zhou Qi, who was on the fringe last season. Truly impressive." As one of the league's general managers, Layton naturally kept a watchful eye on players from other teams. Zhou Qi and Apos' remarkable three-point shooting percentage this season, averaging 2 to 3 successful shots per game, was enough to make other teams envious of this emerging talent. "That's nothing." Lin Feng responded casually. "You have done quite well yourself, signing several commendable veterans like Derrick Rose. His reunion with Thibodeau should yield positive results." Lin Feng deftly shifted the discussion towards Rose, the youngest MVP in league history, whose rapid decline, attributed to persistent injuries, was a lamentable fate. However, Layton's expression darkened at the mention of Rose. "You may not be aware, but Rose is no longer the formidable player he once was. He hardly qualifies as an ordinary role player anymore. Have you not followed his recent performances and statistics?" Feigning ignorance, Lin Feng shook his head. "Really? I've only recently entered the league, and it seems to me that a once great talent like Rose should still hold some value. Wouldn't you agree?" His naive demeanor elicited a quiet scoff from Layton, who thought it absurd to believe Lin Feng truly understood the game. Layton's concerns were palpable as he contemplated how to manage Rose's contract. Without a team willing to take him on, releasing him outright would spell financial trouble for the Timberwolves. Yet, with Rose's current performance, who would be inclined to take the risk? Suddenly, Layton's gaze shifted back to Lin Feng. "Do you genuinely believe that?" he asked cautiously. Lin Feng nodded earnestly. "Indeed. While a #1 draft pick may sometimes be a bust, an MVP surely cannot be." Continuing his charade of naivete, Lin Feng expressed admiration for Rose's abilities. However, Layton was acutely aware that Rose's performance last season was dismal, playing only 9 games, averaging a mere 5.8 points with a shooting percentage of 42.6 and an abysmal three-point shooting rate of 16.7. Such a player not only consumed salary cap space but also failed to contribute positively. "Lin Feng, you truly are a fool," Layton exclaimed. "So, you actually admire Rose?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng affirmed, "Yes, if the chance arises, I would love to have Rose on the Rockets." He was acutely aware of Rose's struggles and surmised that the Timberwolves likely held a poor opinion of him. Instead of orchestrating a trade, it would be more advantageous to persuade Layton to release Rose. With a sudden clap of his hands, Layton exclaimed, "If the Wolves were to release Rose, would you be willing to sign him immediately?" His greedy ambition was evident. "Of course," Lin Feng replied promptly, "but I suspect the Wolves won and Apos let him go so easily. After all, he was once an MVP, and they wouldn't want to give anyone else an advantage." Feigning disappointment, Lin Feng shook his head. "What a shame." Layton felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated finding a potential suitor at a charity gala. "To be honest, I plan to release Rose tomorrow. Once the moratorium is over, would you sign him right away?" Unbeknownst to Layton, Lin Feng's true aim was to have Rose released. With the prospect of acquiring a player of such pedigree, Lin Feng felt confident that he could facilitate Rose's resurgence. "Are you serious?" Lin Feng feigned anxiety, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Absolutely. I will call my associates immediately to expedite this process. But tell me, you want Apos back out on signing Rose, will you?" Layton scrutinized Lin Feng with caution. "Rest assured, I am committed to signing Rose." As Layton beamed with anticipation, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was not mere deception. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Do act quickly. I would prefer not to wait too long," Lin Feng reminded Layton as the gala concluded. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng led his team of players back to Houston. Chapter 72. The League of Disheartened Souls attending a charity gala. Lin Feng deftly outmaneuvered the general manager of the Timberwolves, Scott Layton. Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history. With the memories of his previous life, Lin Feng was acutely aware that even in his absence, Rose and Apos' performance would likely see an upswing in the next 2 or 3 seasons. As the saying goes, while there may be busts among #1 picks, there are no flukes among MVPs. Upon returning to Houston, Lin Feng instructed everyone to take the night off while he headed to the Rockets' office. It dawned on him that despite his continuous management of the team, he had yet to procure a new residence, having lived in the team's dormitory. This arrangement was convenient for work and spared him various inconveniences. As Lin Feng settled into his office, he had scarcely warmed his seat when Zhou Anan, dressed in loose athletic wear, entered. Like Lin Feng, she resided in the team's dormitory. Surprised to see her so late, Lin Feng inquired, "Anan, why aren't you resting? What brings you to the office at this hour?" The plane had landed after 10, and by the time they reached the Rockets' office, it was well past 11. Don't you know that staying up late can be unflattering for girls? He teased. Joanne rolled her eyes. Please. You looked so sneaky and excited all the way here. Did you manage to pull one over on Layden? As perceptive as ever. She had keenly observed Lin Feng's every move. His relentless spirit and ability to stage comebacks fascinated her. Heh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. At the gala, I successfully outwitted Layden, and that fool thinks he got the better end of the deal, Lin Feng chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at Layden's smug expression. As the saying goes, only when the tide recedes do you discover who has been swimming naked. Layden believed that by cutting Rose, he was making a savvy move for the Timberwolves, but would he still be smiling after witnessing Rose's true potential? I knew you were the best. Joanne praised Lin Feng, before asking, but what are you doing here so late? You aren't drafting a contract, are you? You haven't even met Rose yet. How can you be so sure he joined the Rockets? Unfazed, Lin Feng responded, I'm calling Rose first. Acting swiftly is the key to securing success. He waved his phone at Shonen, then dialed Rose's number. Although it was past 11, NBA players often remained awake at that hour unless they had practice or games scheduled. Given that Rose was about to be waived, any upcoming training or games were irrelevant. As the call connected, Lin Feng's mind echoed with the system's voice. Ding. Mission issued. Signed Derrick Rose. Ding. Mission successful. The host will receive a gold ankle Terminator crafting card. The name of the crafting card sent a thrill through Lin Feng. At his peak, Derrick Rose dominated the league with his dazzling dribbling and exceptional athleticism, though his physical prowess had waned. The rhythm of his ball handling combined with the gold ankle Terminator card promised a delightful synergy. Hello, who is this? Rose's low voice resonated through the line, tinged with evident discontent. Hello, I'm Jack Lin, the interim general manager of the Rockets. Lin Feng introduced himself directly. Oh, nice to meet you. What can I do for you? Rose inquired politely. Without hesitation, Lin Feng got straight to the point. Haha, I'm calling to discuss your joining the Rockets. Joining the Rockets? Rose's brow furrowed slightly. He had just received news from his agent that the Timberwolves GM had already signaled that he would be cut tomorrow morning. Aware of this development, Rose felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What do you know? He asked, his tone growing cold. Lin Feng replied with a smile. I've heard that the Timberwolves are being unjust and that Layden plans to waive you. Am I wrong? That is correct. Rose's mood darkened. That's why I called you immediately. I want to invite you to join the Rockets. Lin Feng exclaimed enthusiastically. I need to think about it, Rose replied, politely declining. Lin Feng, however, was undeterred. He anticipated that Rose would not agree outright. As Joanne had pointed out, it would be no trouble for Rose to join a championship-caliber team. Although he had underperformed last season, there would still be contenders willing to offer him a chance. Listen, Rose, don't rush to refuse. Just hear me out. Joining the Rockets comes with numerous advantages. We've just achieved a 4-game winning streak. And last season in Oppo's Rockets were exceptional, much like your prime. Lin Feng used analogy to evoke empathy in Rose. Consider this. The public is skeptical of both the Rockets and you. If you were valued, would the Timberwolves cut you? Why not join us? And together we can strike back at those who doubt us. Lin Feng and Oppo's words resonated deeply with Rose. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Once the league and Oppo's had a sensation, the youngest MVP had fallen from grace due to relentless injuries, leaving him on the fringes of the NBA. What do you say, Rose? Let us form a league of the disheartened and show those who underestimate us what we're capable of. Lin Feng seized the moment, sensing Rose's hesitation. Rose pondered Lin Feng's proposal. Indeed, he was in desperate need of an opportunity to prove his worth as an MVP. Yet he couldn't and Oppo's help but think about the Rockets and Oppo's current lineup, which included star point guard Chris Paul and promising rookie Jalen Brunson. So, does the Rockets have a place for me? He questioned. Chapter 73, The Clueless Fool. Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng immediately discerned that Rose's interest had been piqued. Of course there are opportunities. I can assure you that you will play at least 10 minutes in every game. His tone was resolute. Although he was merely the acting general manager, his authority surpassed that of many typical general managers. The entire coaching staff was assembled under Lin Feng and Oppo's guidance. Moreover, through his relentless efforts to generate revenue for the Rockets, he had garnered the complete trust of owner Tillman Fertitta, who had entrusted the management of the team entirely to Lin Feng. But what if I don't perform well? Rose inquired with a hint of apprehension. He was currently experiencing a nadir in his career, his confidence and pride repeatedly shattered by injuries. Thus, he found it difficult to believe in his own potential. Snap. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. My friend, you need not worry about that. What did I just say? We must remain patient. Our team has two illustrious player development advisors, Kobe and T-Mac. I believe these Hall of Famers will help you regain your confidence. Lin Feng spoke with unwavering patience. He firmly believed that an MVP could not be a fluke. Do not forget, the Mamba mentality, currently, the embodiment of that spirit resides within the Rockets. His cascade of reassurances finally alleviated Rose's concerns. All right, I am willing to join the Rockets. I will board a flight to Houston first thing tomorrow morning. And as soon as the moratorium period ends, I will immediately join the team. Rose's commitment brought a sigh of relief from Lin Feng. After hanging up, he wore a victorious smile. Your expression tells me that Rose has agreed, doesn't it? Joanne inquired with her bright, dark eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Rose has consented to join the Rockets and should arrive in Houston by noon tomorrow. He did not conceal his excitement. Joanne and Oppos, and reminded him, however, our roster is already full, with 15 players. We need to make cuts to accommodate Rose. Lin Feng had anticipated this. We will release Gerald Green and make room for Rose. Additionally, I will personally compensate Gerald Green with 50,000. Lin Feng had initially signed Green merely to complete the roster. Now that a superior alternative had emerged, he was more than willing to part ways with Green. By the way, if Gerald Green is interested in joining our coaching staff, he can retire and take a position with us. Having arranged these matters, Lin Feng and Shoan and Oppos returned to their respective quarters to rest. With these issues resolved, Lin Feng contemplated the necessity of renting a residence in Houston. After all, residing in the team dormitory every day might lead others to mistakenly view him as a workaholic. The following morning, while Lin Feng was still immersed in slumber, he received a call from owner Fertitta. Hello? What's up, Fertitta? Lin Feng mumbled, still groggy. Fertitta was a nickname Lin Feng had long employed, even if Fertitta was unaware of its implications. The two names sounded similar to Lin Feng, yet bore contrasting meanings. On the other end, Fertitta's voice was tinged with excitement. Lin, you must still be asleep. It seems you are unaware that you have successfully thrust the Rockets back into the spotlight. Fertitta's laughter echoed through the receiver, jarring Lin Feng's eardrums. It was evident that Fertitta was elated. This morning, the Timberwolves announced they had waived Rose, and shortly after, his agent issued a statement confirming that he will join the Rockets upon your invitation. ESPN caught wind of this and began to criticize you extensively. Naturally, Rose was not spared either, as they enumerated his dismal performances and statistics from the previous season. Oh, and Shaquille O'Neal chimed in too. That old curmudgeon even compiled a list of Rose's 5 most embarrassing moments, claiming the Rockets are merely a retirement home in disguise. Fertitta's tone soured at the mention of O'Neal. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. O'Neal, Barkley, and Smith were clearly relishing the drama. Is that all, boss? Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation, struggling to comprehend Fertitta's thought process. Indeed, with this situation, we can capitalize on the publicity and reap significant profits. Fertitta's laughter erupted once more. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to curse. It was evident that this foreign tycoon was solely fixated on profit. Rest assured, Fertitta, I know how to navigate this. Making money is merely a trivial matter. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Feng ended the call. Shaking his head, Lin Feng opened his Twitter account. The internet was ablaze with reports concerning the Rockets and Rose. Even Pelicans and Oppos, general manager Dell Demps was not idle, publicly mocking the Rockets and Lin Feng, insinuating that they were engaged in acts of misguided benevolence. Lin Feng could discern the pejorative undertones in Demps' remarks. In response, Lin Feng swiftly tweeted, a bunch of clueless fools. Just as he completed his tweet, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Feng, are you still in there? Joan and Oppos' sweet voice resonated from outside. Lin Feng donned his clothes and opened the dormitory door. What's the matter? And Oppos, and are you here for something? I hope it's not just for the online buzz, he teased. Joan and Oppos, and chuckled, I'm not that bored. I've grown accustomed to being thrust into the spotlight while being with you. Just now, Rose's agent called me, stating that Rose will land around 11 a.m. I wanted to ask if you plan to pick him up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng replied, absolutely. Not only will we pick him up, but we will also orchestrate a grand welcoming. Let us gather the coaching staff and players to welcome Rose at the airport. The ESPN crew and some non-Rockets fans enjoy their criticisms, so I will provide them with ample opportunities to voice their opinions. Let Rose silence them with his performance on the court. The more they shout, the more it delights me. Chapter 74, Declining Interviews. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Penguin Video, the Penguin Sports Live studio. Today, I, along with the esteemed Yang Yi, will bring you the exhilarating matchup of the 2018 to 2019 NBA regular season, featuring the Houston Rockets against the Portland Trail Blazers. In the studio, host Wang Ming, adjusting his round glasses, radiates a beaming smile. Oh, it's another game for the Rockets today. The Rockets have certainly captured our attention in recent days. As the game commences, Wang Ming swiftly steers the conversation towards the Rockets. Let's first turn our attention to Mena, and then we will discuss the current state of the Rockets. The charming host, Mena, waves cheerfully at the audience through the camera. Following a brief commercial break, she hands the floor back to Wang Ming and Yang Yi. Yang. The Rockets have now achieved a 4-game winning streak, making them one of the few teams in the league yet to taste defeat. However, despite this, both domestic and international fans, along with some industry professionals, remain skeptical of the Rockets. Moreover, they have recently signed Derrick Rose, the former Windy City Rose. Yet, this signing has been dismissed by ESPN and Oppos. Renowned commentator Shaquille O and Oppos Neil as one of the worst signings ever. I am curious to hear your thoughts on this matter, Yang. Yang Yi looks at Wang Ming, adjusting his glasses, his signature smile gracing his face. What do I think? Well, here's the thing. Since the Rockets have changed their general manager, they seem to have embraced a free-spirited approach. Lin Feng's maneuvers are indeed perplexing, but they are winning games. Yang Yi chuckles mischievously. Right? They are winning, so what can one say? Look at both Anthony and the newly signed Carter. When they arrived at the Rockets, they transformed completely. Whether Lin Feng possesses a keen eye for talent or not, the results speak for themselves. Yang Yi, maintaining his characteristic grin, shares his perspective. Let us not even mention Zhou Qi, who had minimal playtime last season. How about this season? His three-point shooting percentage is astonishing. This shows that Lin Feng is willing to take risks with players, and it has certainly paid off. Additionally, bringing Kobe and Tracy McGrady on board as player development advisors is a move that could greatly benefit the growth of young talents. Can one really say Lin Feng lacks basketball knowledge? He even tweeted about ESPN's ignorance of the game. As soon as Lin Feng's tweet is mentioned, Wang Ming chuckles. Indeed, Lin Feng's tweet has gone viral with millions of shares. And the buzz is only intensifying. However, the higher one rises, the harder one falls. I wonder if Lin Feng is prepared for that. Wang Ming adjusts his glasses, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, at the Toyota Center, Lin Feng sits on the bench, observing the players practice while watching the live broadcast of Penguin Sports from across the ocean on his phone. Compared to ESPN's coverage, Lin Feng prefers the familiarity of Penguin Sports as it is in his native language, making it feel more intimate. The duo of Wang Ming and Yang Yi always provides an entertaining commentary that amuses Lin Feng. Listening to the commentators discuss the current situation of the Rockets, Lin Feng can't help but smile. Regardless of their understanding of the game, I possess the ability to craft. After successfully signing Rose, the system rewarded me with a crafting card for a gold-level ankle breaker. Rose has officially signed with the Rockets, and I have equipped him with the gold-level ankle breaker card. Those who lack understanding of the game will ultimately find themselves facing my retribution. Lin Feng puts away his phone, quietly reflecting. He accesses the system. System, do I still have 2 crafting cards that remain unused? Ding. System notification. The host has not yet utilized the Hall of Fame level fadeaway master and the Hall of Fame level step back jumper crafting cards. Ding. Would the host like to use these 2 crafting cards? Lin Feng hesitates momentarily. Ayton is currently equipped with the gold-level shot blocking specialist and the bronze-level dream shake crafting cards. However, Ayton's ongoing issues with butterfingers and dribbling remain unresolved, rendering the Hall of Fame level step-back jumper card somewhat ineffective. Thus, Lin Feng decides to equip both crafting cards on Doncic without delay. Equipping both crafting cards on Doncic, Lin Feng acts swiftly, utilizing the crafting cards. Ding. System reminder. The host has successfully used the crafting cards and can disassemble or re-equip them at any time. Satisfied, Lin Feng nods approvingly. Ding. Task issued. Achieve a 5-game winning streak. Reward. 1 gold-level injury prevention crafting card. Injury prevention. Lin Feng instantly becomes exhilarated. Oh my goodness. It's as if someone is providing a pillow when I feel sleepy. Why has Rose been underperforming? Isn't it due to his susceptibility to injuries? If I could have a gold-level injury prevention crafting card and equip it on Rose, how far away could we be from the blooming of the rose? Lin Feng rubs his hands together, his face lit up with excitement. Hey, Lin Feng, what are you smiling about? Zhou Ayton pokes Lin Feng's side. There's a reporter over there who wants to interview you. Snap back to reality, Lin Feng scratches his nose, trying to ease his embarrassment. Which media outlet? ESPN. The one interviewing you is the famous reporter Mike Mahone, who also covers the Rockets. Zhou Ayton replies with a grin. Lin Feng shakes his head defiantly. Not going those clueless fools at ESPN dare to interview me? They would have to beg for my attention. His stance is resolute, leaving no room for ESPN. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhou Ayton expresses surprise. What if ESPN intentionally tarnishes your reputation? Tarnish? Lin Feng chuckles. I would welcome their attempts. They can try all they want. I'll just slap them with the truth. Lin Feng finds himself firmly opposed to ESPN, especially after their harsh criticism regarding his signing of Rose and their disparaging remarks about the Rockets as a subpar team. What should I tell them then? Zhou Ayton asks incredulously. Just inform them that unless they plead with me, they cannot interview me. Lin Feng rolls his eyes. Those ESPN loudmouths are like sunflowers, thriving on attention. I want to indulge them. Zhou Ayton sighs in resignation, turning to approach the ESPN reporter. Chapter 75. Home game against the Trail Blazers. Lin Feng's unwavering demeanor incited considerable ire among ESPN reporters, although they were unable to secure an interview with him. This did not deter them from taking to their phones to unleash a torrent of tweets disparaging Lin Feng. The moment these tweets went live, they sparked a significant uproar. My goodness, the Rockets' interim general manager is exceedingly arrogant, daring to refuse an interview with ESPN. Brothers. He truly embodies the spirit of those who criticize ESPN's lack of basketball acumen. Lin remains unchanged, emerging from sorrow to smiles. Basketball enthusiasts from the beautiful nation eagerly retweeted Lin Feng's refusal of the ESPN interview. Lin Feng, however, remained wholly indifferent to these remarks. The more ESPN sought to tarnish his reputation, the more publicity he garnered, and his notoriety mirrored that of the Rockets. As for those clueless fools at ESPN, they should brace themselves for a reckoning. Approaching Coach Old K, Lin Feng found him engaged with several assistant coaches, strategizing for the evening's game. The Trail Blazers boasted a formidable backcourt duo. I believe we should rearrange our formations, deploying defensive ace Tucker to neutralize Bradley. Additionally, we can leverage Ariza's height and reach to limit Lillard's impact. Let Tucker guard the 4 position to bolster our defensive strength on the perimeter, proposed Coach Radel, the current defensive coach and a friend of Old K. Old K nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Radel and Oppo's suggestion has merit. However, I believe it would be more prudent to assign Anthony to guard Lillard. Based on previous games, Anthony's individual defensive capabilities have proven commendable. Lin Feng, who happened to be nearby, smiled knowingly at Old K's high regard for Carmelo Anthony's defense. How could Anthony's defense be anything less than stellar? After all, he was equipped with the gold medal death grip card. Excuse me, Coach Old K, may I have a word? Lin Feng interjected, stepping closer to the coaching staff. Typically, he refrained from meddling in the coach's decisions, but today he intended to propose some special tactics for Derrick Rose. The goal was straightforward, to demonstrate to everyone that Rose was anything but a bust. Old K turned, slightly taken aback. Lin, what is it? Their collaboration had always been smooth, with Old K free to employ any strategy without interference from Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, It's regarding Derrick Rose. Oh, what do you wish to discuss? Old K inquired. Lin Feng shrugged. I hope that tonight, you can grant Rose more opportunities for autonomous offense. I want to prove to everyone that he can still play. Old K hesitated momentarily. This might carry risks. You know Rose's performance last season wasn't particularly stellar. If we take the gamble of letting Rose lead the offense, our team might find itself at a disadvantage. Old K spoke sincerely. Moreover, I recall your wager with ESPN. Losing this game might not affect the team or coaching staff significantly, but it could have different implications for you. Old K was genuinely concerned for Lin Feng. After all, the specter of a 10-game winning streak wager loomed large. If the Rockets were to lose a game, the terms of Lin Feng's bet with ESPN would come into play. Lin Feng grinned. Rest assured, I have faith in Derrick Rose's abilities. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering conviction, Old K decided not to press further. All right. I will afford Rose some time and opportunities tonight. Whether he seizes them is entirely up to him. Time swiftly passed, and the crowd at Toyota Center grew increasingly lively. Following the trade of Harden, the Rockets had embarked on a streak of 4 consecutive victories this new season. This development had astonished not only Rockets fans but also basketball aficionados across the league. In the Penguin livestream, Wang Ming adjusted his glasses habitually. The game was about to commence. Let us take a look at the Rockets starting lineup. From positions 1 through 5, we have Luka Doncic, Ariza, Anthony, P.J. Tucker, and Deandre Ayton. The Rockets had opted to place Bradley on the bench, enhancing their height on the wing. Oh, this lineup is intriguing. What do you think, Teacher Yang? Wang Ming posed to Yang Yi. Yang Yi pondered briefly, rubbing his aching nose. Cough. The Rockets undoubtedly possess superior defensive resources on the wings compared to the Trailblazers. With Bradley sidelined, they aim to employ Ariza and Anthony to doggedly pursue the backcourt duo. Yang Yi gestured animatedly. As for Bradley, should he come off the bench? He'll easily contend with the Trailblazers' backup guards. I believe the Trailblazers are in for a challenge. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The Rockets acquired Anthony this season, initially thought to be a defensive liability. Yet, his individual defense has proven effective against players like LeBron and Jrue Holiday. Let us see if Anthony can make an impact tonight. As Wang Ming finished speaking, the screen displayed the Trailblazers starting lineup. The Trailblazers, on their end, had not undergone significant changes. From positions 1 through 5, they featured Lillard, C.J. McCollum, Evan Turner, Aminu, and Nurkic, with Wang Ming detailing the Rockets roster. The players from both teams gathered around the center circle. Prior to the game, the players engaged in a brief interaction before positioning themselves, awaiting the jump ball. Hey, brother. Without Harden, we're poised to take this game. You all know we've been on a winning streak. We're one of the few teams in the league yet to taste defeat. Trust me, tonight we will defeat you and eliminate you from the ranks of undefeated teams. Lillard confidently declared to Doncic before the game commenced. As the unequivocal star of the Trailblazers, Lillard brimmed with self-assurance. Let us not speak too soon, should you lose. I fear it may sting, Doncic replied with a mischievous grin. Sting? Lillard looked at Doncic, puzzled. Indeed, that is what our interim general manager, Jacqueline, said. With such arrogance, you might find yourself with a bruised ego, Doncic quipped. Lillard rolled his eyes. Just then, the whistle signaling the start of the game echoed through the arena. Chapter 76. The layup as the whistle marking the beginning of the game reverberated through the arena. The referee stood at center court and tossed the ball high into the air. In that fleeting moment, both centers, Deandre Ayton and Jusuf Nurkic, leaped simultaneously, stretching their long arms to contest the jump ball. Though Nurkic's bounce was not as swift as Ayton's, his years of experience in the league allowed him to secure the tip-off, granting the Trailblazers the first opportunity for offense. Damian Lillard, the Trailblazers and Oppos, star player and primary point guard, seized the chance to initiate the first offensive play. Standing before him was none other than the Rockets and Oppos' defensive stalwart, Carmelo Anthony, who had been a crucial part of the starting lineup for the first 4 games. As the definitive defensive force on the perimeter for the Rockets this season, Anthony had held his ground against formidable opponents, including Jrue Holiday of the Pelicans and LeBron James of the Lakers. Now, facing Lillard, who was poised to launch the game's inaugural attack, Anthony exuded confidence. Come on, brother, show me what you've got, he challenged, arms outstretched like a net ensnaring Lillard. Meanwhile, in a VIP box, Lin Feng observed with clarity as a golden emblem of relentless pursuit illuminated above Anthony's head. Like a black python, Anthony coiled around Lillard, intent on stifling his offensive prowess. Lillard, however, was unfazed. Don and Oppos, T kid yourself. You can end Oppos, T stop me. I can slice through your defense at will. Just like I did last season. With renewed confidence, Lillard dismissed Anthony, recalling his prior encounters that had equipped him with invaluable experience against the veteran defender. Being matched against Anthony felt almost like a gift to Lillard, a chance to showcase his skills. Anthony, recalling last season and Oppos' struggles against Lillard, felt a flicker of discontent. Yet, buoyed by his successful defensive efforts in the season's first 4 games, he remained undeterred by Lillard's taunts. If you doubt me, feel free to try and break through, he retorted, eyes fixed on Lillard, unwavering in his resolve. For a scorer of Lillard's caliber, Anthony recognized the need for utmost respect, knowing full well Lillard's formidable offensive capabilities made him a daunting adversary. Yet, his confidence remained unshaken. Watch closely. I'm going to drive past you on the right, Lillard declared, taking a hesitation step before accelerating to exploit Anthony's flank. Reacting swiftly, Anthony maneuvered with agility, his defense bolstered by the emblem of relentless pursuit, closing in on Lillard. as Lillard attempted to pivot left to evade him. Anthony's quick footwork allowed him to intercept Lillard's path. Undeterred, Lillard increased his pace, attempting a forceful left side drive, but Anthony's unwavering defense left no room for error. In a moment of insight, Lillard executed a sudden stop, gathering the ball and preparing for a step-back three-pointer. "Brother, watch this. I'm scoring over you. It's going to be a 3. He shouted, revealing his intentions to Anthony, aiming to shatter the defender's confidence. In the Toyota Center that night, Lillard sought to make it his own. He executed the step-back 3, yet just as he was about to release the ball, Anthony lunged forward, swiping at Lillard's possession. The crowd gasped in disbelief as Anthony deftly disrupted Lillard and Oppo's shot, igniting a wave of cheers from the audience. Caught off guard, Lillard quickly regained his composure and raced to contest the ball. However, Anthony's superior physical attributes, height and wingspan, allowed him to seize control of the basketball effortlessly. Fueled by determination, Lillard refused to concede. "I won't let you score," he roared, trailing fervently behind Anthony as he pushed the ball up the court. As the play developed into a one-on-one encounter, Anthony advanced with the ball, with Lillard hot on his heels. Approaching the paint, Anthony launched himself for a 3-step layup. Lillard, timing his jump perfectly, soared to block. "Get out of my way. I'm swatting that shot," he bellowed, arms flailing toward Anthony's basketball. But in midair, Anthony executed a mesmerizing layup, evading Lillard's reach with an elegant finesse. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "What a move," they gasped. Anthony's left-handed flick sent the ball soaring toward the rim, spinning gracefully through the air. In that electrifying moment at the Toyota Center, as millions of fans watched, Anthony completed the layup, the ball arcing beautifully towards the hoop. Chapter 77. The tumult on the court. Anthony executed a deft layup, the basketball spinning gracefully towards the hoop. It struck the backboard with precision before cascading into the net. Swish. Within the first minute of the game, Anthony, following a steal, provided the Houston Rockets with their inaugural score. The Toyota Center erupted with cheers, everyone celebrating Anthony's achievement. The exuberant Melo waved his arms energetically, exclaiming, "That shot was flawless. Unstoppable." With a look of exhilaration, Anthony swiftly returned to defend. Despite an initial misstep, the Portland Trail Blazers, led by Lillard, mounted another offensive. "Hey, brother, be cautious. I've already stolen the ball from you once," Anthony remarked with a smile, his eyes reflecting earnestness. Lillard pursed his lips, his expression unreadable as he regarded Anthony. "Don't get too cocky. Watch how I score right in front of you." Dribbling with his right hand, Lillard positioned himself just a step away from the three-point line, his left hand signaling his teammates to spread out. The Blazers players understood Lillard and Oppo's gestures. Following his previous unsuccessful attempt against Anthony, Lillard was determined to reclaim his pride. As fellow stars of the league, he could not allow the aging Anthony to overshadow him. "Watch closely. I'm about to make my move," Lillard declared, executing a series of crossovers before suddenly accelerating to break past Anthony's left side. Anthony quickly retreated, aiming to obstruct Lillard's path. But at that moment, Lillard abruptly halted, then stepped back 2 paces, positioning himself 2 steps away from the three-point line. "Behold, I'm going to make this shot," Lillard shouted at Anthony, releasing the ball with an audacious flick of his wrist, employing an intricate and challenging technique. "My goodness, Lillard dares to take that shot," Wang Ming exclaimed in the live stream, astonished. The basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air, and with a resounding swish, it flawlessly found the net. An extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Lillard executed a step-back shot with precision. The once boisterous Toyota Center fell silent. "My heavens," Wang Ming gasped again. "This is unbelievable. Lillard is phenomenal." Yang Yi nodded in agreement. "This shot, is it even reasonable? Only Lillard would dare to attempt such a thing with the Blazers. The key is, he actually made it." On the court, Lillard, with an expression of calmness, yet exuding confidence, basked in his triumph. "So did I score?" he queried Anthony. Anthony shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing it as mere luck. Such shots only succeed twice out of 10 tries. "You're no Curry." Anthony spared no harsh words as he retorted to Lillard. Upon hearing himself compared unfavorably to Curry, Lillard lost his composure. "What the hell did you say? Repeat that," he demanded angrily. Anthony, unfazed, replied coolly, "I said you're not as good as Curry. What's the matter? That's a widely accepted truth. Do you wish to contest it?" A smirk adorned Anthony's face. Lillard, visibly irked, shot back. "You're nowhere near your good friend LeBron. By the way, last season, you were a liability." Lillard's words struck a nerve with Anthony. As one of the celebrated stars of the Andapos 03 class, he was acutely aware of the gap between himself and LeBron. Yet, being confronted so brazenly by Lillard infuriated him. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Anthony advanced on Lillard, the tension escalating. "Come on. Do you really think you can intimidate me?" Lillard retorted defiantly. Enraged, Anthony shoved Lillard. "Bring it on. You're asking for a beating." The players on both teams rushed in to separate the two, urging calm. "Melo, cool down. CP3 is already suspended. You must keep your composure." Several teammates pulled Anthony away, but he was too furious to heed their advice. Lillard dared to disrespect him, and he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. In the midst of the chaos, Anthony seized an opportunity and threw a punch, landing a solid hit on Lillard's face. This incited Lillard's wrath. "You old man, how dare you hit me? Who do you think you are?" Lillard roared, resembling an enraged lion as he struggled against his teammate's grip, ready to retaliate against Anthony. Both players were determined not to back down. Teammates desperately attempted to pull them apart, while the referees positioned themselves between the two factions. "This is escalating quickly," Joanin observed nervously from the VIP box. With CP3 still suspended, if Anthony were also banned, the team would face significant complications. Joanin glanced at Lin Feng, who remained remarkably composed. "Lin Feng, aren't you the least bit concerned?" Lin Feng chuckled, shrugging. What is there to worry about? This is part of basketball. Moreover, with our depleted roster, this could ignite the other players' spirits. It can foster a sense of resilience and unity within the team. We should simply watch from the sidelines." Lin Feng had no intention of intervening. Gradually, Joan and Apos and calmed down after hearing his words. "All right, Lin Feng, I'll trust your judgment." The turmoil on the court began to subside. The referees issued technical fouls to both sides and subsequently ejected Anthony from the game, removing his headband. Anthony stood with his hands on his hips at the sidelines, departing the court accompanied by Rockets staff. "You wait for me, this isn't over," he warned Lillard before leaving. Following the recent upheaval, the Trail Blazers were awarded 2 free throws and possession. With Anthony absent, Coach Old K had no choice but to bring Derrick Rose onto the court prematurely. As Rose entered, the Rockets fans at the Toyota Center erupted in cheers to welcome him. Amidst the applause, Rose, donned in jersey number 0, extended his hand to acknowledge the fans, expressing his gratitude. This moment marked a new beginning and chapter in his professional career. Chapter 78. Nurki's dazzling display. Derrick Rose emerged onto the court clad in the Houston Rockets number 0 jersey, basking in the adulation and cheers of the fans. In this moment, the Rockets and Apos camera captured the weathered yet resolute countenance of Rose. In the VIP box, Lin Feng discerned a blazing spirit of competition in Rose and Apos' eyes. Following Damian Lillard's successful free throws, the Trail Blazers temporarily led the Rockets by 3 points, 5-2. After Lillard's free throws, possession returned to the Trail Blazers. They executed an inbounds play, once again placing the ball in the capable hands of their star player, Lillard. With Carmelo Anthony ejected, the responsibility of defending Lillard fell to the perimeter stalwart, Ariza. Standing tall with long arms, Ariza could guard positions 1 through 4, providing ample coverage to shadow Lillard without issue. As Lillard controlled the ball, he opted against a solo effort, calmly calling for a play. The Trail Blazers swiftly maneuvered, creating an open opportunity for C.J. McCollum. Positioned beyond the arc, McCollum received a pass, while P.J. Tucker, originally defending the 4, desperately rushed to contest him. Unfazed, McCollum executed a feint shot, effortlessly faking Tucker out of the play. "Fly away, brother," he seemed to taunt as he left Tucker in his wake. With McCollum now unguarded, he took a moment to dribble, then elegantly launched a three-pointer. The ball arced flawlessly through the air before swishing through the net. Swish. A perfect three-pointer. McCollum's shot was executed with both confidence and composure, establishing an 8-2 lead for the Trail Blazers right from the outset. The Rockets did not succumb to despair. After an inbounds pass, Luka Doncic quickly advanced the ball to midcourt. "Hey, Ayton, set a pick." Doncic signaled to Deandre Ayton. Confronted by the defensive ace Evan Turner, Doncic refrained from forcing a play. Ayton swiftly moved from the paint to the arc's apex to set a screen. As the pick was established, Doncic made his decision. Instead of adhering to the side of the screen, he veered to the opposite side. Doncic surged forward, with Turner closely pursuing. Remaining unflustered, Doncic executed a handoff, delivering the ball to Ariza, who emerged from the corner while Doncic used his own body to shield him. "Quick. Switch." Turner barked, alerting Lillard, who was originally tasked with guarding Ariza, to prevent him from launching a three-pointer. Upon receiving the ball, Ariza found no openings for a three-point attempt, opting instead to dribble leftward towards the arc's apex. Meanwhile, on the opposite corner, Rose, leveraging Tucker and Oppo's screen, broke free to receive a pass at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Hey, Rose, catch. Ariza called out as he fed the ball to him. The Trailblazers executed a defensive switch, with McCollum now in front of Rose and Aminu taking up Tucker's original assignment. Confronted by McCollum, Rose remained vigilant, acutely aware that he was not the explosive player he once was post-injury. It was imperative to approach this moment with caution. Taking a deep breath, he recognized the necessity to establish his footing within the Rockets as a newcomer. He signaled Ayton to set a screen. As Ayton complied, Nurkic, upon seeing Rose, immediately urged McCollum to switch assignments. What? Switch? They can exploit the size mismatch. Are you certain? McCollum inquired, rapidly communicating with Nurkic. Fear not, I've got this. I and Oppos am confident against Rose, Nurkic replied, his pride evident. After all, Rose's explosive speed had diminished due to injuries, which gave Nurkic the courage to defend him one-on-one. With the switch in place, Rose gestured for Ayton to establish position inside. Ayton, move in, box out, he called out. Aminu prepared for help defense while Nurkic extended his arms, persistently disrupting Rose's vision to prevent a high-risk pass. In this situation, Rose found himself unable to deliver the ball to Ayton. Hey, Rose, only 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Donai shouted from a distance. Rose glanced up, realizing time was indeed of the essence. There was no option but to initiate his own attack. Tucker echoed the urgency, urging Rose to act swiftly. Don't forget, you were once an MVP. Hold on to your pride. Ariza encouraged him vocally. Feeling the unwavering trust of his teammates, Rose shed his mental burdens. Attack, he internally roared. He swiftly entered a triple threat position, initiating his offensive maneuver with the ball in his right hand. With just 4 seconds left on the shot clock, he surged forward. And Nurkic immediately reacted defensively. He did not tightly cling to Rose, understanding that his mid-range game was not particularly formidable. Preventing Rose from penetrating was paramount. Come on, show me what you've got. Nurkic scoffed. Rose, now with the ball in his right hand, executed a swift change of direction, suddenly launching leftward. Nurkic's defensive focus shifted entirely. Rose stepped back, feigning again, then executed a mesmerizing behind-the-back dribble. His movements flowed seamlessly, dazzling observers with their intricacy. Nurkic and Oppos' balance faltered, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Rose abruptly halted, pivoted, and burst towards the right side for a drive. Nurkic hastily slid to his right to cut him off, yet in that instant, Rose made another deceptive move, transferring the ball to his right hand. Nurkic could not readjust his defensive stance in time, and with a swift feint, he found himself flat on the court. The Toyota Center erupted in astonishment as Nurkic crashed to the floor, leaving Rose a clear path to the basket. Chapter 79, Bloom. Oh, Rose. Nurkic was sent sprawling to the ground by Rose's dazzling maneuver. Under the watchful eyes of fans in the Toyota Center and the vast audience streaming live, the once flamboyant dribbler, renowned for his explosive power and effortless scoring, had returned. With Nurkic now on the floor, Rose faced a clear path ahead. With just 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he wasted no time, accelerating towards the basket, and with a delicate layup, he helped the Rockets secure 2 points. Splendid, exclaimed Wang Meng in the Penguin livestream. It had been ages since he had witnessed such dribbling and speed from Rose, reminiscent of a time long past. Wang Meng couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled. If this were a few years ago, during Rose's prime, that shot would have been a thunderous dunk. Now, he is clearly mindful of his body, playing with restraint. The explosive power and speed of peak Rose were undoubtedly on par with that of Westbrook, perhaps even surpassing it. Back then, Rose was a master of both layups and thunderous dunks, embodying the very essence of violent beauty. However, after enduring injuries, Rose had learned to temper his game, opting for layups over dunks, for only with health could he truly thrive on the court. As Wang Ming and Yang Yi provided commentary, the Trailblazers executed an offensive play, with Lillard driving to the basket after a screen. However, just as he intended to lay it up, Ayton leapt into action and swatted the ball against the backboard. Oh, what a display of might from Ayton, he shouted. After Ayton's block, he bellowed at the Trailblazers players. The rebound landed in Tucker's hands, who promptly passed it to Rose, who initiated a fast break. Hey, Rose. That last move was impressive, such flair, Doncic said, mimicking a few moves as he advanced. Rose beamed, then passed the ball back to Doncic. "Hey, brother, it's your turn. Make them pay. That's the coach's directive." Doncic gestured for Rose to look towards the sidelines, where Coach Lin had risen, signaling for a one-on-one play for Rose. This had been a specific instruction from Lin before the game, aimed at allowing Rose to showcase his talents and to silence those who doubted him. Rose felt a mix of surprise and gratitude as the ball found its way into his hands, and his teammates created space for him. Memories flooded back of his former glory as an MVP, basking in the spotlight and adoration, contrasted sharply with the shadows of injuries, rumors, trades, and insults that haunted him. After enduring a bleak season with the Timberwolves and spending the early part of this season on the bench, Rose had almost resigned himself to defeat. Yet, in his first game with the Rockets, his teammates bestowed upon him the trust and respect he desperately needed. Filled with a fierce desire to compete, his spirit ignited. Rose let out a roar of determination. "Rose, rise," he thought, feeling exhilarated as if he were stepping onto the NBA stage for the first time. "Let Aminu be my proving ground." His gaze was resolute. With the ball firmly in his grasp, he employed a triple threat stance to challenge the defense. As Aminu shifted slightly, Rose seized the moment, bursting into action. "Look!" Rose is using his left hand, speeding along the baseline. Wang Ming shouted. In a blur, Rose executed a sudden stop, followed by an under-the-leg pivot. Aminu, overcommitting in his defense, stumbled and fell as Rose effortlessly maneuvered past him. The crowd erupted in cheers, marking this as a moment destined for Rose's resurgence. In the VIP box, unseen by the audience, Lin Feng noticed the golden ankle breaker emblem glowing above Rose's head. As Rose accelerated towards the basket, he was met with an open lane, the hoop appearing as vast as the ocean. However, Nurkic, who had been guarding Ayton in the corner, quickly retreated to contest the layup. "You wish to challenge me?" Nurkic raised his long arms, aiming to block Rose's shot. Yet, Rose, though not as explosive as in his heyday, had sufficient time after sending Amina tumbling to react. "Underestimate me at your peril." Rose's resolve was unwavering. He leaped, rising higher than before, but still enough to confront Nurkic. "Face reality, Rose. You are no longer who you once were." Nurkic sneered, his arms outstretched to swat at the ball. Yet, Rose, embodying the spirit of a seasoned warrior, soared towards the basket without fear. In the instant of contact, as Nurkic's arm approached to block his shot, Rose remained the indomitable Rose. He deftly evaded the block with a finesse layup, maneuvering his right arm around Nurkic and the hoop to score from the opposite side. The angle was exceptionally challenging, and a miscalculation could lead to a missed opportunity. With bated breath, Rose skillfully flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring with a breathtaking arc, akin to a blooming rose in midair. Fans in the Toyota Center, along with all those watching the NBA live, held their breath, eyes fixed on the ascending ball, their hearts suspended in anticipation. "Make it. It must go in," they collectively urged. "Rose bloom. Rose, never wilt." The crowd erupted in unison, their cheers resonating as they awaited the outcome of this pivotal moment. Chapter 80. The Rose of Houston, a thunderous dunk. Rose, under Nurkic's defense, executed a deft reverse layup with a graceful pull-up. The basketball spun elegantly through the air, striking the backboard at a perfect 45-degree angle. With a resounding swish, it nestled cleanly into the net, a sight to behold. The crowd at the Toyota Center erupted in a chorus of awe. Some Rockets fans leapt from their seats, fervently applauding Rose's brilliance. "Oh, my Rose, finally in full bloom. The youngest MVP in my heart forever. I have long proclaimed that Rose is no mere fluke MVP." The atmosphere in the Toyota Center became electric. Rose dazzled the audience with 2 consecutive flashy dribbles, driving to the basket and showcasing the resurgence of the Rose we once knew. My goodness, what a challenging shot. It had been ages since Rose executed such a play. In the Penguin livestream, Wang Ming could not help but reminisce. He recalled how Rose used to dazzle us with spectacular plays night after night back in Chicago. Such feats were merely routine for that version of Rose. Wang Ming's words transported the viewers back to the era when Rose claimed the MVP title. Yang Yi, grinning beside him, remarked on Rose's flashy dribbling, noting its peak-like quality. However, he raised a question about Rose's ability to maintain such performance throughout the game. While Rose had indeed blossomed, Yang Yi remained skeptical about his overall condition. In the midst of their conversation, Rose executed a brilliant steal on defense. "Hey, brother. This play belongs to me." Just as C.J. McCollum passed to Aminu, Rose surged forth like a bolt of lightning. After those 2 offensive plays, Rose had fully regained his confidence. The court was graced by the presence of a former MVP, the once fleet-footed youth. With outstretched arms, Rose intercepted the pass, leaving everyone in rapt attention. Even in the VIP box, Zhou Anan cheered. Wow, Rose's speed is truly remarkable. The excitement was palpable as Rose embarked on a fast break. Aminu hot on his heels, ready to contest or foul. Despite his injuries, Rose's speed had diminished from its former explosive state, making it impossible to shake off Aminu. Approaching the three-point line, with the basket tantalizingly close, Rose refused to squander this opportunity. I will not give up this shot, he encouraged himself. He surged into the paint, preparing for a three-step layup. Brother, you will never make this shot. Aminu, with a grim determination, readied himself to block Rose's attempt. Rose leaped, channeling all his strength in that moment. This shot was his destiny. With a fierce roar, he soared, aiming to slam the ball into the basket with both hands. Just then, Aminu leaped high, extending his long arms toward the ball in a perilous attempt to block the dunk. Is this guy insane? This is far too dangerous. Is he trying to injure Rose? The Rockets fans erupted in anger, some even hurling expletives and gesturing rudely at Aminu. But in that instant, Rose and Oppo's body twisted mid-air. The ball, once held high above his head, was suddenly drawn back to his chest. With remarkable hang time, Rose executed a mid-air folding maneuver. Gasps filled the arena as no one expected the injury-plagued Rose to maintain such aerial prowess. Everyone was astonished. Yet only Rose knew the effort it took to elevate himself and prolong his hang time. He would not relinquish any chance to pursue his dreams or abandon the sport he loved. With determination, Rose aimed to prove to all his doubters that he, Rose, could still command the court. Despite the passage of time, his passion remained undiminished. This was the essence of Rose's fighting spirit. After deftly evading Aminu's aggressive block, Rose lifted the ball overhead and sent it crashing into the basket with a resounding thud. The perfect folding dunk reverberated through the arena as he emphatically slammed the ball home. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as Rose hung on the rim, Aminu, now descending, forcefully pulled down on Rose's shoulders. Initially, Rose's immense effort had facilitated the remarkable hang time for his dunk. However, Aminu's pull led to Rose's loss of grip on the rim, causing him to lose balance and crash to the floor with a painful thud. The collective gasp was palpable. The Rockets players rushed to the scene. Led by the second overall pick of 2018, Deandre Ayton. Get away from him. Do you want to fight? Ayton charged, shoving Aminu to the ground. This play was excessively dirty. Even Kobe, seated courtside in a suit, felt the urge to intervene. Aminu and Oppo's malicious foul ignited chaos as players from both teams entangled in a fray, and the scene quickly spiraled into disarray. Chapter 81, The Impulsive Trio in the VIP Box. Upon witnessing Ross being maliciously fouled by Aminu and crashing hard to the floor, the usually composed Lin Feng could not help but utter an expletive. Was this basketball or mere brutality? Lin Feng rose abruptly. After much effort to persuade the Timberwolves to buy out Ross, he had only just begun to regain his form. What would Amina's actions do but ruin him? Unable to remain seated, Lin Feng strode purposefully towards the exit. Lin Feng, where are you going? Zhou Anan hurriedly followed. Her heart ached at the sight of Ross's painful fall. She hoped he had not sustained any serious injury. I'm going to confront the Trailblazers about this. Is this playing or fighting? Lin Feng stormed out of the VIP box, his fury palpable. Zhou Anan trailed closely behind, witnessing Lin Feng's unprecedented rage. Even the brawl between CP3 and Carmelo had not elicited such a response, but Aminu's deliberate foul had crossed a line. The court had descended into chaos. Players from both teams were entangled, shoving each other while hurling insults. As the situation threatened to escalate, the three referees quickly summoned the coaching staff to intervene, instructing the players on the sidelines to refrain from joining the fray. Just then, two figures surged through the players. Are you just playing around? One man shouted. Do you want me to twist your head off and use it as a basketball? To everyone's astonishment, two slightly portly men in black suits combined forces to push Aminu, who had just managed to stand, back to the ground. Damn it. Let me handle this, T-Mac. I need to teach him a lesson. T-Mac, clad in his suit, seethed with anger, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Aminu. Beside him, the equally furious Kobe was no less aggressive. Get out of my way. I'll take care of him. I want to see if this kid can actually play. The two retired NBA stars were livid, both admiring Ross and eager to witness his resurgence. Yet, just when they glimpsed a flicker of hope, Aminu's actions obliterated it, and their tempers flared. The players on both sides had never witnessed retired stars brawling, leaving them bewildered. Fortunately, the coaching staff from the Rockets arrived just in time. intervening to restrain the furious Kobe and T-Mac. Calm down, calm down. You're now a player development consultant, not a player. Fighting is detrimental, they urged. T-Mac, watch your knees and back. You're not as young as you used to be. Hurry and get them away. We need to avoid escalation. Everyone watched, dumbfounded, while Amina felt on the verge of tears. Are you two really teaming up to take me down? You're both over 100 years old combined. The coaching staff of the Trailblazers also rushed in, strenuously pulling the players apart. Thanks to their efforts, the conflict was averted from further escalation. At that moment, a stern-faced Lin Feng entered the court with Zhou in. Ignoring the chaos, he approached Ross, crouching beside him with concern. Hey, Derek, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Ross, grimacing as he clutched his back, shook his head. It hurts a bit, but I think it's nothing serious. I can still move. Lin Feng helped Ross to his feet. After a brief assessment, Ross assured him, I'm fine, just a bit of pain, but I can still play. Lin Feng clapped Ross's shoulder firmly. Derek, don't push yourself. I understand your determination, but your health is paramount. He entrusted Ross to Zhou and in before turning towards the main referee, Scott Foster. Kobe and T-Mac, having been restrained, followed closely behind Lin Feng. I say, Lin, we must pressure the referees to eject Aminu from the game. This kind of play is unacceptable. Kobe and T-Mac were indignant. This isn't just tough play. It's downright dirty. Lin Feng maintained a stern silence as he approached Scott Foster. Hey, Scott. Oh, Jack Lin? Why are you here? Scott eyed Lin Feng warily. Is it not evident? If I don't come, my players might get seriously injured. Lin Feng and Oppo's anger was palpable. Is this how you play? I demand that the referees expel Aminu. Expel. Scott shook his head. The referees are reviewing the footage. This foul might warrant a level 1 flagrant foul. A level 1 flagrant foul requires 2 occurrences before ejection. Lin Feng's fury intensified. What did you say? Repeat that. He glared at Scott, his voice rising. People are on the verge of being injured, and you're considering just a level 1 flagrant foul? By your logic. Can I tell my players to rip Aminu and Oppo's leg off and hang it on your head? Are you blind or simply incompetent? A level 1 flagrant foul? Unbelievable. Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of outrage at Scott, leaving him bewildered and visibly distressed. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? Ask Kobe and T-Mac if this is a tough play or a dirty play. Kobe interjected assertively. Absolutely. This is a blatant dirty play. Scott, you should trust me. Although I am retired, my eyesight remains intact. T-Mac added without holding back. If this is merely a level 1 flagrant foul, then I might as well smash your head and suffer no consequences. Faced with the fierce glares of the trio, Scott Foster felt a twinge of anxiety. This is just a preliminary assessment. Please don't be so agitated. To pacify their tempers, he offered a conciliatory remark. Enough with the pleasantries. If you only call it a level 1 flagrant foul, we'll take this to the media. Lin Feng invoked the press. That foul cannot be classified as merely a level 1 flagrant foul. Kobe and T-Mac echoed the sentiment resolutely. Indeed, I still have connections in the league. If you make a rash call, I'll enlist some friends to apply pressure. Honestly, if you can't recognize such an obvious dirty play, Scott, perhaps it's time for you to retire. Kobe glared fiercely at Scott, exuding an air of menace. Scott, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hands in surrender. I must say, the 3 of you are being excessive. Trust the officiating crew. They will render the fairest judgment. Lin Feng crossed his arms over his chest, a cold smile playing on his lips as he replied, Very well. I shall watch you closely to see what kind of ruling you can deliver. Chapter 82. The dreamlike footwork beneath the rim. At the Toyota Center, the giant screen repeatedly showcased slow-motion replays of the malicious foul committed by Trailblazers player Aminu against Rose. The crowd was engulfed in a chorus of boos, with some fans spontaneously shouting their disdain towards Aminu. The cacophony of jeers and taunts echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of the reception given to Trae Young in New York. Referee Foster, bearing the brunt of the Rockets fans' ire, along with the pressure from Lin, Kobe, and Tracy, ultimately ejected Aminu from the game. However, Foster did not spare Lin, Kobe, and Tracy either. The trio, with one serving as the acting general manager and the other 2 as player development consultants, had stormed onto the court to exert pressure on the officials during the conflict. Undeniably challenging the referee's authority, Foster promptly ejected all 3 of them from the game as well. Lin thus became the first general manager in NBA history to be expelled from a game. What's more, he was merely an acting general manager. Lin, Bryant, McGrady. You 3 must leave the court immediately, Foster declared coldly, gesturing for their expulsion. Having achieved his desired outcome, Lin shrugged and chose to leave, returning to the VIP box. It was infuriating. Amina had nearly incapacitated Rose. Inside the box, Zhou Ainen stood with her hands on her hips, visibly fuming. Her heavy breaths caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, creating a striking scene. Ahem, Ainen, this matter is far from over, Lin remarked, rubbing his nose as he attempted to divert his gaze. Hiki, I knew you would find a way to make Amina pay dearly. Zhou Ainen replied with a mischievous smile, inching closer to Lin. The fragrant scent wafting towards Lin was quite pleasant. What do you intend to do? Zhou Ainen inquired, gazing intently at Lin's profile. Kobe and Tracy looked on in confusion. Lin, what could you possibly do to make Amina pay? Kobe questioned. Are you planning to beat him up? Tracy echoed, equally puzzled. Lin shook his head. Neither. Fists can harm, but rumors can wound too. Ainen, contact Mike immediately. Mike. The Rockets and Oppo's media director had been swamped with work since Lin and Oppo's appointment, either promoting the team or en route to do so. Lin glanced at the ongoing game and spoke with a firm tone. Have Mike gather footage of Aminu's previous games. Extract all his fouls and compile a highlight reel. I need it before the game concludes. Zhou Ainen nodded vigorously and exited the box. Meanwhile, the game pressed on, now in the second quarter. The Rockets had substituted their lineup, featuring Jalen Brunson, Vince Carter, Ariza, Bamut, and Ayton. Coach K had clearly indicated that Ayton would be the focal point of their offense, especially with two star players sidelined. Ayton was tasked with shouldering the offensive burden for the second unit. Hey, buddy, pass me the ball later. Ayton called out from the baseline as he received the ball from Brunson. The Rockets initiated their first offense of the second quarter. The coach had signaled for a pick and roll. Brunson discreetly alerted Ayton as he advanced to half court, surveying the Trail Blazers defenders. At the start of the second quarter, the Trail Blazers fielded C.J. McCollum, Seth Curry, Maurice Harkless, Zach Collins, and Myers Leonard. Brunson called for a pick from Vince Carter. Noticing the screen, McCollum quickly communicated with Curry, who was guarding Brunson. Hey, Seth, switch. You take Carter, I'll stick with Brunson and deny them a three-point attempt. Under McCollum's direction, Curry switched to guard Carter. Brunson then executed a handoff to Carter, who, upon receiving the ball, pressed toward the paint, opting for a driving layup. Curry was glued to Carter, providing staunch defense. Meanwhile, Zach Collins, tasked with guarding Bamut in the corner, chose to help defend. At that moment, Carter passed the ball to Bamut, who was poised to shoot from the corner. Here you go, make that three, Carter shouted at Bamut. Upon receiving the pass, Bamut quickly took his shot. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, heading for the hoop. Clang. Though the shot was taken decisively, it ricocheted off the rim. At that instant, Ayton, who was battling for position with Myers Leonard beneath the basket, leapt high into the air. He extended his long arms, securing an offensive rebound with ease. Ayton grasped the ball with his left hand, elevating it away from the opposing defenders, a move he had just learned from McGrady. Quick. Spread out. This ball is mine to take one-on-one. Ayton signaled his teammates to create space for him to operate. You think you can take me one-on-one? Aren't you underestimating me a bit? Myers Leonard taunted, pushing against Ayton. Watch closely. As his teammates cleared space for him, Ayton dropped the ball momentarily, executing a smooth spin move to leave Leonard behind. Getting past you is like crossing a street in the morning. Ayton taunted as he spun around Leonard, not forgetting to add a quip. With the ball cradled in both hands, Ayton was poised to finish a layup. Leonard, realizing his mistake, rushed to contest. Ayton, anticipating the move, faked the layup, sending Leonard soaring into the air. I knew you would chase after me. Fly away. After faking Leonard, Ayton pivoted on his left foot, executing a half-turn to gain shooting space once more. Damn, you won't succeed. Leonard, flustered, lowered his center of gravity and quickly returned to challenge Ayton. Ayton smirked, a hint of disdain evident on his face. See, you fell for it again. Ayton faked another move, pivoting back towards the baseline with precision. A flawless display of dreamlike footwork. In a realm invisible to others, Lin could distinctly see the bronze badge of dreamlike footwork illuminate above Ayton's head. This time, Myers Leonard was completely outmaneuvered. Ayton found himself unopposed, calmly taking his shot and scoring 2 points for the Rockets. Chapter 83. Perfect defense. Hey, Myers, do not be disheartened. It is our turn to attack now. Lift your spirits and let them witness our prowess. C.J. McCollum bellowed, encouraging Myers Leonard as he prepared for the baseline inbound. As the team and Oppo's second in command, McCollum and Oppo's influence within the squad was only overshadowed by Lillard and Dunbao's. He advanced the ball past half-court and gestured for Leonard to set a screen. Switch. Prevent him from shooting threes, allow him to drive. Carter positioned himself at the top of the arc, physically pressing against Leonard to hinder the opponent's progression. Upon hearing Carter and Dunbao's call, Ayton, who was defending Leonard, quickly shifted to confront McCollum. Aware of McCollum and Dunbao's three-point shooting prowess, Ayton dared not retreat, instead spreading his arms wide to closely guard McCollum. After the switch, McCollum found himself in a favorable mismatch. Without hesitation, he signaled his teammates to create space for an isolation play. "Hey, fellas, quickly, spread out. Everyone spread out." With one hand controlling the ball and the other directing his teammates' movements, McCollum orchestrated the positioning. Soon, the Trailblazers and Dunbao's players were stationed at both corners of the three-point line and at a 45-degree angle outside the arc. With sufficient room to maneuver against Ayton, McCollum remarked, "Hey, big guy, your footwork was impressive earlier, but this time I shall avenge my brother." Utilizing intricate dribbling, McCollum expertly shifted Ayton's defensive focus. Ayton lowered his center of gravity, attempting to avoid following McCollum's rhythm. In an instant, McCollum perceived Ayton's defensive position shifting. He drove towards the paint with remarkable speed, the ball held firmly in his right hand. Ayton, realizing the urgency, chased after McCollum, striving to impede his attack. Just then, McCollum executed a sudden stop. Ayton, caught off guard, braked quickly. However, McCollum had already created space, ready to take a well-timed shot. "This one's for you," McCollum announced, initiating his shooting motion. Ayton lunged towards him in a desperate attempt to block. You've been faked out." McCollum feigned a shot, leaving Ayton momentarily airborne. It was evident that McCollum decisively responded to Ayton's challenge. As Ayton flailed in an effort to recover, McCollum pivoted on his left foot, stepping forward with his right, preparing to shoot. Despite Ayton being airborne, he maintained his arms raised high, his long reach enabling him to swat the ball down behind McCollum's head. Breaking through my defense is not that simple. After executing a block, Ayton landed and cradled the basketball in his arms. He called out to McCollum, "Come on, dare to test my defense again." As he shouted, Ayton passed the ball to Jalen Brunson, who was sprinting down the court. This second-round pick, acquired through a trade involving Anderson's undesirable contract and the round-faced Gordon, surged forward with remarkable speed. "Hey, brother, it's all yours," Ayton declared, delivering a long pass to Brunson, who had already reached the three-point line near the opponent's half. With Seth Curry the only defender trailing behind, Brunson wasted no time, charging towards the paint for a layup. At that moment, Curry leapt high, aiming to block Brunson's shot. Noticing Curry's approach from the corner of his eye, Brunson quickly halted and performed a feint. Curry, completely fooled, was brushed aside, allowing Brunson to calmly take his shot. "Well done," Wang Ming exclaimed in the live broadcast. "That was a clever play," he continued, noting Brunson's awareness of the pursuing defender. Curry's misstep had paved the way for Brunson's successful layup. Yang adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Brunson has displayed remarkable intelligence in his gameplay during recent matches. Despite being a second-round pick, he has secured consistent playing time with the Rockets. His three-point shooting is reliable, his ball handling incisive, and his mind sharp. Indeed, players like him stand out among second-round selections. Yang affirmed Brunson and Dunbao's performance. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, Brunson has averaged 8 points and 2 assists over the past few games, even while coming off the bench with limited touches. While it is somewhat regrettable to trade away Gordon, selecting Brunson has certainly showcased the commendable drafting acumen of the Rockets' acting general manager, Lin Feng." As Wang Ming and Yang deliberated over Brunson, the Trailblazers executed another scoring play. Once more, McCollum attacked Ayton, using his speed to penetrate and score effortlessly. Now it was the Rockets' turn to mount an offensive. After crossing half court, Brunson passed the ball to Vince Carter, who promptly called for Ayton to set a screen. In the instant the screen occurred, Carter sprang into action, driving right towards the interior. "Quickly, keep up. Myers, it's on you." McCollum was completely obstructed by the screen, vocally directing his teammates to switch. Ayton, capitalizing on the moment, cut towards the basket. Based on the pre-game analysis of Rockets footage, Leonard maintained a distance from Carter, deliberately allowing him a mid-range shot while denying any opportunity for a drive or dunk. Seeing this, Carter leaped from near the free throw line, releasing a mid-range jumper. Leonard merely offered a token contest before pivoting to secure the rebound. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air, heading towards the hoop. However, Carter and Oppos' shot fell short, failing to activate his mid-range sharpshooter capabilities. Just as Leonard prepared to leap for the rebound, a shadow darted in. "This ball is mine." It was Ayton. Sprinting in for a cut, Ayton accelerated as Carter released the shot, leaping with all his might towards the basketball. Chapter 84. Lillard, the and one. Ayton soared high from behind Myers Leonard, his impressive leap drawing the spotlight and the gaze of every spectator in the arena. With his long arms extended, Ayton snatched the basketball from above the 2.16-meter-tall Leonard's head. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. The basketball was emphatically thrust into the net, reverberating with a thunderous sound. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. "Oh my goodness. Who dares to call him soft?" That was anything but gentle. Today he is not the meek Ayton, but rather the formidable force. My heavens. Is this truly the same Ayton who faced the Pelicans in the season opener? Gasps of astonishment filled the arena. Even the players on the Rockets bench couldn't contain their excitement, jumping up and vigorously waving their towels. "Oh, my Ayton, what brilliance!" This dunk was so powerful it nearly left Leonard dazed. The Rockets players cheered loudly for Ayton. After completing the dunk, Ayton raised his arms in triumph, roaring towards the spectators. "This is my strength. Unyielding, unstoppable." Ayton's thunderous dunk and fierce roar left Leonard looking despondent, visibly demoralized. The Trail Blazers bench fell silent, with Coach Stott shaking his head in resignation. In the face of such undeniable talent, Leonard's height seemed inconsequential. The game continued, with the Rockets, despite the absence of CP3 and Carmelo Anthony, relying on the collective efforts of Doncic, Rose, Carter, and Ayton to maintain a slender lead of approximately 3 points. As the minutes ticked away, the game approached the final minute of the fourth quarter. At that moment, the score stood at 103-100, with the Rockets leading the Blazers by 3 points. For the Blazers, possessing the backcourt duo of Lillard and C.J. McCollum, this was hardly a daunting deficit, especially in the game and Oppos' closing moments. Lillard had ample opportunity to either equalize or take the lead. Lillard advanced the ball into the half-court, signaling Nurkic to set a screen. Upon seeing Lillard's gesture, Nurkic swiftly moved to the arc to provide the necessary pick. Immediately, Ariza, the Rockets defender on Lillard, communicated to Ayton, "Hey, big guy, we and Oppos." Re-switching defense on this play to deny Lillard the three. As a defensive stalwart, Ariza knew well the perils of Lillard and Oppos' shooting prowess. Although Lillard's range may not rival that of Curry, he certainly possessed formidable three-point capabilities. To prevent any shooting opportunity for their opponent, Ariza promptly issued the switch directive. "All right. I've got Lillard covered," Ayton replied confidently. His height, wingspan, and athleticism equipped him to effectively guard smaller players. Throughout the game, he had shown his defensive prowess against McCollum and displayed stability while guarding other perimeter threats. With the screen executed, Ayton found himself defending Lillard directly. He extended his long arms, lowering his defensive stance to thwart any attempts at a quick drive. "Hey, it's you again. You've challenged me one-on-one numerous times tonight," Lillard said with a casual grin upon facing Ayton. Although it was no easy task to score against Ayton, Lillard had managed to sink a few impressive baskets, bolstering his confidence. "Rest assured, this time, I won't let you succeed. In this crucial moment, you won't score." Ayton's eyes reflected determination and seriousness. Lillard smirked, his lips curling in disdain. He raised his gaze to the shot clock, noting 10 seconds remaining in the 24-second possession. Time was ample for Lillard. "Watch closely. I'm going to attack." Lillard suddenly exploded into action, dribbling with his right hand as he swiftly drove towards Ayton's left side. The other Trailblazers players had fully spaced the floor, creating a clear path for Lillard's approach. Moreover, aside from Nurkic, all players on the court possessed shooting capabilities, making it difficult for the Rockets to commit to double-teaming Lillard. With a quick first step, Lillard created half a step of separation from Ayton. Ayton hurriedly pursued Lillard. But at that moment, Lillard executed a sudden stop. "Hey, big guy, I'm pulling back," Lillard shouted, causing Ayton to halt, attempting to contest Lillard. In that fleeting instant, Ayton lost his defensive positioning, granting Lillard the space he needed to attack. Lillard accelerated once more, executing a sudden stop and leap, successfully leaving Ayton behind. As a star player in the league, Lillard's prowess was unquestionable. Even against an Ayton performing commendably, Lillard's attack produced remarkable results. "Big man, remember, never try to defend me. I am Lillard." Like a bolt of lightning, Lillard dashed into the Rockets' paint. The basket was unguarded, presenting Lillard with a clear shot. "Impossible. Watch me soar for the block." Ayton leaped with all his might, extending his long arms to swat Lillard's pass. Yet, Lillard executed a deft maneuver in midair, evading Ayton's block and drawing a foul instead. And one. Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly from the live broadcast. Lillard is indeed Lillard. He remains ruthless in clutch moments. Successfully challenging Ayton and drawing the foul, Lillard assuredly placed the ball through the hoop as the referee's whistle echoed throughout the arena. Upon landing, Ayton wore an expression of disbelief as he looked at the referee. "No, I didn't foul on that play," Ayton protested, perplexed. He glanced towards the coaching staff, signaling Coach K to challenge the call. However, Coach K shook his head in response. The Rockets still had 2 timeouts remaining, and even if Lillard converted the free throw, it would merely tie the game. From Coach K's perspective, a challenge seemed unnecessary. Doncic approached Ayton, reassuring him with a pat on the shoulder. "It's all right. Don't worry. That last possession consumed 23 seconds. We still have an opportunity to score." Veteran Rose also came over, advising Ayton, "Stay alert, buddy. It's just one basket." With the encouragement of his teammates, Ayton regained his composure. Lillard calmly sank the free throw, leveling the score at 103-103. Only 37 seconds remained on the game clock. This meant that even if the Rockets ran out the clock, they would still leave the Blazers with 13 seconds to mount an offensive. Thus, Doncic, receiving the inbounds pass, decisively signaled for a quick offensive play. Chapter 85. A three-point shot. Luka Doncic advanced the ball across half court, undeterred by the defensive prowess of Evan Turner from the Trailblazers. With deftness, Doncic executed a series of crossovers, accelerating towards the three-point line. As he approached, he seamlessly transitioned through 3 between-the-legs dribbles, followed by a behind-the-back maneuver that transferred the ball to his left hand. "Hey, young man, showing off, are we? I guess you're going for a quick strike," Turner anticipated, bracing himself. Doncic had already amassed an impressive tally of 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists, boasting a flawless 4 from beyond the arc. Thus, Turner remained vigilant, aware of Doncic's capabilities. Without a word in response, Doncic, having transferred the ball to his left hand, suddenly leaped for a shot. His movements flowed with an elegance that was nothing short of mesmerizing. Doncic soared into the air, releasing a shot from outside the arc. The commentator's voice rang out, capturing the attention of everyone present. All eyes were fixed upon Doncic. Though his speed was not particularly swift, Turner quickly reacted, lunging towards Doncic. The ball grazed Turner's fingertips as it soared towards the basket. Down low, Deandre Ayton was already engaged in a tussle with Jusuf Nurkic for position, while the perimeter players readied themselves to contest for the rebound. This shot was pivotal. For the Rockets, even if Doncic missed, securing the rebound would grant them another opportunity. For the Trailblazers, capturing the rebound could seal the game. In the Toyota Center, every spectator's focus converged upon Doncic's shot. A palpable silence enveloped the arena, as even the cheers faded into hushed anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths. In that moment, Doncic's shot seemed to freeze time itself. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, and mere moments later, it swished through the net. The arena erupted into jubilant cheers, the previous silence shattered by the exuberance of the crowd. "Oh, Doncic, what a phenomenal play!" The audience roared in delight. The admiration for the young rookie was palpable, his prowess confirming that the Rockets had indeed struck gold in their acquisition of him. The players on the Rockets and Oppos bench leapt to their feet, fervently waving towels and shouting encouragement towards Doncic. "Well done, my friend," Derrick Rose exclaimed as he rushed over, brimming with excitement. "You and Oppos, redoing great." Doncic winked playfully at Rose, embodying a spirited camaraderie. The crowd and Oppos' enthusiasm overwhelmed the Trailblazers, as Doncic's spectacular play transpired in just 8 seconds, leaving only 29 seconds on the game clock. Even if the Trailblazers made a three-pointer, the Rockets would still have 5 seconds to mount an offense and seize the game. Coach Terry Stotts of the Trailblazers shook his head, decisively calling a timeout. "Hey, team, now is not the time to relax," he urged, clapping his hands to galvanize his players. "We still have time and an opportunity. This game is far from over." Stotts proceeded to outline the strategy. "Right now, we don't need to chase a three-pointer. Our primary objective is to score quickly and maximize our time." He scribbled diligently on the tactical board, detailing the play. "Look, Nurkic will set a screen. Lillard will come off 2 picks to receive the ball. If we don't have an opening, we'll shift to our secondary plan." Stotts meticulously elaborated, ensuring the players comprehended the game plan. Meanwhile, Coach K of the Rockets encouraged his players to maintain composure. "Gentlemen, You have performed admirably today. Especially you, Rose, 6 for 8, including a three-pointer. And a perfect 4 for 4 at the line for 17 points. Let us give Rose a round of applause. This moment of celebration aimed to alleviate any tension among the players. As applause resonated from the Rockets bench, Coach K reminded them, if we want to honor Rose, we must secure this victory. Let us make sure his stellar performance culminates in a triumphant result, all right? As the timeout concluded, the players of the Rockets huddled around Coach K, rising in unison. Rockets, let us soar, he shouted, and the players echoed his rallying cry. As both teams returned to the court, the Rockets deployed Doncic, Rose, Ariza, Tucker, and Ayton for the final push. Ariza and Tucker, as defensive stalwarts, aimed to stifle Lillard and C.J. McCollum, while Ayton's height would bolster their rebounding efforts. The Trail Blazers countered with Lillard, McCollum, Seth Curry, Maurice Harkless, and Nurkic, 4 of whom were proficient three-point shooters. As the referees signaled for the inbounds, Harkless raised the ball high, seeking a passing opportunity. Lillard and McCollum, the dynamic duo, darted about, utilizing screens to evade their defenders. Yet, Ariza and Tucker doggedly shadowed them, applying intense defensive pressure that thwarted their ability to receive the ball. Third. Quick. Third. Lillard called out, gesturing to his teammates. The Trail Blazers' movements shifted. Lillard set a screen for McCollum before sprinting to the corner. McCollum, using Nurkic's screen, feigned a catch, while Curry, who had been lurking in the corner, emerged to position himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Despite the frantic motion, Doncic remained glued to Curry and Oppo's side, persisting in his defense. However, time was running short for the Trail Blazers as they approached the expiration of their inbounds opportunity. Maurice Harkless, without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, swiftly passed the ball to the awaiting Seth Curry. Upon receiving the pass, Seth Curry found himself with an exceedingly brief window to execute his offensive play. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he leapt into the air and released a shot from beyond the arc. Chapter 86. Do not underestimate Seth as Curry. Seth Curry executed a swift jump shot, launching the ball from a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line on the right side. He did not manage to shake off Luka Doncic's defense, shooting directly over the Rockets player. My goodness! Seth Curry astonishingly took the shot while being closely guarded by Doncic. This shot was incredibly challenging. In the Pingway live broadcast room, commentator Wang Ming gasped in amazement. The game on the court elicited awe from everyone present. The ball sliced through the air, grazing Luka Doncic's fingertips as it soared toward the hoop. The cheers that had just filled the Toyota Center faded into silence. All eyes were fixated on the shot. If Seth Curry made it, the score would equalize with the Rockets. Additionally, it would grant the Trail Blazers an opportunity for the final possession. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Seth Curry's shot found its mark. Swish. The crisp sound of the net brought forth a chorus of disappointment from the fans in the Toyota Center. Following the basket, the Trail Blazers erupted in celebration. Seth Curry, with an impassive expression, executed an audacious double-handed celebration at his chest. He gazed at the fans on the sidelines with an air of pride. Oh my! Seth Curry has made an incredibly difficult shot. I can only say one thing. Do not underestimate Seth as Curry. Wang Ming exclaimed loudly in the Pingway live broadcast room. Beside him, Yang Yi chuckled. They're all Currys. Seth is a Curry too. Wang Ming was right. Do not underestimate Seth as Curry. The Curry family members are indeed formidable. Seth Curry has hit the equalizing three-pointer. The score now stands at 106-106. This offensive possession consumed merely 3 seconds. With 26 seconds remaining in the game, even if the Rockets utilized the final second of their possession, the Trail Blazers would still have approximately 2 seconds for their attack. While 2 seconds may seem brief, in the realm of the NBA, even a single second can yield significant changes. 2 seconds is ample time to alter the outcome of a game. Coach K called a timeout for the Rockets. Both teams' players gathered on the bench. Since it was a brief 20-second timeout, they did not sit but instead surrounded their coach, attentively listening to his final strategy. Coach, I believe I should execute the final possession, Doncic volunteered, positioning himself beside the coach, eager to take on the responsibility. Coach K shook his head. No, Luka. The opposing team will certainly focus their defense on you. You must understand that you are a crucial offensive point for them. Coach K decisively rejected Doncic's suggestion. As the head coach, Coach K's strategy was clear. With star players CP3 and Carmelo Anthony absent from the game, Luka Doncic, who had been performing exceptionally well, became the primary target of the opposing team and Oppo's defense. Thus, Coach K regarded Doncic as the focal point of their offense. His attention shifted to Rose and Carter, You two will bear the responsibility for the final possession. Coach K's words left the players astonished. Carter, a veteran in his 40s, despite his impressive performance, was an unexpected choice for executing the final play due to his age. As for Rose, having just joined the Rockets, while he had shown promise, assigning him the final play raised some doubts. However, Coach K's decision was unquestionable. Though he had never coached in the NBA, his reputation and prestige in the NCAA were sufficient to command respect from all his players. Coach, you decide. We will respect your choice. Ayton was the first to express his support. Donna nodded in agreement. Coach, please make the arrangements. We will execute without hesitation. Donna stated with determination. Other players nodded in support, expressing their unwavering confidence in Coach K's decision. Excellent. Since everyone supports me, let us assign the final possession to either Rose or Carter. I have a strategy that allows for 2 opportunities. Let us discuss our plan A. Coach K explained, sketching out the strategy on the board. How about it, Rose? This plan A is specifically designed for you. Do you have confidence? Rose momentarily felt uncertain under Coach K's scrutiny. Once the youngest MVP and the star of the Windy City, he had frequently taken the final shots. However, at this moment, he lacked assurance. Brother, I believe in you. Your abilities are undeniable. Win or lose, we will support you unconditionally. Luka Doncic encouraged, patting Rose's shoulder firmly. Indeed, brother, we are a team. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Ayton added, wrapping his arm around Rose's shoulder and offering loud encouragement. The support and trust from his teammates rekindled Rose's confidence. All right, Coach, I'm ready. Rose replied with unwavering resolve. Coach K nodded in satisfaction and quickly drew up another strategy on the board. Plan B is for Carter. If the first option isn't available, we will immediately execute this plan. Do you all understand? Coach K surveyed all the players present. Understood. They replied in unison. Perfect. All right, boys, let us give it our all. Coach K encouraged his team vocally. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Luka Doncic stood at the sideline, receiving the ball from the referee. Upon hearing the whistle for the inbound, all Rockets players quickly began to position themselves. Ayton ran to the left corner of the three-point line to set a screen for Rose. Rose utilized Ayton's screen, swiftly moving toward the top of the arc. Carter and Ariza closely followed Ayton and Oppo's lead, providing further screens for Rose beyond the three-point line. After 3 consecutive screens, Rose found an opening. Bro, the plan is working. Donna shouted, then tossed the basketball toward the vicinity of the hoop. Rose, initially positioned beyond the three-point line, suddenly made a sharp cutback, sprinting toward the paint. At that moment, the Trailblazers and Oppo's defense was absent from the key. Rose charged and unimpeded, leaping high into the air. Chapter 87. Encircling the locker room after skillfully maneuvering around 3 screens, Rose executed a swift cutback to the arc and charged towards the paint with determination. Morris Harkless, tasked with guarding Rose, found himself outsmarted. On the sidelines, Doncic shouted, launching the ball in the direction of the hoop. Rose, entirely unguarded, soared into the air. Once the youngest MVP who would never settle for a layup over a dunk, he now shone as the brightest star under the spotlight. All eyes were fixated on Rose, who glimmered like a rising star above the Toyota Center. Boom. With a thunderous dunk, Rose and Doncic executed a flawless alley-oop. In a mere 1.5 seconds, Rose propelled the Rockets ahead, 108-106. The Rockets momentarily led the Trailblazers by 2 points, with just 24.5 seconds remaining on the clock. This meant that unless the Trailblazers scored a three-pointer, the Rockets would have a scant 0.5 seconds left for a swift alley-oop score. The Trailblazers opted against calling a timeout, directly handing the ball to Lillard. As the unequivocal linchpin of the team, Lillard advanced the ball rapidly into the Rockets' half. Faced with the staunch defense of Ariza, Lillard's expression was steely. Spread out. Everyone spread out. Lillard commanded his teammates, dribbling with his right hand while gesturing with his left. As the leader of the Trailblazers, Lillard possessed both the authority and capability to execute the final play. Time ticked away. Everyone in the Toyota Center rose to their feet, anxiously observing every moment on the court. Come on, test my defense. Let us see if you can score over me. Ariza extended his long arms, closely shadowing Lillard, well aware of Lillard's reputation as a clutch performer. Especially in critical moments, Lillard never faltered. Lillard bit his lip, glancing at the timer. Only 10 seconds remained on the shot clock. He aimed to minimize the time, even if a rebound occurred, consuming the last second and denying the Rockets a final shot. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. At the 7-second mark, Lillard suddenly sprang into action. Holding the ball in his right hand, he quickly drove towards Ariza's left. Ariza, with arms outstretched, closely contested Lillard. Lillard swiftly reached the 45-degree angle of the three-point line, with only 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Just then, Carter, who had been defending a nearby trailblazer, unexpectedly lunged in for a double team. Caught off guard, Lillard had to abruptly stop and opted for a jump shot. Yet, in that split second, the seasoned Carter swiftly reached out, snatching the ball from Lillard's grasp. Oh my heavens! Lillard's shot was intercepted by Carter. The announcer Wang Meng exclaimed with excitement. On the court, Carter secured the ball and, donned in Rockets gear, raced towards the Trailblazers basket. Time flew by. 9 seconds. 6 seconds. 1 second. With just 1 second remaining, Carter was still 2 steps away from the three-point line. He assumed a horseback archer stance and launched the ball. The basketball sliced through the air, heading straight for the hoop. At that moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on the trajectory of the ball. If it went in, the Rockets would seal the game. Oh my, Carter has released the shot. The arc is utterly perfect. With Wang Meng's passionate commentary, the ball soared toward the basket. Swish. As the final buzzer echoed, the ball swished through the net. A long-range three-pointer. The veteran Carter, who joined the Rockets on a minimum contract, had created a miraculous game winner. This might just be the oldest player in NBA history to hit a game winner. Wang Meng exclaimed with fervor. Yang Yi chimed in, wow. What a beautiful shot. Who could have predicted that the veteran Carter could make such a shot and actually score? Not only Wang Meng and Yang Yi, but all Rockets fans in the Toyota Center erupted into a thunderous cheer. Incredible. UFO YYDS. Old Carter still has it. Truly remarkable. This shot struck at the very soul of the Trailblazers. Fans shouted in jubilation, celebrating Carter's achievement. The Rockets bench players were equally elated, crowding around Carter in a jubilant embrace. Brother, you were phenomenal. That shot was a true dagger. The Rockets players were ecstatic, cheering loudly. After the game and subsequent interviews, Carter returned to the locker room, only to be drenched with water by several teammates. Oh, haha. Carter shook his head, unable to contain his laughter. You youngsters. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to the elderly? With a broad smile, he showed no signs of annoyance. It was all orchestrated by the manager and coaches. Doncic had thrown Lin Feng under the bus. Brother Carter, you shone brightly tonight, capping off Rose's debut with a perfect ending, Lin Feng said cheerfully. Rose, blushing modestly, felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days commanding the court. All right, celebrations aside, we have other matters to attend to. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Everyone quieted down, directing their attention to him. Lin Feng turned slightly, revealing a stern-faced Anthony sitting behind him, laced with a hint of anger. Let us go, brothers. Let us block the Trailblazers' locker room door. We can win on the court, but we mustn't lose our spirit. Aminu's foul on the court was inexcusable. And Guogu stepped up. Regardless, as a united team, we must stand up for Guogu. As the acting general manager, Lin Feng's decision to confront the opposing players in their locker room was audacious. All right, I've never liked Aminu. Absolutely. Rose has just performed brilliantly. And that scoundrel nearly ruined it. In an instant, the Rockets players were seething with anger, rallying behind Lin Feng as they charged towards the Trailblazers locker room. Chapter 88. Aminu's apology. As the acting general manager of an NBA team, Lin Feng led the Rockets players through the player tunnel to confront the opposing team's locker room. Such an event is exceedingly rare in NBA history. The scene left the Rockets staff in the tunnel utterly astonished. My goodness, what is Lin planning to do? They all appeared furious. Surely, he isn't intending to block the opposing locker room, is he? Quickly, someone call security. We must not let this situation escalate. The Rockets staff hurriedly scattered. At that moment, Lin Feng had already positioned the Rockets players directly outside the Trailblazers locker room. Aminu, come out. Rose demands an apology. Lin Feng boldly stood at the forefront. Upon witnessing Lin Feng and Apos' approach, the Trailblazers players were incensed. Head coach Stotts quickly instructed the accompanying staff to restrain the players. Who do you think you are? You bring your crew to block us, Jacqueline? Are you trying to stir trouble? Come on. Do you think we fear you in Houston? The Trailblazers players yelled in unison. Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. Since you're not afraid, then I shall expose you. He gestured to Zhou, who promptly arrived with a throng of reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the malicious fouls committed by Aminu throughout his several seasons in the NBA, as well as some of his unsavory actions during college. Our acting general manager, Jack Lin, has brought the players here to demand an apology from the Trailblazers. Yet they refuse. Joan and Apos, and raised his tablet high, displaying vivid footage of Aminu and Apos as malicious fouls. Click. Click. The cameras flashed as reporters captured the entire scene. After the game, Lin Feng had instructed Zhou Nen to gather the reporters, claiming there was a significant story to reveal. Coincidentally, the Trailblazers and Apos, players and Apos, aggressive demeanor in their attempts to obstruct Lin Feng had been thoroughly documented by the press. The Trailblazers players were left speechless. They could never have anticipated that Lin Feng would resort to such tactics against them. Coach Stotts bore a grim expression, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Earlier, Lin Feng had merely requested an apology from Aminu to Rose, yet the Trailblazers players reacted with fury, adamantly refusing to apologize. To outsiders, the Trailblazers players appeared as bullies. Lin, this approach may not be wise. Issues can be resolved without media involvement, don't you think? Moreover, exposing Aminu's transgressions could lead to significant repercussions for him. Stotts voiced his concerns. Lin Feng shrugged. This is inconsequential. As long as my team members are harmed, I will defend them to the utmost. Not even the Almighty can deter me from protecting my players. Lin Feng stood firm. He was resolute in his determination to defend the Rockets players, regardless of the implications for Aminu's career. Stotts' face twitched, revealing his discomfort. At that moment, Lillard stepped forward. Lin, isn't this a bit excessive? What did you say? Lin Feng asked, cupping his ear. Damien, did I hear you correctly? You think I'm being excessive? Did Aminu consider that when he maliciously fouled Rose? Do you understand that this foul could potentially ruin Rose's entire career? Lillard fell silent, realizing that while he wished to defend his teammate, Aminu was indeed in the wrong. Come, let us focus the cameras. Observe how the Trailblazers refused to apologize. Lin Feng gestured for the Rockets players to step aside, allowing ample space for the reporters. Are you intent on causing a scene? Lillard asked, his expression cold. Causation? No. Lin Feng shook his head. I now require Aminu to come forth and apologize to Rose. Otherwise, this matter will continue to escalate. Perhaps we might even rename your team. Lin Feng pondered. How about the Portland Martial Arts team, or the Portland Bullies? Lillard wore a resigned expression, with the number of reporters increasing outside. If Aminu did not apologize today, not only would his reputation suffer, but the Trailblazers would also face negative publicity. From the perspective of both the players and the team, this was decidedly unfavorable. Lillard turned and entered the locker room, expressing his exasperation to Aminu. Brother, you should probably go out and apologize. A true man knows when to bend, especially since you were at fault. As the situation escalated, Aminu realized that the repercussions of these revelations could indeed jeopardize his career. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to address the media. Rose, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to commit a malicious foul today, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Aminu offered a heartfelt apology to Rose. Is that it? Lin Feng scoffed. What about Anthony? You sought to harm him without remorse. Shouldn't he receive an apology as well? Lin Feng remained unyielding. If you stand up, you must stand firm. Aminu's expression soured. After a brief hesitation, he approached Anthony. Carmelo, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I recognize my wrongdoing and hope for your understanding. Aminu felt powerless. With dozens of reporters present, apologizing was his only recourse. Brother, focus on the game. You are here to play, not to fight, Anthony said, patting Aminu on the back with encouragement. Aminu's face reddened, and he remained silent. How does that sound? Is everything settled now? Lillard inquired. Fair enough, but I will still report this to the league for further action, Lin Feng replied matter-of-factly. With that, he waved his hand and led the Rockets players away from the Trailblazers locker room before the security arrived to maintain order. What a satisfying day. Winning both the game and the moral high ground is exhilarating. Anthony laughed heartily on the way back. Indeed, Lin is truly remarkable. He had the media on standby to apply pressure. Lin is incredibly responsible toward his players. My admiration for him grows stronger. Lin is loyal and fiercely protective of us. Truly a gem of a general manager for the Rockets. Chapter 89. The League and Apos. As punishment, the incident where Lin Feng led the Houston Rockets players to surround the Portland Trailblazers and Apos locker room surged to the top of the trending list across the United States. In an instant, Jack Lin's name became the focal point of discussion among sports enthusiasts nationwide. Major media outlets and social media platforms fervently circulated videos of the Rockets players confronting the Blazers in the hallway. Rockets players voiced their unwavering support for Lin Feng, showcasing the remarkable team cohesion fostered under his leadership. What a fortunate circumstance it is to be a member of the Rockets. In times of crisis, players need not panic. For interim general manager Jack Lin stands up for them, transforming despair into joy. On the streets of Houston, one could inquire who truly holds sway. On platforms like Twitter, Rockets fans overwhelmingly applauded Lin Feng and AMP, Oppo's actions. The fervor surrounding his name even eclipsed the Rockets and AMP, Oppo's impressive 6-game winning streak. It is indeed astonishing. In the history of the NBA, it is unprecedented for a team and Oppo's general manager to lead players in confronting opposing athletes. Who would have thought that Jack Lin possessed such courage and responsibility? During an ESPN broadcast, the legendary Shaquille O and AMP, Oppo's Neil held his smartphone aloft, displaying footage of Lin Feng and AMP, Oppo's confrontation with the Blazers locker room. Although Jack Lin and Oppo's trading decisions have been perplexing, his passion has undeniably inspired me. Truly, players are fortunate to have such a general manager. Despite their ongoing wager regarding the Rockets' 10 consecutive victories, O'Neal found nothing but praise for Lin Feng. However, the outspoken Charles Barkley vehemently disagreed, shaking his head. I do not believe what you say is correct. On the court, one must let their performance speak for itself. Jack Lin confronting the Blazers locker room strikes me as an act of bullying, and one must ponder whether he would dare to act so boldly in Portland. Barkley continued to express his dissatisfaction with Lin Feng, eagerly anticipating how he would respond if the Rockets were ever cornered. If he does not cower, I shall retract my words and apologize. The esteemed commentator A. Smith chimed in, you are focusing solely on Lin Feng himself. Currently, the NBA is convening to deliberate on the penalties for the players involved in the altercation between the Houston Rockets and the Portland Trail Blazers, including Jack Lin for leading the confrontation. We shall await the NBA officials' decision regarding this matter. Meanwhile, in the Houston Rockets general manager's office, Lin Feng had just completed his work when Jo Ayton entered, dressed in sporty attire and sporting a ponytail that accentuated her youthful vibrance. Lin Feng, take a look. Your popularity has surged once again. Thanks to you, the Rockets live stream has sold a significant number of merchandise today. By the way, the boss called to request the customization of 300 jerseys featuring the passionate general manager as theme. Jo Ayton placed the tablet displaying the ESPN broadcast in front of Lin Feng. Observing the 3 familiar faces on screen, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. These 3 have such mixed opinions about me. There's nothing of note. I merely did what was necessary. He promptly turned off the live stream. While he had indeed taken actions to elevate the Rockets and AMP, Oppo's profile and popularity, his confrontation with the Blazers was driven by a genuine desire to stand up for his players, thereby significantly enhancing the team's unity. As for the co-branded jerseys mentioned by the Waste Emperor, he could leave that to her discretion. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent to such matters. By the way, Ayton, you're just in time. He shifted the conversation. What brings you here? Jo Ayton blinked her beautiful eyes, curiosity evident on her face. Actually, I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you, Lin Feng replied with a smile. A personal matter? Jo Ayton looked perplexed. Go ahead. No need to be polite. I wish to rent an apartment, Lin Feng said. Living within the team feels a bit awkward. One never knows when they might be live-streamed. He jested. In that case, how about we share an apartment? Jo Ayton suggested eagerly. Share an apartment? Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. Sharing an apartment with Jo Ayton sounded quite enticing. That might not be appropriate. He feigned hesitation. Jo Ayton smiled, her cheeks dimpling charmingly. It and Oppo's, as perfectly fine. I recently rented an apartment and happened to have some space available. Her fondness for Lin Feng was evident. Otherwise, she would not have made such a proposal. Before Lin Feng could respond, the voice of the Rockets' personnel manager, Fetus, interrupted from outside the door. Manager, are you in? The league's punishment results are in. Lin Feng called out, come in. Fetus entered, a man of modest stature in his 40s, with a broad face that exuded sincerity. Oh, Ayton is here too. Fetus acknowledged her with a nod. What are the results of the league's punishment? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Fetus presented the printed notice of penalties before Lin Feng. Amino has received a 10-game suspension and a fine of 50,000. Anthony faces a 5-game suspension and a 30,000 fine. As for you. Before he could finish, Lin Feng's gaze had already fallen on his own punishment. My penalty is a 5-day suspension and a 200,000 fine. Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Manager, you need not worry about the fine. The boss has called, saying he will cover it. However, the 5-day suspension means you won't be able to participate in the upcoming games or attend the matches in person. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. He recognized that the league's punishment was inevitable, yet he was willing to accept it for the long-term benefit of the Rockets. All right, I am tired. You may leave. Ayton, let us finalize that arrangement. I have a few days of free time to move in. Lin Feng smiled broadly, revealing a set of perfectly aligned teeth. Ayton bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. With an affirmative sound, she departed alongside Fetus. Once they left, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Rockets have achieved a 6-game winning streak. Ding. Winning streak bonus awarded. 1 crafting card. Chapter 90. Fighting for Jacqueline. Although Lin Feng faced suspension and fines from the league, he could not help but feel a sense of joy upon receiving a crafting card. Oh, dear system, you are truly too kind. A mere winning streak. Just a routine occurrence, yet you lavish me with a crafting card. I feel rather embarrassed. Beep. System notification. The host may refuse the system's reward. Beep. Does the host wish to decline? Refuse? How could I? With this crafting card, I can transform players, helping the young ones mature and rejuvenating the veterans. If I were to forego the crafting card graciously bestowed by the system, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? System, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Pray tell, what crafting card is this? Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a Silver Metal Stamina Expert crafting card. A Silver Metal Stamina Expert? Lin Feng's excitement surged. How splendid. This crafting card arrives at the most opportune moment. Previously, I had acquired a Hall of Fame level Stamina Expert crafting card, allowing the legendary Carter to relive his prime and soar like a UFO. Now, if I equip this Silver Metal Stamina Expert crafting card on St. Paul, Wooden and Amp, Oppos, that be absolutely delightful? Lin Feng eagerly rubbed his hands, his expression brimming with exhilaration. If not for the concern that a loud shout might disturb others, he would have burst into song. Today, the common folk, oh how joyous it is. Despite this, Lin Feng could not resist dancing with glee. After one more match, St. Paul would be free from suspension. Once that time comes, I shall equip the Silver Metal Stamina Expert crafting card on St. Paul. Injuries and fatigue, be gone. Lin Feng envisioned the explosive energy St. Paul would unleash on the court with the Silver Metal Stamina Expert equipped. Time swiftly passed. And before the away game against the Thunder, Lin Feng found himself at the Chesapeake Energy Arena. Alongside him was the previously suspended Carmelo Anthony, who was now clad in training attire, a basketball in hand. The two stood on the sidelines, chatting and laughing. During Lin Feng and Oppos' suspension, he had moved into an apartment shared with Joanin. In secret, he had directed Joanin to represent the Rockets in appealing to the league regarding Anthony's suspension. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the entire Rockets team, the league revised Anthony's punishment, reducing the suspension from 5 games to 3. Thus, in this encounter against the Thunder, Anthony would be starting. How have you been resting, Melo? Tonight is a game of reckoning, Lin Feng teased, nudging Anthony with his shoulder. Anthony, dressed in a hoodie and training gear, replied, Indeed, I am looking forward to returning to Chesapeake Energy Arena. Last season and Oppos' memories linger vividly. Anthony reflected on his previous season, which had been far from pleasant. He had diminished his shooting opportunities and had even been relegated to a bench role. Yet, Thunder fans and certain teammates still believed he fell short, leaving him with a bitter taste. Melo, give it your all tonight. Let's reclaim what we've lost, Lin Feng said, firmly patting Anthony's shoulder. This match against the Thunder was crucial. Not only was it Anthony's chance for redemption, but it also represented the final game in the Rockets' quest for a 10-game winning streak. Following victories over the Nets, Bulls, and Pacers, this match was pivotal for achieving the goal of 10 consecutive wins. Rest assured, for myself and for you, I shall give my all. Anthony winked at Lin Feng. I have not forgotten our wager with ESPN. This is the last game for the 10-game winning streak. Rest assured, I believe they will not falter, Anthony remarked, glancing at his teammates training on the court. Since Lin Feng's suspension and fine, the Rockets players had been playing with newfound vigor, striving to win not only for the team, but also for their passionate and responsible interim general manager, Jacqueline. Especially after St. Paul's return and the Silver Metal Stamina Expert crafting card being equipped, Paul's energy had surged, allowing him to make critical contributions on the court. Indeed, I trust in you all, Lin Feng affirmed, nodding earnestly. All right, I must get back to training. If I slack off, Coach K will be furious. Anthony joked before dashing onto the court. Once Anthony departed, Lin Feng immediately summoned the system in his mind. Beep. How may I assist you, host? System. I wish to review my crafting card pack. Beep. Pack opened. The host has 3 remaining crafting cards: Gold Medal Ball Holding Steel Expert, Gold Medal Passing Expert, and Gold Medal Screen Expert. After victories over the Nets, Bulls, and Pacers, Lin Feng had received 3 crafting cards, yet he had not yet utilized them. Equip the Gold Medal Ball Holding Steel Expert crafting card on Doncic. Lin Feng pondered briefly before continuing. Equip the remaining 2 cards on Ayton. Doncic possesses formidable offensive prowess and decent defense. Equipping him with the Gold Medal Ball Holding Steel Expert will enhance his perimeter defensive capabilities. As for Ayton, Lin Feng aimed for his comprehensive development, aspiring for him to become an all-around center akin to Jokic in the future. Beep. Equipping complete. Please check. Before Lin Feng's eyes, a Gold Medal Ball Holding Steel Expert crafting card appeared above Doncic, while Gold Medal Screen Expert and Gold Medal Passing Expert manifested above Ayton's head. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With these crafting cards, he could effortlessly elevate the abilities of the players he desired to enhance. Standing on the sidelines, Lin Feng observed as the team's training drew to a close. Coach K gathered all the players around Lin Feng. The Rockets players looked at him with admiration and respect. This is the final game for the 10-game winning streak. We will give our all to win this match for you. For Jack Lin. Coach K's words ignited a rallying cry among the players. Win for Jack Lin. They echoed fervently. Chapter 91. The Grudge Match begins. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. And welcome to the ESPN studio. I am your old friend, Shaquille O'Neal. Dressed in a tailored suit, the towering and robust O'Neal appears on screen, sporting a whimsical expression as he leans close to the camera. Ahaha, have I dazzled you with my charm? The big shark O'Neal quips while flamboyantly ruffling his own head with his right hand. Oh, let me live a few more days. You are truly too self-absorbed. Take a good look. Do you think you have any resemblance to handsome? In their customary banter, Barkley does not hold back in his mockery of O'Neal. Ha! Shaquille, you are always so entertaining. You make me laugh uncontrollably, remarks commentator A. Smith, unable to contain his laughter at O'Neal's antics. O'Neal sticks out his tongue and then settles back into his seat. Today is indeed a special day, as O'Neal speaks. The large screen in the studio displays the Houston Rockets' recent performance chart over their last 9 games. Behold, the Rockets have unexpectedly achieved a 9-game winning streak. What remarkable fortune! O'Neal declares loudly, clearly skeptical of the Rockets' previous victories. Indeed, quite fortunate, Barkley concurs with O'Neal's sentiments. Among their schedule, they have only triumphed over 3 relatively strong teams: the Lakers, the Trail Blazers, and the Jazz. The remaining opponents, including the Nets, Pacers, Bulls, Clippers, and Pelicans, are universally acknowledged as weaker teams. O'Neal points at the Rockets' performance chart on the screen. Do you see this? These are the teams the Rockets have defeated. Weaker teams outnumber the strong ones. Today marks their 10th consecutive victory, and it is also the final match of our wager with Lin Feng. Moreover, it is a grudge match involving Anthony and the Oklahoma City Thunder. In this highly anticipated game, I do not believe the Rockets can display their usual style. Despite Neil and Oppo's evolving opinion of Lin Feng, it does not alter his skepticism regarding the Rockets. Jack Lin and Oppo's off-season and Oppo's dinner table and Oppo's maneuvering will be thoroughly exposed in this match. Barkley shares his thoughts on the impending game between the Rockets and the Thunder. Furthermore, I still maintain that the Rockets will not secure victory in this match, nor will they achieve a 10-game winning streak. The ESPN studio captures Lin Feng, who is seated in the VIP box, keenly observing the unfolding events. Before Lin Feng can express his displeasure, Joanin is already fuming. O'Neal and Barkley are truly excessive. We have already achieved a 9-game winning streak. And yet they still doubt us. It is utterly incomprehensible. Joanin stands with her hands on her hips, her beautiful face etched with frost. Dressed in a long, dark green dress with lengthy slits on either side, her anger causes her to stomp her feet, revealing her long, fair legs. Lin Feng chuckles. Hey, Lin Feng. How can you still laugh? They are being outrageous. I'm going to tweet about these scoundrels. The strength of the Rockets has already been demonstrated. Moreover, they are currently the only team, aside from the Warriors, that has yet to lose a game. Joanin Oppos and clenches her fists, visibly displeased. And Oppos, and there is no need to be upset. The more they doubt the Rockets, the more satisfying it will be when we win this match. And their faces will be left stinging. But the wager merely requires them to kiss each other's behinds. It is far too lenient for them. Joanin stands up for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiles. Don't rush. The game has not even begun yet. I plan to raise the stakes. If they lose, they must publicly apologize to the entire Rockets team. Furthermore, they must endure the ice bucket challenge from all Rockets players, leaving them thoroughly chilled from head to toe. As Lin Feng speaks, he issues another challenge to O and Oppos, Neal, Barkley, and A. Smith. Should the Rockets lose the game, the increased stakes involve them crawling out from the Rockets office during the live broadcast. Upon seeing Lin Feng's tweet, the trio in the ESPN studio immediately rise to the challenge. With the pregame wager and the animosity between Anthony and the Thunder, this nationally followed NBA match is set to commence. The commentators have begun introducing the players from both teams as they prepare to take the court. The Rockets field their regular lineup of Chris Paul, Avery Bradley, Carmelo Anthony, P.J. Tucker, and center Deandre Ayton, while the Thunder counter with Russell Westbrook, Andre Roberson, Paul George, Jeremy Grant, and center Steven Adams. In the original timeline, Andre Roberson underwent surgery for a torn left patellar ligament on January 29, 2018, which not only sidelined him for the season, but also kept him out for the entirety of the 2018 to 2019 season. However, due to Lin Feng's arrival, Roberson's health issues have been unexpectedly resolved. Now, Andre Roberson remains the Thunder's trusted perimeter defender. Before the jump ball, players from both teams share embraces and greeting. Hey, long time no see, Paul George says with a smile as he hugs Carmelo Anthony. Indeed, by the time we meet again, we are now opponents. I want to be holding back tonight, Anthony replies, revealing his competitive spirit. Paul George lightly taps Anthony on the chest with his fist. Let us give it our all. I want to take it easy either. Let us settle this on the court. George smiles at Anthony before taking his position. Anthony and Westbrook exchange fist bumps before promptly separating. The centers, Ayton and Adams, stand poised at the center circle, prepared for the referee to toss the ball into the air. With the sound of the starting whistle, the referee lofts the basketball skyward. The match, entwined with Lin Feng's wager and the rivalry between Anthony and the Thunder, officially commences. As the basketball ascends, Ayton leaps first, deftly directing the ball to the backcourt. CP3 secures the ball, swiftly advancing past half-court to orchestrate the Rockets' first offensive play of the game. Carmelo Anthony positions himself near the elbow, extending his left arm to signal for the ball. The very first shot of the game already demonstrates Anthony's determination for the evening. CP3, over here, pass me the ball. CP3 gestures for his teammates to clear one side, granting Anthony ample space to operate, before delivering the ball into Anthony and Oppos' hands. As Anthony receives the ball, a chorus of boos erupts from the Thunder fans in attendance. Chapter 92, Melo's Determination Hush. The Chesapeake Energy Arena resonated with a cacophony of boos, a tide threatening to engulf the players on the court. Hey, did you hear that? Aren't you a bit disturbed by all this noise? Paul George whispered in Anthony's ear, who was tasked with defending against the formidable Carmelo Anthony. Anthony, seasoned by his illustrious career as a former All-Star, remained unfazed by the chorus of disapproval. He recalled similar scenes upon joining the Thunder, returning to the Big Apple. No big deal. The louder they boo, the more it excites me. The best response is my stellar performance. As he spoke, Anthony pivoted to face the basket. With a swift feint to the right, he sought to shift George and amp Oppos' defensive focus, followed by a deceptive shot fake aimed at outmaneuvering his opponent. However, George, an elite defender, exhibited remarkable defensive discipline, maintaining impeccable positioning despite Anthony's intricate movements. Watch closely. I'm about to unleash, Anthony declared, making another probing step to the right, releasing the ball with his right hand. He surged toward the paint. This is nothing. Not a challenge at all. George shadowed him, attempting to thwart Anthony's advance. Yet, in that moment, Anthony executed a smooth, rolling spin, leaving George behind. His movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a washing machine in operation. Oh no, George thought in alarm as he saw Anthony preparing to shoot. He leaped, desperate to disrupt the shot. Hey, brother. You fell for it. Anthony wore a cunning smile. Before the captivated audience, he elegantly evaded George and, pivoting around his right foot, executed a flawless low-post dream shake, fully shedding George's defense. The arena's boos transformed into gasps of astonishment. With ample space to shoot, Anthony rose gently, depositing the ball into the net. 2-0. The Rockets struck first, with Anthony successfully scoring against George in the elbow area, marking a triumphant beginning to the match. Melo, splendid. That move was flawless, cheered the Rockets bench. Players vigorously waving towels. Zhou Qi mimicked Anthony's graceful maneuvers from the sidelines. Dude, that fake was so convincing, even I was fooled, George remarked as he jogged back to the front court, giving Anthony a playful slap on the back. Anthony shrugged nonchalantly. This is just a warm-up. You know my offensive arsenal is vast. As the Thunder took their turn on offense, their star, Russell Westbrook, charged past half-court. The Rockets opted not to assign CP3 to guard Westbrook, but instead deployed defensive specialist Avery Bradley. Adams set the screen. Westbrook called out to the Thunder's center, Adams, whose towering presence resembled that of Aquaman, swiftly approached. Get through. Allow Westbrook his three. Ayton, in pursuit, instructed Bradley. All right, brother, leave it to me. Coach said Westbrook's three-point shooting is inconsistent. I'll remember that. Prior to the game, Coach K had devised a strategy. While Westbrook possessed a degree of three-point ability, it was notably erratic. Thus, Coach K instructed defenders to avoid switching on screens, instead opting for a strategy of navigating around and delaying Westbrook and Oppo's efforts, aiming to force him into mid-range shots. As Westbrook and Adams executed the screen, the current version of Westbrook was far from the tentative player he would later become with the Lakers. He retained immense explosive power and agility. The moment the screen was set, Westbrook surged forward like a race car with 5 boosters, barreling into the Rockets' paint. Ayton, intending to delay Westbrook, found himself unable to keep pace with Westbrook's breakneck speed. Wow, this guy is too fast, Ayton exclaimed in disbelief. Westbrook surged into the lane like a whirlwind. This is nothing. If you want to get past the screen, you'll pay the price. Westbrook was now in his takeoff zone. Even a dunk from here would see him easily score. Fly, the basket is right there, he urged himself internally. Just then, out of nowhere, Anthony appeared, positioning himself firmly in Westbrook's path. Having been responsible for guarding George, Anthony swiftly transitioned to help defense, anticipating Westbrook's drive. He established position, ready to draw a charge. Westbrook, now in full speed mode, was unable to halt his momentum. There was no time to pass now. Anthony and Oppo's perfect timing and positioning denied Westbrook even the chance to release the ball. Thud. Unable to slow down, Westbrook collided with Anthony. Simultaneously, the referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air. The baseline official signaled an offensive foul, awarding possession to the Rockets. Anthony, sent sprawling from the impact, lay on the ground, yet still managed to wave his arms in celebration. Hush. The Chesapeake Energy Arena echoed once more with a wave of boos. Yet amidst the cacophony, Anthony remained composed. Undeterred by the jeers, Westbrook, shaking his head in resignation, relinquished the ball to the referee and hastily retreated to defend. The Rockets inbound, this time directly to Anthony. As Melo approached half-court, he stood at a sharp 45-degree angle to the left of the three-point line, still facing George's staunch defense. Brother, this time I won't let you score easily, George declared, closely monitoring Anthony as the fans continued to boo. Yet, amidst the uproar, Anthony made an unexpected decision, launching a three-pointer while enduring George and Oppo's defense. The basketball sliced through the air, racing towards the hoop. Chapter 93. The Rockets, a pinnacle of offense and defense. Amidst the cacophony of jeers in the Chesapeake Energy Arena, Carmelo Anthony, confronted by the elite defender Paul George of the Thunder and the league, audaciously opts for a three-point jumper. The basketball slices through the air, hurtling towards the hoop. Under the collective gaze of onlookers, swish, the ball finds its mark. Oh, my heavens. Anthony's shot is utterly outrageous. The commentator, brimming with excitement, exclaims fervently. Unfazed by the home crowd's disdain, Anthony retaliates with his prowess, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of all detractors. Despite Anthony's formidable three-pointer, the jeers from the audience persist, albeit somewhat subdued this time. After sinking the jumper, Anthony turns to face the stands, raising his right index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The most eloquent response to the cacophony is to let his performance do the talking. Witnessing Anthony's commanding gesture, the fans seethe with frustration, yet find themselves powerless to counteract. Well then, George, was that unexpected? After delivering a fierce retort to the fans, Anthony casually shrugs in Paul George's direction, embodying an air of nonchalance. Anthony has long suppressed his spirit. Last season with the Thunder, he seemed to lose himself. Once a celebrated all-star, a once-touted prodigy, Anthony carries a pride all his own. In this game, he aims to safeguard his dwindling glory. My friend, your performance is commendable. Now it is my turn. As Paul George makes his way into the Rockets' half-court, utilizing Adams' screen to emerge from the baseline, He receives a pass from Westbrook. "Don't switch, I've got him," Anthony asserts with unwavering focus. Capitalizing on Adams and Oppo's excellent screen, Anthony chooses to fight through it. At that moment, George finds a sliver of shooting space. "This one's for you," George shouts, launching a shot. Yet, just then, Anthony, having navigated the screen, extends his long arm, propelling himself toward George with all his might. At this very instant, unbeknownst to all, a golden emblem of the Death Grip card illuminates above Anthony's head. "This shot is mine." Anthony leaps with vigor, arms outstretched, emphatically blocking Paul George's attempt. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the arena. My heavens, is this still the Anthony of last season? This robust defense makes one question if he was merely acting in the Thunder last year. The audacity of Anthony to block George? Unbelievable. The fans don expressions of agony, each marveling at Anthony's tenacious defense. Once he blocks George, Anthony immediately cradles the basketball, unleashing a long pass to the swiftly advancing CP3. CP3 accelerates with the ball, creating a 2-on-1 scenario against the Thunder and Oppo's front line. Westbrook, retreating solo, finds himself overwhelmed by the dual threat posed by CP3 and Luka Doncic. "Luka, take flight," CP3 calls out, seizing the opportunity to loft the ball high. Without hesitation, Doncic springs into the air, propelling himself with vigor. CP3's passing finesse shines through, delivering the ball to the optimal position for an alley-oop. Luka, airborne, effortlessly secures the ball and emphatically slams it through the hoop. Bam! The thunderous dunk lands like a heavy blow, extinguishing the fervor of the Chesapeake Energy Arena's crowd. The once noisy arena falls into a stunned silence following this fast break spectacle. "Oh. Ha ha ha." After landing, Luka Doncic throws his head back in triumph, flexing his right arm to showcase his muscles. How about that? This is the manifestation of strength. The Rockets, a force to be reckoned with. Doncic bellows towards the audience, eliciting eye rolls from fans who can no longer bear his ostentation. Thunder's head coach Billy Donovan shakes his head in resignation. He glances at the scoreboard, noting the Rockets leading 7-0. Yet, even in the face of this deficit, Donovan refrains from calling a timeout. He inhales deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Russell, this offensive play is yours," Billy Donovan instructs, determined to halt the opposing team's momentum and ignite his own offense. Fully trusting Westbrook's capabilities, he willingly entrusts the authority to alter the course of the game to him. Westbrook exhales deeply, nodding at his coach. "No problem, leave it to me." He gestures for his teammates to spread out, and they comply swiftly. Confronted by the Rockets' Avery Bradley, Westbrook opts for a personal offensive approach. With a deft move, he transitions the ball from his right hand to his left, then accelerates. In the midst of his drive, Westbrook shifts the ball back to his right, never once slowing down. In fact, his speed intensifies. Bradley, caught off balance by Westbrook's intricate maneuvers, finds himself out of position. "You can't guard me," Westbrook bellows, akin to a car shifting into high gear, sprinting ahead and leaving Bradley in his wake. This is the terrifying athletic prowess of Westbrook. Having distanced himself from Bradley, Westbrook charges towards the paint with the ferocity of a sports car. Before him, the hoop appears as vast as an ocean. Yet, just then, Ayton, tasked with guarding the formidable Adams, rushes over to assist in defending Westbrook, unfazed by Ayton's presence. Westbrook presses forward, legs propelling him into a powerful dunking stance. "No one can hinder my path. Not even you," Westbrook roars, swinging his right arm as he barrels toward the hoop. "If you want to score, you'll have to ask me first," Ayton shouts, extending his long arms in an effort to block Westbrook. Both leap into the air, colliding with force. Chapter 94. Tenacious defense with unwavering determination, Westbrook charged into the Rockets' paint. Confronted by the formidable presence of center Ayton, he exhibited no hesitation, launching himself into the air with the intent of executing a thunderous dunk over Ayton. Yet, Ayton stood resolute, having been awakened by Lin Feng's earlier admonishments in the season's inaugural game. No longer passive, he had become a bastion of strength. As Westbrook prepared to soar above him, Ayton remained undaunted, extending his arms and leaping high into the air. The two athletes, one on offense and the other on defense, exemplified sheer physicality. The impact was resounding. Ayton and Westbrook collided mid-air, the sound of their muscular clash echoing through the arena. Utilizing his height, wingspan, and robust physique, Ayton firmly pressed down on the basketball in Westbrook's grasp. "Get down. This is Houston's no-fly zone," Ayton bellowed, exerting all his might. Despite Westbrook's own considerable strength, he found himself overpowered by Ayton's unwavering force. In front of an audience captivated by the spectacle, Ayton decisively pinned Westbrook's shot to the ground, causing Westbrook to crash heavily onto the hardwood. An impeccable defense. The commentator shouted with fervor. It was a spectacular block, forceful yet graceful, absolutely clean, devoid of any foul. The announcer's voice rose in excitement, inspired by Ayton's tenacity. Oh yeah, what a moment. In a VIP box, Joe Ayton leaped in jubilation, while Lin Feng looked on with pride at Ayton's performance. Had this occurred in Ayton's previous incarnation, such a feat would have been inconceivable, his defense once plagued by timidity and an aversion to confrontation. But now, Ayton exuded strength and precision, a badge signifying his prowess as a shot blocker illuminated above Ayton's head. Lin Feng reflected on the inconsistency of a bronze badge, wishing for a Hall of Fame or gold accolade instead. On the court, after executing the block, Ayton triumphantly clutched the ball with one arm while raising his other hand high, mimicking the legendary Dikembe Mutombo, and gestured to the Thunder's fans and players with a warning finger. I told you, no one is allowed to intrude upon Houston's no-fly zone. Ayton's demeanor was commanding, fierce, and laced with defiance. However, just as he basked in his moment of glory, the referee's whistle pierced through the arena. The referee issued a technical foul against Ayton, leaving him bewildered. This decision sparked outrage even among the Rockets bench. What is going on? Why a technical foul on Ayton for that? Coach Old K exclaimed, his composure unraveling. He approached the referee, demanding clarification. This is absurd. Ayton's defense was impeccable. Are you targeting our team with such calls? As the head coach, it was his duty to advocate for his players in the face of questionable officiating. Failure to do so could fracture the morale of his team. The lead referee, a woman, raised her hands in a gesture for calm. Coach K, please remain composed. My call was in accordance with league regulations. Players are prohibited from taunting opponents on the court, and aside from the retired Mutombo, no one is allowed to make such gestures. Thus, I had no choice but to assess a technical foul to Ayton. Coach Old K rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such a call is trivial. There is no need for such scrutiny. It was merely a gesture, devoid of provocation. He continued to defend Ayton, but the female referee shrugged. I am simply enforcing league rules. Now, please return to your seat and allow the game to proceed. Eventually, with the assistance of his coaching staff and players, Coach Old K begrudgingly returned to his position. As a consequence of Ayton and Oppo's technical foul, the Thunder were awarded 2 free throws. Paul George stepped up to the line and confidently converted both, securing 2 points for his team. The Rockets resumed play, with CP3 advancing the ball past half-court. Upon crossing the line, he signaled for Ayton to set a screen. Ayton sprinted from the baseline to the right side of the three-point line, positioning himself to assist CP3. Knowing the importance of denying him a passing opportunity, Westbrook committed to switching defensive assignments. However, this maneuver inadvertently afforded CP3 the chance to exploit a mismatch. Hey, Chris, give me the ball. I can score, Ayton called out, establishing a dominant position against Westbrook. With extensive court experience, CP3 recognized the moment and, opting for patience, executed a bounce pass to Ayton in the paint. Ayton, cradling the ball in both hands, prepared to make his move, but Westbrook stealthily snuck in from behind, swiping the ball away. You think you can take me on one-on-one? How naive. Westbrook taunted as he executed a brilliant steal. The crowd erupted in cheers while Ayton, frustrated, shook his head and slapped his thigh before sprinting back toward his own basket. Westbrook, having seized the ball, surged forward like a speeding train, dashing toward the Rockets' half-court at an exhilarating pace, nearly outpacing the arena's cameras. Watch out. This is going to be a thunderous dunk. The commentator's voice strained with excitement. Yet, amidst the cheers from Thunder fans and the din of the crowd, a shadow emerged with urgency. Number 7. The vibrant red jersey of Carmelo Anthony materialized alongside Westbrook. He had sprinted to catch up, pushing himself to the limit, driven to prove his worth to those who had underestimated him. If you want to dunk, you better ask me first. Melo roared as he lunged toward Westbrook, determined to contest the impending slam. Chapter 95, The Glory of Melon. Carmelo Anthony shouted as he leaped high from the side of Russell Westbrook, launching himself towards the ladder. Bang! With all his might, Anthony forcefully swatted the basketball from Westbrook's hands. What a spectacle! Another flawless block. The action was clean and swift, free from any foul. The enthusiastic commentator exclaimed. It had been long since anyone had witnessed such tenacious defense from Anthony. The intensity of his defense had only been seen during the years of battling against Kobe in the Western Conference Finals. Bang! Although Anthony had successfully blocked Westbrook from the side, the two collided fiercely. As Anthony charged in from the side, he lost his balance mid-air. Following the violent impact with Westbrook, he was sent sprawling. Bang! Immediately after, Anthony crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a pained cry. The arena fell silent at the sight of Anthony suffering. Once Westbrook landed, he hurried to check on Anthony's condition. "Hey man, are you all right? Is anything bothering you?" As former teammates from the previous season, Westbrook and Anthony shared a decent rapport. Despite the external criticism and ridicule directed at Anthony, Westbrook had never spoken ill of him. "My wrist hurts a bit." Anthony grimaced in pain, clutching his wrist tightly. Players from the Rockets rushed over. The large screen in the arena repeatedly replayed the moment Anthony hit the ground. In slow motion, everyone could clearly see that as Anthony lost his balance in midair, he instinctively reached out with his right hand to brace for the fall, resulting in a severe twist of his wrist. The fans in attendance wore solemn expressions. Their previous jeers were replaced by a sense of admiration. Old warriors do not fade away, they simply wither. For a veteran like Anthony, who has graced the NBA courts for years, to still exhibit such fierce determination on the floor is deserving of universal respect. Despite the common notion that Anthony and Apos' defense was lacking, in this match against the Thunder, within just 2 minutes of the game, he had forced Westbrook into an offensive foul, and, when the entire Rockets team failed to transition back on defense, he sprinted back to block Westbrook's dunk. Who could still question Anthony and Apos' defensive prowess? Who would dare to claim he does not give his all on the defensive end? Everyone regarded Anthony and Apos' performance with newfound respect. "How are you doing, Melo? Can you continue playing?" Upon witnessing Anthony's heavy fall, Lin Feng could no longer remain seated. He exited the VIP box and made his way onto the court. At that moment, Anthony lay on the ground, attempting to move his wrist. But the sharp pain still lingered. "No problem, I can still play." Anthony's expression was resolute. He was determined to persist in this rivalry against the Thunder. This exemplifies the grit of traditional basketball. "Melo, don't push it. If you're injured, you need to rest." Lin Feng looked at Anthony with concern. He did not wish to see Anthony's condition worsen due to a single game. "Don't worry, bro. I'm fine." Anthony met Lin Feng's gaze with a reassuring look, signaling him not to worry. "Melo, please, Don and Apos, force it. If you feel unwell, stop immediately." Lin Feng wanted to witness Anthony and Apos' prowess on the court. But if it meant risking his injury, that was a different matter. After a brief interlude, with the assistance of the team doctor, Anthony wrapped his right wrist. When he re-entered the court, the fans at Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted not in boos, but in resounding cheers and applause. They were moved by Anthony and Apos' toughness and indomitable spirit. Standing back on the court, the Rockets initiated their offense once more. "Carmelo, are you up for it? How about you take the shot?" CP3 inquired as he advanced the ball up the court. "Absolutely." Anthony nodded vigorously. "Brother, you know me. I'm not easily defeated." Hearing this, CP3 unhesitatingly passed the ball to Anthony. Anthony called for a pick and roll, engaging with Doncic. "Kid, this is your moment," he whispered to Doncic as he maneuvered around the screen. Doncic grinned. Instead of rolling towards the basket, he opted for a quick retreat beyond the arc. Paul George chose not to switch defenses and continued to pursue Anthony. In that brief moment of opportunity, Anthony passed the ball back to Doncic. Positioned at the top of the arc, Doncic enjoyed a fleeting chance to shoot. He executed a deceptive feint, causing the leaping Roberson to miss his mark. "What a splendid fake. He has evaded the defense," the commentator exclaimed passionately. After faking Roberson, Doncic charged into the Thunder's paint. Adams quickly moved to provide help defense, aiming to intercept Doncic's advance. With both feet firmly planted, Doncic executed a layup feint. Adams, adjusting his defensive weight, chose to leap, even without leaving the ground. In that split second, Doncic extended his arms, pretending to pass to Ayton behind Adams. In a panic, Adams retracted his arms, attempting to pivot and defend Ayton. Yet, at that moment, Doncic leaped, releasing the shot with a backward arc. The basketball soared towards the hoop at a high trajectory. Simultaneously, Adams turned, reaching out to contest Doncic's shot. Under Adams' interference, Doncic's high-arching attempt veered significantly off course. But just as everyone presumed Doncic had missed entirely, Ayton, who had positioned himself behind Adams, sprang into action, leaping high to snatch the airborne ball and emphatically dunking it into the basket. Bang! A powerful alley-oop, adding 2 points for the Rockets. 9-2. In less than 3 minutes into the game, the Rockets had established a 7-point lead. Thunder head coach Billy Donovan could no longer remain seated. He shook his head in resignation and called for the first timeout of the match. All right, team, let Dunbao's steady ourselves and strategize. Donovan did not scold his players. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor towards the Thunder squad. The game had only just begun, and ample time and opportunities remained for the Thunder to adjust. Chapter 96. A picture-perfect recline as the match progresses. Both teams are locked in a fierce contest. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, host Duan Ran is analyzing the dynamics of the game. We are now in the final 5 minutes of the third quarter. The score shows the Rockets leading the Thunder by a narrow margin of 89-88. In the past minute, the Rockets have surged with an 8-0 run, all of which came from Paul's mid-range shots. Not only has he outmaneuvered the Thunder and Dunbao's formidable center, but he has also made several challenging mid-range baskets in one-on-one situations. Duan Ran succinctly outlines the state of the game, pondering what adjustments the Thunder might implement after this timeout. He poses the question to guest commentator Soo Koon. Adjusting his glasses, Soo Koon remarks, "I believe the Thunder's previous defensive effort was quite poor. The coach needs to address how to defend against Paul. If you switch defenders, Paul will exploit that mismatch to score from mid-range. Turning around, they find themselves unable to score. This is a dilemma the Thunder must resolve." As Duan Ran and Soo Koon continue their commentary, the timeout concludes. "Look, it appears the Rockets have substituted Paul out for Rose. Coach Old K's decision is somewhat perplexing." Duan Ran chuckles. "Paul is in great form. Why take him out now?" Soo Koon explains. "Perhaps Coach Old K anticipates that the timeout will be aimed at countering Paul, so by substituting him, he disrupts their strategy." However, Soo Koon only captured part of the truth. In reality, Paul felt discomfort in his left hamstring. Given his age and the intense physicality of the previous plays, his body was showing signs of strain. Although Lin Feng had equipped Paul with a silver-level fitness enhancement card, the benefits were insufficient to elevate him to the physical peak of an athlete like Carter. Thus, Coach Old K opted to rest Paul. The Rockets lineup now features Derrick Rose, Vince Carter, Luka Doncic, Trevor Ariza, and center Zhou Qi. Each player possesses the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, creating ample space for the Rockets and Dunbao's offense. The Thunder counters with Dennis Schroeder, Alex Abrines, Paul George, Patrick Patterson, and center Nerlens Noel. The Thunder inbounds the ball to Dennis Schroeder, who calls a play and advances to half-court before swiftly passing to the team's second star, Paul George. As the key player in Westbrook's absence, George becomes the focal point of the Rockets and Dunbao's defensive efforts. Rockets defensive ace Ariza stretches his arms wide, guarding George closely. "No need to be so tense. I want to be attacking this time," George reassures, holding the ball at his waist as he awaits his teammates' movements. In the right corner, Thunder center Noel sets a screen for shooter Abrines. Abrines utilizes the pick to slip out to the three-point line at a 45-degree angle for a catch. However, the Rockets' defense is tenacious, denying Abrines any opportunity to receive the ball. Recognizing the loss of this initial offensive chance, Abrines retreats to the corner to create space for the team. At this moment, Schroeder approaches to collaborate with George, executing a deceptive handoff. In that instant, George, holding the ball in his right hand, drives toward the Rockets' interior. "I knew you were trying to trick me." Ariza remains vigilant, closely trailing George and denying him any offensive space. George smirks. "I always keep my word." With a swift move, George notices Schroeder making a cutting run. With a flick of his wrist, he delivers a bounce pass to Schroeder, who has slipped into the paint. "It's all yours, brother," George calls out. The ball, infused with spin, weaves through the gaps between two Rockets defenders, allowing Schroeder to catch it smoothly. The timing and angle of George's pass are impeccable. Schroeder, now poised, takes 3 steps and leaps for a layup. Magnificent. This play exhibits George's finesse, reminiscent of Harden's artistry. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Duan Ran cannot help but applaud George's brilliance. Schroeder charges toward the hoop, while Zhou Qi, defending the Rockets' interior, rushes to provide help. Despite Zhou Qi's height and reach, his defensive prowess is somewhat lacking, yet it does not hinder him from contesting the opponent's shot. "You think you can block me? Not that easily." As Zhou Qi arrives for help, Schroeder adeptly seizes the moment, passing the ball around Zhou Qi's body to Noel, who stands behind the Rockets center. "Show me what you've got, brother," Schroeder exclaims, flicking the ball to Noel in the paint. This exquisite teamwork presents Noel with an excellent shooting opportunity. Noel, clutching the ball with both hands, soars high and forcefully slams the basketball into the hoop. 90-89. The Thunder, thanks to the synergy between Paul George and Dennis Schroeder, culminate in a stunning offensive display with Noel's dunk. It's my fault. I failed to defend properly. Rose, tasked with guarding Schroeder, willingly accepts responsibility for the defensive lapse. Zhou Qi shrugs. It's all right. We're a team. It was just a 2-point basket. We'll quickly make it up. Zhou Qi engages in positive communication with his teammates. Soon, the Rockets, led by Rose, advance into the Thunder's half of the court. Zhou, set a screen. Rose calls for Zhou Qi's pick. Zhou Qi promptly moves to the top of the 3-point arc to provide a screen. Utilizing the pick, Rose drives right. Instead of rolling to the basket, Zhou Qi opts to pop out beyond the arc. Rose deftly passes the ball back to Zhou Qi, who stands at the 3-point line, now serving as a high option for the offense. This is a strategic arrangement by Coach Old K. He desires Zhou Qi not only to be a 3-point threat, but also to serve as an effective high-post facilitator. Zhou, over here. At this moment, all other Rockets players have spread out to the right side. In the left elbow area, Doncic stretches his arms, battling Paul George for position. Zhou Qi delivers the ball to Doncic. Without hesitation, Doncic receives the ball and swiftly pivots, turning toward the paint with the ball in his left hand. Paul George closely guards Doncic. Just as George shifts his defensive weight, Doncic quickly steps back to execute a Kobe-style fadeaway jumper. Chapter 97. The release in 0.8 seconds with a lean back, Doncic unleashed his jump shot. Memories of the training court flooded his mind, recalling the techniques imparted by Kobe. Every aspect, the posture, the movement, the defensive stance, perfectly mirrored the teachings. That graceful silhouette could only be described in one word: breathtaking. Doncic and Oppo's fluid movements were akin to a flowing stream. The basketball glided off his fingertips and soared towards the hoop. Swish. After traversing a brief distance through the air, it found its mark with precision. Magnificent. The execution was utterly reminiscent of Kobe. In the Penguin livestream, commentator Sukun couldn't contain his awe. He had long heard that the Rockets had enlisted Kobe and Tracy McGrady as player development advisors. Just look at the results. Doncic and Oppo's shooting form in the angle of his lean back mirrored Kobe and Oppo's to perfection. Sukun offered lavish praise for Doncic. On the sidelines, Kobe Bryant, who had flown to Oklahoma specifically to witness this rivalry, couldn't help but beam with delight upon watching Doncic replicate his own style to score. He turned to the person beside him, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is the young talent I've nurtured. Impressive, isn't it?" Seeing Doncic score with a signature, picturesque leanback shot filled Kobe with pride. "Hey, old Kobe, don't get too carried away," his good friend McGrady teased, nudging him playfully. "The offense looks good, but that defense left a gaping hole." Kobe rubbed his temples in exasperation. This kid indeed had offensive prowess. Against average opponents, he could hold his own. However, when faced with star players, the defensive gaps became apparent. This simply wouldn't do. After the game, he would need to conduct some rigorous training with Doncic. Unbeknownst to Doncic, who was currently immersed in the game, he had caught Kobe's watchful eye. After the match, he would likely face Kobe's devilish defensive drills. The two teams exchanged attacks. With merely 24 seconds left in the third quarter, the Rockets gained possession. The score stood at 100-100, a deadlock. After securing the ball in the backcourt, Rose swiftly advanced to half court. "Brothers, leave the final play to me," he shouted, signaling for a screen from Zhou Qi while calling out to his teammates on the court. "Stay on him. Don't be fooled by his fakes," Paul George shouted at Schroeder. Schroeder nodded in affirmation. "Don't worry, I'll keep a tight watch on him." He focused intently on Rose. "Bro, don't be so tense. Friendship first, competition second," Rose chuckled. "Enough chatter. The shot clock is running down. I know you're about to make your move." As Schroeder spoke, Zhou Qi had already approached to set a screen for Rose. Rose used the screen to accelerate towards the basket, but Schroeder anticipated the move, quickly maneuvering to position himself firmly in front of Rose. "Want a breakthrough? You'll have to get past me first," Schroeder shouted in Rose and Oppo's ear. In a sudden burst, Rose executed a quick stop, shifting the ball from his left hand to his right, heading towards the right side. Schroeder scrambled to adjust his defensive stance, diligently sticking to Rose, denying him any offensive opportunity. "Is that all you've got?" Rose suddenly halted again, then swiftly took off. A quick stop followed by an explosive start created some space between him and Schroeder. Though Rose had faced significant injuries and was no longer at his peak, his inherent skill still shone through. With the distance now established, Schroeder rushed to close the gap. Just then, Rose made another sudden stop. He executed a front pivot, transferring the ball from his right to his left hand. This unexpected change of direction caught Schroeder off guard. He attempted to break and recover to guard Rose. but due to the momentum from his prior sprint, he stumbled forward. Chapter 98, the battle for the ball with a mere 0.8 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Vince Carter of the Rockets executed a breakthrough and passed the ball to Zhou Qi, who lay in wait in the corner. The time left was insufficient for Zhou Qi to adjust or aim at the basket. Relying solely on his instinct and muscle memory, Zhou Qi launched the shot. The basketball glided through his fingertips, soaring towards the hoop. Just as the third quarter buzzer sounded, the ball was still in flight. The fans at the Chesapeake Energy Arena held their breath, their eyes glued to the ball. The score stood at a deadlock of 100-100. Should Zhou Qi succeed in making this shot, the Rockets would enter the final quarter with a slender 3-point lead. Do not underestimate this 3-point advantage. It possesses the power to sway the outcome of the entire game. Swish. Under the watchful gaze of all, Zhou Qi and Oppos, as shot found its mark. 3 points. The announcer erupted with fervor. Zhou Qi has made the three-pointer. With just 0.8 seconds left, he has done it, although it was not a buzzer beater. This trifling lead would undoubtedly bolster the Rockets players' composure for the final stretch. The excitement radiated from the announcer, his enthusiasm palpable, even showering his colleague with spittle. Meanwhile, the Thunder fans at Chesapeake Energy Arena groaned in despair, while the Rockets players reveled in jubilation. "Joe, splendid work. A true sharpshooter," exclaimed a teammate. "That pose was magnificent. I must turn it into a poster." Another chimed in, "Joe, the absolute three-point artillery, the most reliable shooter. Hey, fellas, don't forget. Our Joe has hit game winners before." The flattery made Zhou Qi blush, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. Thank you. This is due to everyone's trust in me," he replied with a bashful smile. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach K gathered the players around. "Gentlemen, while we have secured a slim 3-point lead, now is not the time to relax. We must remain vigilant. I am certain the opposing team will come out aggressively in the second half. Both our defense and offense will be tested to the utmost." Coach K paused before adding, "Let us not forget, we fight for Jacqueline, we fight for the team, and we fight for ourselves." His words ignited a renewed fervor within the players. "Coach, rest assured, my stamina is impeccable. Just watch me dominate in the final quarter," exclaimed Doncic, striking a shooting pose. Coach K nodded, confident in the young player's physical condition, yet concerned for the veterans on the team. "How are you feeling, CP3? Is your hamstring any better? The final quarter is a decisive moment. You must be prepared." Paul rubbed his thigh, which still bore the medical wrap from the team physician. "Coach, I am perfectly fine, as long as I can step onto the court. This minor injury is of no concern." CP3 and Oppos' eyes radiated determination, reminiscent of his days with the Hornets, pleading with the coach to let him play. "And you, Melo? Is your wrist injury significant? I worry about you. If you feel unwell, you can take a break in the final quarter." Coach K turned his attention to Anthony, who had delivered an outstanding performance throughout the game, showcasing the prowess of a superstar with 22 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. His performance had silenced the Thunder fans at Chesapeake Energy Arena. "Coach, I and Oppos am fine. The wrist is merely a bit sore, but it's much improved. I need to be on the court to conclude this game perfectly." Anthony was equally resolute, choosing silence in the face of external skepticism, proving through action that he was right all along. "Excellent." Coach K nodded in satisfaction, admiring the fighting spirit of his players. This spirit also invigorated him. "Rose, Carter, you two are good to go, right?" Coach K inquired. Both Rose and Carter shook their heads in affirmation, indicating their physical readiness. These seasoned veterans, having graced the court for years, showed no inclination to retreat when it mattered most. "All right, gentlemen, let us keep our spirits high. We shall be the ones to emerge victorious." The intermission was brief. Moments later, both teams returned to the court, continuing with the lineups from the end of the third quarter. The Thunder initiated the fourth quarter, with Schroeder pushing the ball up the court, commencing Oklahoma City's first offense. Having been embarrassed by Rose and Oppos' crossover in the last moments of the third quarter, Schroeder was determined to reclaim his pride. He gestured vigorously for everyone to clear out, intent on facing Rose one-on-one. "Are you really going to take him on alone? Basketball is a team sport. I suggest you focus on orchestrating the offense," Rose advised in a big brotherly manner. "Enough talk? Are you scared?" Schroeder retorted, a smirk tugging at his lips as he dribbled and altered his rhythm, attempting to provoke Rose's defense. "I'm not afraid. I only worry about you failing and facing the wrath of your teammates. I genuinely want what's best for you," Rose replied, feigning concern. With a scoff, Schroeder disregarded Rose, accelerating to attempt a breakthrough on the right side. However, Rose was quick, and just as Schroeder surged forward with the ball, he reached in from behind and snatched it away. "Damn it," Schroeder shouted, quickly regaining his focus and firing a shot to reclaim possession as Rose dribbled. But in the ensuing chaos, Rose overexerted himself, losing grip on the ball, which rolled across the floor towards the Thunder and Amp Oppo's basket. Both Schroeder and Rose lunged for the loose ball, each desperate to secure it. "That ball is mine. No one can stop me," Schroeder declared, racing forward with incredible speed. Rose, equally determined, positioned himself to block Schroeder while charging towards the ball. Chapter 99. A renewed challenge. Schroeder and Rose engaged in a captivating duel of steals and countersteals. At the moment Rose executed his final steal, he exerted too much force, sending the ball flying away. Both players lost control of the basketball, leading to a fierce scramble for the loose ball. The recent exchange of steals had been nothing short of spectacular. In the Penguin livestream, Duan Ran analyzed the unfolding situation on the court. Rose was now physically blocking Schroeder and Amp Oppo's path, rendering Schroeder and Amp Oppo's speed ineffective. Duan Ran and Amp Oppo's words flowed rapidly, detailing every nuance of the game. On the court, both Schroeder and Rose nearly reached the basketball simultaneously. Yet, leveraging his positional advantage, Rose secured the ball first. The two players had now reached the three-point line on the Thunder's side of the court. Without a moment's hesitation after retrieving the ball, Rose surged towards the basket. "Brother, I and Oppo's got this ball," Rose exclaimed, directing a shout towards Schroeder. Fury ignited within Schroeder as he relentlessly pursued Rose. "Don and Oppo's get cocky. This ISN and Oppo's over yet. I'll block you and thwart your attack." Rose charged into the paint, initiating a three-step layup. Schroeder, in hot pursuit, leaped high to contest Rose's shot as he ascended for the layup. Aware of Schroeder's proximity, Rose knew that a straightforward layup might result in a block. Thus, he opted for an impressive mid-air adjustment. Originally leaping from the right side, he switched the ball to his left hand mid-air, evading Schroeder and Amp Oppo's outstretched arm. "Wow, an incredible reverse layup," exclaimed Zhou Anin from the VIP box, unable to contain her amazement. Lin Feng chuckled. This is merely a routine feat for the former Rose. But this was the current Rose, and Zhou Anin continued to gasp in admiration. Rose's remarkable extension and flexibility were truly awe-inspiring. On the court, Rose executed a flawless reverse layup, flicking his wrist delicately to guide the ball into the hoop. His graceful movement elicited gasps of wonder from the fans. "Hey, pal? I still claim victory on this one," Rose proclaimed upon landing, extending his arms in pride. "Don't celebrate too soon. This match is far from over." Schroeder seethed, his teeth clenched, glaring at Rose. Throughout the final offensive of the third quarter and the first of the fourth, Schroeder had suffered at the hands of Rose. Much to his frustration, the two teams continued their relentless battle, a constant interplay of offense and defense. With the Thunder trailing by 5 points at the start of the fourth quarter, Coach Billy Donovan called for a timeout, introducing Westbrook and Paul George to lead the charge. With just 15 seconds left on the clock, the Rockets found themselves behind 106-109, and the Thunder had possession. The Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted in cheers as fans sensed the glimmer of victory. In the ESPN broadcast, Shaquille O'Neal was in fits of laughter. "Ahaha, this time Jack Lynn is doomed. I wonder what he is feeling right now. Is he panicking? Is he afraid?" O'Neal mimicked exaggerated gestures, causing Charles Barkley to double over with laughter. "Oh, come on, brother. Can you stop being so comedic? Jack Lynn must be terrified. I doubt he can even bear to watch my broadcast." Barkley beamed, pointing at the camera. "Jack Lynn, let me tell you, you are finished in this game." With 15 seconds left and the Rockets down by 3, the situation was dire. As long as the Thunder maintained their composure, the Rockets would be compelled to foul. Time was decidedly not on their side. "Jack Lynn, prepare to fulfill your wager." Barkley reveled in his elation, envisioning the scene of Lin Feng departing from the Rockets. Even A. Smith joined in the laughter, affirming, "Yes, you are absolutely right. Jack Lynn's previous arrogance has surely turned into panic now. Let's witness him in tears, filled with regret." During the timeout, Lin Feng opened his phone and chanced upon the ESPN broadcast. "This is outrageous. How can they take such delight in our misfortune?" Zhou Anin fumed, standing up for Lin Feng. "The Rockets are merely facing a minor challenge. The game is not over yet." She clenched her fists in defiance. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing, Anin. They are free to voice their opinions." Despite the ticking clock, Lin Feng remained undeterred, believing in the possibility of a miracle. In competitive sports, no one gives up until the final second. Neither would he nor the Rockets. Skillfully, Lin Feng took to Twitter, posting, ESPN and Oppos, S trio, want to raise the stakes? How about if I achieve 10 consecutive victories? Oh, and Oppos, Neal and Barkley return to the Rockets as water boys. As soon as Lin Feng and Oppos' tweet was sent, O'Neal and Barkley responded in the ESPN studio. Did you see that? Jack Lin dares to raise the stakes. All right, we accept the challenge. O'Neal and Barkley raised their fists toward the camera. If you win, we'll return to the Rockets as water boys. If you lose, not only will you have to exit the Rockets, but it will be broadcast live across America. Lin Feng continued to watch the ESPN broadcast intently. Facing O'Neal and Barkley's provocation, he quickly tweeted back, a simple reply, okay. The stakes of this 10-game wager escalated, fueling Lin Feng's excitement. Lin Feng, you can't be serious. A nationwide broadcast? Your reputation will be in tatters. Zhou and Oppos, and exclaimed, exasperated. Lin Feng smiled confidently, and Oppos, and don't worry. I believe in the players of the Rockets, and they won't let me down. As Lin Feng conversed with Shoen and Oppos, the timeout whistle signaled the resumption of play. The arena buzzed with the cheers of Thunder fans, while the Rockets and Oppos' side felt a palpable tension. A battle devoid of gunfire had officially commenced at this moment. Chapter 100, the final counterattack. With merely 15 seconds remaining on the clock, the Thunder command possession to thwart the Rockets' potential strategy of fouling. Thunder's head coach Billy Donovan has opted to forego towering centers like Adams and Noel. On the court, the Thunder field a lineup of Russell Westbrook, Alex Abrines, Paul George, Jeremy Grant, and Patrick Patterson, each player possessing commendable free throw capabilities. Even should the Rockets resort to fouling tactics, the Thunder remain unperturbed by the prospect of stepping to the free throw line. Meanwhile, the Rockets have deployed Chris Paul, Luka Doncic, Carmelo Anthony, Trevor Ariza, and DeAndre Ayton. Hey, buddy, it looks like this game is ours to win, Westbrook grinned, sidling up to Paul, his demeanor exuding a sense of ease. Although the match is far from concluded, with just 15 seconds left and the Thunder leading by 3 points, the situation appears favorable for them. I've heard that if you lose this game, your interim GM will resign. I must apologize in advance, Westbrook shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of schadenfreude dancing on his lips. Since the season and Oppos' commencement, the Rockets have stumbled from one misstep to another, causing skepticism from the public. Coupled with the wager between Lin Feng and ESPN, the spotlight has firmly fixed upon the Rockets and Lin Feng, both enduring immense pressure under the gaze of the audience. This match represents the final showdown in a 10-game winning streak, a pivotal contest. Should they falter, the triumphs of the preceding 9 games would vanish into thin air. The game is still underway. No one can draw premature conclusions. CP3's face is etched with determination, his gaze resolute. As long as time remains, he will never concede defeat. You are indeed obstinate and fiercely competitive, yet that will not stave off your impending loss, Westbrook remarked as the referee signaled the inbound. The crowd rose to their feet. These final 15 seconds would determine the victor of the night. Paul George, stationed at the sideline, raised the ball high above his head, observing his teammates' movements. He contemplated to whom he should pass. Here, brother George, over here, Westbrook called, utilizing Patterson's screen to break free from Paul's defense. Seizing a golden opportunity to receive the ball, George, spotting the chance, swiftly delivered the pass to the open Westbrook. Yet, just as the ball left his hands, a shadow emerged. It was the Rockets and Oppos, number 7. That flash of fiery red surged toward Westbrook and Oppos' possession like an inferno. Thinking of stealing from me? Not so easily, Westbrook shouted, immediately spinning away from Anthony's attempted steal. A narrow escape. Anthony's advance had been sudden and unexpected. In the live broadcast, Duan Ran narrated the unfolding drama. Thankfully, Westbrook's reflexes were astute, agile enough to retain possession. Just as Duan Ran recounted Anthony's failure to intercept, another shadow darted forth. This time, the timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with Westbrook's evasion of Anthony's grasp. It was the Rockets' number 3. Clad in his jersey, Paul surged toward Westbrook like a ghost. In a flash, as Westbrook sidestepped Anthony and Oppos' challenge, Paul lunged, snatching the ball cleanly from Westbrook and Oppos' grasp. Caught up in evading Anthony, Westbrook had failed to account for the rapidly approaching CP3. What a blunder, Westbrook gasped, helplessly watching as Paul seized the ball. What a splendid steal. Duan Ran exclaimed, his voice resonating with excitement. Westbrook's oversight came with consequences. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the Thunder fans at Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted in despair. Foul. Send him to the line. Paul and Apos' speed had already placed him beyond Westbrook and Apos' reach. Westbrook leapt, shouting to his nearest teammate, acknowledging his own mistake. Yet, there remained room for redemption. Coach Billy Donovan had instructed that should a Rocket secure a steal, they must foul immediately, sending the player to the free throw line. Even if they converted both attempts, it would not diminish the Thunder's lead. With just a 1-point advantage, the stakes could prove decisive. Closest to Paul was Thunder and Apos' Patrick Patterson, who responded promptly to Westbrook and Apos' call, racing toward him. As CP3 approached the three-point line, he feigned a shot, executing a deft move to leave Patterson in his wake. Now, CP3 inhaled deeply, shifting slightly to ensure he could draw the foul while maintaining space for a three-point attempt. He sought not merely a three-pointer but a three-point foul. Should this shot find its mark, the Rockets would stand to gain immensely, swinging the scales of victory in their favor. CP3 released the shot. At that moment, Patterson, unable to control his momentum, collided heavily with CP3. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul. Yet, as the ball slipped from CP3's control, it soared toward the hoop. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, elevating the collective heartbeat of everyone present. Not only the Thunder fans in Chesapeake Energy Arena but all NBA enthusiasts watching the live broadcast held their breath, fixated on the outcome of this three-point shot.